Demon's Diary Chapter 55 to Chapter 107. Both methods had their pros and cons. As for which method to use, it naturally depended on the individual's choice. However, generally speaking, those who could not cultivate the spirit communication technique to a high level and did not lack spirit stones would mostly choose the first method. After all, other than spending a large amount of money to refine a ghost puppet, controlling a low-level battle soul was an extremely simple matter for them. As for those who were proficient in the spirit communication technique but did not have many spirit stones, most of them would choose the second method to find ghosts. Other than needing to pay a certain amount of contribution points to enter the ghost hell region, this method did not have many other costs. However, if one was lucky enough to find a ghost with a bit more potential, they might actually be able to evolve into a warrior-level ghost. If this was really the case, the strength of these disciples would immediately increase by several folds and their position in the sect would also undergo a drastic change. This kind of example had appeared quite a few times in the barbarian ghost sect. Therefore, those who had a bit of confidence in the spirit communication technique would choose to enter the ghost hell region to find a suitable spirit communication ghost. Other than the several hundred spirit stones that he had previously received from the sect's missions, Lu Ming naturally did not have much money on hand. Naturally, he also planned on using the second method. However, when he thought of the 100 contribution points required to use the ghost hell region's transportation formation, he felt a great deal of pain in his heart. Normally, this 100 contribution points would need to complete 30 or so contribution points missions and succeed every single time in order to accumulate it. This practically took up the majority of the contribution points that he had on hand. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming silently cursed a few times before returning his attention to the spirit communication technique that he was currently comprehending. The entire spirit communication technique did not have a clear division of levels. Just like other techniques, as long as one practiced more, one could naturally increase one's ability to communicate with ghosts. After another 7 or 8 days, he understood the entire technique and was able to recite the incantation without missing a single word. In the following months, Lu Ming diligently cultivated the dark bone method while practicing the spirit communication technique over and over again. When he felt that he had truly grasped the basics of this technique, he finally left his residence and flew straight to the barbarian ghost sect's main peak. Before he chose to enter the netherworld, he naturally needed to test the actual effects of the psychic technique. Otherwise, if there was a mistake in comprehending the technique and it didn't work, wouldn't it be a waste of 100 contribution points? There was indeed such a place in the barbarian ghost sect where a few captured low-level ghosts and demonic beasts were imprisoned. It was specifically used by the sect's disciples to experiment with techniques and combat effectiveness. Half a day later, when Lu Ming flew out of a dusty hall on the main peak, his face was full of satisfaction. After spending 3 contribution points and successfully subduing and communicating with 3 different types of ghosts, it was clear that there was no problem with the art of psychic communication. But even so, he did not intend to directly enter the ghost hell region. After all, the ghost hell region was not a friendly place. Although there were many barbarian ghost sect disciples that entered through the formation and most of them did not go too deep into the area, there were still frequent occurrences of encountering extremely powerful ghosts and being devoured by them. Naturally, Lu Ming did not want to become a snack in the stomach of a ghost. Therefore, he flew towards a small valley that belonged to the Heaven's Mystery faction. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he appeared at the bottom of an abnormally smooth cliff in the valley. Not far in front of him was a scarlet-red door with 2 huge copper rings. It was as if the door was directly embedded into the stone wall. Although the door was tightly shut, there was the sound of knocking coming from the inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he directly walked over with large strides. Raising his hand, he grabbed one of the copper rings on the door and knocked it twice. Dang, dang. After 2 sounds, the knocking from the inside suddenly stopped. What's the matter? After a short while, the door opened and an abnormally large man walked out. He coldly spoke to Lu Ming. This large man had a head full of coarse brown hair and gave off an oppressive feeling as if he was facing a ferocious beast. Behind him was a corridor that was filled with a dry and hot aura. One could faintly see a large hall with all kinds of weapons hanging on the walls. Inside, a faint red light continuously flashed. I was recommended by Senior Li Zong. I want a small talisman crossbow and some special talisman arrows that are specially made to restrain ghosts. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and calmly spoke. A small talisman crossbow, 13 shooting sun arrows, a total of 180 spirit stones. Hearing this, the large man's expression relaxed and he looked up and down at Lu Ming before speaking again. Lu Ming seemed to have already expected this price. Without saying anything, he took off a bulging leather bag from his waist and threw it to the large man. The burly man took the leather bag and opened it on the spot. After taking a few glances inside, he nodded his head and turned around, closing the door behind him on the way. Lu Ming was not surprised and quietly waited outside the door. After waiting for a short while, the door was opened again, and the burly man emerged with a bag wrapped in beast skin. Everything is here. Check it out. The large man placed the bag in Lu Ming's hands and waited with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Lu Ming tore off the animal skin and immediately revealed a green talisman crossbow that was half a foot long and a dozen scarlet crossbow arrows that were about the same length beside it. When I was forging this talisman crossbow, I mixed some wind copper into it. If you are able to embed a wind crystal stone into it, it will allow it to shoot faster and further. As for these 13 shooting sun arrows, I can only guarantee that half of them will be completely effective. After all, I only forge these items because of my interest and not because I'm a specialized blacksmith. Otherwise, when I sold these items to my fellow disciples in the sect, they wouldn't have been this cheap. The large man used his finger to point at an unremarkable notch on the end of the talisman crossbow and lightly spoke. As long as half of it is effective, it is already enough. However, wind crystal stones are not easy to find. Senior, do you have any left? I am willing to buy one at a high price. Lu Ming held the talisman crossbow in his hand and after testing it for a bit, he nodded his head and spoke to the large man. I only have one wind crystal stone left and I have already used up half of the yuanli in it. If Junior really wants it, then it will be 30 spirit stones. The large man hesitated for a bit before speaking. The spirit stones that cultivators like Lu Ming normally used to trade were usually condensed from pure yuanli that did not have any attributes. However, there were some spirit stones that, during the process of condensing, would absorb some elemental energy. As a result, they would form a crystal stone that was different from normal spirit stones. These crystal stones could be used in a few special places and were even rarer than normal spirit stones. In particular, crystal stones that did not belong to the 5 elements were worth several times more than normal spirit stones. Just like crystal stones and spirit stones, these crystal stones were also divided into different levels. However, for spirit apostles like Lu Ming and the large man, the crystal stones that they were talking about were naturally low-level crystal stones. Lu Ming was very clear about all of this. After hearing this, he did not hesitate at all and took out another leather pouch. He counted out 30 spirit stones and handed it over to the other person. The large man took out a dirty small pouch from his sleeve and threw it over. Lu Ming took out a green crystal stone that was the size of a thumb and revealed a satisfied expression. He then said goodbye to the large man and left. In the remaining time, he went to the gray market and from a disciple that was learning talisman techniques, he collected a few old talismans that were said to be able to restrain ghosts. Although this disciple patted his chest and said that these talismans were definitely effective, Lu Ming did not have much hope based on the low price of these talismans. He could only buy them with the thought of giving it a try. Other than this, Lu Ming also bought black dog powder, sky sunflower blood, and other things that were also effective against ghosts from another disciple. He also bought a dozen or so fasting pills before returning to his residence and starting to recuperate and build up his strength. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lu Ming appeared in a secret hall of the barbarian ghost sect. He obediently stood in the empty hall with his hands behind his back, as if he was waiting for someone. After waiting for a while, footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. A man and a woman walked in. Lu Ming subconsciously raised his head and looked over. He could not help but be slightly startled. This man and woman were about the same age as Lu Ming. However, the handsome youth was astonishingly Lei Zhen, who had entered the sect at the same time as him and possessed a lightning spiritual pulse. As for the young girl next to him, she was petite and gentle. She also looked somewhat familiar. It seemed that she was also a disciple who had entered the Heaven's secret faction with Lei Zhen. When Lei Zhen saw that there was already someone in the hall, he was also slightly startled. After looking at Lu Ming's face twice, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he did not recognize Lu Ming. This was also very normal. The last time Lu Ming met this person was more than a year ago. In addition, he had recently used the purification pill, causing his body to suddenly grow taller. It was normal for the other person to not recognize him. Lei Zhen's face was full of arrogance. He did not have any intention of greeting Lu Ming. After whispering a few words to the young girl next to him, he also waited nearby. As time slowly passed, footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Impressively, 2 more people walked in. The person in front was a beautiful woman with a face full of killing intent. Although she had a head full of white hair, her face was as delicate as a young girl's. Behind the beautiful woman, there was a young girl in green who seemed to be very gentle and quiet. Callan. Once Lei Zhen saw the girl's face clearly, he immediately let out a surprised cry. So it's Junior Lei? When the green-clothed girl saw Lei Zhen, she only said one sentence. However, when her gaze landed on Lu Ming, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Junior Lei? Your senior brother Lei's nephew? When the beautiful woman in front heard this, her gaze was like a knife as it swept over the youth and asked coldly. This disciple greets Martial Aunt Bing. When Lei Zhen heard this, he looked at the green-clothed girl and hurriedly bowed in understanding. The petite girl beside him also hurriedly bowed. Stand up. My relationship with Senior Lei is not bad. You don't have to be so polite. The beautiful woman's expression slightly relaxed as she raised her hand to let the 2 of them stand up. Her gaze then naturally looked towards Lu Ming's direction. 9 Infant Mountain Disciple by Song Tian greets Martial Aunt Bing. Although Lu Ming did not know who the beautiful woman was, he could only force himself to bow. 9 Infant Mountain. The beautiful woman nodded her head and did not take it to heart. She brought Callan to a corner of the hall and waited in the same spot. Because of the beautiful woman's presence, Lei Zhen and the petite girl naturally did not dare to casually talk about anything. For a moment, the entire hall became silent. This time, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a side door to the side of the hall opened. From it, a 40-year-old man in a black robe walked out. He had a large hooked nose and his face looked rather gloomy. Junior Bing, why are you here? When the black-robed man saw the beautiful woman in the hall, he immediately froze. Senior Li, why can't I come? This time, I brought Callan to the Ghost Hell region because there are some things I need to do. The beautiful woman said lightly as if she was very familiar with the black-robed man. So that's how it is. However, Junior should be very clear that the amount of contribution points required to teleport into the Ghost Lord Netherworld is completely different from that of a Spirit Apostle and a Spirit Master. Hearing this, the black-robed man revealed a serious expression. I am naturally aware of that. Fortunately, I have accumulated enough contribution points some time ago. It should be enough for me to enter once, the beautiful woman replied nonchalantly. If Junior's sister is willing to pay so many contribution points, then there is naturally no problem. The black-robed man heard this and his expression relaxed. The beautiful woman faintly smiled and didn't say anything further. At this time, the black-robed man glanced at Lei Zhen, Lu Ming, and the other 2, and said, You're not afraid of me. Since there are 3 people here, it's just enough for one teleportation. All of you, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the 3 spirit apostles. With a shake of his sleeve, he took out a black iron medallion with a ghost's head in his hand. Minding his own business, he walked towards a tall wall in front of the hall. The beautiful woman calmly led Callan over. When Lei Zhen, Lu Ming, and the other 2 saw this, they naturally followed. The black-robed man moved his arm and waved the iron medallion at the wall in front of him. Immediately, a black light shot out and disappeared into the wall in a flash. In the next moment, the wall became blurry and a white door of light appeared out of nowhere. The black-robed man didn't hesitate and walked in with large strides. The others naturally followed him into the door of light. Lu Ming only felt the white light in front of him disappear and he was already in a small secret room. Other than the door of light that led to this secret room, the surrounding walls reflected a metallic luster. Moreover, there were many mysterious and beautiful spirit inscriptions imprinted on the walls, causing the entire secret room to be filled with an indescribable sense of mystery. In the middle of the secret room, there was a silver formation that wasn't more than 10 feet wide. At the edge of the formation, there was an entire circle of special indentations that were used to store crystal stones. After the black-robed man put away the iron medallion in his hand, the door of light behind him disappeared in a flash. In its place was a pale gold short rod. When the others saw this, they all handed over their nameplates and began to pay their contribution points. After the black-robed man finished collecting the contribution points, he immediately put away the golden rod. He then took out thumb-sized crystal stones from his body and placed them into the indentations at the edge of the formation. These crystal stones were completely different from the ones that Lu Ming had seen before. They actually emitted a faint black light, as if they were black stars. When the green-robed girl saw these crystal stones, her expression changed slightly. These are space crystal stones. Even outside of the 5 elemental attribute crystal stones, they are still considered very rare items. Otherwise, why would it take so many contribution points to teleport you to the Ghost Hell region? However, normally, only 3 or 4 crystal stones are enough to teleport you. Now that I'm included, I'm afraid that the cost will be more than 10 times that. The beautiful woman seemed to see through her disciple's curiosity and lightly explained. Hearing this, not only did the green-robed girl nod her head, but Lu Ming, Lei Zhan, and the others also came to a sudden realization. Although they had long heard of the space crystal stones, this was the first time they had seen the real thing. Lu Ming carefully examined the crystal stones a few times, as if he wanted to deeply imprint their appearance into his mind. The black-robed man did as the beautiful woman said and placed over 30 space crystal stones around the formation in one breath. Only then did he stop and turn to the others with a solemn expression. "Alright, you can enter the formation now. Although you all should already know the dangers of the Ghost Hell region, I still have to give you a few more reminders. That place is truly filled with Xianxia and ghosts. No matter how high or low your cultivation is, you can only stay there for a month at most. If you exceed this time, your physical body and soul may be assimilated by the Xianxia and there is a high chance that you will become a ghost. Therefore, you must return here through the formation within a month. If you are late, you can only bear the consequences." As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he formed a hand seal and pointed at the empty space of the formation. With a buzzing sound, the entire formation began to glow with multicolored light. When the beautiful woman, Lu Ming, and the others saw this, they naturally didn't dare to hesitate and stepped into the golden formation one after another. With a violent wave, the beautiful woman, Lu Ming, and the others all disappeared in a flash. The black-robed man let out a light breath and sat down cross-legged on the ground nearby. Unhurriedly, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. After a violent wave of dizziness, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. However, at this time, he was standing in a secret room with the beautiful woman and the others. At first glance, there was another golden formation under their feet that looked very similar. However, the walls of the room were made from an unknown black stone and there was an unlatched stone door. Apart from the few of them, there was no one else in the room. "Let's go." After the beautiful woman spoke indifferently, she walked out of the formation with the green-clothed girl, pushed open the stone door, and floated away. Lei Zhan and the petite girl looked at each other and also walked out. In the blink of an eye, there was only Lu Ming left. After Lu Ming took a light breath, he felt that the yuan qi in the surrounding air was much less than in the barbarian ghost sect. Moreover, there was an indescribable cold energy mixed in. After taking a few more breaths, his body even felt slightly uncomfortable. He shook his head and calmly walked out of the stone door. Outside the stone door, there was an enormous plaza that was more than 10 acres wide. The ground of the plaza was made from the same black stone. Moreover, at the edge of the plaza stood tall bronze pillars. The outside was covered by an abnormally thick layer of milky white light. At the center of the plaza, there were rows of black stone houses. There seemed to be 30 to 40 of them. In the middle of the stone houses, there were about 10 barbarian ghost sect disciples gathered together in 2s and 3s, discussing something. "Little guy, is this your first time in the Ghost Hell region?" As Lu Ming looked out, he suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from behind him. Lu Ming jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. Only then did he discover that near the stone door, there was a green-haired elder wearing a yellow leather robe sitting cross-legged. This elder held a light silver disc in his hand and fiddled with a few needle-like bright red objects on it. At such a close distance, he actually did not notice it at all. Just now, I saw that Bing girl also came here. TSK, ever since she became a spirit master, this is the first time she's come here. This is quite rare. The old man didn't even raise his head as he continued to ask. Senior is, the elder lowered his head, so Lu Ming naturally could not see his face. However, hearing the elder's arrogant tone, Lu Ming did not dare to be negligent and greeted him. You can call me Elder Ghost. I am responsible for the transportation formation here and the person who will send you back to the sect. The elder leisurely replied and finally slowly raised his head. Once Lu Ming clearly saw the elder's face, even though he was usually courageous, his heart slightly chilled. The other parts of the elder looked no different from an ordinary elder. Only the place where the eyeballs should have been was astonishingly empty. There were only 2 bean-sized balls of green flames that flickered without end. Junior greets Elder Ghost. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and he was finally able to forcefully suppress the fear in his heart. Once again, he bowed and spoke. Not bad. Among the little guys who have seen me for the first time, you can be considered one of the more courageous ones. Seeing this, I have a task for you. As long as you complete it, I will naturally give you benefits. The green flames in Elder Ghost's eyes flashed as he spoke. I don't know what it is. Junior's FA is low and I am afraid that I will not be of much help. Hearing this, Lu Ming slightly hesitated. It is only a small matter. There is no need for you to have much FA. I have a Yin Luo compass here. It can show the exact location of ghosts within 100 feet. As long as you help me find some ghost-faced fish in the nearby Yin River, I will give this compass to you. How about it? Elder Ghost laughed as he spoke and waved the silver compass in his hand at Lu Ming. It can show the location of ghosts? Are you serious? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart immediately jumped. With my status, do you think I would be able to fool you? Go quickly and come back quickly. There is a Yin River 3 miles away in that direction. Go quickly and come back quickly. Elder Ghost seemed to be a bit impatient. Since it is only 10 miles away, I will give it a try. Lu Ming faintly felt that it was a bit strange. However, after hearing that it was so close and looking at the silver compass in Elder Ghost's hand, he still nodded in agreement. Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand and flew in the direction Elder Ghost had pointed. When he flew out of the milky white light, he saw a dark and desolate area. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds and not a trace of sunlight could be seen. It gave off an abnormally oppressive feeling. Lu Ming used the dark bone method and immediately felt strands of Yin energy rush into his body. Although it made his body feel very uncomfortable, the FA and his spirit seemed to have a slight throbbing feeling. Lu Ming let out a silent sigh. This ghost hell region was just as the others had said. When cultivating the ghost spirit method and other Yin attribute techniques, there was quite a bit of an effect. However, his body was unable to withstand the backlash of the Yin Qi. He could only give up on the idea of using the Yin Qi to cultivate FA. After flying for 3 miles, Lu Ming did not encounter any ghosts and finally saw the Yin River that Elder Ghost had pointed out. However, when he flew a bit closer, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The Yin River that appeared in front of him, rather than a river, it would be more accurate to call it a small stream. The Yin River was only a few feet wide and the water was not clear and transparent. Instead, it was an abnormally muddy light yellow color. There was also a white fog that lingered on the surface of the river, giving off a strange feeling. Lu Ming landed on a black rock next to the Yin River. Before he could think about how to find the ghost-faced fish, there was a sudden pu sound. A white thing jumped out of the river in front of him and pounced at him. Lu Ming was startled and unconsciously shook his sleeve. A black rope shot out from his sleeve and after a blur, it fiercely whipped the thing that was pouncing at him. After letting out a strange cry, the white thing could only flop around on the ground. Lu Ming finally had the time to look at it. Astonishingly, it was an extremely peculiar fish-like creature. It was about half a foot long, and its lower body was no different from an ordinary black carp. However, its upper body was a shrunken green ghost head, and it had two slender black claws on its abdomen. At this moment, the strange fish's mouth was constantly opening and closing, and two rows of sharp teeth could be vaguely seen. It looked extremely ferocious. "Looks like this thing is the ghost-faced fish." After Lu Ming's astonishment disappeared, he started laughing. The soul-shackling chain fiercely whipped at the strange fish again, accurately smashing its ghost head. The ghost-faced fish let out another strange cry before fainting. Lu Ming then took out a folded net fish basket from his bosom and used the soul-shackling chain to wrap the ghost-faced fish into the basket. After that, he got down from the rock and carefully walked a few steps towards the Yin River. This time, nothing jumped out of the river. However, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and flicked the soul-shackling chain again, letting the tip of the soul-shackling chain dip into the river for a bit before quickly pulling it back. He saw that the tip of the soul-shackling chain was covered in a layer of white frost. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This Yin River was unexpectedly cold beyond compare. Because of this, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't get too close to the Yin River. He stayed at the original distance and slowly walked upstream. As a result, every time he walked a small distance, a ghost-faced fish would jump out of the river. The big ones were a foot long, and the small ones were only a few inches long. Lu Ming naturally didn't let any of them go. He used the soul-shackling chain to knock them out and put them all into the fish basket. In less than an hour, he had caught 17 or 18 ghost-faced fish, filling up the entire fish basket. Without any hesitation, he flew back on his cloud. "Not bad, these are the ghost-faced fish I wanted. This ink compass belongs to you." When Elder Ghost saw Lu Ming descending from the sky and the basket full of ghost-faced fish in his hand, he immediately spoke with great joy and took the initiative to throw the silver disc in his hand over. Although Lu Ming was a bit surprised, after receiving the silver plate, he naturally threw the fish basket in his hand to Ghost Elder. "Pooh!" Ghost Elder, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. His legs were not human legs, but rather a pair of shiny, black eagle feet. With one foot, he stepped on the entire fish basket. Next, he grabbed the largest ghost-faced fish and stuffed it into his mouth. With a crisp sound, he began to swallow it whole. "Not bad, the taste of this ghost-faced fish is still fresh and delicious. What an endless aftertaste." Ghost Elder chewed non-stop as he spoke to himself with an intoxicated expression. Although Lu Ming was holding the ink compass in his hand, he couldn't help but stare in shock. "Haha, Junior Bai, it looks like you fell for the trick and went to catch the ghost-faced fish." A young man came out of a stone house not far away. When he saw the situation on Lu Ming's side, he laughed and walked over. "Oh, so it's Senior Du Senior, what did you mean by falling for the trick?" Lu Ming turned his head and looked down with some surprise. The youth who spoke wore a blue robe and carried a long, narrow, curved blade on his back. His face was cold and callous. It was Du Hai of Baleful Mountain. Ever since that time, Lu Ming and the others had joined forces to offend another disciple named Ouyang Xian. They had truly become good friends. Later on, they even worked together to complete a few contribution point missions. Every time, their cooperation was very successful. As a result, Lu Ming, Du Hai, and the others naturally got closer. This Ghost Elder is actually a low-level ghost that Master 16 subdued. Aside from being proficient in a few illusion techniques and being able to turn his upper body into that of a normal person, he doesn't have any true abilities. Thus, Master 16 locked him near the transportation formation and made him responsible for simple tasks such as maintaining the formation and sending disciples back. After all, the Yin Qi here is too heavy and only ghosts can stay for long periods of time. As for the Yin compass in his hand, it is an extremely simple standardized practitioner weapon. As long as a disciple enters this place for the first time, they will be given one for free. However, because this Ghost Elder likes to eat the ghost-faced fish in the Yin River, he often uses the excuse of giving this compass as an excuse to have some new disciples catch some for him to eat. In reality, even if you don't catch the ghost-faced fish, he wouldn't dare to not give it to you. Du Hai said with a smile. So that's how it is. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. After looking at Ghost Elder again, He found that one of his eagle feet had a light silver chain wrapped around it, and it seemed to be embedded into the wall of the stone house. At this time, Ghost Elder turned a blind eye to Lu Ming and Du Hai's conversation. He only continued to catch the ghost-faced fish and continued to wolf them down. When Lu Ming saw this, his heart slightly moved. That's right, Junior Bai, you don't even know about this. Don't tell me you came here alone. Du Hai's smile disappeared and he asked with a frown. This time, I really did plan on going alone. With Senior Du here, could it be that you also plan on catching some ghosts? Lu Ming calmly replied. I didn't put much effort into the spirit communication technique, so why would I go catch some ghosts? Instead, I plan on searching for a few special spirit grasses with Xianxia so that I can use them when I return. Du Hai replied while shaking his head. Sister Mu really did come. I wonder where she is now. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't feel surprised. However, after looking around, he didn't see any familiar female figure. Xianxia is currently resting in a rented spirit house. I'll take you to see her. Junior, don't be in a hurry to leave this place. This ghost hell region is extremely dangerous. Junior, it's best if you listen to the two of us explain a few things to you before you leave. Du Hai said enthusiastically. Since Senior has said so, I will naturally accept. Lu Ming thought for a while before nodding his head in agreement. Seeing this, Du Hai was naturally overjoyed and brought Lu Ming to a stone house. After a while, Du Hai knocked on the stone door and the person who walked out was indeed Mu Xianxia, the beautiful young woman. When the woman saw Lu Ming, she was slightly stunned. After looking at Lu Ming a few more times, she asked with some surprise, Junior Bai, why are you here? Could it be that you have already become a middle spirit apostle and have mastered the spirit communication technique? Compared to before, Junior's current appearance has changed quite a bit. According to the cultivation speed of a normal disciple, the fact that Lu Ming was able to become a middle spirit apostle right now was indeed very surprising. Compared to this, the change in his appearance after purification was much easier for many people to accept. After all, the barbarian ghost sect had many cultivation techniques that could cause a person's appearance to become completely different after practicing them. Junior had an opportunity not too long ago and was lucky enough to become a middle spirit apostle. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to find a suitable spirit ghost so that I can quickly increase my strength. Lu Ming naturally said a few words of humility. TSK, no matter what method you use, it's not that there aren't any 3 spiritual pulse disciples who can become a middle spirit apostle, but there aren't many. Furthermore, it was in such a short period of time. It seems that Senior Du and I really have to look at Junior Bai in a different light. Mu Xianxia looked deeply at Lu Ming and smiled sweetly. Senior must be joking. It seems that Senior Mu and Senior Du have already come to the ghost hell region for a long time. You should be very familiar with this place. Maybe you can give me a few pointers. Lu Ming's expression became serious. Since Junior is so impatient, let's first tell you a few things about this place. I know that Junior may have heard a few things about this place before you came here, but I can guarantee that the ghost hell region's true danger is many times higher than what you know. I've seen 7 or 8 of our sect's disciples lose their lives here with my own eyes. This is far from the rumors that disciples will occasionally die here. Hearing this, Mu Xianxia's jade face also became serious. That's right. Although our sect will always maintain a 10 to 20 disciples in the ghost hell region, every time a new disciple enters, there is a high chance that they will never return. Half of these disciples are directly swallowed by powerful ghosts and the other half are buried in the 2 great disasters here. Du Hai also slowly said. 2 great disasters? When Lu Ming heard the first part of the sentence, he was somewhat surprised. When he heard the second part, he was even more startled. That's right, it's the soul cloud and the ghost bee. Once we encounter these 2 natural disasters of the ghost hell region, even if we are old disciples, if we aren't careful, we will still die. Especially the soul cloud disaster, it will erupt without any warning. Even if we want to avoid it, it is unavoidable. Mu Xianxia explained. I hope Senior can explain in detail. Seeing the seriousness of the two, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but shiver. The so-called soul cloud is actually caused by a low-level ghost called the soul corpse in the ghost hell region. This type of ghost is also born from yin qi, but it doesn't have any strength and its movements are slow like a corpse. The only thing that people don't want to provoke is that once this type of ghost dies, it will transform into a corpse cloud that can cover an area of several meters. Furthermore, it is incomparably poisonous. This type of soul corpse has an extremely short lifespan. If it doesn't mutate and evolve into a high-level ghost, it usually only has a few years of lifespan. Furthermore, it likes to move in groups. Thus, once the number of these soul corpses reaches over 1,000 and their lifespans reach the end, the group will transform into an extremely terrifying poisonous cloud. Under the blowing of the Yin wind, it is enough to silently bury all the living creatures it touches. Moreover, it will continue until the poisonous cloud completely disappears. Thus, it is called the burial cloud. The ghost bee disaster is also caused by a type of ghost that is similar to a poisonous bee. This type of ghost bee swarm likes to migrate from one place to another every once in a while. Once they start moving, there are usually tens of thousands of them. Once you meet them, it is naturally impossible to defeat them. Fortunately, this type of ghost bee swarm has a fixed migration route. As long as you are careful, you can avoid them in advance. Aside from the soul cloud and the ghost bee, there are also a few other extremely frightening dangers in the netherworld. Junior brother, you must pay more attention to them. For example, if junior brother comes across a swamp-like place, you must be careful of a middle-level ghost called the decaying ghost. Mu Xianyan explained everything. Lu Ming naturally listened with even more attention. Mu Xianyan spoke for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before closing her mouth and stopping. Many thanks for senior's information. I truly didn't know that the ghost hell region had so many dangerous places. It seems that I must be more careful. After Lu Ming finished listening, he cupped his hands and repeatedly thanked her. Junior brother Bai, you don't have to worry too much. Although the ghost hell region was filled with dangers, as long as one didn't stray more than 100 miles away from the stronghold established by the ancestral founder, it should still be very safe. After all, ghosts that were too powerful had long been swept clean by the seniors of the sect. Since junior brother has just learned the art of spirit communication, it is impossible for him to subdue powerful ghosts. There should still be a chance for him to find a suitable target within 50 kilometers. Even if it doesn't work the first time, junior can come a few more times. You will eventually be able to fulfill your wish. Mu Xianyan's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I hope so. Oh right, since Senior Mu and Senior Du aren't here to find a spirit ghost, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming laughed bitterly before asking a question. Many thanks for Junior Brother Bai's good intentions. The two of us have already stayed here for more than half a month. We have already made some headway on what we are looking for, so there is no need for Junior to worry too much. Mu Xianyan replied with a smile. In that case, I wish the two of you success. I won't waste any more time and will go scout the surroundings. Lu Ming nodded his head and prepared to leave. Oh right, if Junior Brother Bai still has spirit stones, you can go to Elder Goe and buy a map of the nearby area and a book that introduces the ghosts unique to the Ghost Hell region. With these two items, I believe that Junior's movements will be much more convenient. Du Hai opened his mouth to remind Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After giving his thanks once again, he bid farewell to the two of them and left the stone room. After telling Junior Brother Bai about what happened just now, we have finally repaid the favor from before. Du Hai waited for Lu Ming to leave the room before turning his head and speaking to the young woman with a sigh of relief. That's right. If it wasn't like that, we wouldn't have been able to so easily give this information to someone else. We risked our lives many times to gather this information. It's a pity that we can only roughly offset it. If it wasn't for the fact that he owes us another favor, that would be even better. Mu Xianyan muttered to herself for a while before speaking. Oh, could it be that Xianyan thinks highly of Junior Brother Bai? Hearing this, Du Hai revealed an astonished expression. It's not as simple as thinking highly of Junior Brother Bai. If I were to send a letter to my elder brother and betroth Mingzhu to Junior Brother Bai, what do you think? Mu Xianyan suddenly said. What? Betroth Mingzhu to Junior Brother Bai? That's not possible. According to what I know, Mingzhu seems to have a good impression of a boy with an earth spiritual pulse. How could your elder brother agree to such a thing? Du Hai jumped in fright. Humph, my elder brother has been blinded by the fact that Gao Chong doesn't have an earth spiritual pulse and wants to marry him. He didn't even think about it. With Gao Chong's talent, who knows how many female spirit apostles will be eyeing him to become his dual cultivation companion. How could he marry an outer sect disciple that doesn't even have a spiritual pulse? To put it bluntly, I'm afraid Mingzhu doesn't even have much hope of becoming his concubine. The reason why that boy is still entangled with Mingzhu is because he is still young and his character is still relatively pure. Secondly, the sect leader is very strict and does not give him many opportunities to interact with other female disciples. As for the fact that Mingzhu can occasionally interact with this boy, I'm afraid that the sect leader martial uncle did this on purpose. Don't forget what cultivation method that boy is currently training in. Mu Xianyun's face darkened as she spoke. What, could it be that martial uncle wants to use Mingzhu as? Du Hai's expression changed greatly and he actually lost his voice. That's right, the sect leader probably wants to use Mingzhu as a cultivation cauldron for that boy's mental cultivation. This time, Mu Xianyun even omitted the words martial uncle and directly spoke in a cold voice. From what you've said, there is a bit of a possibility. If that's the case, betrothing Mingzhu to junior brother Bai is not a bad idea. Although junior brother Bai is also a spirit apostle, he only has a 3 spiritual pulse and the chances of him advancing to the late spirit apostle stage are not too high. With the power of the Mu clan, I believe that the Bai clan will be very happy to facilitate this matter. Furthermore, after the Bai clan has a middle spirit apostle like junior brother Bai, their power will increase by quite a bit and they will be a strong support for the Mu clan. However, I'm afraid that Mingzhu's side will not be easy to convince. Du Hai let out a light breath and became very approving. Mingzhu is still young and naturally does not understand the importance of this matter. I will find an opportunity to persuade her. However, the marriage proposal with the Bai clan does not need to be delayed. I can let my elder brother immediately carry out this matter. After all, Mingzhu has not become a spirit apostle and the marriage will still be decided by the clan. Mu Xianyun said slowly. This is the only way. However, if we do this, I'm afraid that Mingzhu will hate you for the rest of her life. Du Hai said with a sigh. Even if it's like this, I must do this. I definitely cannot let her become a cultivation cauldron that is worse than death. Mu Xianyun said as she clenched her teeth. This time, Du Hai took a step forward and held Mu Xianyun's slender hand without saying anything else. Mu Xianyun, on the other hand, sighed softly and rested her head on Du Hai's shoulder. Similarly, she did not speak. For a moment, the two of them became quiet, but there was an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Ming was holding a rough map drawn on an animal skin in his hand, and was flying slowly in the air, about 300 to 400 feet above the ground. At this time, he was already more than 10 miles away from the plaza, and he was carefully looking around. Although Mu Xianyun had said that there would not be too much danger within 100 miles, with his personality, he naturally would not take it seriously. Apart from a few 4-legged snake-like low-grade ghost lizards, there were no other ghostly creatures. Lu Ming did not find this strange. After all, for thousands of years, the disciples of the barbarian ghost sect had swept through the surrounding area countless times. If it was so easy to find a suitable spirit ghost, it would be a strange thing. In one breath, Lu Ming flew about 30 to 40 miles before stopping in front of a scarlet-red forest. Although the Xing maple forest was not large, it was the favorite food of a low-grade spirit ghost, the twin-boned cow. Although this place had already been searched by people countless times, some people with good luck would occasionally find something. Lu Ming quickly circled the red forest a few times before leaving with a trace of disappointment on his face. His next target was a pond a dozen miles away. That was the place where the other low-grade corpse crocodile often appeared. But after 2 hours, he left the black pond that was shrouded in gray mist with a resentful expression and flew to another place. Just like this, for the next 3 to 4 days, Lu Ming followed the markings on the map and checked the locations where spirit ghosts would most likely appear. However, he did not find anything. On this day, when he was standing in the air above a low mound and saw an empty nest-like pit nearby, he could not help but furrow his eyebrows. He did not think that a suitable low-grade ghost would be so hard to find. After all, he could not find a ghost lizard that was not even as good as a normal wild beast and make it his spirit ghost. However, this was the last location within 100 miles of the map where a spirit ghost could appear. If he wanted to continue searching according to the map, he would have to go to a place further away. As Lu Ming thought about this, he flipped his hand and took out the map. His gaze once again roughly swept over the map. On this animal skin map, the closer the area to the stronghold, the more detailed the markings were. The further the markings were, the rougher the markings were. Once the area was more than 1,000 miles away, it would be completely empty. It seems that I can only take some risks. Otherwise, the 100 contribution points this time will be wasted. Lu Ming put away the map and muttered. This was a loss that he could not afford to lose. Even if he gathered enough contribution points, he could not guarantee that he would have a harvest the next time he came. After Lu Ming fell into his trap, he immediately put away the map and continued to fly off into the distance. 7 days later, in a strange black forest, Lu Ming stood motionlessly under a huge tree that was over 100 feet tall. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 green-haired monkey-like ghosts under the tree. Of the 3 ghosts, 1 was large and 2 were small. The 2 small ones were only a foot tall and had light green fur on their bodies. The large one was 4 feet tall and had a dark green body. There was even a short green horn on its head. From time to time, it would bare its teeth and growl at Lu Ming in a threatening manner. This was a low-level ghost from the Ghost Hell region, the Rotten Horn Monkey. An adult Rotten Horn Monkey's movements were quick and nimble. It had quite a bit of strength and could spit out a putrid air. With a bit of training, it could possess the strength of a soldier-level ghost. It could be considered a pretty good choice for a spirit ghost. Lu Ming shook his sleeve and a soul-shackling chain whipped at the larger Rotten Horn Monkey like a poisonous snake. After letting out a few strange cries, the 2 smaller rotten-horned monkeys immediately jumped a few times toward the other trees to escape. Only the largest one revealed an ominous glint on its face. After dodging the black rope, it opened its arms and turned into a green blur as it directly pounced down from the tree. Its 10 fingers were jet black and sharp. Before it actually pounced in front of Lu Ming, a putrid smell had already swept out from its mouth. When Lu Ming saw this, he didn't dodge. Instead, he quickly muttered an incantation and with a wave of his hand, a scarlet-red fireball flew out with a chi sound. The scorching heat of the fireball instantly swept away the putrid smell. This caused the descending Rotten Horn Monkey to be extremely afraid. After letting out a strange cry, its several feet long tail suddenly swayed and it unexpectedly moved a foot to the side to avoid the fireball. However, at this moment, the black chain silently coiled back and tightly bound the monkey, who was caught off guard. Pung! Unable to move, the rotten-horned monkey fiercely smashed into the ground in front of Lu Ming. Moreover, due to the corrosive effects of the soul-shackling chains, the fur on its body began to emit green smoke. It couldn't help but let out a strange cry of pain that was difficult to endure. Without saying a word, Lu Ming lifted his foot and tapped it on its head. Boom! Under the enormous pressure, the rotten horn monkeys had immediately sunk into the ground. Its eyes rolled back and it fainted on the spot. Lu Ming let out a light breath. He then bent down and grabbed the rotten horn monkey. After placing it on his shoulder, he began to cast a technique. Immediately, a gray cloud appeared beneath his feet, and he flew out of the forest and into the distance. After half an hour, Lu Ming appeared in a cave far away from the black forest. He tossed the rotten-horned monkey on his shoulder onto the ground. The entrance to the cave was built under a huge rock. It could be considered to be quite hidden, and the inside was several tens of feet wide. When Lu Ming discovered it, it was completely empty. He didn't know what kind of large ghost had opened it and then abandoned it. Ever since he had discovered the rotten-horned monkeys a day ago, he had searched for a secluded place nearby before making his move today. Lu Ming looked at the rotten-horned monkey on the ground. After confirming that it was still unconscious, he took out a light black bottle gourd from his sleeve. He pulled out the cork and poured it onto the ground, causing a light yellow powder to flow out. He held the bottle gourd and walked around the rotten-horned monkey once before drawing a light yellow circle nearby. He then walked into the circle with large strides and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. After a short while, Lu Ming opened his eyes again. His 2 hands began to quickly form a technique. strength. Strands of black gas emitted from his body. Moreover, it seemed that there was more and more of it. At the same time, faint gray spirit inscriptions began to appear on Lu Ming's face, neck, and arms. They quickly spread to every inch of his body. Pooh! Lu Ming's arm moved. With one hand, he brought the rotten-horned monkey in front of him. With the other hand, he pressed his 5 fingers against the top of its head. Lu Ming muttered an incantation and the black gas on his body transformed into tentacles that danced wildly. The gray inscriptions on his body faintly flickered and strangely surged into his hand. Finally, they entered the rotten-horned monkey's head and disappeared without a trace. The originally quiet and motionless rotten-horned monkey was suddenly startled awake. Its eyes were completely red as it began to incessantly struggle. However, Lu Ming's 2 hands were like steel hoops that firmly held onto the ghost without letting it go. Moreover, the gray inscriptions on his body surged out faster and faster. After a short while, the rotten-horned monkey began to spit out green foam. Its struggles became incomparably weak. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face lit up and the incantation in his mouth became even more hurried. However, in the next moment, the 2 sides of the rotten-horned monkey's head suddenly bulged with countless black veins. After expanding, it unexpectedly exploded with a muffled sound. A green liquid immediately shot out in all directions. Lu Ming was startled and the black gas on his body abruptly flourished. Immediately, it blocked all of the things that were shooting toward him. However, even like this, a ball of black gas still scuttled out from the rotten-horned monkey's headless corpse. After spinning around, it flew toward the entrance of the cave. However, when the black gas came into contact with the faint yellow powder circle, it bounced back as if it had hit an invisible barrier. Afterwards, it was like a housefly that randomly bumped into everything. However, it was unable to take a step out of the circle. Pooh! A scarlet-red fireball flew over and instantly submerged the black gas within the surging flames, turning it into nothingness. It was Lu Ming who had thrown away the rotten-horned monkey's corpse in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he made his move. This is already the 3rd time I've failed. I didn't think that subduing low-level ghosts would be this difficult. It seems that the ghosts that were experimented on in the sect were tested countless times and didn't have the slightest bit of ferocity. That's why they were easily subdued using the spirit communication technique. However, the ghosts in the Ghost Hell region are extremely ferocious, which is why they are so difficult to subdue. Lu Ming muttered a few times. His words were filled with disappointment. This was no wonder, he had already ventured 500 or 600 kilometers away from the stronghold. However, including the rotten-horned monkey in front of him, he had only seen 3 low-level ghosts. Moreover, when he tried to subdue them, all of them had failed. It seemed like he could only continue forward. Fortunately, even though he was already quite far from the stronghold, the beast skin map still recorded a few places where low-level ghosts could appear. There was still a chance that he could subdue them. Lu Ming could only think like this. Thus, he slightly tidied up the cave and once again left on his cloud. 3 days later, Lu Ming appeared on a desolate highland. He was currently slowly flying at a low altitude. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky behind him. At first, it was only a small sound, but it immediately became deafening. Lu Ming's heart trembled and he hastily turned around to look. In the end, his face became incomparably pale. He saw that the dusky sky 10 or so kilometers away had suddenly turned scarlet red. Moreover, it was rapidly moving in his direction. Damn, I actually encountered a migrating ghost bee swarm. That's not right. This route shouldn't be along the migration route of the nearby ghost bee swarm. Lu Ming cried out involuntarily. However, he immediately threw all other thoughts to the back of his mind. He fiercely urged the gray cloud below him to madly fly to the side. He clearly remembered that although this ghost bee swarm was frightening, as long as he was far away from its migration route, he would be able to preserve his small life. However, after flying several kilometers to the side in one breath, he discovered that the red sky behind him was getting closer and closer. There was no sign of him being able to escape from the encirclement. He immediately began to complain incessantly in his heart. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean that he had encountered an extremely large ghost bee swarm. Otherwise, a small ghost bee swarm of 10,000 or so would not be like this. Without any other choice, Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and quickly cast the light body technique on himself. Then, he retracted the gray cloud and descended from the sky. With a leap, he madly fled in the direction of the red sky. Although the soaring sky technique was convenient to use, it was impossible to fly too fast at full power. Naturally, it was not as good as walking to save Fa Li. When Lu Ming madly ran at full power, his speed was even faster than when he was flying. In the blink of an eye, he became a small black dot in front of him. At this time, the scarlet-red sky behind him had just barely reached the vicinity. He saw that the so-called scarlet-red sky was astonishingly a strange red bee the size of a thumb. Their bodies were incomparably shriveled, but their tails had a huge, eerie, white bone spur. It gave off a feeling that was not cold but still made one shiver. 3 days later, Lu Ming stood in the middle of a boundless black sand dune. Looking at the black sand around him, he could not help but laugh bitterly. Although he had used all sorts of methods to finally escape the pursuit of the ghost bee swarm 2 days ago, in his panic, he had no choice but to dive headfirst into this strange unknown desert. This desert was obviously 1,000 miles away from the stronghold, so it was not marked on the map. However, he could feel a cold and oppressive feeling coming from the air. This was a place with extremely dense qi. It was very likely that there would be some ghosts here. Of course, there could also be some unknown dangers. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming felt that there was no rush to go back the way he came. He would first look for suitable ghosts in this desert. However, before that, he needed to recover his Fa Li, which was almost depleted of oil. Thus, Lu Ming found shelter under a slightly larger sand dune and took out the black gourd. After pouring out some yellow powder, he drew a circle and sat cross-legged in it. A day later, his eyes flashed with light as he opened them. The Fa Li in his body had mostly recovered. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming once again summoned the gray cloud and flew into the air. With a flip of his hand, he took the Yin Luo compass into his hand. Then, after randomly choosing a direction, he slowly flew forward. 50 kilometers away, a ghostly humanoid creature with only a few pieces of rotten flesh on its body was slowly walking through the desert. Its upper body was made of white bones, with only a few pieces of rotten flesh sticking to its body. Suddenly, the sand beneath its feet parted, and 2 giant black pincers shot out at lightning speed to clamp down on its 2 calves. With a sudden tug, the humanoid ghost was instantly dragged into a large, unconcealed pit below. After the surrounding sand was buried, the human-shaped ghost disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming carefully flew at an altitude of 100 feet above the black sand. From time to time, he would look at the silver plate in his hand. Suddenly, the gray cloud paused and stopped. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the silver plate in his hand. Suddenly, he chanted an incantation and raised his hand downwards. A scarlet-red fireball immediately shot towards the ground below. A resounding boom rang out, and the flames surged as a crater that was around a foot deep was revealed. At the same time, the carcass of a ghostly being flew out of it. Lu Ming lowered his head and stared at it for a while before finally recognizing its origin. It's actually a low-level ghost like the corpse crab. With the strength of an adult corpse crab, it could be considered a soldier-level ghost. Unexpectedly, it was still killed. Could it be that there is an even stronger ghost here? After Lu Ming muttered a few times, his face showed a trace of pleasant surprise. He was happy because there really was a low-level ghost here. He was also shocked because there might be an astonishingly strong ghost nearby. If he wasn't careful, he could end up like the corpse crab in front of him. After flying in a circle around the vicinity, he continued to advance in the same direction. However, his movements were a bit more careful. Half a day later, Lu Ming had flown tens of miles away. However, what was strange was that apart from the remains of the corpse crab, he didn't find any other ghosts. Faced with this situation, a shadow flashed through Lu Ming's heart. For this to happen, didn't it mean that the ghost nearby was stronger than he had expected? Otherwise, it wouldn't have occupied such a large area. Suddenly, the bright red needle on the silver plate in his hand trembled. Then, after frantically spinning a few times, it suddenly pointed in a certain direction and began to flash wildly. Lu Ming's complexion changed and the gray cloud under him stopped moving forward. He suddenly patted his chest with one hand and 3 black lights appeared nearby. Suddenly, a black light shield appeared in front of him. Almost at the same time, a so sound came from the sand below. A black line shot out. The speed was so fast that even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could barely see a blurry shadow. He was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The black line struck the light shield in front of him, causing it to flicker wildly and almost shatter. At the front of the black line was a jet black hook that was only a few inches long. Furthermore, there was a nauseating stench coming from it. However, even like this, Lu Ming was still sent flying by a huge force. He was unable to stabilize his body and was unable to maintain the soaring sky technique, causing him to fall towards the desert. After Lu Ming cultivated the dark bone method and used the marrow cleansing liquid, his body was much stronger than a normal spirit apostle's. Otherwise, if it was another barbarian ghost sect disciple of the same level, they would have been seriously injured and vomited blood. With a pu sound, a large sandbag suddenly bulged up from the ground and quickly moved toward where Lu Ming had landed as if it had come to life. Although Lu Ming was still in midair and was a little dizzy from the huge force just now, when he saw what was happening behind the scenes, he immediately shook his sleeve without thinking and a black rope shot down like lightning. A muffled sound. With the help of the black rope, Lu Ming's body shook and once again shot up into the sky. At this time, the closest sandbag suddenly exploded and a ball of green gas flew out. It passed under Lu Ming and landed on the other side of the sand. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's quick reflexes, he would have been hit by the ball of green gas. Lu Ming took this opportunity and quickly formed a hand sign with one hand in extreme fear. The gray gas under his body condensed and he once again used the soaring sky technique to fly higher. He flew until he was 300 feet above the ground before letting out a sigh of relief and looking down. Although the ghost in the ball of green gas was strong, it didn't seem to have the ability to fly. This made Lu Ming's fear lessen a bit and gave him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, with the strength of the ghost in the beginning, he would have escaped long ago and wouldn't have dared to stay in the same place. Lu Ming finally saw the appearance of the ghost in the green gas. It was a 3 to 4 foot long flat monster. Its entire body was made up of pieces of grayish-white bones. In front of it were 2 huge, shiny, black pincers. At the back, it had a black hooked tail. On the 2 sides of its small triangular skull were 2 balls of green flames that flickered, giving off an unusually cold feeling. However, on the side of the ghost's bone body, there was a fist-sized, jet-black hole. Moreover, there were threads of black gas surrounding it. It looked like it was injured. Impossible, this seems to be a warrior-level ghost, the white-bone scorpion. No, it seems to be different from a normal white-bone scorpion. Lu Ming cried out involuntarily. However, after taking a closer look, he revealed an uncertain expression. However, he took out a thick ancient book from his chest and quickly flipped through it. After flipping through 2 or 3 pages, his movements came to a screeching stop. He saw that on this page of the ancient book, there was a vivid and lifelike image of a scorpion ghost. It was also made up of pieces of bones, but its color was eerily white. Even its front pincers and hooked tail were the same color. In addition, its head was also square-shaped and its tail seemed to be a bit shorter. Next to the image was the label warrior-level ghost, white-bone scorpion. Below it, there were several rows of small words that introduced the white-bone scorpion's habits and methods of attack. Could it be that this is a slightly mutated white-bone scorpion? Or maybe it's just a young scorpion? Lu Ming compared the image in his hand and looked at the ghost below. He could only come up with this plausible conclusion. According to the ancient book, under normal conditions, this scorpion would not be able to fly for too long. However, it would still be able to fly for a short distance. It seemed that its injuries were too severe and it had lost its ability to fly. If this was the case, this was a heaven-sent opportunity for Lu Ming. Although the scorpion did not explain too much, its attacks were still this terrifying even when it was heavily injured. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying when it was at its peak? Lu Ming was afraid that it would be one of the strongest warrior-level ghosts. If he could subdue it and turn it into a spirit ghost, it would be many times more powerful than those low-level soldier-level ghosts. Even though Lu Ming had always been steady, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought of this. At this moment, the white-boned scorpion in the green gas below suddenly moved and unexpectedly burrowed into the desert below. Lu Ming was shocked. Without thinking, he recited an incantation and raised his hand. A cyan light flashed and a wind blade shot down. Pooh! The white-boned scorpion below flashed and instantly dodged the wind blade. However, due to its shock, it no longer burrowed into the nearby sand. Its body moved and it flew in the direction it came from. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately urged his gray cloud to chase after it. After the white-boned scorpion ran a few hundred meters in one breath, it moved its tail and burrowed into the black sand. Its movements were extremely fast and in an instant, more than half of its body had burrowed into the sand. However, at this moment, a scarlet-red fireball flew down from the sky. Hong! The flames rolled and dispersed, revealing a huge pit in the sand below. The white-boned scorpion was also affected, but after a roll, it continued to madly run away as if nothing had happened. Just like this, for the rest of the time, Lu Ming urged his cloud to closely follow the ghost below. If the other party had any intentions of burrowing into the ground, Lu Ming would immediately send a wind blade or a fireball down to scare it away. Although the white-boned scorpion's strength was not weak, it clearly did not have a high level of intelligence. It was actually frightened by Lu Ming and chased a few hundred meters away. Moreover, after a series of attacks, its body finally had a few more wounds and the green gas surrounding it had lessened a bit. Seeing this from the sky, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. Unfortunately, he had used up a lot of FA unless the ghost planned on burrowing into the ground, he did not dare to use spells or tools to attack too frequently. At this time, Lu Ming somewhat regretted that the quality of the soul-shackling chain he had refined was too low. If he had refined it with a higher quality ghost, the soul-shackling chain's attack range would have been a bit further. This way, he would not need to be afraid of the scorpion's tail hook attacks. As long as he flew a bit lower, he could use the dark soul to directly attack. Moreover, he did not know whether it was because the white-boned scorpion's aura was terrifying, or because there were not many ghosts in this desert. As he and the white-boned scorpion chased and fled, they unexpectedly did not encounter any other ghosts. After another half a day, the white-boned scorpion finally fell from the sky after being hit by a fireball. It rolled and the green gas on its body finally dissipated. However, its feet did not stop moving and it continued to quickly crawl forward. Seeing this from the sky, Lu Ming could not help but grin. At this time, he did not have much FA left in his body. Other than the spells that he needed to maintain the soaring sky technique, he did not even dare to use any more spells to attack. Could it be that I have to give up just like this? Lu Ming's expression was uncertain for a while. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and lowered the gray cloud by nearly half. Once again, he closely followed the scorpion from a height of 100 feet. However, the next time, when the white-boned scorpion wanted to burrow into the ground, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rushed down. At the same time, he pulled out the black chain from his sleeve. Pung! The white-boned scorpion rolled to the side to avoid it. Moreover, it did not even raise its head and continued to hurry forward. Unexpectedly, it did not have the slightest intention of using its tail hook to counterattack. One of Lu Ming's hands that was originally pressed against his chest suddenly froze. Soon after, he came to a sudden realization. It was clear that this white-boned scorpion had been chased by him for so long that all of its actions had become subconscious. It actually forgot to counterattack for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. In the following period of time, he did not use any spells to attack. Instead, he would occasionally rush down and use the soul-shackling chain to hit the ghost. However, he still did not allow it to burrow into the black sand. Of course, just in case, Lu Ming kept his palm pressed against the 3-star shield practitioner weapon in front of his chest. If an accident really happened, he would immediately activate the light shield to protect himself. This time, the white-boned scorpion's movements became incomparably sluggish after running for another 10 miles. Sometimes, it would even be unable to dodge the black chain that would occasionally hit it. Finally, the ghost once again rolled to the ground and was unable to climb back up. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not immediately descend from the sky and instead circled around the ghost below for a while. Then, with a shake of his sleeve, the black chain shot out from his hand. At the same time, he made a hand sign with one hand. With a flash of black light, the black chain immediately came to life and coiled around the white-boned scorpion 7 or 8 times before tightly constricting it. With a flip of his hand, Lu Ming immediately took out 4 light yellow glyphs. He poured his Fa Li into the glyphs and shook his wrist again. With a pu sound, only one of the 4 glyphs transformed into a yellow glyph and shot down. After a flash, it clearly appeared on top of the white-boned scorpion's head, as if it had been directly imprinted on the scorpion's head. The white-boned scorpion's body slightly trembled before becoming stiff and motionless. This unscrupulous merchant. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he silently cursed. The disciple that had sold the glyphs before. The scene of him patting his chest and assuring Lu Ming that all of the glyphs were effective was still vivid in his mind. Luckily, he had bought a few more, otherwise, he would be in big trouble now. However, after doing all of this, Lu Ming seemed to finally relax. He made a hand sign with one hand and urged the gray cloud to descend. He landed about 10 feet away from the white-boned scorpion and was about to walk over. Suddenly, the silver compass in his hand began to make a wing-wing sound. Lu Ming's movements paused, but in the next moment, his other hand that had been hidden in his sleeve suddenly stretched out. In his hand, there was a small cyan crossbow that was half a foot long. There were 3 scarlet-red crossbow bolts that had already been prepared on the crossbow. With a piercing sound, the crossbow bolts shot towards the white-boned scorpion like lightning. Boom! Boom! The 3 red crossbow bolts struck the white-boned scorpion's body. One of the bolts bounced back while the other 2 exploded into rolling flames. These flames were different from the fireball technique that Lu Ming normally used. They were a scorching white color. A strange cry was heard. The white-boned scorpion, which had originally seemed stiff and motionless, began to struggle with all its might within the flames. At the same time, its black-hooked tail moved slightly and once again turned into a black line as it shot towards Lu Ming. However, at this time, Lu Ming had already activated the 3-star shield practitioner weapon. The black line flashed and struck the light shield. Lu Ming's figure was only pushed back 2 steps, and he could only withdraw it. When Lu Ming saw this, he was not shocked, but happy. He used what little magic power he had left to maintain the light shield in front of him. He put away the compass and quickly took out 3 crimson arrows. He placed them on the small azure crossbow and shot them again in a flash. This time, only 1 scarlet crossbow bolt exploded. Lu Ming silently cursed, but his hands did not stop moving. He continued to take out the crossbow and attack the white-boned scorpion. When he finally finished shooting the 15 sun-shooting arrows in his hand, the silver inscription on the white-boned scorpion's head flashed crazily. Finally, it could no longer move. Even the 2 balls of green flames in its eye sockets became extremely dim. However, the soul-shackling chain that was originally binding the scorpion showed signs of breaking. It was obvious that the damage was not light. Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. He did not think that the white-boned scorpion would still have such a frightening amount of power in its current state. However, this was also good. After exhausting the last of the white-boned scorpion's power, his hopes of subduing it would increase by 20%. As Lu Ming thought of this, he withdrew the light shield on his body and made a grabbing motion towards the white-boned scorpion with one hand. However, one end of the soul-shackling chain immediately shot up and accurately landed in Lu Ming's palm. After pulling it up, Lu Ming muttered an incantation and once again used the soaring sky technique to fly into the sky. This time, he only flew for a few kilometers before landing in a relatively secluded area between 2 hills. With his current Fa Li, it was impossible for him to fly too far. Moreover, when his Fa Li was completely exhausted and he used up all of his techniques, he would probably have to fight the other ghosts with his bare hands. Lu Ming first took out the black gourd and drew a light yellow circle around himself and the white-boned scorpion. Then, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. This time, the consumption of Fa Li was even greater than the time when he ran into the ghost bee swarm. Therefore, when he sat down, the surrounding Yuan Qi and Yin Qi immediately rushed into his body. In an instant, Lu Ming's mind was completely immersed in meditation. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, the Fa Li in his body had already completely recovered. Lu Ming stood up and stretched his arms and legs. Then, he looked towards the white-boned scorpion in another circle. This ghost was still tightly bound and did not seem to have any signs of struggling while he was meditating. Of course, this was also because the white-boned scorpion did not have any strength left to resist. The green flames in its eyes had dimmed to the point where they were almost non-existent. Lu Ming did not dare to delay any longer. He took out a white porcelain bottle from his bosom and used a pungent black blood to draw a larger circle around himself. Then, he formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the ghost. The black rope flashed slightly and one end suddenly became slender. After a dozen twists, the white-boned scorpion's already drooping black tail hook was also bound together with its body. Like this, Lu Ming walked in front of the white-boned scorpion with a peace of mind and sat down cross-legged. An incantation sounded, black gas rolled out from within Lu Ming's body. At the same time, gray inscriptions appeared on his skin and began to circulate. Lu Ming raised his arms and both of his palms simultaneously pressed against the white-boned scorpion's head. Immediately, all of the gray inscriptions surged out as if they had encountered a delicious meal. One by one, they disappeared into the white-boned scorpion's head. The white-boned scorpion's body slightly trembled and finally began to struggle again. However, in its current situation, this kind of resistance was naturally abnormally weak and could almost be ignored. Even so, after a while, Lu Ming's expression became ugly. This white-boned scorpion was worthy of being a warrior-level ghost. Even in this weakened state, its consciousness was still doing its utmost to resist the intimidation of the spirit communication technique. It was not willing to submit to Lu Ming in the slightest, and this kind of resistance seemed to become stronger and stronger. In his shock, Lu Ming continued to urge the spirit communication technique over and over again. Since this white-boned scorpion's consciousness was this strong, he did not need to worry too much about being forced to self-destruct like the other low-level ghosts. He could also relax a bit. In the blink of an eye, the time it took to make a cup of tea had passed. The gray inscriptions that surged out from Lu Ming's body were endless, and the resistance from the white-boned scorpion's consciousness was abnormally strong and did not show any signs of weakening. For a moment, the two were in a deadlock. At this time, Lu Ming was not anxious. Relying on the abundant Fa in his body, even if he continuously used the spirit communication technique for half a day, it would not be a problem. Naturally, he would be able to slowly weaken and disintegrate the ghost's consciousness. Just when he had a card up his sleeve, his body suddenly trembled and the expression on his face became one of extreme fear. Almost at the same time, the Fa in his body boiled and his spirit sea crazily revolved. Suddenly, a sparkling bubble the size of a grain of rice appeared. Once this bubble appeared, it faintly flickered and crazily swallowed the Fa in his spirit sea like a black hole. In the blink of an eye, the Fa in Lu Ming's body plummeted. This extremely familiar change naturally caused Lu Ming to be frightened to the point that his soul almost flew out of his body. He hurriedly moved his arms, wanting to remove his hands from the white-boned scorpion's head to deal with this situation. However, after suddenly moving his hands twice, he shockingly discovered that his hands had unknowingly produced a strange suction force, causing his 10 fingers to be unable to leave the white-boned scorpion's head. This caused him to be even more shocked. However, his mind was not normal. After trying a few more times to no avail, he simply ignored his hands and focused his mind on his body. He began to do his best to calm the boiling Fa in his body so that the strange bubble's swallowing speed would slow down. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. There was only a thin layer of black gas left on the surface of his body and only about a tenth of the Fa in his body remained. However, the swallowing speed of the bubble in his spirit sea did not slow down at all. It was clearly much faster than last time. This time, he could not help but panic. It must be known that up until now, the amount of Fa that had been swallowed by Lu Ming had already far surpassed the amount he had last time. Unfortunately, although he knew that the situation was not good, he had no way of stopping the fact that his Fa was constantly decreasing. He could only watch as the last trace of Fa in his body was completely swallowed. Following this, Lu Ming's body suddenly shrunk. He could only feel something being quickly stripped from his body and transforming into a warm flow that was also swallowed by the bubble. However, almost at the same time, his 10 fingers slightly trembled. From the white-boned scorpion came the same unknown warm flow. As a result, the speed at which the warm flow in Lu Ming's body was being swallowed was greatly reduced. However, at this time, the originally motionless white-boned scorpion suddenly let out a strange cry as if it was on the verge of death. The faintly discernible green flames in its eye sockets suddenly flourished. At the same time, a dark green mist was spouted from its back. After spinning for a while, it unexpectedly transformed into a vague dark green ghost head. Once the ghost head appeared, it silently opened its mouth and the nearby miasma in the air immediately rushed over and poured into the white-boned scorpion's body. Seeing this scene from the side, Lu Ming jumped in fright. However, in the next moment, he felt another kind of ice-cold energy coming from the white-boned scorpion's body and quickly entering the bubble. When the third kind of energy appeared, the heat that was being stripped from Lu Ming's and the white-boned scorpion's bodies became even slower. If one did not use their consciousness, they would not be able to detect it. Lu Ming felt very uneasy and hoped that this situation would immediately end. However, on the contrary, the bubble's swallowing did not weaken in the slightest. The white-boned scorpion's speed of absorbing the miasma also became faster and faster. The miasma that came from all directions also became more and more numerous. It even formed a huge light black ball of mist nearby. Lu Ming could even feel the threads of bone-piercing cold coming from the black mist, but he was unable to do anything about it. Just like this, time slowly passed. After half an hour, the bubble in his body finally stopped swallowing the miasma. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt the strange suction force from his hands disappear. Immediately, he happily moved his hands away from the white-boned scorpion's head. However, at this moment, the bubble in his spirit sea faintly flashed and shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming only heard a whing sound in his ears. His head sank and his vision went black. Impressively, he appeared in a dusky space. After sweeping his gaze around, an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. This place was naturally the mysterious space that had trapped him for half a year. However, the area of this space seemed to be a bit larger than before. Its circumference was already over 200 feet wide. However, when he looked to his side, he couldn't help but jump in fright. The white-boned scorpion that had been bound by the soul-shackling chain was astonishingly under his feet. Moreover, it was still struggling endlessly, as if it had recovered some of its strength. What's going on? Because of the bubble, I was able to enter this space. However, how could this white-boned scorpion also appear here? Could it be because I used the spirit communication technique before? Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and could only think of this. However, no matter how strange this situation was, he naturally couldn't let the white-boned scorpion break free from the black chain. Immediately, his body moved and a palm firmly pressed on the white-boned scorpion's head. The tiger's bite bracelet on his wrist let out a hum and a yellow tiger head appeared out of nowhere. A sound wave shot out. Even though the white-boned scorpion was abnormally strong, after being attacked at such a close distance, it immediately let out a mournful cry. However, it was unable to break free from the black chain and the silver inscription on its forehead. It could only desperately shake its body. Under this kind of situation, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be polite. Under the tiger's bite bracelet, sound waves continuously shot out. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the white-boned scorpion became incomparably weak again. Only then did Lu Ming's heart relax slightly. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind and sat down cross-legged nearby. He muttered an incantation and activated the spirit communication technique. Although he did not know if the white-boned scorpion could be subdued in this mysterious space, since the technique he had practiced before was effective, it was naturally worth a try. Black chi rolled out of Lu Ming's body again, and dense gray runes surged out of his body, disappearing into the ghostly creature's head. Although the white-boned scorpion had become weak, its mental resistance was still as tenacious as the outside world. It did not have the slightest intention of surrendering. Lu Ming knew that he would be trapped in this place for a long time, so he naturally did not worry about time. Moreover, this place was extremely safe, so he did not have to worry about anything happening. Thus, he continued to cast spells with ease. However, with the passage of time, his expression gradually became solemn. Half a day later, Lu Ming let out a light sigh and stopped chanting. Instead, he closed his eyes to recover his fa li. One day later, when Lu Ming opened his eyes again, the white-boned scorpion seemed to have recovered a bit of its strength and was ready to move again. Without hesitation, Lu Ming shook the copper bracelet on his wrist and pressed his hand against the white-boned scorpion's head, giving it another round of painful blows. Soon after, he began to cast the spirit communication technique. Just like that, in the remaining days, Lu Ming first destroyed the white-boned scorpion, then used the spirit communication technique. Afterwards, he would meditate and recover his Fa Li. The next day, he would repeat the process. After 3 days, the resistance of the ghostly creature's consciousness finally showed signs of weakening. This caused Lu Ming, who originally thought that there was no hope, to suddenly feel 100 times more confident. After 2 more days of continuous destruction, the white-boned scorpion's consciousness transmitted a thought that it was willing to be subdued. Overjoyed, Lu Ming immediately used the spirit communication technique on the white-boned scorpion's consciousness as fast as he could. After leaving behind a mental mark, he confirmed that he could truly communicate with the ghost. Only then did he put away the secret technique. Afterward, he pointed a finger at the white-boned scorpion's body. The black chain loosened and shot back. At the same time, the silver inscription on the scorpion's head disappeared in a flash. However, the white-boned scorpion had gone through these days of incessant torment. Even without the bindings, it still looked like it was on the verge of death. Lu Ming faintly smiled. He didn't care too much about this. He knew that after a few days, the ghost would slowly recover on its own. Thus, he began to think about how he would spend the remaining time in this mysterious space. In the past few days, he had secretly taken some time to try using the dark bone method. However, he was unable to increase his Fa Li by even a bit. As a result, he had completely given up on this aspect. He could only focus on practicing the other techniques and the spirit communication technique. As for the soul shackling chains, although he could grasp the finer details of the technique through practice, allowing him to command it more freely, because of the quality of the ghost, each soul shackling chain was astonishingly different. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't waste his time on this. As for the spirit communication technique, if he practiced it to a high level, it could increase the effect of deterrence and communication. After practicing it to a high level, he should even be able to subdue a ghost general level ghost. However, the current Lu Ming also didn't plan on practicing the spirit communication technique. He decided to spend his time on the other simple techniques. With his current cultivation, he could naturally learn the icicle technique and other higher level techniques. The reason why he didn't do so was because he had already practiced the wind blade technique and other techniques to an extremely high level. He didn't want to give up halfway. The second reason was that although the slightly higher level techniques had astonishing power, most of them took a long time to cast and were very difficult to improve. For the current him, there shouldn't be too many opportunities for him to use them. They weren't as practical as the other simple techniques. Of course, if he had enough time, he would choose to practice 1 or 2 high-level techniques to a high level or even higher. After all, in some situations, high-level techniques could display power that far exceeded one's imagination. After Lu Ming fell into his trap, he immediately used the remaining time to practice the wind blade technique day after day. He had already practiced this technique to a high level, but it seemed that there was still room for improvement. This made him even more curious. He didn't know what kind of power the wind blade technique would reach if he improved it to another level. Not long after, the white-boned scorpion recovered its ability to move. Moreover, other than the large hole on its body, all of its other injuries gradually disappeared. While Lu Ming practiced the wind blade technique, the ghost quietly lay to the side and watched with an extremely obedient appearance. When Lu Ming was resting, he would use the spirit communication technique to communicate with the white-boned scorpion's consciousness. Moreover, he would occasionally train the ghost to cooperate with him. The results were very obvious, causing the ghost to gradually gain intelligence. With his talent of doing 2 things at once, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After such a long time, he still hadn't escaped from this space. This caused him to faintly have some thoughts, but he didn't panic too much. The wind blade technique had already been practiced to the point where he could release 10 or so blades in a few breaths. However, Lu Ming still felt that he was lacking something and continued to practice the wind blade technique every day without end. On this day, Lu Ming was standing at one end of the space and was releasing the wind blade technique towards the gray fog wall 20 feet away. Just as he raised his hand and was about to chant a spell, his mind suddenly shook. Within his consciousness, a strange light cyan symbol suddenly condensed. Following this, the sound of air breaking rang out and two wind blades shot out from his hands with a flash. This wasn't two wind blades that had been condensed in advance and then released at the same time. Instead, they were released in an instant and the spell hadn't even left his mouth yet. Lu Ming was startled at first, then his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. Once again, his lips moved slightly and he raised one hand. The cyan symbol in his mind flashed and two wind blades shot out from his hands at the same time. Sure enough, after cultivating to the next level, the effect is to be able to instantly release this technique. Lu Ming laughed loudly and raised both his hands. One after another, the wind blades turned into a straight line and shot out. All of them hit the fog wall in front of him and gave off muffled pung-pung sounds. In the next moment, his lips were still moving, but the wind blade technique stopped. His two palms suddenly came together and then slowly spread outwards. Zila! A giant wind blade that was at least half a foot long impressively condensed. Lu Ming shook his wrist and the giant wind blade turned into a cyan light and shot out. Its speed was so fast that it was almost twice as fast as a normal wind blade. Almost as soon as it was released, it slashed at the fog wall in front of him. After a loud sound, it shook the surrounding fog and caused it to slightly disperse. As expected, the reason why this technique didn't succeed before was because I didn't cultivate the wind blade technique to perfection. However, what is this cyan symbol? When I get back, I'll have to properly inquire about it. Lu Ming had a happy expression as he muttered a few times. In the next few days, he continued to practice the wind blade technique, but it didn't improve at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming decisively switched to the fireball technique. After 4 to 5 months, Lu Ming finally cultivated the fireball technique to the large success level. At this moment, the speed at which he released the fireball technique was not only faster than before, but the size of the fireball he released was also more than double the size of a beginner's. Admittedly, part of this was due to his pure Fa, but the majority of it was due to the terrifying might of the fireball technique that had reached the large success level. Just as Lu Ming was feeling happy and planned to continue practicing this technique, a wing sound suddenly rang in his ears. After a white light flashed in front of him, he had returned to the black desert. At this moment, he was still sitting cross-legged in the circle. There was still a faint, cold, black gas in the air nearby that had yet to disperse. His hands were still pressed on the head of the white-boned scorpion beside him. The ghost's body was still tightly bound by the soul-shackling chain. As expected, he had returned to the ghost hell region. However, this time, the time had clearly been extended by more than double. However, Lu Ming didn't care about this. Instead, he muttered something as if he was facing a great enemy and hastily used his consciousness to communicate with the white-boned scorpion. Although the white-boned scorpion's body was still riddled with scars, Lu Ming was able to easily communicate with its consciousness and even found the imprint that he had left behind. Only then did Lu Ming relax. Just as he had thought, the white-boned scorpion's consciousness had also entered the mysterious space. After subduing it in the space, the communication spirit technique was still effective after returning to the outside world. Lu Ming immediately pointed with one hand and loosened the black chain on the white-boned scorpion's body. At the same time, the silver inscription on its forehead also disappeared. Lu Ming smiled and was about to stand up. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his originally dried-up spirit sea shake. An extremely pure energy violently surged out, causing the Fa in his body to increase at an unbelievable rate. Lu Ming was shocked at first but immediately became overjoyed. His hands formed a hand sign and he began to breathe in and out. After a short while, the Fa in his body had recovered to more than half of what it was before he entered the mysterious space. However, the energy that surged out of his spirit sea suddenly changed and became extremely cold. Lu Ming only felt the cold energy spread out in his body and his entire body became extremely stiff, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hastily tried to change his hand sign in alarm, but in this short moment, he was unable to even move a finger. The cold energy in his body continued to surge out like a flood. His face was extremely pale and his gaze swept downwards with difficulty. He shockingly discovered that his originally full and glossy hands were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the skin on other parts of his body also began to shrivel up and faintly turn blue. Ghost body transformation. Under Lu Ming's great shock, the words that he had seen in ancient records suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, he suddenly understood the origin of the cold energy. It was most likely the large amount of yin qi that had been absorbed from the white-boned scorpion by the bubble. Now, like the other Fa Li, it had been purified and returned to him. However, although the yin qi could also increase his Fa Li, the cold energy contained within it could transform his flesh and blood into a pure yin attribute ghost body. From then on, he would become a member of the ghost race. After Lu Ming figured out these things in the blink of an eye, his heart sank. As the strange cold energy in his body increased, all the magic power in his body seemed to be frozen, and he was unable to move at all. In his panic, he suddenly made up his mind. Braving the danger of the magical power backlashing, he relied only on the power of his divine sense to activate his spiritual sea. After the originally almost solidified spirit sea shook slightly, some Fa Li finally fluctuated from within. Lu Ming, on the other hand, borrowed this Fa Li to activate the dark bone method in an instant. He planned to forcefully control this cold energy even if it would cause the meridians in his body to suffer heavy injuries. However, just as the dark bone method was being forcefully activated, an inconceivable thing happened. A portion of the strange cold energy suddenly split into two. One portion turned into pure magic power, while the other entered his bones and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was shocked, but under the current situation, as long as he could stop himself from turning into a ghost, he naturally could not care about anything else. Immediately, with a thought, he continued to activate the dark bone method with all his might. A strange scene appeared. On one hand, Lu Ming's spiritual sea continuously released the strange cold energy. On the other hand, under the activation of the dark bone method, the strange cold energy all turned into Fa Li and entered his bones. Between the two, a temporary balance was formed. However, Lu Ming's ghost body transformation finally stopped. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his spiritual sea slightly trembled and the strange cold energy that was surging out suddenly stopped. When Lu Ming discovered this, he was extremely happy and madly urged the dark bone method to not stop. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of the cold energy in his body was melted by the dark bone method, his body also returned to normal. Lu Ming stopped his hand sign and looked at his hands that had once again become full and glossy. He let out a long breath, but his heart was still filled with lingering fear. If he had hesitated just a little bit, he would have become a ghost. However, the fact that the dark bone method could actually dissolve the corrosion of the cold energy was something that greatly surprised him. If this was the case, didn't that mean that in the future, even if he cultivated in the ghost hell region for a long time, he would still be fine? No, if this was really the case, why didn't this happen when he first came to the ghost hell region and tried to cultivate the dark bone method? It could be seen that the pure cold energy that appeared in his body was very different from normal yin qi. After all, the yin qi that was transformed into energy was first transmitted from the white bone scorpion and then absorbed by the mysterious bubble. After being purified and exhaled, the yin qi's attributes had already changed a lot. Lu Ming shook his head and thought about it. Moreover, the experience just now almost turned him into a ghost. It was really very dangerous. Even if cultivating in this place had some effect, he definitely did not want to try it again. When Lu Ming thought of the white bone scorpion, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Afterwards, he was slightly startled. He saw that at this time, the white bone scorpion was completely submerged by a large amount of green gas. With the density of this green gas, even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he was unable to clearly see what the white-boned scorpion was sitting inside. After furrowing his eyebrows, he immediately thought of the cold energy that had just been fed back to him. Since this white-boned scorpion had also entered the mysterious space, could it be that there was also this kind of energy being fed back to it? If this was the case, then naturally it would only be beneficial and not harmful. After thinking about this, Lu Ming relaxed a bit and quietly waited to the side. In the end, this wait lasted as long as the time to eat a meal. When a strange cry rang out, the green gas dispersed and the white-boned scorpion's figure once again appeared. After carefully looking at it, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a bit surprised. At this time, he saw that the white-boned scorpion's eyes were flashing with green flames and its hooked tail was shining black. The wounds on its body had all disappeared and its body was even longer than before by half a foot. However, the large hole on the side of its body still existed. At the same time, the color of the bones on its body seemed to be slightly grayish-white, as if it was no longer as eerily white as before. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally very surprised. However, after using a technique to communicate with the white-boned scorpion's consciousness, he became happy again. It turned out that the current white-boned scorpion, although not at its peak strength, had recovered about 70 to 80% of its strength. As long as the last of its injuries were healed, it would truly be fine and would also have the ability to fly. However, when he understood what the white-boned scorpion's consciousness needed to heal its injuries, he couldn't help but grin. Because its body was too heavily injured this time, it actually needed to devour the bones of other ghosts in order to slowly heal itself. However, like this, he couldn't return right now. He had to first collect some ghost bones before he could safely bring the white-boned scorpion back to the sect. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ming could only make this decision. Fortunately, although he had spent a lot of time before, he still had half a month's time. Finding a few more low-level ghosts shouldn't be too difficult. After Lu Ming fell into his trap, he ordered the white-boned scorpion to stand guard nearby. He took advantage of this time to carefully examine the condition of his body. The bubble in his spirit sea had indeed disappeared without a trace. His Li was a bit purer than before. However, his Li hadn't decreased by too much. It was obvious that the colding energy had transformed a lot of Li into his body. When his consciousness swept through the bones in his body, his expression couldn't help but slightly change. He saw that the bones in his body were astonishingly whiter than before. There was even a faint layer of crystal light flowing on top of them. It was obvious that they were much sturdier than before. He used his consciousness to slightly touch one of the bones in his body and immediately felt a trace of coldness. However, when he used the dark bone method, he felt that everything was normal. There wasn't the slightest bit of sluggishness. Lu Ming examined the other parts of his body. After discovering that there was nothing wrong, he completely relaxed. He withdrew his consciousness and began to think about the problem of the mysterious bubble. This bubble was too strange. It was obvious that it was still hidden in his body. It was unknown when it would explode again. Moreover, it seemed to devour more Li each time. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that he was in the ghost hell region and that the white-boned scorpion had used an unknown talent to absorbing chi to replenish him, he didn't know what would have happened to him. But if the next time it erupted, wouldn't it be a dead end for him when he was fighting with someone else? Of course, the bubble's ability to purify Li and allow him to enter the mysterious space in a dream of grandeur also made his heart beat wildly. When Lu Ming thought of this, he felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, from the time between the two explosions, the bubble seemed to take a longer time to explode. Or perhaps it had to meet certain conditions. In the short term, he didn't need to worry too much about this. Lu Ming thought about it for a long time but couldn't think of a solution. He could only put this matter at the back of his mind and prepare to think about it again when he returned to the sect. The most important thing now was to find some other ghosts. Thus, after Lu Ming calmed his mind, he stood up and made a hand sign with one hand. A gray cloud immediately condensed under his feet, lifting him several feet high. Lu Ming then waved at the white-boned scorpion below. Pooh! The white-boned scorpion jumped up from the ground and steadily landed on the gray cloud. Lu Ming made another hand sign and the gray cloud immediately flew into the distance. 2 days later, at the edge of the black desert, a ghost that looked like a goat or a cow was running for its life on the black sand. Its body was covered with a thin layer of green flame. It looked very dazzling, but not far behind it, a protruding sandbag was chasing it at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the two had run a few miles away. So, the sandbag behind suddenly shot out a black line and instantly penetrated the body of the ghost in front of it. Then, it suddenly pulled back. Impressively, it was a slender black scorpion tail. A blood-curdling scream. The ghost in front immediately fell with its 4 hooves facing the sky. At this moment, the sandbag behind it burst open and a white shadow shot out from it, pouncing on the body of the ghost. Two giant pincers flashed out and with a wave of wild attacks, the ghost was dismembered into several pieces. Soon after, the white shadow jumped away from the corpse of the ghost. It was the white-boned scorpion. Pooh! A faint red fireball fell from the sky and instantly enveloped the corpse of the ghost in a raging flame. Lu Ming was currently on a gray cloud 300 feet in the air. He was carrying a small beast skin bag while looking down expressionlessly. When he had shot the fireball, he had intentionally controlled the power of half of it. Therefore, when the flame below was extinguished, there were still a few sparkling bones left on the sand. The white-boned scorpion moved again and pounced over. It grabbed one of the bones and started to chew on it. Only then did Lu Ming slowly descend. He opened the bag in his hand and threw the other skeletons into it. At the moment, there were only a dozen or so ghost bones in the bag. Lu Ming looked at these ghost bones and couldn't help but sigh. After leaving the white-boned scorpion's hunting range, he found that there were indeed many low-level ghosts in the desert. This was already the third ghost that he had killed. The reason why he had only obtained these few bones was because he discovered that not all ghost bones were useful for the white-boned scorpion's injuries. They had to be especially tough and seemed to contain a certain amount of the ghost's essence. Moreover, a low-level ghost only had 3 or 4 of these bones in its body. As a result, Lu Ming couldn't help but complain incessantly. If he continued to collect ghost bones at this speed, he wouldn't have enough time left. This made him somewhat anxious. He waited for the white-boned scorpion to finish devouring the bones in its mouth and immediately lifted the bag. He was about to soar into the sky and search for other ghosts. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of air breaking in the distance. 2 clouds, one gray and one black, actually flew over from the horizon. Lu Ming was startled, and he hurriedly looked at it. A slender figure stood on the gray cloud in front of him. The black cloud behind him had a fishy smell and a low roar could be heard from time to time. It was clear that the gray cloud in front was not as fast as the black cloud behind, but every time the black cloud was about to catch up to the target in front, the slender figure on the gray cloud would raise her hand and shoot a blinding red light behind her, forcing the black cloud behind to dodge, as if it was very afraid of the red light. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the black desert. It's her. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and finally saw the delicate face of the slender figure on the gray cloud. It was Callan, and he couldn't help but be startled. However, this girl was being chased in such a sorry state. It was obvious that the ghost behind her was at least at the warrior level. In other words, only a late spirit apostle would be able to fight against it. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should intervene in this matter. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred in the sky. After the black cloud once again dodged the red light shot by Callan, it suddenly shot out a black bone spear that was 10 feet long. In a flash, it arrived a few feet behind the gray cloud like a shooting star. Callan seemed to have been prepared for this. She made a hand sign with one hand and the gray cloud suddenly changed direction. It moved to the side a few feet away, just enough to avoid the bone spear behind her. However, right at this moment, a low roar of a ghost came from the black cloud behind her. The bone spear immediately became blurry and actually split into 2, forming another black spear shadow. This shadow made a turn and used an inconceivable speed to pierce through Callan's shoulder. After a muffled groan, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the girl's shoulder. She seemed to have lost control of her Faili and the gray cloud below her disappeared. She fell straight down from the sky. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't have time to think anymore. He raised his hand and a long black rope shot out. It wrapped around the girl, who was only 70 or 80 feet above the ground, and with a shake of his sleeve, he forcefully pulled her in front of him. "It's you." The delicate and pretty girl's face was abnormally pale, but after clearly seeing Lu Ming in front of her, she couldn't help but let out a low cry. "It really is me. Senior Callan, are you all right?" Lu Ming said with a bitter laugh. "I'm fine. I just lost control of my Faili for a moment. I'm fine now." The astonishment on the delicate and pretty girl's face quickly disappeared. She then immediately took out a light azure glyph and slapped it on the bloody hole on her shoulder. With a pu sound, a warm azure light appeared. The incessant bleeding from the bloody hole immediately stopped. Moreover, the surrounding area slowly began to solidify and heal. At this moment, a loud roar filled with killing intent came from the sky. After the black cloud changed direction, it suddenly shot down towards Lu Ming. "Junior Bai, help me buy a bit of time. The warrior-level bone corpse's bone spear is poisonous. I need to completely expel the poison in one go before I can make a move." Seeing this, Callan's eyes flashed as she spoke. Her face revealed a trace of anxiety. Bone corpses are the type of ghosts that are transformed from the corpses of cultivators and possess intelligence. "Okay, I understand." Lu Ming was surprised at first, but he immediately raised his eyebrows and nodded his head. He had the warrior-level white bone scorpion by his side. Facing a warrior-level ghost, he didn't really have much fear. At this time, the white bone scorpion had already silently submerged into the black sand. In her haste, Callan didn't notice that there was another ghost nearby. However, this scorpion was still unable to fly. Naturally, the ghost in the black cloud had to descend to deal with it. As a result, when Lu Ming faced the black cloud that was shooting down, other than patting his chest with one hand and activating a faint black light shield in front of him, he didn't have the slightest intention of taking the initiative to attack. The ghost in the black cloud naturally wouldn't be polite. Borrowing the astonishing speed of its descent, with two so-so sounds, another black bone spear was shot down. However, its target this time was astonishingly Lu Ming, who was in front of the young girl. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and muttered an incantation. With a wave of his hand, a fireball was shot towards the bone spear. Pooh! The fireball directly pierced through the bone spear. It was actually only an illusion. In the next moment, Lu Ming only felt a ripple in front of him. Without any warning, another black bone spear appeared in front of him and fiercely stabbed down. His expression changed and without thinking, he pointed at the light shield in front of him. The shield suddenly expanded and protected his entire body. Hong! The bone spear turned into countless fragments that splashed in all directions. However, the light shield that had just expanded also shattered inch by inch. At the same time, a huge force surged towards Lu Ming. With a muffled sound, Lu Ming couldn't help but take half a step back. However, he immediately steadied himself. This scene seemed to cause the ghost in the black cloud to be somewhat surprised. After letting out a low roar, it unexpectedly stopped moving forward. Moreover, it circled once before landing on a black sand dune that was 300 feet away. At this time, the black cloud scattered, revealing the true appearance of the ghost inside. Impressively, it was a huge humanoid skeleton that was 2 meters tall. However, its body was covered with black bone spurs of different lengths. At the same time, both of its hands held a bone spear that was 3 meters long. In its eye sockets, 2 blood-red flames continuously pulsed. It gave off a strange feeling as if it was thinking. This was also the first time that Lu Ming had seen a humanoid ghost like the bone corpse. Similarly, he couldn't help but look it up and down. In the next moment, the bone corpse suddenly took a large step and unexpectedly rushed towards Lu Ming. Each step left a half-foot deep footprint in the black sand. It could be seen that its body was extremely heavy. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly flashed and he glanced at Callan behind him. He saw that the bloody hole in the delicate and pretty girl's shoulder was currently only a third of its original size. It seemed that he still needed to buy some time. As Lu Ming thought about this, he didn't say anything else and muttered an incantation. After raising his 2 hands, 2 fireballs, one in front and one behind, fiercely shot towards the bone corpse. Hong, Hong, 2 sounds rang out. The bone corpse only slightly swayed its upper body and easily blocked the 2 fireballs, causing them to explode when they landed on the sand behind it. At this time, the ghost suddenly raised its head and let out a low roar that sounded like it was crying. Its 2 legs exerted force and it erupted with an astonishing aura as it rushed forward. Its speed was so fast that with only a few blurs, it had already rushed within 200 feet of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also greatly startled by the opponent's running speed. Without thinking too much, he once again quickly muttered an incantation. With a shake of his sleeve, the soul-shackling chain transformed into a viper as it flew towards the opponent. With another wave of his other hand, 3 wind blades shot out in a straight line. Clearly, the two had shot out at the same time, but the three wind blades arrived first. With a flash of azure light, they arrived in front of the bone corpse. The ghost clearly didn't think that the wind blade attack would be so fast. The bloody flames in its eyes jumped, and it only had enough time to use the two black bone spears in front of its body to suddenly block. Pung, pung. The first two wind blades were knocked away by the two bone spears. However, the third wind blade took advantage of the moment the spears were knocked away and firmly cut into the bone corpse. A muffled sound rang out. Two of its ribs were immediately cut into two by the azure wind blade. However, the wind blade was also exhausted and disappeared in a flash. The bone corpse's running came to an abrupt stop. It seemed to be somewhat startled as it lowered its head to look at its body. At this moment, the soul-shackling chain flew in front of it and coiled around it. Suddenly, two explosive sounds rang out. The two black bone spears in the bone corpse's hands shot out like lightning and unexpectedly nailed both ends of the soul-shackling chain to the sand. Then, the ghost raised its head to look at Lu Ming. Both of its hands released the bone spears and its four limbs abruptly contracted. Once again, its body curled up and unexpectedly transformed into an incomparably huge bone ball. Its surface was covered with abnormally sharp bone spikes. Suddenly, it jumped up and transformed into a gust of wind as it madly rolled towards Lu Ming. Wherever the bone ball passed, black sand splashed in all directions and dust filled the air. Its momentum was extremely astonishing. Lu Ming's complexion changed. His mouth began to chant an incantation and his two hands formed an incantation sign. Immediately, scarlet-red fireballs were shot from his hands. However, when they approached the high-speed rolling bone ball, they were all bounced off and exploded several feet away. The huge bone ball didn't stop in the slightest, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to a place that was only several feet away from Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw the black light formed by the bone spikes on the surface of the bone ball, his heart trembled. He formed a hand sign with one hand and specks of green light appeared between his fingers. With a shake of his other hand, the tiger's bite bracelet let out a loud hum and a yellow tiger head appeared. But before he could launch his attack, a so sound came from behind him. A foot-long scarlet light shot out and struck the bone ball. Hong! A loud sound rang out. After the scarlet light exploded, it transformed into a scarlet flame that submerged the bone ball. The bone ball's rolling momentum came to a sudden stop and it let out an extremely pained roar. When the surrounding flames flashed, the bone ball returned to its human form. The bone corpse's body was riddled with scars. It was obvious that the previous attack had caused it to suffer quite a bit. At this time, the ghost's eyes were throbbing with green blood flames and it fiercely looked in Lu Ming's direction. But it seemed to have some misgivings and didn't immediately pounce at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he quickly turned his head to look. Jiao Lan was currently holding a light green longbow and pointing it at the bone corpse. There was another scarlet arrow knocked on the bow. She had a cold expression as if she was accumulating power and waiting to be shot. The bloody hole on her shoulder had already completely healed, leaving only a faint red line. Junior Bai, don't be distracted. This bone corpse's intelligence is very high and it is very cunning. It is very different from a normal fierce ghost. But if the two of us join forces, we can contend with it for a while. The delicate and pretty girl saw that Lu Ming had turned his head to look at her and she frowned as she reminded him. Contend with it for a while? Could it be that Senior doesn't plan on subduing such a powerful ghost? Although Lu Ming's mind had returned to the bone corpse, he still asked in a somewhat baffled manner. Although this kind of innately intelligent human-shaped ghost is extremely powerful, it is very different from other ghosts that are born from yin qi. It is impossible to subdue it by relying on the spirit communication technique. Unless your strength greatly surpasses it, even if you temporarily subdue it, it is very likely that you will suffer a backlash in the future. Many of our sect's martial uncles have perished in this matter, so we shouldn't even think about it. When Callan heard this, she indifferently replied. So that's how it is. Then we can only completely dismantle it. When Lu Ming heard this, he felt that it was a pity and sighed. Dismantle it? Even though Callan had a calm expression on her face, she couldn't help but be slightly startled when she heard this. The opposing bone corpse seemed to be able to understand Lu Ming's words. Once it heard his words, the bloody flames in its eyes flourished with rage. With a movement of its two hands, it pulled out two black bone spurs from its body. With another shake, they transformed into two bone spears that were 10 feet long. With a large stride, it charged forward once again. The pretty girl's pupils shrank, and she loosened her grip on the longbow, upon which a crimson light suddenly shot out. Boom! Amidst the surging flames, the bone corpse's enormous body, which had already rushed forward, was forcibly pushed back a few feet. However, this ghost seemed to have completely aroused its ferocious nature. Disregarding the numerous scars on its body, it fiercely threw out the two bone spears in its hands without saying anything. After letting out a loud roar, it once again bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced forward. So. With two sounds, Lu Ming raised one of his hands, and two cyan wind blades instantly shot out. They just happened to stand in front of the bone spears that were shooting at him, causing them to slightly deviate and flash past his two sides. Behind him, Callan's expression sank. With a blur of her two hands, another crimson light shockingly flew out from the longbow. Another loud sound rang out, but this time, the bone corpse's body only slightly trembled. Unexpectedly, it withstood the explosive power of the flames and rushed out. Lu Ming's gaze congealed, and he clearly saw that in front of the bone corpse, there was an unknown large piece of bone. Unexpectedly, the bone corpse held it in one hand like a shield as it rushed over. In just a few large steps, it had already rushed in front of Lu Ming, and a fishy smell filled the air. "Junior, quickly retreat." Seeing this, Callan's expression sank, and she let out a low shout. At the same time, her sleeve shook, and the longbow in her hand disappeared. In its place was a light silver glyph, and she was prepared to immediately activate it. However, what made her immediately surprised was that Lu Ming seemed to have not heard what she had just said. He simply stood in the same place without dodging or dodging. Instead, he raised his arm, and the tiger's head that appeared on the tiger's bite bracelet opened its mouth. A white sound wave swept toward the bone corpse's head. The bone corpse only tilted its head, and dodged the sound wave attack of the tiger's bite bracelet. The crimson flames in its eyes suddenly jumped, and its two large hands fiercely rushed toward Lu Ming to hug him. With the sinister appearance of this ghost covered in bone spurs, even a spirit master would most likely die if they were hugged by it. This time, the delicate and pretty girl's expression changed greatly. She wanted to take any remedial measures, but it was simply too late. Poo-poo sounds were heard. Two huge black pincers suddenly flew out from the sand under the bone corpse's body. After a blur, they clamped down on two of the bone corpse's thick white bones. Although they didn't cut it in half, the bone corpse's charging body came to a screeching halt, and it almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The ghost was greatly alarmed, and hastily pulled out a black bone spur from its chest. With a blur, it rushed toward one of the huge black pincers and stabbed it. But at this time, another pu sound rang out. A black line shot out from the sand. With a flash, it pierced through the arm of the bone corpse that was holding the bone spear. The bone corpse trembled and the bone spear fell powerlessly to the ground. At the same time, an ink-like black substance quickly spread out from the hole in the bone corpse's arm. The black line was astonishingly a sinister black hook tail. Under the bone corpse's pain, it suddenly felt a feeling of powerlessness spread out from its arm. In a panic, it used its remaining arm to madly grab at the hook tail. But this hook tail was abnormally tough. Even though the ghost's 10 fingers were sharp, it was only able to leave a faint white mark on it. At this time, Lu Ming muttered an incantation. His two hands came together, and then slowly separated. A 5-foot-long wind blade suddenly appeared. "Go!" Lu Ming gave a low shout, and with a shake of his two wrists, the huge wind blade transformed into a cyan light that flashed through the bone corpse's waist. Pung! The bone corpse's originally struggling body suddenly froze. Then, the upper half of its body slightly swayed, and from its waist, it split into two halves and fell to the ground. Lu Ming let out a light breath, and his face revealed a trace of a smile. But at this time, a hong sound rang out. The upper half of the bone corpse's body unexpectedly burst open, and dozens of black bone spurs suddenly transformed into a dense black light that violently shot towards Lu Ming and Callan. At such a close distance, even if it was Lu Ming, he still wouldn't have enough time to put up any sort of defense. His heart immediately sank, and he could only quickly use his two arms to block in front of him. But at this time a muffled sound rang out, and a layer of wide white light suddenly appeared in front of his body. When the black light hit the light, it immediately emitted a muffled sound like rain hitting a fence. Then, they powerlessly fell to the ground. Lu Ming was slightly startled, and only then did he turn his head to look. He only saw Callan's two hands holding a silver glyph that emitted a white halo. She was currently softly muttering an incantation. When this woman saw Lu Ming look over, she stopped her incantation, and with a faint smile, she said, "These bone corpses are the most ferocious. Once they die, they will often self-detonate and perish together with the enemy. It seems that Junior Bai doesn't really understand this. Many thanks for Senior's help. I really didn't know about this." Lu Ming took a deep breath, and bitterly laughed as he spoke. "I also heard it from my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about this. However, Junior's strength really far exceeded my expectations. You actually used your own strength to kill this warrior-level ghost." "That's right. Was this white bone scorpion subdued by Junior?" Callan put away the glyph, and after saying a few words, her gaze fell onto the white bone scorpion that was gnawing on the remains of the bone corpse near Lu Ming. "Junior's strength is nothing. If it weren't for Senior's help at the end, I'm afraid that I really would have perished together with this ghost. This white bone scorpion was indeed subdued by luck. However, why did Senior provoke this bone corpse? Weren't you with Marshal Antbing?" Lu Ming asked back. "After my master entered this place, she encountered an unexpected matter, and I was temporarily separated from her. As for this bone corpse, I accidentally came across it, and it chased after me without letting me go. That's right, near this bone corpse, I also picked up a nameplate belonging to our sect's disciple. This bone corpse might have been formed from the corpse of one of our sect's elders that died here." After Callan spoke, she raised her hand and threw a jade tablet over. After Lu Ming caught it, he carefully looked at it. It really was the barbarian ghost sect's special nameplate. He couldn't help but let out a light sigh and threw it back to the pretty girl, saying, "There are very few human-shaped ghosts in the ghost hell region. It seems that this is most likely the case. If we were to perish here, we would most likely end up like this. This place is indeed extremely dangerous. I am preparing to return to the stronghold. What plans does Senior have?" Lu Ming glanced at the remains of the bone corpse and calmly asked. "I have another matter to take care of, so I will stay here for 2 more days. I won't be returning with Junior." "That's right, this time it is all thanks to Junior Bai for saving me. I have a gift here to thank you for saving my life," the pretty girl slowly said. After her eyes flashed, she suddenly grabbed a black leather bag from her waist and threw it over. This is a cultivating soul bag." After Lu Ming caught the leather bag, he immediately felt a cold feeling pass through his fingers. He immediately cried out involuntarily. "Not bad. With this item, Junior Bai's white bone scorpion can be carried around with him for a long time. You don't need to worry about a lack of miasma, which would cause its strength to slowly degenerate," the pretty girl said with a slight smile. "This cultivating soul bag is an item that is close to a totem. One costs at least 10,000 spirit stones. It is a bit too expensive, I am afraid I cannot afford it." After hearing what was said, Lu Ming's face changed, but he still bitterly laughed and said, "No matter how expensive it is it more important than my life? Besides, I have another item that is even better. I don't think Junior is that type of person, so there is no need to say such words," Callan said without caring. She casually took out an even more exquisite leather bag from her body and waved it at Lu Ming. "Since it's like this, then I won't be polite." Hearing the girl's words, Lu Ming thought for a moment before speaking bluntly. Seeing this, Callan's face revealed a faint smile. After conversing with Lu Ming for a bit, she said her goodbyes. A moment later, the pretty girl rode a cloud into the sky and flew off into the distance. Lu Ming watched until the girl's figure completely disappeared before lowering his head to look at the cultivating soul pouch in his hand. He revealed a serious expression. This girl actually gave him such a valuable item. Even if she wanted to repay him for saving her, her generosity was unbelievable. After all, even though the cultivating soul pouch could not compare to true totems, in the barbarian ghost sect, only the spirit masters would have one. Normal spirit apostles would not have many. yet, Callan could casually take out 2 of them. It seemed that her identity was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even though one Aphrodite body was rare, it was already an exception for the barbarian ghost sect to bestow a soul-nurturing belt on him. If it was 2, it would be impossible. However, this way, not only did she cancel out his help, he seemed to owe her a big favor. He did not know if this girl did this intentionally or if she really did it as she pleased. Lu Ming thought like this, but when he looked at the item in his hand, his face revealed a trace of a smile. This cultivating soul pouch was a treasure that was close to a totem's. Naturally, it had unimaginable effects. One of its effects was that it could ignore the size and weight of a ghost. It could shrink a ghost and easily store it in the pouch. The other effect was that as long as the pouch was activated, it could absorb a large amount of miasma and store it in the pouch. This way, the ghost's strength would not decrease due to a lack of miasma. Comparing the 2 effects, the latter effect was naturally more rare. After all, if it was just the first effect, the barbarian ghost sect had another practitioner weapon called the ghost pouch. It could also absorb ghosts and be carried around. Most of the disciples who controlled ghosts would also purchase this kind of practitioner weapon to carry these ghosts. However, this kind of ghost pouch did not have the ability to absorb qi, and most of them could only be used for a certain period of time. Furthermore, the price varied according to the size of the ghosts it could contain. Lu Ming had planned to spend a sum of spirit stones to buy a ghost pouch after he caught the ghost. It seemed that he didn't have to do that anymore. With that in mind, he examined the recovering soul bag in his hand. Then, he suddenly put it on the ground, formed a seal with one hand, and raised it. A white spell symbol flew out and disappeared into the leather bag in a flash. In the next moment, silver spirit inscriptions appeared on the surface of the leather bag and formed a mini inscription formation. At the same time, a suction force swept out from the mouth of the bag. The nearby qi trembled, and all of it surged into the leather pouch. At the same time, there was a loud buzzing sound in the nearby void. Wisps of black qi appeared, and more of them appeared. It was as if all the qi in a radius of several miles was surging toward this place. Lu Ming faintly smiled and retreated a few steps, allowing the recovering soul bag to absorb the surrounding qi. At this time, the white bone scorpion had finished devouring the hand bone left behind by the bone corpse. Then, like a little dog, it used its front claws to pick up the other bones and brought them to Lu Ming's side, piling them up into a tall pile. Lu Ming casually threw a fireball, and the fierce flames enveloped the pile of bones. A moment later, most of the bones had turned into ashes, leaving only 20 or so sparkling bones in their original position. Seeing this, Lu Ming was happy. This bone corpse was worthy of being a warrior-level ghost. It could actually use so many ghost bones. Like this, the white bone scorpion's recovery items were finally all gathered. After putting away all of the bones, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, a rumbling sound came from the leather bag. The silver inscription formation that appeared on the surface of the leather bag flashed and disappeared. The nearby black qi also dispersed and disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Ming grabbed with one hand and sucked the leather bag into his hand. Using his hand to weigh it, there was no change in the weight. The only difference was that the leather bag seemed to have become a bit darker. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and first used his mind to communicate with the white bone scorpion. Then, he waved the leather bag at it. Pooh! A black cloud flew out from the mouth of the bag and instantly wrapped around the white bone scorpion. Subsequently, the white bone scorpion's body quickly shrunk and was finally sucked into the leather bag by the black cloud. Lu Ming once again communicated with the ghost. After discovering that there was nothing wrong, he relaxed and put the leather bag on his waist. Then, with a single hand sign, he flew into the air and flew towards the barbarian ghost sect's stronghold. At the same time, Jiaolan, who was flying toward a certain place, heard a sound transmission. He immediately changed his direction with joy and landed in a certain forest below. After a while, the woman appeared in a tree hole. A beautiful woman with a pale complexion sat cross-legged in front of her. It was Martial Aunt Bing. When the beautiful woman saw Callan, she let out a breath of relief and said with some shame, "Lon Air, it's great that you're okay. Master was entangled by the ghost and couldn't split himself." Luckily, you're okay and the bone corpse didn't catch up to you. Master, Lon Air was indeed caught by the bone corpse. If it wasn't for someone saving me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to return. The pretty girl said with a bitter smile. What, there's such a thing? I don't know who saved me. Master will definitely thank him. The beautiful woman was shocked when she heard this. Master doesn't need to worry. I have already thanked that person. That's right, did Master succeed? Did you get that thing from the ghost? Callan said vaguely and changed the topic. I didn't. That ghost is no weaker than my ghost general level strength. In addition, it had a few warrior level ghost helpers. Although you used the Aphrodite body to break the illusion technique it is most proficient in, it still escaped. However, it is already heavily injured. The next time we come, it will be the time of its death. When the beautiful woman heard this, her voice suddenly became cold. Master, this ghost's intelligence is so high. Next time, it won't escape its nest, right? The pretty girl asked with a frown. Don't worry. This ghost must rely on absorbing baleful ghost chi to nourish itself in order to slowly increase or decrease its strength. However, it is not easy to find a place with baleful ghost chi. Unless it is the last resort, it definitely won't leave. Hee, who would have thought that the barbarian ghost king that the Sixteen martial ancestor used to sweep through the various sects would end up like this? If it weren't for me spending dozens of years searching through various ancient records and recently being pointed out by you, I'm afraid that I would still be like everyone else, being kept in the dark by the martial ancestor. The beautiful woman said with a laugh. The martial ancestor is indeed extremely intelligent. This disciple was only able to guess it by luck. When Callan heard this, she lightly laughed and replied. 7 or 8 days later, Lu Ming carried a beast skin bag and appeared in the plaza of the barbarian ghost sect's stronghold. He then walked with large strides towards the stone house where the teleportation formation was located. What made him a little surprised was that when he walked into the stone house, there was already a male and female waiting inside. It was actually Lei Zhan and the petite female companion that had come with him. On Lei Zhan's shoulder was a monkey-like ghost with wings on its back. It was the soldier-level ghost that Lu Ming had seen before, the night-crawler ghost. However, its size seemed to be a lot smaller, only about a foot tall. At the same time, its tail wasn't black, but a scarlet-red color like a flame. It gave off an extremely strange feeling. It seemed that this disciple also didn't return empty-handed. On the other hand, the petite female companion was completely empty. It was unknown whether it was because she really didn't catch the spirit ghost and returned empty-handed. Instead, she had already put it into the ghost pouch. When Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but look at the gray leather bag on the female's waist. The female clearly recognized Lu Ming and smiled at him. When the nearby Lei Zhan saw Lu Ming, he was slightly startled at first. His gaze swept over the beast skin bag in Lu Ming's hand and he curled his lips without any intention of greeting him. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't take the initiative to say anything. However, he was a bit confused as to why the two of them were only waiting here and not teleporting back. At this moment, footsteps sounded from outside the stone door. Elder Ghost walked in unhurriedly and after sweeping his gaze over the three of them, he immediately said with a "Good, we've finally gathered 3 people. This way, we can barely teleport once and it won't be too much of a waste of space stones." After saying this, Elder Ghost immediately walked to the side of the teleportation formation and began to install the black crystal stones. When Lu Ming heard this, he came to a sudden realization. After a while, Elder Ghost finished installing the space stones and indicated that they could enter the formation. When Lei Zhan and Lu Ming saw this, they naturally walked into the formation. Elder Ghost formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the empty space in the formation. A spell was shot into it. In the next moment, the formation let out a wing sound and the figures of Lu Ming and the other 2 disappeared without a trace. Only then did Elder Ghost unhurriedly walk out of the stone door. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. At the same time, an excited man's voice could be heard. Elder Ghost, immediately activate the teleportation formation. I want to return to the sect. Wait, we don't have enough people right now. Elder Ghost's lazy voice could be heard. After a moment of dizziness, the white light around Lu Ming disappeared and he appeared in the secret metal room where he first set out from. When the formation under his feet stopped buzzing, a light door appeared in the wall opposite him with a flash of light. At the same time, an impatient man's voice could be heard, "Hurry up and come out, there are other people who want to go to the ghost hell region." When Lei Zhan and Lu Ming heard this, they hurriedly walked out. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and naturally followed them out. After an hour, he finally returned to his residence. However, as soon as he walked into the small courtyard, he immediately saw a seemingly normal letter stuck firmly in the crack of the door in front of the house. Seeing this, Lu Ming was slightly startled. If the sect had something important to report, they would naturally send a disciple to personally deliver the message. For a letter to appear here was too strange. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Creasing his eyebrows, he walked forward and pulled out the letter. Using his divine sense to scan it, he discovered that there were no abnormalities. Taking out the letter, his expression changed slightly after reading it. So it's the two of them looking for me. Didn't they say that they would leave Goofy after returning? Could it be that something happened to the Bai clan? Lu Ming thought quickly and rubbed his hands together. Instantly, a ball of flame appeared out of nowhere and turned the letter into ashes. Afterwards, he flew straight towards the barbarian ghost sect's gate. After a short while, Lu Ming landed on a building at the edge of the mountain range. Entering the hall of one of the buildings, he saw two old acquaintances who had been waiting for him for 10 days. One tall and one short, the two yellow-robed men were the Bai clans Gusan and Guan Laoda. When the two saw Lu Ming, they were shocked and hastily stood up. Guan Laoda hesitantly asked, "Are you the young master? I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you two don't recognize me anymore." Lu Ming walked over with a slight smile and took the initiative to sit down on another chair. "So it really is the young master. That's great. The young master's appearance is very different from before. I'm sure that the clan leader will be shocked when he sees you." Seeing this, the shock on Guan Laoda's face disappeared and he hastily stepped forward to greet Lu Ming. Gusan, who was on the side, also hastily stepped forward to greet Lu Ming, but his face was full of complex emotions. When the two of them sent Lu Ming to the barbarian ghost sect, they didn't think that the youth in front of them would be able to pass the opening spirit ceremony and become a spirit apostle. Now that they met again, the three of them had completely different statuses. "My current appearance has changed because of my training. However, why are you here? Could it be that something happened to the Bai clan?" Lu Ming explained a bit before speaking calmly. "So that's how it is. Ever since the clan leader found out that the young master had successfully become a spirit apostle, the entire Bai clan celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the eldest miss came back not long ago. Also, the reason why the two of us are here is because the clan leader has ordered us to deliver a personal letter to the young master." As Guan Laoda spoke, he took out a black sealed letter from his body and handed it over with both hands. "Miss. Oh, you mean my elder sister Bai Yenner. How about this, come out with me first, we'll find another place to talk." After Lu Ming heard the words, he looked around and did not immediately open the letter. Instead, he said so. Guan Laoda and Gusan naturally didn't have any objections. After Lu Ming brought the two of them out of the pavilion, he made a hand sign with one hand and a gray cloud immediately condensed in front of him. After calling the two of them up, he used the soaring sky technique and flew toward a remote mountain in the distance. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming brought the pale Guan Laoda and Gusan San to the top of the mountain. When the two of them touched the ground, their legs almost gave way and they fell to the ground. When the two of them looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with fear. "Okay, we can see everything from here. There shouldn't be anyone else who can hear our conversation." Now, it was time to talk about what was going on. "If I remember correctly, didn't you say that once you returned to the Bai clan, you would leave immediately? Why did you send a letter to the Bai clan leader?" Lu Ming asked calmly as he patted the letter in his hand. "Brother Lu, save us. Our actions have been discovered by the eldest miss and she has already placed a restriction on our bodies. Our lives are hanging by a thread." "That's right. Other than this letter, the eldest miss also told us to bring something else to Brother Lu. She said that you would understand once you read it." In the next moment, Guan Laoda and Gu San knelt down with a putong sound as they spoke with tears and snot. What? You know that my surname is Liu? That girl called by Yener also knows that I replaced by Song Tian. What happened? Tell me in detail. Even though Lu Ming was usually calm, his face changed slightly when he heard this. Yes. Ever since we returned to the Bai clan, we wanted to cure the poison in our bodies so that we could leave the Bai clan. Luckily, after the news that Brother Liu had become a spirit apostle, the clan leader trusted the two of us even more. Finally, a few months ago, we found an opportunity to steal the antidote. However, just as we were planning to leave with our family, Miss Xianxia, who had just returned home, saw us. The eldest miss is also a spirit apostle. I don't know what spell she used on us, but after a moment of absent-mindedness, we unknowingly told her everything. However, after Miss Xianxia heard our story, she didn't punish us. Instead, she placed a restriction on us and left. A few days later, the clan leader sent us to deliver a letter to Brother Liu, and the eldest miss told us to deliver this item as well. As for your name, I don't know how the eldest miss managed to find it, but she also told us about it. Guan Laoda quickly narrated the story as he took out a bamboo slip and handed it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and told the two of them to stand up. He then raised his hand to receive the bamboo slip. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the bamboo slip was engraved with lines of fine spirit inscriptions. It didn't seem simple at all. The current Lu Ming was no longer like when he first entered the sect and didn't know anything about cultivator tools. After thinking for a while, he suddenly formed a hand sign with one hand and sent a spell towards the bamboo slip. A white light flashed. The bamboo slip trembled slightly and flew out of his hand. After circling once in the air, a 5-colored light suddenly flew out from it. After condensing, it transformed into the figure of a young woman about a foot tall. However, this woman's figure was extremely blurry and one could only vaguely see that her face was quite beautiful. Once she appeared, she began to speak. You must be Liu. This little sister is Bai Yan. She is your useless Bai Song Tian's sister in name. Originally, after finding out about Brother Liu's situation, I should have personally come to pay a visit. However, it is a pity that the sect has something important to do, so I can only use this message storage glyph to talk to you first. Alright, my FA is too low and I can't store too many things in the glyph, so I'll keep it short. Since Bai Song Tian was able to die at the hands of a mortal thief, it is naturally due to his lack of luck and he can't blame anyone else. However, you were able to become a spirit apostle of the barbarian ghost sect using a large amount of resources from our Bai clan. Shouldn't you give the Bai clan an explanation? Otherwise, as long as I tell this matter to your sect, Liu will definitely be charged with cheating. However, doing this will not benefit our Bai clan in any way. Therefore, I have a small suggestion. Bai Yan-er's figure slowly explained while Lu Ming stood expressionlessly on the ground. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. I believe that Brother Liu will not reject this matter that will benefit both parties. In the letter that my father gave you, there is a few more specific conditions. As long as you agree, you don't need to ask about anything else. You just need to continue being Bai Song Tian. In addition, although Guanda and Gusan's actions are pardonable, the Bai clan cannot keep them around. Therefore, I will give them to you as servants. As for the restrictions on their bodies, I only used a few small illusions and did not actually do anything to them. Of course, if Brother Liu feels that it is too troublesome and sends them on their way, I won't have any objections. Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said. If Brother Liu does not reply, I will take it that you have silently agreed to this matter. Although the Bai clan has lost a direct disciple, to be able to have a true spirit apostle, it can be considered as a blessing in disguise. The female projection let out a final chuckle before disappearing in a flash. The bamboo slip that was floating in the air also turned into a ball of fire that spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Ming rubbed his chin and revealed a pondering expression. Brother Liu, brother, no. Mr. Liu, the two of us are willing to recognize you as our master. From now on, we will be loyal to you without any second thoughts. In the future, if master has any orders, Gusan will definitely do his best to complete them without any hesitation. When Guan Laoda heard Bai Yenner say that there were no restrictions on their bodies, he was initially happy. However, when he heard that Lu Ming would send them on their way, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Looking at each other, they once again knelt on the ground and hurriedly swore to the heavens. It was obvious that the two of them were afraid that Lu Ming would listen to Bai Yenner's words and take their lives. The two of you, please rise. Why would I take your lives for no reason? No matter what, if I did not meet the two of you, I would not have had the opportunity to become a spirit apostle. However, just in case, I cannot just let you go like this. Seeing this, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows as he spoke. As long as Mr. can be at ease, you can use whatever methods you have. The two of us will definitely not complain. Hearing this, Guan Laoda did not even think as he hurriedly spoke. Gu San, who was beside him, also nodded his head. Since it's like this, I will use some small methods. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head. With a flip of his fingers, a thin silver needle suddenly appeared. With a blur, it turned into a silver light that shot towards the two of them. Guan Laoda and Gu San naturally did not dare to dodge. They felt their bodies go numb as they were pierced by the silver needle countless times. Lu Ming withdrew his arm and the silver needle disappeared. Then, he revealed a smile as he spoke. Okay, my silver needle piercing technique can hide in your body for a few years. During this time, you will go to a few places and help me do a few things. As long as you do a good job, I will help you dispel this technique. Furthermore, I will help you get your families back from the Bai clan. Then, wherever you two want to go, I will not stop you. What does young master want us to do? Guan Laoda was happy when he heard this, but he asked carefully. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything that is impossible. I just want you to go to a few places in the mortal world and establish a few small factions that you can control. At the same time, help me gather information. These things shouldn't be difficult for you two middle-tier practitioners, right? Lu Ming said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Young master, don't worry. While we may not be able to help you with other things, this small matter is definitely not a problem. Guan Laoda relaxed and immediately patted his chest as he replied. Okay, the two of you will stay outside the mountain for another night. Once I've thought of what you want me to do, I will come back. When the time comes, you just need to do as I say. Lu Ming instructed indifferently. This time, Guan Laoda and Gu San naturally agreed. Thus, in the remaining time, Lu Ming formed a hand sign with one hand and once again formed a grey cloud to send the two of them back to the pavilion. Then, he rode the cloud back to Nine Infant Mountain. Not long after, he once again returned to his own residence. Opening the door, he casually found a chair to sit on. Then, he took out the letter from the Bai clan leader and began to read it. They want me to continue using the name of Bai Song Tian and help the Bai clan expand their influence within 10 years. The Bai clan will also provide me with resources for my training. It seems like these conditions are not bad and are similar to what Bai Yenner said. However, what about the marriage with the Mu clan? They want me to get engaged to Mu Mingzhu. This isn't a joke. That girl is currently in a heated relationship with Gao Chong. Why would she like a 3 spiritual pulse disciple like me? Let's wait until the Mu clan can convince this girl first. However, this Miss Bai still hasn't mentioned my real name or background. It seems that practitioners really don't care about these mundane matters. After reading the Bai clan leader's letter, Lu Ming suddenly laughed coldly. After saying a few words, he turned the letter into ashes. Naturally, he didn't have any plans to reply to the Bai clan. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left his residence and went to see Guande Gusan. He once again brought the two of them to a remote area and gave them instructions for an hour. Only then did he personally send the two of them out of the barbarian ghost sect's mountain range and back to the sect. Lu Ming did not return to his residence directly. Instead, he went to the Huichun Hall on the main peak. This time, when he entered the wooden pavilion, there was still only one person on the first floor, but it was naturally not Callan. Instead, it was another ordinary-looking woman. After the woman casually asked, she waved her hand to let him go to the second floor. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took a few steps up to the second floor and walked toward the room that emitted a medicinal fragrance that he did not enter last time. When he reached the white bead curtain at the entrance of the side room, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Immediately, a gentle female voice came from inside. "Since you're already here, what are you hesitating for? Little fellow, come in." "Many thanks, martial aunt." "Then I will be presumptuous." When Lu Ming heard these words, he respectfully replied. He then lifted the bead curtain and walked in. However, after he entered and swept his gaze around, he jumped in fright. Inside, on a chair beside a medicinal furnace, sat the green-cloaked woman that he had seen on the third floor before. "Why is Senior here? Aren't you?" When Lu Ming thought of how he had been chased away by the other party, he couldn't help but hesitate. "Hee, it looks like you've seen my sister." "Don't worry, we are not the same person. We are only twin sisters, which is why we both dress the same." When the cloaked woman saw Lu Ming's shriveled appearance, she lightly laughed and explained in an extremely amiable manner. "So that's how it is. I mistook you for someone else." When Lu Ming heard her tone, it was indeed completely different from the cloaked woman on the third floor. His heart relaxed. "But little fellow, you don't look like you're injured or ill." The cloaked woman looked him up and down a few times before asking. "I have just returned from the ghost hell region, but there was a small accident there. I felt that my body was extremely unwell. However, when I examined myself, I didn't find anything wrong with me. Therefore, I wish for Senior to examine my body." "Is there anything abnormal?" Lu Ming respectfully replied. "Oh, your body is unwell? This range is too wide. However, if you really want to thoroughly examine yourself, I can use a detection spell. However, the cost is not small." The cloaked woman didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. She calmly replied. "How many spirit stones?" Lu Ming asked without hesitation. 100. The cloaked woman's voice was still as gentle as before. However, the number she mentioned caused Lu Ming's heart to jump. "Martial aunt, may I ask how effective this detection spell is?" With such a large number, he couldn't help but feel a trace of hesitation. "Don't worry. As long as your body is truly unwell, this formation will definitely be able to detect it. Otherwise, why would I accept so many spirit stones from you juniors? In fact, these 100 spirit stones are barely enough for the formation's consumption." The cloaked woman replied in an unconcerned manner. "Then I will use it once." After weighing the matter in his mind, Lu Ming clenched his teeth and agreed. "Very good. Come over." The cloaked woman was a little surprised to hear this. She looked deeply at Lu Ming before standing up and walking towards a corner of the room. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that on the floor over there was a light golden formation that was a few feet in size imprinted. The cloaked woman took out a few snow-white crystals and placed them in a few grooves on the outside. Then, she indicated for Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming casually took off the cultivating soul pouch from his waist and left it outside the spell formation. Then, he walked in and sat down cross-legged. The cloaked woman flipped her hand and a spell formation plate of the same color appeared in her hand. Then, she pointed it at the spell formation. The entire spell formation immediately began to hum. A misty golden light rolled out from it and enveloped Lu Ming within it. The cloaked woman began to mutter an incantation. Her finger continuously pointed at the spell formation plate in her hand. From time to time, dots of light or runes would emerge from it. It was extremely dazzling and mesmerizing to look at. "Your body is very healthy. Blood essence is abundant. Your meridians are intact and your bones are very dense. They are almost double that of a normal person. Huh? Your Fa Li is so pure. You have refined your Fa Li." The cloaked woman had only been controlling the spell formation plate for a moment. Then, she muttered to herself with a surprised expression. Junior's Fa Li is indeed pure. Since he had already been discovered by the cloaked woman, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't deny anything. "I couldn't tell. Little fellow, you are a person with great perseverance. According to what I know, those who do something as time-consuming as purifying their Fa Li at a young age are either very confident in their advancement and don't mind wasting a bit of time, or they are people who want to take a shortcut and take a risk." The cloaked woman spoke with a slightly curious expression. "Junior doesn't know what kind of person I am. But, Martial Ant, have you finished your investigation? Lu Ming replied vaguely before asking with some concern. Not yet. Let's wait a bit more. There are no problems with your spiritual sea. Your consciousness is also very stable. There shouldn't be any problems. The cloaked woman continued to control the spell formation plate as she continued to mutter to herself. However, when Lu Ming heard the woman say that there were no problems with his spiritual sea, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of disappointment that was difficult to detect. Huh? There's something wrong with your lifespan. It seems to be showing signs of decreasing. Suddenly, the cloaked woman's voice paused. Her tone carried a trace of astonishment. My lifespan is decreasing? Is that true? Could Martial Ant examine it a bit more carefully? When Lu Ming heard this, he naturally jumped in fright. Okay, I'll examine it again. That's right. Your lifespan has recently shown signs of decreasing due to external forces. However, you don't need to worry too much. Your lifespan hasn't decreased by too much. It seems to be only a few years. As long as you take some spirit medicines, you will be able to make up for it. It seems that you have encountered some evil spirits in the ghost hell region that are adept at absorbing the lifespan of others. The next time you go there, you only need to prepare a few restraining methods and you will be fine. Okay, there are no other problems. The cloaked woman stared at the spell formation plate for a moment before speaking with a faint smile. My lifespan has decreased. It seems that the reason for my discomfort lies in this. Many thanks for Martial Ant's guidance. The next time I go to the ghost hell region, I will definitely be careful. Lu Ming let out a light breath before replying with a somewhat bitter smile. However, he suddenly remembered that when the bubble had consumed all of his Fa Li, he had felt something being stripped away from his body. His heart couldn't help but sink. When that bubble didn't have any Fa Li to consume, it would actually directly absorb his lifespan to replenish itself. This was truly a life-threatening matter. However, now that he was facing the cloaked woman, even if he was deeply worried, he wouldn't reveal too much of it. He immediately stood up and walked out of the spell formation. He put away the cultivating soul pouch and bowed once more to express his thanks before taking his leave. When Lu Ming's figure directly disappeared from the staircase, the cloaked woman also put away the golden spell formation plate. However, with a trace of doubt, she muttered to herself, could it be that the soul-sucking beast has truly appeared in the ghost hell region again? Could it be that the soul-sucking beast has really appeared in the ghost hell region again? If that is really the case, I will have to warn our faction's disciples to be more careful when they go there again. Soon after, the woman shook her head and once again sat in her original chair, as if no one had been there at all. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming returned to his residence. He directly went to the cultivation room and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. Then, he closed his eyes and began to truly think of a way to deal with the mysterious bubble. Otherwise, according to the current situation, if the bubble began to absorb his lifespan every time it consumed the Fa Li in his body, he would most likely not be able to endure for long before he breathed his last. With great difficulty, he had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. Naturally, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. Lu Ming sat like this for a day and a night. On the morning of the second day, he finally opened his eyes. His expression was slightly relaxed, as if he had already come up with a plan. After thinking for a long time, Lu Ming finally thought of a way to deal with the mysterious bubble. The first method was to imitate the process of passing the bubble by luck and hope to borrow the white-boned scorpion's miasma to pass the bubble. However, this method was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, there was a high chance that he would become a ghost. Even if he was willing to take the risk, there were too many uncertainties. For example, how could he be sure that there was a large amount of miasma nearby when the bubble burst? Otherwise, the little bit of miasma in the cultivating soul bag would not be enough. Moreover, how could he be sure that the white-boned scorpion would burst out with that strange ghost face again and absorb miasma to smoothly pass to him? All of this made Lu Ming think for a moment before deciding to use this method as a last resort. After thinking about it repeatedly, he felt that the most reliable method was to think of all ways to increase his cultivation level. After all, every time he increased his cultivation level, his Fa Li would increase by several times. If he could advance to a late spirit apostle before the next bubble burst, the FA in his body should be enough to satisfy the next absorption. As long as the bubble had enough FA to absorb, it would not take away his lifespan. Furthermore, it would allow him to enter the mysterious space and have a large amount of time to practice various secret techniques. However, becoming a late spirit apostle was not easy. Even though this was a blessing in disguise, allowing the FA in his body to become even purer, if he wanted to advance to the next realm, he was afraid that it would still take close to 2 years. Moreover, the time between the appearance of the mysterious bubble was only half a year. With such a long time, he would not be able to make it in time. Since this was the case, he could only think of pills that could increase his FA. Although the FA obtained from external sources was not stable and would affect his future advancement, the bubble itself had the effect of purifying FA, so he did not have to worry too much about this. Thus, the only problem now was how to obtain pills that could increase FA. Just using contribution points to exchange for pills was definitely not enough. Moreover, it was fine to exchange for pills once or twice, but if he frequently exchanged for pills from the sect, it would be too eye-catching and would most likely bring him a lot of trouble. Since this was the case, he could only go to other places outside of the sect to buy pills or simply learn alchemy. Of these two methods, one was a short-term solution, while the other was a long-term strategy. When Lu Ming recalled that the former required spirit stones and the latter was difficult to learn, he couldn't help but grin. Especially the latter, with the rarity of alchemists, even if he wanted to learn, he had no way to do so. However, this was a matter of life and death. Even if it was extremely difficult, he had to brace himself and do it. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming naturally did not continue to stay in his room to train. Instead, he headed straight for the peak of the Nine Infants Mountain. For him, the fastest way to obtain spirit stones was to complete sect missions. Before that, he planned to learn a few new spells, and then refine a better quality soul shackling chain. After all, if he wanted to earn more spirit stones, he would have to accept some of the more dangerous sect missions. Naturally, he would have to make more preparations. 2 hours later, when Lu Ming left the peak of the mountain, he had the spider silk spell, icicle spell, and mud sand spell on him. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he flew directly to the main peak of the sect. Not long after, he found himself in a gloomy black hall. He stood in the center of the hall in front of a gray formation. He had just received the nameplate from a tall and skinny man. Remember, you only paid 20 contribution points, which means you can only stay in the soul pond for 8 hours. If you don't come out after that time, the cost will be doubled. The tall and skinny man said coldly. He waved the nameplate in his hand at the formation next to him. Immediately, the entire formation rumbled and several streaks of black air rushed out of it. Without saying anything, Lu Ming stepped into the formation. As soon as the runes around the formation appeared, his figure disappeared amid a burst of fluctuations. The next moment, when Lu Ming opened his eyes, he found himself in a huge cave. The cave was about 100 acres in size. In the center, there was a black pond with a diameter of more than 100 feet. Streaks of black air kept coming out of the pond. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt a familiar smell in the air. Without hesitation, he walked to the edge of the soul pond. After glancing at the inky black pond, he took out a black stone the size of a fist. He wrapped it tightly with a thin crystal silk and threw it into the pond. He grabbed the iron ring on the other end of the silk and sat down with his legs crossed. After several hours, Lu Ming reappeared in the gray formation with a satisfied expression. Once he left the hall, he flew back to his residence without stopping. 7 days later, when he left his residence again, not only had he mastered a few new skills, but the soul shackling chain in his sleeve was also changed to a black chain that was several times thicker and shinier than before. He rode his cloud straight to the steward's hall. After staying in front of the crystal monument for a while, he went to the stone platform and accepted 3 sect missions that rewarded more spiritual stones. Then, he left alone. Half a month later, when Lu Ming returned to the steward's hall with a tired face, he had completed all 3 missions. He received dozens of contribution points and hundreds of spiritual stones as rewards. This caused a small commotion among the other disciples. However, Lu Ming didn't care about this. He went back to his residence and slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Then, he reappeared at the steward's hall full of energy. After accepting a few missions that rewarded more spiritual stones, he flew out of the sect again. Just like this, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. During this time, Lu Ming almost completely gave up on cultivating. Instead, he used an astonishing efficiency to sweep through the various middle difficulty missions on the Crystal Monument. His accumulated contribution points and spiritual stones also increased at a frightening rate. In the blink of an eye, he had accumulated nearly 600 to 700 contribution points and 3,000 spiritual stones. During this time, he naturally encountered many strange dangers, but he was lucky enough to escape unscathed. The white-bone scorpion and the wind blade technique that he had cultivated to the perfection level were naturally the greatest guarantee of his safety. During this time, Lu Ming didn't team up with anyone and always completed these missions by himself. Therefore, in the entire sect, other than Callan, who knew that he had a warrior-level ghost, the others were shocked at the astonishing speed at which he completed the missions. However, they couldn't figure out his true strength. Of course, there were even more people who looked at this newly famous mission madman as if they were looking at a joke. From their point of view, a new disciple who didn't honestly cultivate and instead spent most of his time on missions was naturally an extremely stupid method of neglecting the essentials and pursuing the ends. Lu Ming didn't care about any of this. Other than using a large portion of his contribution points to exchange for a few FALI increasing pills from the sect to make up for the fact that he didn't cultivate these past few days, he didn't use any of his spiritual stones even once. However, on this day, Lu Ming didn't continue to do missions. Instead, after leaving his residence, he directly flew out of the mountain gate. After a while, he quietly landed on top of a small mountain. There were already a dozen or so male and female disciples waiting there. Among them, most of them were new disciples that weren't even 20 years old. Some of them were whispering to each other while others were excitedly looking around. Among them, there was a man and a woman that caused Lu Ming's gaze to freeze. It was Lei Zhan and the petite girl that was also from the Heaven's Secret Mountain faction. These two people were currently discussing something in a low voice and clearly didn't notice Lu Ming's arrival. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't take the initiative to greet them. Instead, he silently walked to the side and also waited. After a while, a clear cry suddenly came from the distant sky. Following this, a huge black eagle flew over from the distant sky. After a while, it arrived in the sky above the mountain peak. The huge black eagle folded its wings and landed on the mountain peak with a fishy wind. From its back, 2 girls wearing different clothing, one blue and one green, jumped down. Why isn't it Martial Uncle Zhang? Isn't that Senior Qian, who was ranked 5th on the lunar monument? After the people on the mountain peak saw the 2 girls' faces clearly, there was an immediate uproar. Quite a few people revealed a trace of surprise, but at the same time, there were a few older barbarian ghost sect disciples that recognized the identity of the blue-clothed girl and were even more shocked. Once Lu Ming heard the words lunar monument, he also shivered and looked at the 2 girls. He only saw the older blue-clothed girl. She had a slender body, an oval face, and a rather beautiful appearance. On her back was a long white sword. The green-clothed girl beside her looked to be 16 or 17 years old. She had a baby face and a head full of small braids. She appeared extremely cute, but in her hands was a rectangular bag that seemed to be extremely heavy. Martial Uncle Zhang has something important to do and can't lead the team this time. The sect has given me the mission to go to Weizhou Market. Everyone has already paid their contribution points at the duty hall, so they can join the team. If you regret now, you can return half of your contribution points. If not, we can go on our way. The blue-clothed girl's gaze swept across the people on the mountain peak as she spoke indifferently. Although her voice wasn't loud, everyone heard her clearly. It was clear that this was the Senior Qian. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but naturally, no one stood out. Since there are no problems, let's go now. Cui Air, release the misty boat. Yes, Senior. The green-clothed girl on the side heard what was said and immediately responded in a crisp voice. She placed the bag on the ground and took out a light yellow scroll from her sleeve. After opening it, she placed it flat on the ground. Lu Ming looked at it with rapt attention. He saw that on the scroll, there was a blurred image of a huge yellow boat. The surroundings were filled with mist, making it impossible for people to see it clearly. The girl named Shui Er muttered a few words and suddenly slapped the scroll with her hand. With a pu sound, countless yellow gas containing multicolored inscriptions rushed out of the scroll and rose over 100 feet into the air. With a swirl, the gas condensed and formed a light yellow boat. Although the boat looked huge, it was hazy and did not seem to have a physical body. "Alright, junior brothers and sisters, you can board now." Senior Qian did not care about the other people's shocked expressions and flew onto the misty boat with the green-robed young girl. The others looked at each other and naturally flew up in a hurry. "Huh, it's you again." Lei Zhan and the petite girl flew onto the misty boat. After walking a few steps, they finally noticed Lu Ming, who was not far away, and were a bit surprised. "I also did not think that I would meet Brother Lei here." Since the other person had spoken, Lu Ming nodded his head in reply. "If I remember correctly, Junior Bai is a disciple of Nine Infants Mountain's martial uncle Gue. It's not good for you to cultivate in the mountains, but you have the time to run around. Aren't you afraid of delaying your cultivation?" Lei Zhan's eyes flashed as he asked. He knew Lu Ming's pseudonym and seemed to understand other things quite well. "Oh, so Brother Lei knows my name. I need to go to Weizhou's market to take care of some urgent matters. Even if I have to spend some time, it is something that cannot be delayed." Lu Ming was startled at first and then smiled as he spoke. "I heard that a mission madman has recently appeared in the duty hall. In a few months, he completed 40 to 50 missions. Apparently, he is a new disciple and also has the surname Bai. It can't be the same person as Brother Bai, right?" The petite girl at the side heard this and suddenly laughed. "Cough, if there isn't a second disciple with the surname Bai among the new disciples, then it could be me. Recently, I have been a bit tight on money, so I can only do missions to exchange for spirit stones." Seeing that the other person did not seem to have any ill intentions, Lu Ming could only lightly cough as he replied. "It really is Brother Bai. TSK, I've heard from some of my senior brothers and sisters that many of the missions that Brother Bai has completed are quite dangerous for some of the older disciples, but you're actually able to complete so many in one go. Could it be that there's some secret to it? By the way, my name is Ouyang Fei, and I'm also a disciple of the Heavenly Mystery faction," the petite woman introduced herself with a smile. "Junior Ouyang must be joking. There isn't any secret to the sect's missions. It's just that I spent a lot of time and my luck was pretty good. That's why I was able to complete so many missions." When Lu Ming heard this, he could only vaguely reply. "Humph, do you think that I would believe such words? If there is a chance, let's exchange pointers. I think that Junior Bai's strength should give me a pleasant surprise." Lei Zhan's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming for a while before he suddenly snorted and said, "Brother Lei, you must be joking. You have the 9 spiritual lightning veins. How could I be a match for you?" Lu Ming was a little surprised, but he shook his head. "Without exchanging blows, how do you know that you aren't a match for me? I've heard people say that you have fought with people from 9 Enlightenment Mountain and even defeated one of their genius disciples. This can't be fake, right?" When Lei Zhan heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face as he asked, "How does Brother Lei know about this?" When Lu Ming heard this, he was a little startled. "It seems that Brother Bai doesn't know that the news of you defeating a genius disciple from 9 Enlightenment Mountain has already been spread by some of the 9 Infant Mountain disciples. This has greatly increased the reputation of your faction. In addition to the fact that you recently swept through many of the duty hall's missions, your current reputation within the sect is actually not small," Ouyang Fei said with a light smile. When Lu Ming heard this, he could only bitterly smile. If Junior Bai is not willing to exchange pointers now, then wait until the big competition in a year and a half. At that time, you can't not participate in the big competition. Lei Zhan stared at Lu Ming and said lightly, "If it is the sect's big competition, then naturally I cannot avoid it. However, at that time if I participate, I may not necessarily meet Brother Lei." Lu Ming could only force a smile as he said this. "That doesn't matter. As long as I see you fight, I will naturally know how strong you are. I hope that when the time comes, you won't disappoint me." Lei Zhen said proudly and left without saying anything more. Ouyang Fei hurriedly smiled apologetically at Lu Ming and followed him. When Lu Ming saw this, he could only shake his head without saying anything. However, in his heart, his impression of Lei Zhen had slightly improved. Although this person seemed to be very arrogant and very aggressive, his nature seemed to be very pure. Perhaps it was because of this that Heaven's secret mountain allowed Ouyang Fei to always accompany him. As Lu Ming was thinking about this, a layer of faint light appeared on the outside of the misty boat, protecting everyone underneath it. Then, with a shake, it carried the group of people and flew off into the distance. Lu Ming found a corner on the huge boat where there was no one and stopped. He looked out of the light screen and at the same time, felt the speed of the misty boat. Although the misty boat was much faster than the soaring sky technique, compared to the flying jade spirit boat, there was still a world of difference. It seemed that this was not a flying totem, but more like a special technique that combined a special practitioner weapon with a spell. As Lu Ming studied the secrets of the misty boat, he used his hand to touch a small cloth bag in his sleeve. Within the cloth bag, there were 30 abnormally clear crystal stones. These were the middle-tier spirit stones that he had exchanged from this sect. Otherwise, if he really had to carry 3,000 low-tier spirit stones, he would probably have to carry a large bag. This time, the reason why he was willing to spend over 100 contribution points to go to the Weizhou market was naturally to use these spirit stones to exchange for some FALI increasing pills. After all, the interval between the two occurrences of the mysterious bubble was only about half a year. He needed to take advantage of the next occurrences to increase his cultivation. According to the information he had gathered from other people, with this many spirit stones, if he did not consider the quality of the pills, he should be able to buy quite a few. But then again, the quality of the pills was also an extremely important thing for cultivators. After consuming a high-quality FALI increasing pill, not only would it increase one's FALI, but it would also have purer medicinal effects and fewer impurities. This would greatly reduce the resistance of the pill within the user's body. After all, if a cultivator's resistance to a certain pill was too high, it would not have much effect no matter how many pills of the same type were consumed. The higher the level of the pill, the more importance was placed on the quality. After all, if one's cultivation was low, perhaps a few FALI increasing pills would be enough to greatly increase one's cultivation. However, once one became a spirit master or an even higher level, one might only be able to increase one's cultivation by a small step even after consuming tens or hundreds of pills. At this point, the higher the quality of the pill, the more pills one could consume and the more FALI one could increase one's FALI. Additionally, for some pills with special effects, the higher the quality, the greater the effect. As a result, the price of a high-quality pill could be several times or even more than 10 times that of a normal quality pill. This was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. However, to the current him, these things were still a bit too far away. Right now, he was only a middle spirit apostle, so he did not need to pay too much attention to this problem. Lu Ming looked outside the misty boat and let out a sigh as he pondered. His heart jumped and he suddenly turned around. He saw that the young girl named Shui'er had unexpectedly appeared a few feet away. Moreover, her eyes were unblinkingly looking at him. No, it should be said that she was looking at the black leather bag on his waist. "Senior, do you have any instructions?" Lu Ming's heart was scared by the other party's gaze and he forced a smile as he asked. "This aura is not wrong, it is indeed the cultivating soul bag. Junior brother, how about I discuss something with you? Why don't you sell this cultivating soul pouch to me?" Hearing this, the green-robed young girl finally reluctantly moved her gaze away from the leather bag. However, she immediately said this to Lu Ming with a face full of smiles. "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint Senior. I am not selling this item." Lu Ming's heart trembled, but he immediately shook his head as he spoke. "Junior, don't be so sure. How about I use a top-quality practitioner weapon to exchange for it? If that's not possible, then 2 is fine too," the green-robed young girl repeatedly said. After hearing this, Lu Ming's expression could not help but become slightly sluggish. This cultivating soul bag was a treasure that was close to a spirit tool. The other party actually intended to use 1 or 2 practitioner weapons to exchange for it. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she intended to forcefully seize it? However, looking at the green-robed young girl's adorable smiling appearance, it really did not seem to be the case. Lu Ming's heart became vigilant as he repeatedly shook his head. The green-robed young girl quickly raised the price to 3 practitioner weapons. She still had an appearance of perseverance. "Cui, what are you doing? Quickly come over." At this moment, a cold voice came from another direction. Lu Ming raised his head to look. It was Senior Qian who had walked over. She expressionlessly spoke to the green-robed young girl. "Ah, why isn't Senior controlling the flying boat? Don't fly in the wrong direction." When the green-robed young girl saw Senior Qian come over, she immediately walked over as if her buttocks were on fire. She then apologetically smiled as she spoke. "Humph, I had Lu Zhu temporarily help me control the flying boat. But it seems that your old habits have resurfaced. Whenever you see something you like, you can't move. You're starting to pester others endlessly. Junior, please don't mind her. Cui doesn't have any ill intentions. She's just naturally a bit mischievous." Senior Qian snorted as she reprimanded the young girl. She then turned around and spoke to Lu Ming with a relaxed expression. "It's nothing. Senior Cui didn't do anything excessive." Facing the barbarian ghost sect's top 5 core disciple, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to be negligent as he spoke. "That's right. Junior, what is your surname? Which faction are you from?" Senior Qian nodded her head. Her gaze swept over the leather pouch at his waist and she asked another question. "My surname is Bai. I am a disciple of 9 Infant Mountains Master Gui." Lu Ming did not know the other party's intentions, but he had no intention of hiding it. "Oh, Master Gui's disciple. It seems that your cultivating soul pouch was not given to you by the sect. I will give Junior a suggestion. If you don't want to be easily recognized like this item, it would be best if you smear it with crimsonine sand. This way, very few people will be able to recognize this item. After all, there are many people in Weizhou Market. It would be better to be a bit more careful." Senior Qian indifferently said. "Many thanks for Senior's guidance. I know what to do." Lu Ming was slightly startled, but he hurriedly expressed his thanks. Senior Qian nodded her head and left with the green-robed young girl, who was still a bit reluctant to part with him. "Junior Bai, you should think about it a bit more. The price can still be negotiated." Cui's voice suddenly transmitted into Lu Ming's ears. This caused him to be completely speechless. In the following days, Lu Ming meditated on the misty boat and no one else came to find him. However, under his careful observation, he discovered that as time passed, the misty boat seemed to slowly become fainter. Of course, the process was extremely slow. 5 days later, the misty boat finally arrived at its destination, a huge valley in Weizhou that extended in all directions. This valley had an area of at least 10 miles. Looking from high up in the sky, one could vaguely see that there were countless buildings of various sizes neatly arranged. At the same time, there were many black dots of people continuously entering and exiting the buildings. Pooh! The huge boat landed on an empty area a few miles away from the valley and disappeared into thin air. At this time, Senior Qian calmly gathered everyone together and said, "Listen carefully. The Weizhou market is one of the 3 largest markets established by the sects of our country. Therefore, no matter which sect's disciples are here, they do not have any special privileges and cannot violate the rules of the market. One of the most important rules is that no one is allowed to fight or use flying techniques within 10 miles of the market. This includes flying equipment. Violators will be immediately arrested and punished according to the situation. That's right, every sect will send a spirit master to take turns overseeing the market. Don't even think about getting lucky. The person overseeing this market is Marshal Uncle Lu from the mysterious Talisman faction. If you have the chance, you might be able to meet him. For many of you, this is the first time you've been to a public market, so you should be able to broaden your horizons. However, if you really want to buy or sell something, you need to be a bit more careful. This place is a mix of good and bad people. Many of the cultivators here are loose cultivators and some are outer sect disciples from neighboring countries. Most of them are spirit apostles, but occasionally, a spirit master will appear. If it is because your eyesight is not good enough and you've been deceived, then I can't help you. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. In 3 days, I will come back here to bring you back to the sect. Now, juniors can move on their own. After Senior Qian finished speaking, she brought the green-clothed girl, Cui Er, and floated towards the entrance of the valley. The others looked at each other and some of the more impatient ones immediately followed. There were also people who gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and started to talk. Lei Zhan and the petite woman only exchanged a few words before they both headed towards the valley. Lu Ming had planned to act alone from the beginning, so he naturally wouldn't stay any longer. After waiting for a while, he set off unhurriedly. After the time it took to finish a meal, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the valley. Sounds of bustling activity could be faintly heard from afar. His eyes flashed, but he didn't stop walking. Soon, he arrived at a clean stone street. Both sides of the street were lined with bluestone buildings. The tallest ones were over 100 feet tall, while the shorter ones were only a few feet tall. It seemed that they were all shops opened by cultivators. Many cultivators with different auras were either walking on the streets or entering the buildings on both sides of the street. As for the few disciples that he could see from afar, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't know where they went. Because of this, Lu Ming was even less anxious. He walked slowly along the street, his eyes constantly looking at the shops on both sides of the street. After a short while, he understood a little. Although there were quite a few shops, they were generally divided into a few categories. Some were shops that specialized in buying and selling various materials. There were also shops that specialized in selling finished pills or glyphs. There were even some that mainly sold or customized practitioner weapons. However, the larger shops mostly did all kinds of business. There was even a shop that directly put up a sign saying that the shop had totems for sale. This caused Lu Ming to stop in front of it for a while before leaving with a bitter smile. He didn't even need to ask to know that the totems that were sold in this kind of place either had a problem with the totems themselves or the price was ridiculously high. It was not something that he could delude himself into. As Lu Ming looked at the shops, he occasionally walked into a few of them and asked about the price of certain items. After he finished looking at this street, he turned and walked towards a nearby street. 4 hours later, when Lu Ming walked out from the end of the street, he impressively saw a plaza that was a few acres in size. There were actually quite a few people setting up stalls here. It was impressively a place similar to the barbarian ghost sect's grey market. Lu Ming was a bit surprised and casually strolled around the stalls. In the end, he really did find quite a few good items for sale. However, after asking about the price, he could only shake his head and walk away. However, when he walked in front of a middle-aged man with a sickly face, he was attracted by the animal skin book that was placed in front of him. Unable to resist, he picked it up and casually flipped through it before opening his mouth to ask, "This book, the Encyclopedia of Pill Refining Basics, how is it sold?" Aside from introducing the basics of pill refining, this book also contains a few basic pill recipes. 50 spirit stones, non-negotiable. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Lu Ming before speaking lazily. 50 spirit stones. When Lu Ming heard this, he shook his head and put down the book again. However, his gaze casually swept over another pile of items on the stall and he couldn't help but ask one more question, "What about these items?" A set of low-grade pill refining tools, 300 spirit stones. The middle-aged man looked at the pile of old items that consisted of a small cauldron, a medicine bowl, and a medicine pestle before indifferently replying, "If this book is a free gift, I want this set of items." When Lu Ming heard this, he said without hesitation. He had seen the same items in the previous shop and the other party had directly asked for 500 spirit stones. Moreover, from the traces of medicinal fragrance that these items contained, they should be real pill refining tools. "I'll give it to you as a gift. Since you are the first customer today, I'll let you have it." When the middle-aged man heard this, he was a bit flabbergasted. He raised his hand and looked at Lu Ming before suddenly speaking with a smile. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately took out 3 clear spirit stones from his sleeve and handed them over. The middle-aged man immediately took them and after slightly identifying the quality of the spirit stones, he nodded his head. Only then did Lu Ming put away the book and the set of pill refining tools. Then, he left the plaza. The entire marketplace was very large, almost equivalent to a medium-sized town. After spending an entire day, Lu Ming had only seen half of the shops. Thus, when the sky turned dark, he went to the marketplace and found a special inn for people to rest for the night. The next day, he continued to look at the rest of the streets. Although many shops had pills that increased FA, he only had a few spirit stones on hand. Moreover, he also planned to sell a few other items. Naturally, he planned to find the most cost-effective and reputable shops to sell. At noon, when he finally finished looking at the last shop, he made a decision in his heart. Half an hour later, he walked into a small 2-story loft with a signboard of 100 Treasures House hanging on it. This shop was considered medium-sized in the entire valley. Inside, there were several rows of wooden shelves with many items placed on them. Moreover, there were 2 waiters introducing the shop to the customers. There was also an old shopkeeper sitting behind the counter. The business of the loft seemed to be exceptionally good. There was an endless stream of cultivators entering and exiting the place. After walking in for a while, Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to walk in front of the counter. He placed a box of items on it and said to the old man, "First, give me an estimate of the value of the items inside. After that, we can discuss other matters." Hearing this, the old man didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. Instead, he nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, please wait a moment. This old man will take a look first." As he said this, the old man opened the jade box and looked inside with rapt attention. However, his expression immediately changed slightly. "What a strong aura this is." The old man was surprised. His finger moved and picked up a white object the size of a soybean. It was the bone residue left behind by the green-haired giant rat. "May I ask what kind of monster left this?" The old man was worthy of being the shopkeeper of this place. He immediately recognized the item in his hand and asked. It was left behind by a giant rat monster. Lu Ming didn't intend to hide it and said frankly. "It was left behind by a rat monster. This is a bit strange. Generally speaking, it was rare for rat-type demonic beasts to advance to a higher level. Wait a moment, let me measure the true strength of this thing's aura." Hearing this, the old man said with a trace of doubt on his face. Naturally, Lu Ming wouldn't object. He was also curious about the level of the green-haired giant rat. So the old man bent down and took out a palm-sized silver magic plate from below. After placing the bone residue in his hand on it, he made a hand sign with one hand. In the next moment, the entire magic plate hummed. At the same time, pieces of unknown runes appeared and were constantly changing. Advanced liquid level late stage. In the next moment, the old man let out a breath, as if he couldn't believe what he saw in front of his eyes. He hurriedly cast the spell again, but the runes on the magic plate were still the same as before. Wait a moment. These things are too valuable. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. I must ask the owner to come and talk to him personally. Keep the things and wait in the VIP room. After the old man let out a long breath, he said to Lu Ming quickly. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. When Lu Ming heard the words advanced liquid level late stage, he was also shocked. One had to know that the highest he estimated in his heart was only the early liquid level. Didn't this mean that the green-haired giant rat was a real high-level monster that was not far from the crystal level? There was a gap of 2 whole levels. The value of the bone residue was naturally a world of difference. No wonder the flesh of the giant rat had such an effect. Even if he didn't refine it into a pill and directly consumed it, his FA was pushed to the middle spirit apostle level. The woman named Ji Tianmei could easily kill this monster. She must be a crystal-level expert of the same generation as the martial uncle of his sect. When Lu Ming thought of the beautiful face of the woman in the palace dress, he couldn't help but have a very strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that although the woman looked young, she was actually an old woman that was over 100 years old? Lu Ming shook his head and threw this thought to the back of his mind. Accompanied by the old man, he entered an elegantly decorated small room on the 2nd floor. Immediately, a pretty woman came up and offered a cup of fragrant tea. Afterwards, the old man left the room and went to find the owner that he spoke of. After a short while, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the room. A middle-aged woman wearing a long purple dress walked in under the guidance of the old man. This woman's appearance seemed ordinary, but after a few more glances, she gave off a feeling of extraordinary grace. At this time, the old man introduced, "Fellow, this is the owner of this house, Madame Jade. This fellow Taoist is the owner of the demon bones I mentioned earlier." Madame Jade. Lu Ming stood up and gave a slight bow. "Fellow does not need to be so polite, I am only a spirit apostle. I wonder if fellow can take out the spirit bones and let me take a look at them." Madame Jade returned the bow and said with a smile, "Of course, this is not a problem." Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately took out the wooden box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Madame Jade stepped forward and opened the lid. Using her slender fingers, she picked up a white bone dregs and examined them. The woman had a very careful appearance and her expression was extremely focused. It was as if she was not holding an unremarkable bone dregs in her hand, but a rare treasure that was hard to find in the world. After looking for a while, the woman raised her hand and took out a wooden hairpin from her bun. Using the sharp end, she lightly touched the bone dregs in her hand. An inconceivable thing happened. The originally light yellow wooden hairpin suddenly changed color and turned into a deep blue. It really is the demon bone of a late liquid-level demon beast. Although it is a little less, it is enough to forge a small totem. The woman finally revealed a trace of joy as she spoke. "Totem." Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. That's right. The reason why totem is rare is because it is not easy to forge and the success rate is too low. However, it is also because the materials for the totem are too rare. The demon bones of these condensation period advanced stage beasts happen to be one of the most suitable main materials for forging spirit weapons. Of course, during the refining process, other supplementary materials must be added, and these are also quite expensive. The woman reluctantly put the bone fragments back into the box before explaining. So that's how it is. When Lu Ming heard this, he suddenly understood. In his heart, his impression of this Madame Yu increased quite a bit. Everything else aside, the fact that the other party didn't hide the usage of these demon bones and calmly explained the rarity of these items showed that the 100 Treasures House's good reputation wasn't just for show. I heard Elder Wang say that fellow Taoist didn't intend to sell these items directly. Instead, he seemed to intend to discuss other business with our house. Is this true? Lady Jade asked. I do have such a plan. However, before that, I would like to ask Madam a question. If this box of demon bones were to be sold directly, how many spirit stones would your house be willing to pay? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. The price of a normal totem is around 10,000 to 100,000 spirit stones. However, if the forging fails, the materials will lose their spiritual nature and can no longer be used. However, we still have to deduct the cost of hiring a high-grade blacksmith and other supplementary materials. In addition, our house will also need to earn a sum of spirit stones. Thus, our house generally bids around 5,000 spirit stones for the main materials of a totem. However, considering that these demon bones were left behind by a condensation period advanced stage beast, there is a certain chance that they can be used to forge high-grade and top-grade spirit weapons. Thus, our house can pay an additional 2,000 spirit stones for this box of demon bones. What does fellow Taoist think of this price? Madame Yu thought for a moment before speaking seriously. 7,000 spirit stones is indeed a reasonable price. Lu Ming nodded his head. However, his hand that was hidden in his sleeve couldn't help but touch another small wooden box the size of a finger. His face revealed a thoughtful expression. When Madame Yu saw this, although she had a trace of doubt in her heart, she still wore a smile on her face and didn't urge him to do anything. I plan to exchange most of the items in this box for some FALI increasing pills. The names and quantities are all written on it. As for the remaining spirit stones, I plan to purchase a few glyphs and medicinal ingredients for alchemy. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming finally didn't take out the small wooden box from his sleeve. Instead, he took out a slip of paper from his body and handed it over. These items were all things that he had written long ago. The pills will all be of low quality, so the quantity naturally won't be a problem. As for the pill refining ingredients and glyphs, I will have someone bring a catalog and a price later. Fellow Taoist can choose as he pleases. Madame Yu looked at the items written on the slip of paper and immediately agreed. Soon after, the woman gave an order and the old man immediately took the slip of paper and walked out of the room. A moment later, the pretty servant girl who had served tea walked in with a thick catalogue in her hand. Fellow Daoist, take a good look. Most of the items that our store sells are inside. Perhaps there are items that fellow Daoist will be interested in. That's right, I still don't know fellow Daoist's name. Would it be possible for you to tell me? Madame Yu took the catalogue and amiably asked. My surname is Liu. It's not convenient for me to tell you my full name. Lu Ming took the catalogue and indifferently said. So it's Liu. Madame Yu faintly smiled. It seemed that she didn't care that Lu Ming didn't tell her his full name. Lu Ming had already quickly flipped through the catalogue in his hand and firmly remembered the items that caught his eye. After a while, Elder Wang walked in again. This time, there were a dozen or so porcelain bottles of different sizes in his hand. He placed them all on the table next to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes flashed. He put down the catalogue in his hand and began to examine the porcelain bottles one by one. After a while, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said to the old man, aside from these pills, I also need 5 caddies of deer fragrance grass, 3 stalks of scarlet scale flower, half a caddy of bezoar powder, 3 large bottles of sweet rain liquid, and a bottle of crimson sand. As for spirit glyphs, I need 2 divine speed glyphs, 2 spirit shield glyphs, and 3 return spring glyphs. Okay, that's all. As for the remaining several hundred spirit stones, just give them to me. Lu Ming quickly reported the names of some pill refining ingredients and glyphs. After Elder Wang finished listening, he glanced at Madame Yu, the owner of the store. Madame Yu smiled and nodded her head. Only then did Elder Wang agree and leave the room. Lu, since you bought so many items, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to carry them around. Have you thought about buying a storage glyph? Madame Yu thought for a moment before suddenly speaking to Lu Ming. Aren't storage glyphs only usable after becoming a spirit master? Moreover, using these glyphs for such a small amount of items is truly a waste. When Lu Ming heard this, he was slightly startled as he replied. A normal storage glyph naturally wouldn't work. However, the White Jade House recently obtained a few storage glyphs that had failed to be refined. Although they can only be used once and their capacity isn't large, they are unable to reduce the amount of items stored within. However, with Fellow's Middle Spirit Apostle Cultivation, you should be able to barely use them. Madame Yu said with a light laugh. After hearing this, Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. An hour later, when Lu Ming once again walked out of the White Jade House, his hands were still empty. After he came out this time, he didn't return to the inn he was staying at. Instead, he went directly to the most famous smithing shop in the market. After staying there for 4 hours, he walked out with a smile on his face. At this time, the majority of the spirit stones on his body and the small, slender wooden box in his sleeve had astonishingly disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Lu Ming directly returned to the inn he had stayed at the night before and didn't leave again. When the deadline of 3 days arrived, his figure once again appeared outside of the valley and rushed to the agreed-upon location a few miles away. There, a large group of barbarian ghost sect disciples were already waiting. Many people were excitedly discussing what they had seen and heard in the market, but there was no sign of Lei Zhen or Ouyang Fei. After waiting for a while, another person walked over from the distance. Lu Ming indifferently looked down and discovered that it wasn't Senior Qian and the others. Instead, it was an extremely voluptuous and enchanting young married woman. Beside her was a skinny boy that seemed to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. This woman was dressed in pink clothing and was extremely alluring. As she walked, every movement she made had a soul-stirring and soul-stirring feeling, causing many of the male barbarian ghost sect disciples to stare blankly at her. When this woman saw that there were so many people in front of her, she seemed to be slightly surprised and immediately brought the boy in another direction. However, when she had walked a few hundred feet away, the boy suddenly began to wail loudly for some unknown reason. The young married woman immediately bent down to comfort him, but the boy didn't pay any attention to her. This woman seemed to be extremely anxious and fiercely hit the boy twice. However, the boy's crying became even more intense. At this time, Senior Qian and the green-clothed girl slowly walked over from the direction of the valley. Junior Lei and Junior Ouyang met martial Uncle Zhang and obtained some good fortune. Therefore, they will stay here for a while and won't be returning with us. Senior Qian glanced at the young married woman and the boy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes as she spoke indifferently. When the other disciples heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. At this time, Senior Qian had already ordered the green-clothed girl to take out the scroll and once again cast the technique. After a short while, when the light yellow boat condensed in the air, the barbarian ghost sect disciples naturally flew onto it. After a rumbling sound, a light barrier appeared and the misty boat flew in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect with everyone. At this time, the boy who was originally crying suddenly stopped and raised his head to look at the back of the misty boat in the distance. He coldly glanced at it. As expected, they are only spirit apostles. There isn't even a single spirit master. It seems like we can do a big business. When the pink-clothed young married woman saw this, she didn't find it strange at all. Instead, she giggled and spoke extremely charmingly. Our mission has been completed. We have already confirmed that there are no liquid-level cultivators among the barbarian ghost sect disciples. The rest is naturally up to Second Xing and the others. However, their flying tools are quite mysterious and may have the effect of hiding their tracks. Second Xing won't lose them, right? The boy finally spoke. His voice was abnormally old, as if he was an old man. Don't worry. I have already planted 10,000 mile fragrance on one of the barbarian ghost sect disciples in the market. Even if they are 1,000 miles away, Third Xing will be able to accurately find them. The pink-robed young woman said with a sinister expression. Very good. In this case, with Third Xing and the others being late spirit apostles, taking down these barbarian ghost sect disciples will not be a problem. Okay, let's also leave. After this, we can no longer stay in the kingdom of Dexian. We need to move to another place. The boy nodded his head in satisfaction. Hee, you want to leave? Do you want to see if I agree? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. This caused the young woman and the boy to be startled, and they both looked up. They saw a dignified elder wearing a brocade robe with a jade belt around his waist. His hands were behind his back as he coldly looked at the two of them. Not good, it's old freak Moo. Quickly run. After the pink-robed young woman saw the elder's face clearly, her face immediately changed as she cried out involuntarily. The boy beside her waved his hand without saying anything, and a cloud of white mist surged out. In an instant, everything within 100 feet was submerged in the mist. Following this, his body twisted and he drilled into the ground. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. The boy's 2 feet were only half a foot into the ground when the surrounding soil suddenly became as hard as steel, causing him to be unable to move at all. A bloody light flashed, the boy's head immediately rolled down. Following this, a ripple appeared beside him and a tall and skinny man wearing a blood-red robe appeared. In his hand, he held a slender blood blade that was still dripping with blood. As soon as this man appeared, he shook the long blade with a pale face. Immediately, the boy's headless body was cut into a dozen or so pieces by the bloody light. Even the spirit that was hidden within the blood light let out a miserable scream and turned into green smoke. What ageless boy, you are only SOSO. A mere late spirit apostle dares to call himself that. At this time, the blood-red robed man coldly said. You are Blood River Hall Shueya. The pink-robed young woman's face paled even further at the sight of the crimson-robed man. But after taking a couple of steps back, azure light flashed from her body, and she suddenly fled into the distance as a ball of azure light. Seeing this, the crimson-robed man sneered and did not give chase. The brocade-robed elderly man wordlessly shook his sleeve, and a crimson feather fan suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it from afar. Pooh! The young woman, who had already escaped hundreds of feet away, felt the air around her heat up, and her whole body turned into a ball of fire that burned fiercely. A moment later, the enchanting female cultivator disappeared without a trace. Humph, old monster Moo, I didn't think that your Yin fire technique has become even more refined. You actually managed to plant a Yin fire seed in a late spirit apostle without even realizing it. The blood-red robed man snorted as he witnessed this scene. How can this insignificant skill of mine be compared to Fellow's blood knife? the brocade-robed elderly man said, but his gaze looked towards the pool of blood near the blood-red-robed man. His gaze was filled with fear. The pool of blood was where the boy's corpse was previously. However, it is a bit strange. The outside world didn't say that the leader of this group of bandits, the immortal boy, was a spirit master. Why is he only a late spirit apostle? If it wasn't like this, why would the two of us stay here at the same time? The brocade-robed elderly man muttered to himself before asking with a trace of doubt. Since it is just a rumor, it may not be the truth. It is most likely that the outside world is spreading false rumors and exaggerating the abilities of these evil cultivators. Moreover, although this group of bandits has quite a reputation these past few years, I have never heard of them actually fighting against anyone. The people that they killed were all spirit apostle cultivators, and they did not provoke any spirit masters. Their reputation is only because they are a bit more vicious and cunning. This time, we received news ahead of time and set up this trap with the intention of catching them all in one fell swoop. Now that we are able to easily deal with the leader, I feel that it is a normal thing. The blood-red-robed man said unhurriedly. Perhaps that is the case. Now that we have dealt with the two leaders, I believe that fellow Zhang should be making his move soon. The brocade-robed man thought for a moment before nodding his head and speaking. This time the bait is fellow Zhang's own disciples. Naturally, I have to personally go in order to be at ease. However, according to what I said, if these disciples can't even deal with a few spirit apostle bandits, then so be it if they die. There is nothing to regret. The blood-red-robed man coldly laughed as he spoke. Fellow Xianxia, do you think that the barbarian ghost sect is like your hall of blood? The disciples in the sect all cultivate the path of slaughter, and all of them are full of battle experience. Moreover, the barbarian ghost sect has been recruiting fewer and fewer disciples in recent years. How could they be willing to give up like this? Moreover, one of them is one of the top 10 core disciples in the sect. The brocade-robed elderly man said with a slight smile. Core disciple? Are you talking about the Qian girl? Her aptitude is indeed not bad. If she is also part of the bait, no wonder fellow Zhang would be so concerned. That's right, does fellow Xuan know that a few months ago, Senior Yan of the Barbarian Ghost Sect and Senior Lingyu of the Nine Enlightenment Mountain went out at the same time and returned with injuries? The blood-red-robed man suddenly asked. Fellow Xue wants to talk about the Scarlet Dragon, right? The brocade-robed elderly man was silent for a moment before replying with a smile. As expected, your Firestorm Way has also received the news. Thinking about it, a crystal-level demonic beast has not appeared in the Dexian country for who knows how many years. It seems that your sect's senior Qi Yang is definitely going to make a move. The blood-red-robed man heard this and sighed. That is natural. A normal crystal-level demonic beast's entire body is a treasure, let alone a flood dragon. Although the Barbarian Ghost Sect and the Nine Enlightenment Mountain were the first to discover it, since they did not capture it in one go, they naturally could not cover up the news. Not only our sect, I'm afraid that the crystal-level seniors of your sect and the Heavenly Moon sect will also not be able to sit still. The brocade-robed elderly man did not hide anything as he spoke. If that is the case, then even if the Scarlet Dragon is powerful, it will not be able to escape. Although the Flood Dragon repelled Senior Lingyu and Senior Yin, it is impossible for it to be completely unharmed. The blood-red-robed man said thoughtfully. If fellow Xianxia thinks this way, then you are wrong. According to the latest news I received, although the Scarlet Dragon was injured, it has already left the vicinity of the suppressing Dragon Island and is hiding in an unknown place to recuperate. Even if the crystal-level seniors have boundless faith, it will not be an easy task to find the Flood Dragon. Moreover, with such a frightening demonic beast hiding within our country, in the future, even if you and I go out alone, I'm afraid that we will have to be more careful. Otherwise, if we were to encounter this demonic beast, I believe that in a few days, fellow will also receive the warning from your sect. The brocade-robed elderly man said this and laughed. It can't be that the situation is that bad, right? Perhaps the Scarlet Dragon has already escaped from the Dexian country. Hearing this, the blood-red-robed man's face slightly changed. I also hope so, but the news I received is that the Flood Dragon is heavily injured and will not be able to escape from the country in a short period of time. You and I, who are liquid-level cultivators, are the best tonic for this demonic beast's injuries. The brocade-robed elderly man shook his head and suddenly lowered his voice as he spoke. Fellow means. Hearing this, the blood-red robed man could not help but shiver. You and I can use our spirit apostle disciples as bait. Why can't those crystal-level cultivators use us to lure out the scarlet dragon? Don't forget, in the entire Xian country, only our 3 markets have the most liquid-level spirit masters. The brocade-robed elderly man said in an even lower voice. Haha, Brother Mu is overthinking this. The blood-red robed man's face changed several times before he finally forced a laugh and said. Yes, it is possible that I am overthinking this. However, if we really have to leave the market in the near future, how about we try our best to travel together? Hearing this, the brocade-robed elderly man asked with a slight smile. Okay, I have recently encountered some problems in my cultivation and wanted to ask Brother Mu for guidance. This time, the blood-red robed man only thought for a moment before agreeing. Afterwards, the two tacitly changed the topic and talked about other things. At the same time, in the sky 1,000 miles away from the market, the misty boat had already stopped flying. About 1,000 feet behind it, there was a gray wooden boat that was over 100 feet long. On top of it stood a dozen or so cultivators dressed in different clothes. Their appearances were all fierce, but at this moment, they were all trembling with fear as they stood on the boat, not daring to move. The reason why they had become like this was because of the dozen or so wolf-shaped puppets floating around the wooden boat, as well as the shredded corpses on the ground below. On top of the wooden boat, there was a middle-aged woman and a man dressed as a monk. They were talking about something and didn't pay much attention to what was happening below. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others on the misty boat gathered together and respectfully bowed to a smiling middle-aged Taoist priest along with Senior Qian. Stand up. This time, I was the one who lured these wasp bandits out. Although I didn't tell you the truth beforehand, I still let you bear some of the risk. How about this? I will send a message to the duty hall and everyone will receive an additional 100 contribution points. The middle-aged Taoist priest said in a friendly manner. Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Zhang. When everyone heard this, they were all overjoyed and said their thanks in unison. The middle-aged Taoist priest said a few more words of encouragement before preparing to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard a long bird cry that was abnormally sharp and ear-piercing. It seemed to be extremely far away in the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be much closer. The faces of the middle-aged Taoist priest, the woman, and the monk who were talking on top of the wooden boat all changed at the same time. After Lu Ming heard this somewhat familiar chirping sound, he was startled at first, but when his mind quickly turned and remembered the origin of the chirping sound, his face also turned a bit pale. Marshal Nis Qian, Cui Er, take the others and leave immediately. The further you go, the better. Do not look back. The middle-aged spirit master suddenly yelled at Senior Qian. Following that, a multicolored light wrapped around his body and he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the woman and Tuchuo. Seeing this, Senior Qian knew that there was an extremely powerful enemy coming from afar. Even Marshal Uncle Zhang and the other spirit masters' expressions changed upon hearing this. She immediately gave an order to Cui Er without another word. The two girls began to cast their techniques. In an instant, the originally motionless misty boat moved and immediately transformed into a hazy ball of light that shot out. At this time, the distant sharp cry suddenly became several times louder. Senior Qian and Cui Er, who were currently activating the misty boat, felt their ears ring. The Fa Li in their bodies became sluggish. The misty boat that had just flown out swayed and then stopped. As for the other middle spirit apostles and beginning spirit apostles, they fell to the ground one after another. Only the other two late spirit apostles and Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the deck of the misty boat with pale faces. They did their best to activate the Fa Li in their bodies to resist the sharp cry. Seeing this, the middle-aged spirit master's face became ugly. However, his body did not move from its original position. At this time, a violent wind blew in the distant sky. A large black cloud appeared out of nowhere and quickly rolled over. As for the sharp cry that came from the black cloud, even the middle-aged Taoist and the other two spirit masters' ears began to feel a dull pain as if they were being pricked by needles. They were unable to ignore it and had to use a portion of their Fei to protect their ears. Pudong. Senior Qian and Chui Er, who were originally standing, finally fell to the ground with weak legs. They could only use their Fei to resist with all their might. As for the other barbarian ghost sect disciples on the misty boat, the ones with lower cultivations let out a loud cry and fainted. At the same time, black blood slowly flowed out of their orifices. The other two late spirit apostles endured for a while before their necks crooked and they fell to the sky. The group of wasp bandit demonic cultivators on the wooden boat naturally fell to the ground. Although Lu Ming's face was extremely pale and his eyes were tightly shut, he was still able to sit cross-legged on the ground and did not move. The reason why he could do this was naturally because his mental strength was much stronger than a normal disciple's and the extremely pure Fei in his body. At the same time, he also used his talent of doing two things at once to split his mental power into two and take turns to resist the screeching sound. Once one of them could not hold on any longer, the other would immediately replace it. Even so, Lu Ming only felt an unbearable pain as if his head had been split in two and his eyes began to darken. Just as he was struggling bitterly, the sharp screeching sound that seemed to be able to cut through metal and stone finally came to an abrupt stop. Lu Ming finally relaxed and to open his eyes. King, Lu Spirit, said. Lu Ming, Spirit, he, Master, Chen, he, Heir, and Spirit, he, King, Spirit, the lower half of the monster's body was that of a human and the upper half of a dragon. The lower half of the monster's body was that of a human, but the upper half was that of a dragon. The monster's lower half was covered in loose animal skin trousers, while its upper half was bare and scarlet-red scales covered its body. At the same time, the head of the dragon on its thick neck only had one eye that shone with a green light. It was currently staring at the middle-aged spirit. The middle-aged spirit took a closer look and discovered that the half-human, half-dragon monster was covered in scars. There were all kinds of knife and axe marks all over its body, each of them incredibly deep. In some places, one could even faintly see white bones. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. It really is the scarlet spirit dragon that escaped from Martial Uncle Yen and Senior Lingyu. Fellows, are you going to fight or flee? The middle-aged spirit stared at the monster in front of him, but his lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message to the two. Flee? Could it run faster than a crystal-level flood dragon? If we try to escape, the WYRM will undoubtedly catch up to us one by one, then kill us one by one with ease. Duda harumphed coldly in response. That's right. If I could escape, I would have flown away a long time ago. Why would I still stay here? However, if this scarlet spirit dragon was in perfect condition, we would definitely die if we faced it. However, looking at its current miserable appearance, it would be good if it could maintain 20 to 30% of its Fei. With the three of us working together, we might be able to contend against it. If we are lucky enough to kill it, it might be our opportunity to advance to the crystal level. The middle-aged woman looked at the scarlet spirit dragon in front of her. Her eyes were filled with fear, but a trace of passion flashed through them. When the middle-aged spirit master and the monk heard this, their hearts couldn't help but thump. Alright, since fellow Yu intends to risk it all, then I will accompany you this time. Fellow Zhang, what do you think? The monk transmitted a message back. Since the two of you have already made your decision, I can't just slip away by myself. However, I must first send the Qian girl and Ling Yu away before I can risk it all. The middle-aged spirit master muttered to himself for a moment before bitterly laughing and speaking. Humph, at a time like this, you are still concerned about two insignificant spirit apostle disciples. Forget it, let me help you. The monk snorted as he spoke and slightly moved one of his fingers. The two wolf puppets that were originally surrounding the wasp bandits immediately moved and flew side by side toward the misty boat. So, the half-dragon monster that was standing in front of them only moved once before disappearing with a blur. This caused the middle-aged spirit master and the other two to simultaneously adopt a defensive stance in shock. Hong! One of the wolf puppets that was flying toward the misty boat was pierced through the head by a red claw, causing it to explode in a flash. The half-dragon monster that had just appeared nearby opened its mouth and spat out another scarlet-red pillar of light. With a muffled pu sound, the other wolf puppet also exploded after being hit by the red light. This scene caused the middle-aged spirit master and the other two to all suck in a breath of cold air. "We can't care about your sex disciples anymore, make your move." The woman clenched her teeth and yelled. Following that, she moved her hand and pulled out a short green sword from her sleeve. She tossed it into the air and immediately started chanting. After the monk's heartache over the destruction of the two puppets, he immediately put his hands into his bosom without saying anything and threw them out at the same time. Immediately, a red ball and a blue ball flew out. With a jabbing sound, they transformed into a huge blue tiger puppet and a huge scarlet python puppet. As soon as the two puppets appeared, the monk shook his sleeve again, and two fist-sized red and blue crystals flew out, disappearing into the mouths of the two puppets with unerring accuracy. Of the two puppet beasts that were originally dead, a blue light flashed in one of its eyes and it let out a tiger roar. The other made a chee-chee sound and spat out a red tongue as it shook its head and wagged its tail. The middle-aged spirit master's face was gloomy as he patted the leather pouch at his waist. Immediately, a stack of multicolored glyphs flew out and formed a row in front of him. When the half-dragon monster saw this, a trace of viciousness flashed through its eyes. It suddenly took a step forward and its body immediately turned into a series of afterimages as it pounced forward. With only a blur, it appeared at an unimaginable speed about 100 feet away from the woman. Slash! When the woman saw this, her heart jumped. However, she did not hesitate to let out a low yell and abruptly pointed at the short green sword in the air. After the sword trembled, it turned into a streak of cold light that slashed at the monster. Pung! The half-horned monster only moved one of its sharp claws and the cold light was knocked away with a metallic sound. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a red pillar of light at the woman. Sigh. The middle-aged spirit master used a finger and pointed at the three glyphs in front of him. 3 layers of white light screens immediately appeared in front of the woman. After the red light flashed, it pierced through the 3 layers of light screens at the same time. Only then did it dissipate. Even so, the woman was shocked and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Boom! Boom! The huge blue tiger and the huge scarlet python pounced at the same time. However, after the half-dragon monster leaped out, its body suddenly became transparent and disappeared into thin air. "Fellow you, be careful." One of the glyphs in front of the middle-aged spirit master spontaneously combusted and he suddenly turned his head to yell at the woman. When the woman heard this, she felt a chill and formed a hand sign with one hand. The short green sword spun and turned into a sword screen that protected her within it. A red sharp claw appeared with a flash and instantly pierced through the sword screen. It then grabbed at the woman's chest like a phantom. The woman only felt a chill in front of her body and a bloody hole appeared out of nowhere in her chest. At this moment, a faint red light appeared in the empty space 100 feet behind him. The half-dragon monster appeared with a bloody object in its hand. A ferocious expression appeared in its eyes. With a flick of its wrist, it swallowed the object in its hand. "Ah, what did you eat?" Only then did the woman understand what had happened. However, with a face full of fear, she let out a miserable shriek and fell from the sky with all the strength in her body. "This won't do, quickly use your trump card. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep our lives." When the monk saw that the woman had fallen, he felt a chill in his heart and hastily yelled at the middle-aged spirit master. "Okay." The middle-aged spirit master's heart also jumped. Hearing this, he agreed without hesitation. Immediately, his body suddenly spun and all of the glyphs in front of him exploded with a flash. In the next moment, countless glyphs appeared on the half-dragon monster's body and transformed into several 5-colored glyphs that wrapped around it. At the same time, the monk also made a hand seal, and the giant blue tiger and crimson python puppets, as well as the remaining wolf puppets, pounced toward them at the same time. Before they had even reached them, they had already exploded in the air amid dazzling light. In an instant, a huge multicolored ball of light appeared with a rumbling sound and instantly submerged the half-dragon monster's body. A shrill cry came from within the ball of light. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from within. Everywhere it passed, even the air around it continuously buzzed. "Not good, this monster is actually fine. Let's quickly leave." If we can escape, then we'll be lucky. When the monk saw this, he immediately let out a loud cry of fear. Following this, he raised one of his hands and another azure ball rolled out. In an instant, it transformed into an azure wooden bird that lifted him up. So. With that, the itinerant monk rode the wooden bird and flew away. When the middle-aged spirit master saw this, his expression became extremely ugly. However, he clenched his teeth and also took out an earthen yellow glyph from his bosom. After slapping it on his body, he formed a hand sign with one hand and with a few flashes, he suddenly appeared on the misty boat. His two hands moved and he grabbed Xianxia and the green-robed girl who were on the ground. With a large step, he appeared over 100 feet away from the misty boat. After a few more steps, he turned into a small black dot in the air and disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming, who was still on the misty boat, could not help but be dumbstruck when he saw all of this. Although the other people on the misty boat were all lying on the deck and it was unknown if they were dead or alive, it was impossible for a middle-aged spirit master like Lu Ming not to have seen them. However, this martial Uncle Zhang did not pay attention to him at all. Like a gust of wind, he escaped with Xianxia and Lu Ming. This caused Lu Ming's heart to go cold and he could only use a method to save himself. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming's originally unmoving cross-legged body fell onto the deck with a gudong sound. At the same time, his aura and the blood flow in his body became faintly discernible. This was the effect of him using the breath-concealing secret technique. Boom! There was a loud noise. The enormous ball of light in the air finally exploded with a terrifying aura. A gust of hot wind swept out in all directions. Everything within a radius of a mile became blurry after being swept by this gust of hot wind. Even the wasp robber's wooden boat and the misty boat were destroyed on the spot. The other was like a toy that flipped 7 or 8 times before shattering into pieces. Lu Ming only felt that the ground below him was empty and his entire body and the other barbarian ghost sect disciples all fell from the sky. He was shocked but did not dare to use Fali to rise into the air. He could only shoot out a thick black rope from his sleeve when he was about to fall to the ground. Pooh! Lu Ming moved a few feet diagonally. Not only did his falling speed decrease by more than half, but he also avoided a green rock that looked extremely hard. Even so, he could not help but grimace when he fell from such a high place. He felt that there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. Luckily, his bones were much stronger than before and there were no signs of fractures. If he was like this, the other barbarian ghost sect disciples' fates could be imagined. The closest few barbarian ghost sect disciples were all lying limply on the ground with fresh blood flowing out from their bodies. It was obvious that they had already lost their breath. At this moment, the half-dragon monster reappeared at the spot where the ball of light had exploded. However, other than being slightly charred, it did not seem to have suffered any real injuries. Instead, a sliver of brutality surged out from its single eye and one of its claws abruptly grabbed at the empty space below. Whoosh! The corpse of the woman who had previously controlled the flying sword immediately shot up from the ground and landed in the demon's claw with a blur. The half-dragon monstrous creature opened its mouth and bit off a large portion of the woman's head. After chewing and swallowing it a few times, it let out a sharp cry and spat out a scarlet-red fireball downwards. Then, it brought the woman's bloody corpse along as it turned into a gust of black wind and flew into the distance. Looking at the direction he was chasing, it was surprisingly the direction the monk had fled in. There was a loud rumbling sound. When the ordinary-looking fireball landed on the ground, it turned into a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. The billowing flames immediately swept out in all directions, turning into a surging scarlet sea. Everything that came into contact with the flames, be it trees or rocks, was instantly annihilated. Several screams rang out. Shockingly, there were a few wasp-banded evil cultivators who were still breathing. They struggled for a while in the flames before turning into ashes like the others. It was worthy of being called a crystal-level demonic beast. A casual attack actually had such terrifying power. As for Lu Ming, when the fireball landed, he knew that the situation was far from good. He did not care whether the scarlet dragon would return or not and quickly took out a few glyphs from his body. In one breath, he added a few layers of light barriers to himself. Then, he patted his cultivating soul bag and summoned the white-bone scorpion. The white-bone scorpion's thoughts were connected. As soon as it appeared in the light barrier, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out an incomparably cold surging miasma. It blocked the approaching scarlet flames for a moment and then carried Lu Ming in a certain direction. Pung! When he and the white-boned scorpion escaped from the sea of flames, the light barrier on their bodies was exhausted and shattered. Lu Ming let out a long breath and turned his head to look at the sea of flames. His face could not help but be filled with lingering fear. If he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have most likely been buried here. However, the few defensive glyphs that he had just bought were almost all used up. This caused him to feel a great heartache. But then again, if he did not have these glyphs, he probably would not have been able to keep his life. Thinking like this, Lu Ming lowered his head to look at the white-boned scorpion. He saw that after this ghost had spat out so much miasma in such a short period of time, it had also become listless. Just in case, Lu Ming did not immediately call back the white-boned scorpion. Instead, his gaze swept across the still-burning sea of flames and his face revealed a trace of pity. With such a powerful flame, the practitioner weapons, spirit stones, and other items on the other people were naturally unable to escape. Otherwise, he might have been able to obtain some benefits. As for the other barbarian ghost sect disciples that had fallen here, Lu Ming, who had seen countless lives disappear on Savage Island, did not feel any sadness other than a bit of regret. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had the white-boned scorpion drill into the ground first. He then quickly walked towards the place where the woman had fallen. Although the woman's corpse had already been sucked away by the demonic dragon, the cyan short sword that had fallen should still be nearby. Since the woman, a spirit master, could use a weapon to deal with a powerful enemy, it definitely had to be a totem. Moreover, its rank would most likely not be too low. To the current him, this kind of treasure naturally could not be given up. Even if he had to take the risk of the scarlet dragon returning, he still had to find it. Luckily, he remembered very clearly where the woman had fallen. In a moment, he had arrived nearby and saw the cyan sword hilt that was half stuck in a rock. In his joy, he was about to walk over. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed from behind a tree. Impressively, another person walked out. When he saw that Lu Ming had also appeared, the expression on his face froze. One could imagine the shock in Lu Ming's heart. His expression became serious as he quickly sized up this person. He wore a long gray robe and appeared to be around 30 years old. His face was full of vigor and he held a short, black hammer in his hand. He was also sizing up Lu Ming with an uncertain expression. Wasp Bandit. Once Lu Ming clearly saw the opponent's face, he almost instantly made a judgment. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. Although he did not know how the opponent had managed to escape from the Sea of Fire, it was obvious that he had come for the totem short sword. Kid, originally, you were lucky to be able to preserve your life. However, now that you have met me, you are unlucky again. The gray-robed man suddenly laughed coldly. He suddenly waved the short hammer in his hand and smashed it down at Lu Ming. He then formed a hand sign with one hand and with a flick, two wind blades shot out one after the other. A muffled sound rang out in the air. A ball of white mist flew toward Lu Ming like a meteor. A pung sound rang out. Lu Ming's arm moved and a black rope came out, whipping the ball of mist into the air. His body swayed and the two wind blades brushed past his body, cutting the two small trees behind him into two. Seeing this, the gray-robed man's pupils slightly shrank. He waved the short hammer practitioner weapon and a black light screen immediately rolled out from it, blocking in front of him. Following this, the man threw the short hammer on the ground. His two hands quickly formed a hand sign and he started chanting. In the next moment, yellow glyph after glyph floated out of the man's body. At the same time, the nearby air started to hum. Strands of yellow light appeared out of nowhere and quickly gathered in the air. Surge of origin power, high-level technique. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. His two hands quickly formed a hand sign and he raised them. So. One wind blade after another shot out. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 wind blades shot out. Moreover, a green light flashed behind them and more wind blades followed closely behind. Although the power of high-level techniques was shocking, the higher the level of the technique, the longer it took to cast. Lu Ming would definitely not give his opponent this opportunity. Even though the light screen released by the gray-robed man's practitioner weapon was thick, under the onslaught of so many wind blades, it only lasted for a moment before shattering. The gray-robed man was greatly shocked and hastily cast his technique to the side to dodge. However, under the recoil of Fali, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But before he could stand up, even more wind blades had already shot out from Lu Ming's hands. He had no time to use any other defensive methods and could only spread his legs to continuously dodge. At first, he wanted to wait for Lu Ming to take a break from casting his technique so that he could catch his breath. However, when he saw that the wind blades were being released faster and faster and that his opponent was not even chanting the incantation, he finally cried out involuntarily in great fear. Wind blade technique perfection, instant cast technique. You actually condensed a technique seal. After saying this, the gray-robed man turned around without any hesitation and madly ran backwards. He did not even dare to pick up the short hammer practitioner weapon. Behind him, Lu Ming saw this and coldly snorted. He raised both his hands and with a sound of breaking air, another 3 wind blades shot out at the same time. The speed of these wind blades was astonishingly faster than before. In a flash, they reached the back of the gray-robed man. Even though the gray-robed man's body was incomparably agile, he was only able to barely dodge 2 of the blades. However, the 3rd blade cut through the side of his body. With a miserable cry, he fell to the ground and did not get up. Pooh! From the nearby soil, a black line shot out and instantly pierced through the gray-robed man's head. This caused his cry to abruptly stop and he could not be more dead. This was the white-boned scorpion that had finally arrived nearby and had finally made its move underground. Only then did Lu Ming relax. He walked close to the cyan sword hilt and pulled it out. The short sword was less than half a foot long, but its surface was covered in a green light and a faint cold air was emitting from it. Moreover, when it fell into Lu Ming's hand, it slightly twisted as if it wanted to struggle out of Lu Ming's grasp. It really is a totem. The original owner has already died, but it still has this much spirituality. It looks like its rank is definitely not low. Lu Ming was overjoyed and hastily took out a jade box from his body. After putting the short sword inside, he sent it into his sleeve and disappeared. At this time, the white-boned scorpion used its huge claws to pick up a few items from the gray-robed man's corpse and sent them over. 2 of the leather pouches contained healing pills and some miscellaneous items. However, a scarlet-red jade box caught Lu Ming's attention. He curiously picked up the jade box and opened the lid. After a gust of white cold air rushed out, he couldn't help but shiver. Inside the jade box was a blue crystal bead. It looked extremely cold and Lu Ming didn't know where it came from. Lu Ming finally understood how the gray-robed man was able to rush out of the sea of fire. This item was most likely a rare treasure. Lu Ming thought about this and quickly put away the jade box and the other items. He then looked around and raised his hand to release a series of fireballs, completely destroying all traces of the battle. After creating the same effect as the sea of fire, he put away the white-boned scorpion and flew in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. A few days later, when Lu Ming returned to the barbarian ghost sect, the sect was astonishingly the same as before. There was no news of his return. Seeing this, Lu Ming first went to the duty hall to record his return to the sect. He then immediately returned to his residence on 9 Infant Mountain and began to take pills. Every day, he refined the pills without end. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. However, on this day, a 9 Infant Mountain outer sect disciple appeared outside the courtyard and loudly said that Gui Ru Quan had summoned him to the mountain. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart slightly moved. He stopped cultivating and walked out of the house. After the time it takes to eat a meal, he appeared in the large hall at the top of the mountain. Inside the hall, other than Gui Ru Quan, he also saw the middle-aged spirit master, Master Zhang. It really is this disciple. When the middle-aged spirit master saw Lu Ming's face, he laughed. When Gui Ru Quan heard this, his expression did not change. He only asked Lu Ming, "A few days ago, did you go to Weizhou Market and on your way back, you encountered the evil dragon?" "Yes, I did indeed make a trip to the Weizhou Market." Lu Ming respectfully replied. "Do you know that apart from the 2 disciples that you and Martial Uncle Zhang rescued, the others have all died?" After your martial uncle Zhang left, what happened after that? How did you escape with your life? Gui Ruquan asked with a strange expression. The middle-aged Taoist priest wore an awkward expression on his face when he heard this. Although it was understandable that he was unable to save Lu Ming at that time, now that he was in front of Gui Ruquan, Lu Ming's master in name, he naturally felt a little uncomfortable. Reporting to Master Gui, apart from Senior Qian and Senior Qian, I'm afraid I'm the only one who could remain clear-headed. Therefore, when the flying boat was shattered by the evil flood dragon's great ability, I could only use some methods to save myself. Lu Ming had no intention of hiding anything. He immediately recounted what had happened at that time. However, when it came to the white-boned scorpion, the other wasp robber, and the short-sword totem, he naturally did not mention a word about it. He only said that he had bought a few defensive glyphs from the market, which was why he was lucky enough to escape the sea of fire. So that's how it was. I was just wondering why I couldn't even find the corpses of the other disciples when I returned to the original place. They were all burned by the evil flood dragon. However, Martial Nephew Bai's luck was not bad and coincidentally bought a few defensive glyphs from the market. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to escape with his life. If it wasn't for the fact that I found your name among the disciples that returned to the sect recently, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that the other disciples survived. The middle-aged Taoist priest sighed as he spoke. Junior Zhang doesn't need to blame yourself. Who would have thought that the original plan to lure out a group of clowns like the wasp robbers would actually attract the evil flood dragon? In addition, out of the 3 spirit masters, only Junior Zhang survived. This is already a great fortune in a misfortune. Gui Ruquan turned his head and comforted him. It was also because Senior Qi Yang of the Firestorm Way suddenly appeared and scared away the evil flood dragon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived either. This evil flood dragon's strength far exceeds the rumors. Even though it was heavily injured, it is not something that we spirit masters can provoke. Unfortunately, I heard that after Senior Qi Yang chased it for 2 days, he still lost the flood dragon. The middle-aged Taoist priest bitterly laughed as he spoke. This is already a good result. After a period of time, Martial Uncle Yen should be able to come out of seclusion again. At that time, our sect still has hope of getting a share of the benefits. Gui Ruquan lightly smiled as he spoke. I hope so. That's right, Martial Nephew Bai can go back now. Also, don't say a word about the evil flood dragon and the market. Those who break this rule will be punished according to the sect's rules. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded his head and spoke to Lu Ming with a serious expression. Yes, disciple understands. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he immediately responded and left. This disciple of yours is not bad. He was actually able to remain clear-headed in the midst of the evil flood dragon's roar. This is not something that a normal disciple can do. Once Lu Ming really left the large hall, the middle-aged Taoist priest opened his mouth to praise him. Yes, this disciple is an excellent choice no matter if it is his temperament or his intelligence. The only pity is that he only has 3 spiritual pulse. Otherwise, I would have taken him in as a direct disciple long ago. Gui Ruquan nodded his head and replied with a smile. So he only has 3 spiritual pulse. That is truly a pity. However, if he can become a late spirit apostle, it is very possible for him to obtain a core disciple position. Hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist priest also had a somewhat regretful expression. That's right, I still haven't congratulated Senior. I heard that Senior Zhu and Junior Zhong went to the sea races market and exchanged for a piece of deep-sea cold-light iron. TSK, this item is one of the materials needed to refine a true flying sword. I'm afraid that not long from now, the Heavenly Moon sect will send people to find Senior. The middle-aged Taoist priest thought of another matter and congratulated. This is Junior Zhu's luck. However, although this item can be used as a sword embryo, it can only be used to refine a low-tier flying sword. Moreover, we have other uses for it and do not plan on selling it to the Heavenly Moon sect. Gui Ruquan twirled his beard and spoke with a somewhat happy expression. Ah, so that's how it is. That is truly a bit of a pity. The Heavenly Moon sect has always been willing to pay any price to purchase materials for flying swords. The middle-aged Taoist was slightly startled as if he couldn't believe it. Hee, Junior will naturally know whether it is true or false in the future. Gue Ruchuan laughed and seemed to be unwilling to talk more. After the two of them talked for a while, the middle-aged Taoist priest bid farewell and left. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming entered the cultivation room and pondered for a while with a serious expression. Only then did he take out a pill from his body and consume it. Then, he began to refine it. To the current him, naturally, becoming a late spirit apostle was the most important thing. As he activated the third level of the dark bone method, he could clearly feel the Fa Li in his body increasing bit by bit. Half a month later, Lu Ming, who was currently cultivating, suddenly felt his body shake. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble and his spirit sea began to revolve uncontrollably. At the same time, two streams of energy, one hot and one cold, rushed out and quickly spread throughout his body before suddenly rushing toward the top of his head at the same time. Hong. Lu Ming only felt a muffled sound in his head. The two waves of energy, hot and cold, suddenly converged in his mind and merged into one without any difference. At the same time, his body felt so light that it was as if he was about to float. There was not a single part of his body that was uncomfortable. Success, this dark bone method actually did not have any bottlenecks after entering a late spirit apostle. Lu Ming immediately stood up and felt the Fa Li in his body increase by several times. He couldn't help but be extremely happy. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the next explosion of the bubble. After a while, Lu Ming finally calmed down the excitement in his heart. He prepared to not go out for a period of time until he could control the Fa Li that leaked out freely. In this way, unless he released his aura during a fight, normal people would not be able to know his true cultivation level. After all, entering the late spirit apostle realm in such a short amount of time was a bit too shocking for someone with a 3 spiritual pulse. In the next 2 months, Lu Ming had pretty much used up all of the remaining pills. Even his body had developed a certain resistance to these pills. Even if he continued to use them, he would not be able to increase his Fa Li by much. Thus, he began to quietly meditate every day, slowly consolidating his spirit apostle realm. What made Lu Ming somewhat puzzled was that it had already been almost half a year, but there was still no reaction from the bubble in his body. Under the astonishment in his heart, he was even more unwilling to continue doing the sex missions under these circumstances. However, on this day, he still went to the 9 Infant Mountain Secret Techniques Pavilion and found a few thick books that explained totems. He brought them back to his residence. After a few days, he finally understood a certain technique. He excitedly took out the cyan short sword, opened his mouth, and spat out a cloud of essence qi. Then, he made a hand sign with one hand and launched a series of hand signs at the sword. Pooh! Pooh! After the totem's essence qi was completely absorbed, dense green inscriptions began to appear on the surface. Each of the inscriptions was only the size of a grain of rice, but after a few turns, they suddenly condensed into green inscriptions. Layers of silk webs wrapped around the short sword. With a glance, there seemed to be more than 10 layers. Lu Ming's eyes focused as he began to carefully identify the number of inscriptions. After a while, his eyebrows furrowed as he muttered to himself. 16 layers of restrictions, a middle-tier totem. It can be considered a top-tier existence among the middle-tier totem, not bad. Lu Ming thought. According to the books that he had read before, the power and quality of a totem were determined by the number of restrictions it contained. Generally speaking, a spirit artifact with 1 to 9 layers of restrictions was a low-grade spirit artifact, 10 to 18 layers of restrictions was a middle-grade spirit artifact, 19 to 27 layers of restrictions was a high-grade spirit artifact, and 27 to 36 layers of restrictions was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. As for those with more than 36 restrictions, it was rumored that only treasures with the power to topple mountains and overturn the seas could possess them. The books only mentioned this slightly and did not say anything else. Of course, this method of determining the quality and power of a totem was not absolute. After all, within the totem, there was a saying that there were mutual restraints. Furthermore, a totem also had to see if its own attribute was compatible with the cultivation method of its owner. In the hands of different cultivators, the power of a totem would be different. To the current Lu Ming, due to the limitations of his cultivation, he was unable to display its true power. Out of the 16 restrictions that it had, being able to activate 3 or 4 of them was already pretty good. Even so, after refining the sword, he could change its size as he wished. He could also activate the restrictions on the sword. Its power was not something that a practitioner weapon could compare to. After Lu Ming finished thinking, he immediately threw the dagger in front of him and it actually floated in the air. His hands kept forming hand signs and at the same time, his mouth continued to chant. Balls of essence chi continuously sprayed onto the dagger and were quickly absorbed by it, causing the dagger to become even more cold and gloomy. However, the difficulty of refining this sword far exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. He didn't know if his current cultivation was too low compared to this low-tier totem sword or if refining a totem was not an easy task. It took him 7 days to refine the first restriction on the flying sword, half a month to refine the second restriction, and 2 months to refine the third restriction before he could barely activate it. As for the fourth restriction, after refining it for a few days, there was no movement. Only then did Lu Ming know that it was not something that he could refine right now. He would most likely have to wait until his cultivation reached the peak of a late spirit apostle before he had a chance. In these 3 months, the mysterious bubble still did not show any signs of exploding. This caused Lu Ming to feel a bit scared. After making up his mind, he began to study the basic alchemy encyclopedia that he bought from the Weizhou market. After all, after his cultivation reached the late spirit apostle level, the FALI increasing pills were much more expensive than the ones he used before. There were also a lot fewer types of pills. Thus, if he only used low-tier pills, it was far from enough to push his FALI to the peak of a late spirit apostle. Thus, the current him had a certain requirement for the quality of pills. If he waited until he reached the level of a spirit master, his requirements for FALI increasing pills would be even harsher. In the future, he might not even be able to buy satisfactory pills with just spirit stones. If this was the case, Lu Ming naturally hoped that he could master alchemy as soon as possible. Although this encyclopedia of alchemy looked simple, it introduced the basic knowledge of alchemy and some common methods of alchemy. According to it, it was best for an alchemist to be a cultivator who was proficient in fire attribute or wood attribute cultivation methods. Of course, it would be even better if he had the legendary spiritual flame. In the beginning, learning alchemy was still very easy. After all, its essence was to decompose and recombine some medicinal ingredients, and then use high temperature to condense them into pills. As long as one wasn't too stupid, they could easily learn the general process. The only problem was that learning it did not mean that one could actually refine pills. After all, the successful refinement of every kind of elixir was a test of the alchemist's control of ingredients, temperature control, the time taken for the elixir to be taken out of the furnace, and other aspects. Even the slightest deviation in one of them could cause the entire refining process to fail. Unfortunately, most of these things could not be taught by words or by example. They could only be truly grasped through personal practice. Therefore, no matter how brilliant a pill refiner was, when faced with the simplest pill refinement, they would not dare to say that they would have a 100% success rate. As for those novices who had just come into contact with alchemy, even if they were to refine the simplest of pills, their success rate would be so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. Not being able to refine a single pill after hundreds of attempts was a common occurrence for novices. As for those mid and high-tier pills, because the pill recipe was more complicated and the ingredients used were more scarce, it was impossible to practice during the refining process. Most of the time, one could only rely on the alchemist's previous experience in refining pills. Naturally, the requirements for the alchemist were even higher. Unfortunately, a true alchemist needed to practice over and over again, and an enormous amount of resources to become one. This naturally led to the scarcity of alchemists in the entire cultivation world. It could even be said that only those truly powerful factions in the sect were able to cultivate true mid and high-tier alchemists. The number one alchemist in the barbarian ghost sect of the poisonous spirit faction was barely a mid-tier alchemist. Even so, his position in the sect was completely different from the other spirit masters. No one dared to lightly offend him. After Lu Ming finished reading the entire alchemy basics, he suddenly had a feeling of eagerness to give it a try. After a slight hesitation, he chose the most commonly used pill, the pill of fasting, from the basic pill recipe at the back. After studying it in detail once more, he took out a set of alchemy tools and some ingredients. Then, he really began to grind and concoct the pill. 5 days later, a muffled pung sound came from the cultivation room. In front of Lu Ming, there was a white cauldron that was burning fiercely with a ball of flames. A faint burnt smell also came from it. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. However, he still released the technique in his hand and the flame surrounding the cauldron immediately disappeared into thin air. This was already the number of times he had failed to refine pills. However, he had not even managed to refine a single pill of fasting. Although it was already stated in the ancient book that this was a very normal thing for a newcomer who had just come into contact with the alchemy way. However, Lu Ming still suffered a huge blow when faced with such a situation. His excitement at the beginning had turned into abnormally dejected. More importantly, he had used up almost half of the alchemy materials he had purchased. This made his heart ache greatly, so he stopped practicing alchemy. He planned to find an opportunity in the future to look for a few more alchemy manuals from the sect, or directly find an alchemist in the sect to consult before considering the problem of starting alchemy again. Thus, in the following period of time, without any pills to consume, Lu Ming could only slowly cultivate the dark bone method using his innate talent of doing two things at once. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. During this period of time, nothing strange happened. Even Lu Ming was a little uneasy. He suspected that the mysterious bubble had disappeared from his body. But on this day, while he was cultivating, he suddenly felt his spirit sea tremble, and a wave of devouring power immediately swept out. After a year, the mysterious bubble had finally appeared. Lu Ming was startled. Without hesitation, he summoned the white-boned scorpion and used the spirit communication technique to communicate with it. Then, he began to use the dark bone method to control the Fali in his body. This time, the devouring was even fiercer than the last time. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ming had advanced to a late spirit apostle and his Fali had increased by 3 to 4 times, he would have been sucked dry in a short amount of time. But even so, the bubble had sucked 70 to 80% of the Fali in Lu Ming's body before he was satisfied and stopped the devouring. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not feel any signs of his lifespan being stripped away and he let out a sigh of relief. However, when the bubble in his body burst, Lu Ming's vision went black and he once again appeared in the dusky space. It was the same space, but it was clearly much larger than before. It was already 300 feet wide. Along with Lu Ming, the white-boned scorpion, which was connected to his mind, also appeared. This ghost was clearly stunned at the fact that it had appeared in another place. However, it immediately realized that this place seemed to have some impression of it and immediately began to excitedly crawl in all directions. Lu Ming did not ask much about the white-boned scorpion. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief and his expression slightly relaxed. It seemed that although the mysterious bubble was devouring his Fali more fiercely each time, the interval between its appearances had also increased by a lot. This was good news for Lu Ming. Based on the fact that the interval between each appearance was almost twice as long as the previous one, the next appearance of the mysterious bubble should be a buffer of 2 years. Of course, this was only his assumption. Whether or not there was such a long time was still a different matter. At the very least, he needed the mysterious bubble to appear a few more times before he could truly understand the pattern of its appearance. Lu Ming silently pondered for a while and his hands formed a hand sign, preparing to start practicing the fireball technique that he had already mastered. Half a year later, between Lu Ming's 2 hands was an enormous fireball with a diameter of 3 feet. It slowly rotated without stopping. With a shake of his arms, it let out a whistling sound as it flew towards the opposite side. With a hong sound, a mushroom-shaped, black-red cloud soared into the sky from the opposite fog wall. It unexpectedly caused the entire space to tremble slightly. Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied expression. At the same time, a scarlet symbol in his mind flashed and disappeared. Of course, the enormous fireball just now was not a normal fireball technique. It was a combination of several fireballs stacked together to create such a frightening power. Although it was also a low-level spell, after the fireball technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, it increased the power of destruction the most. Its power was far greater than that of the wind blade technique. Lu Ming sat on the ground and prepared to recover the mental strength that he had previously used. However, when he glanced over, he saw that the white-boned scorpion was wildly stabbing at a nearby fog wall with its tail hook. The black tail hook was already as fast as lightning. At this moment, under the control of the white-boned scorpion, it transformed into countless black shadows. At the same time, a black light could be faintly seen at the front and it let out a sharp chi-chi sound. Seeing this, Lu Ming faintly smiled. Since he had deliberately brought the white-boned scorpion into this space, other than wanting a living creature to accompany him for a long time, he also wanted to train it while he was at it. Since he could increase the proficiency of his spells in this space, the white-boned scorpion should naturally be able to do the same. Looking at it now, his thoughts were correct. Under the situation where the white-boned scorpion continuously practiced its tail hook, its stabbing speed was astonishingly 2 to 3 times faster than it was half a year ago. Don't underestimate these 2 to 3 times. The tail hook stabbing was originally the scorpion's fastest and most powerful attack. Now that it had improved, its destructive power seemed to have multiplied. Because of this, Lu Ming naturally felt more at ease and let the white-boned scorpion continue to practice. After resting for a while, Lu Ming began to think about what spell to practice next. Whether it was the power or the release speed of the water arrow technique, it couldn't be compared to the fireball technique or the wind blade technique. He naturally didn't plan on wasting time on this. Because of this, he naturally considered the other higher-level spells that he had learned. Icicle technique, Silk technique, and Spider Silk technique. He had learned these 3 techniques from the 9 Infant Mountains Secret Technique Pavilion. They were also the 3 high-level techniques that the Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples learned the most. To Lu Ming, since so many people chose these 3 techniques, it was naturally because these 3 techniques had advantages that other techniques did not have. First, compared to other high-level techniques, their casting time was relatively short and they were more practical. Second, they had the special effect of restricting or trapping the enemy. When encountering a strong enemy, they could be of some use. However, although there were many Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples who practiced these 3 techniques, there were definitely not many who could practice them to the initial level, let alone the advanced level and perfection level. This was because compared to simple techniques like Wind Blade and Fireball, they were much more difficult to practice. The time spent was almost 3 to 4 times that of the former. Therefore, although there were many disciples who learned these techniques, almost no one would spend time practicing them. The reason why Lu Ming dared to do this was naturally because he was relying on the flow of time in this space, which did not consume the real time in the real world. But even so, considering the difficulty of practicing these 3 techniques, he could only practice one of them as a trump card. Among them, the icicle technique had a certain degree of destruction and the cold air could freeze the enemy. Unfortunately, the attack method was too simple and could be easily dodged by the opponent. The silt technique could form a large area of quicksand under the opponent's feet and could imperceptibly trap the enemy. However, once the opponent left the ground, this technique would be useless. The spider silk technique had many methods of attack. Moreover, when facing some special opponents, it could display a surprising effect. Unfortunately, this technique was most afraid of the power of fire. A small fireball could easily destroy it. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming still decided to practice the icicle technique. Although this technique only had one method of attack and could not easily hit the opponent, as long as he used his brain when fighting, he could still look forward to practicing the icicle technique to a higher level. Lu Ming rested for another half a day. After recovering a little, he stood up and began practicing the icicle technique. A year and a half later, Lu Ming, who was adjusting his breath with his eyes closed in the space, suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the practice room in reality. 2 whole years. As expected, the more magic power that thing devours, the longer it can stay in that place. This time, he didn't look too surprised. Instead, he murmured calmly. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming's body trembled, and a pure spiritual power immediately surged out from his spiritual sea. However, he was already prepared for this and immediately closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, when his expression changed, his spirit sea finally stopped revolving. Almost half of the Fa Li that had been devoured was returned, and his cultivation level did not fall back to a middle spirit apostle. Lu Ming was a little surprised, but after thinking for a while, he vaguely understood. It was obvious that his FA was slightly lower than a normal late spirit apostle, but it was much higher than a middle spirit apostle. Therefore, he was able to maintain his cultivation level and not fall. However, if this was the case, why did he fall from the middle spirit apostle back to the beginning spirit apostle? Could it be that the increase in FA from the beginning spirit apostle to the middle spirit apostle was too small compared to the increase in cultivation level? Lu Ming thought for a while and didn't really understand. However, it was naturally a good thing that his cultivation level did not fall, so he didn't think too much about it. After all, the appearance of the divine bubble was an extremely mysterious matter. It was normal that he couldn't understand some parts of it. However, when he checked the situation of the FA in his body, he couldn't help but be slightly happy. The purity of the FA in his body seemed to have increased by a bit. It was obvious that although the mysterious bubble was devouring more and more FA, the degree of purification of the FA was also increasing. As a result, his current situation was very special. In terms of the amount of FA, he obviously couldn't compare to other late spirit apostles. However, in terms of the purity of his FA, other people of the same level couldn't compare to him. Let's put it this way, if he were to fight an opponent of the same level, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. However, if he was unable to win after a certain amount of time, his FA would definitely be used up. However, if he were to use guerrilla tactics and fight a tug-of-war that lasted for a whole day or even several days, the one who would win in the end would be him. This was because the purity of his FA not only meant that the power of his secret techniques would increase greatly, it also meant that his FA would recover much faster than other people of the same level. After Lu Ming carefully thought for a while, he couldn't help but laugh. This kind of special situation seemed to have more advantages than disadvantages for his personal strength. He turned his head again and saw the white-boned scorpion lying on the side. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He didn't know if this white-boned scorpion was because there was no miasma around it to absorb, or if it was because his body didn't directly touch the ghost, but it clearly didn't show any signs of devouring or purifying FA. It seemed that the white-boned scorpion's consciousness had only circled around the mysterious space once before returning to its body. With a thought, Lu Ming communicated with the white-boned scorpion. In the next moment, the white-boned scorpion's hooked tail moved slightly. With a chi-chi sound, a dozen or so black lines simultaneously flashed through the air. A dozen or so finger-sized holes suddenly appeared on the ground a few feet away. The movement of its hooked tail was so fast that even Lu Ming couldn't see it clearly. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. Although the ghost's FA didn't show any abnormalities, the effects of training in the mysterious space weren't bad at all. In this way, he could finally be at ease. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to adjust his breathing in his room. He prepared to stabilize the FA that had just returned and then think about other matters. However, on the morning of the fourth day, an uninvited guest came to his residence. "Bai Tsong Tian, come out." A crisp voice suddenly came from outside the door, causing the adjusting Lu Ming to be slightly startled. He stopped his cultivation technique, stood up, and pushed open the door to walk out. Outside the small courtyard, there was a young girl wearing an embroidered robe with a jade-like face. "So it's Junior Mu." Although he hadn't seen the girl in front of him for almost 2 years, Lu Ming still recognized her at a glance. His eyes flashed as he spoke. Compared to 2 years ago, the Mu Mingzhu in front of him had shockingly shed her image of a silly little girl. She had become a charming young girl that could make a man's heart thump. "You're Bai Tsong Tian." When Mu Mingzhu saw the youth in front of her that was almost as tall as an adult, she was slightly shocked. It was obvious that Lu Ming's appearance after purification also greatly surprised this girl. "That's right, I am Bai. If I remember correctly, Junior Mingzhu should be an outer sect disciple of the blood control faction. Why have you suddenly come to our 9-infant mountain?" Lu Ming asked without batting an eyelid. "Humph, you still dare to ask me. Let me ask you, did you have your father propose marriage to the Mu clan? Did you actually want the 2 clans to set up an engagement and want me to marry you in the future?" When Mu Mingzhu heard this, she immediately recovered from her shock and angrily said, "Propose marriage? I have heard this from my family once, but I am not too clear about the specifics. Lu Ming replied without blinking. I don't know, who are you lying to? My father loves me so much, he clearly knows that I already. How could he agree to this kind of thing? There must be an outsider who slandered me. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Quickly break off this engagement or else I will definitely not let you off. Mu Mingzhu heard this and gnashed her teeth even more. Ever since I entered the sect, I have always been cultivating in the sect and have never returned to the Bai clan. How could I slander your father? Furthermore, in these 2 years, this is the first time I've even seen Miss Mu, so I have even less thoughts of marrying her. As for the matter of breaking off the engagement, as long as you can do it, I have no objections. Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. If I could break off this engagement, would I still need to find you? My father has always been unyielding and does not allow me to object. I have even begged Aunt Yun, who loves me the most, many times, but it was to no avail. Right now, only if the Bai clan breaks off the engagement will my father be able to reconsider this engagement. Mu Mingzhu heard Lu Ming's words and was stunned for a moment before immediately speaking with some anticipation. It is impossible for the Bai clan to take the initiative to break off the engagement. Lu Ming rejected without hesitation. Why? Since you have no intentions of marrying me, isn't breaking off the engagement a natural thing to do? Mu Mingzhu heard this and was both shocked and angry. It doesn't matter if I marry you or not, but whether or not the Bai clan wants a daughter-in-law from the Mu clan is an extremely important matter for both clans. You are also a smart person, so it is impossible for you not to understand what I am saying. Although I am a spirit apostle, I will not do something as stupid as provoking 2 clan masters at the same time. If you have the ability, then break off the engagement yourself. If you can't, then you can only marry into the Bai clan. Okay, I have already made my intentions clear. You can go back, but I still need to go back and cultivate. Lu Ming said without any trace of politeness. He then turned around and walked back into the room, completely ignoring the embroidered robed girl. Seeing this, Mu Mingzhu was naturally angered half to death. She tried to call out to Lu Ming again, but it was useless. Lu Ming only moved a few times before entering the room and tightly closing the door. The one with the surname Bai, don't regret this. The embroidered robed girl was so angry that she started laughing. She suddenly stomped her foot and left. At the same time, Lu Ming, who had returned to the cultivation room, used his fingers to press the temple on the side of his forehead and let out a long sigh. It seemed that this time, big trouble had come knocking on his door. Although the Bai clan master had mentioned in the letter that he had the intention of marrying into the Mu clan, Lu Ming never would have thought that the Bai clan master wouldn't even ask for his opinion. Instead, the Bai clan master forcefully set up the engagement with the Mu clan and even buried him in the dark. Looks like the Bai clan leader knows that I won't have a falling out with the Bai clan over such a small matter. However, it's just a marriage contract. I am already a late spirit apostle. As long as I can become a core disciple, even if the Bai clan reveals my identity, the sect won't punish me too severely. If I can become a spirit master, the barbarian ghost sect will probably turn a blind eye to this matter. Lu Ming muttered as he came up with an idea. In the remaining month, when Lu Ming had just stabilized his Li, the bell for the small competition suddenly rang out from 9 Infant Mountain. Hearing this, Lu Ming did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to the plaza at the top of the mountain. In this small competition, other than Gui Ruchuan, Zhu Qi, and Martial Ant Zhong did not appear. Moreover, the entire small competition was much more rushed than before. Even Zhu Qi Gui, who was in charge of the small competition, seemed to be absent-minded. In this small competition, not many of the older disciples had a large increase in their cultivation. However, among the new disciples, Wan Xiaoqian had surprisingly become a middle spirit apostle. Shueshan, on the other hand, was stuck at a beginning spirit apostle. His cultivation did not seem to increase at all, causing his face to be filled with dejection. As for Xiaofeng, the 9 spiritual pulse disciple, although he was still a middle spirit apostle when he used his techniques, his aura was much stronger than before. It seemed that he was not far from breaking through to the late spirit apostle realm. As for Lu Ming himself, he forcefully suppressed his aura to that of a middle spirit apostle. Moreover, the 3 tests were quickly passed and his performance was only slightly better than last time. Now, the reward for winning the minor competition was nothing to him. Naturally, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Otherwise, if a 3 spiritual pulse disciple cultivated faster than a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, it would attract a lot of trouble. Luckily, Gue Ruchuan did not pay as much attention to the performance of the new disciples in this small competition. Otherwise, even if Lu Ming suppressed his aura, he could not be sure that he would be able to hide it. In the final small competition, he only received a bottle of Fa recovery spirit pills and left the mountain like the others. However, when he returned to his residence, another uninvited guest was already waiting for him there. Senior Sister Mu. Lu Ming called out the young woman's name in surprise. Junior Brother Bai, are you not going to invite me inside? The woman smiled sweetly. I was impolite. Senior Sister, please come in. Lu Ming quickly regained his composure. He invited the young woman into the small courtyard and went straight to the hall of the wing room. Junior's place is very simple and crude. Mu Xianyan looked around and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Apart from a wooden table and a few chairs, there were no other furnishings in this hall that was specially used to entertain guests. I'm only focused on cultivation, so I don't really care about these things. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior Sister. Oh, that's right. Why did Senior Mu look for me this time? Lu Ming waved his hand and invited the young woman to sit down before asking with a smile. Junior Bai, did that girl Mingzhu come to find you a few days ago? Mu Xianyan was not polite and directly asked a question. Lady Mingzhu did indeed come to find me once. Lu Ming did not find it strange and calmly replied. It seems that Junior already knows that my elder brother wants to betroth Mingzhu to you. Hearing this, Mu Xianyan's expression relaxed. I didn't know before, but now that Lady Mingzhu has come to find me, even if I didn't know, I know. Who was the one who first proposed this marriage? If no one took the lead, I don't believe that the 2 clans would bring me and Lady Mingzhu together. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. What? Could it be that Junior wants to find this matchmaker and properly thank him? Mu Xianyan lightly laughed. Could it be that this matchmaker is Senior Sister? When Lu Ming saw that the young woman's smile carried a trace of craftiness, he thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Junior Marshal Brother is truly intelligent. That's right, letting Mingzhu marry you was indeed something I proposed to my elder brother. However, when our Mu clan proposed it, the Bai clan did not even think before immediately agreeing. They even exchanged betrothal gifts at the fastest speed and set up the marriage. We agreed that after 3 years, you would be married. I want Junior to be able to bring back such a great beauty like my niece. I don't know how you plan on thanking me for being the matchmaker. Mu Xianyan was startled at first, but she immediately smiled. Thanking me? Does Senior Mu think that I don't have many troubles on my body, so you purposely found some things to give me a headache? Let's not talk about anything else, but do you think that Lady Mingzhu and I are suitable? I have only interacted with your niece twice, yet you forcefully brought the 2 of us together. Not only do I feel uncomfortable, but your niece probably wants me to die right now. Lu Ming rubbed his chin and shook his head. I have always admired Junior Brother Bai for being so mature at such a young age. How could I say such naive words? Although the Mu clan cannot compare to the Lei clan, it is still a somewhat famous practitioner clan in the Dexian country. How could a child's marriage be decided by an individual? As for Mingzhu, although she is extremely hostile towards you now, once she marries you, she will naturally change her mind. I can guarantee this. Moreover, this marriage is extremely important to both our Mu and Bai clans. Even if Junior is already a spirit apostle, I'm afraid that you will not be able to reject this marriage. Moreover, aside from Mingzhu not being a spirit apostle, she is a 1 in 1,000 talent. If she were to be matched with Junior, it would be a good match. Mu Xianyan said calmly. Since Senior has said all the good things, then why are you looking for me now? When Lu Ming heard this, he became even more depressed and rolled his eyes. I came here to first explain the marriage to Junior in order to prevent any misunderstandings. Second, I want Junior to pay attention to one person in the future. Mu Xianyan's smile disappeared. Pay attention to one person. Who is it? Lu Ming asked back. Of course it's Gao Chong. Gao Chong, the disciple with the Earth spiritual pulse who was accepted by the sect leader. Although Lu Ming was usually calm, his heart jumped when he heard this. That's right. In these 2 years, this person has been very close to Ming Zhu. If he knew about the marriage, I'm afraid he would not let it go so easily. Mu Xianyan said calmly. Very close? What do you mean? Lu Ming stared at the young woman and his gaze turned cold. Let me put it this way. Ming Zhu is currently completely focused on this person and Gao Chong is also very concerned about my niece. That's why I told you to be careful. However, you don't have to worry. I can guarantee that Ming Zhu and this person did not do anything that crossed the line. Mu Xianyan quickly replied. Senior Mu, are you joking? Since your niece already has someone she likes, and that person is a disciple with an earth spiritual pulse, the Mu clan still wants to betroth her to me? The corner of Lu Ming's eye twitched a few times and his face was expressionless. I definitely will not let Ming Zhu and Gao Chong be together. As for the reason, I can't say too much. However, you only need to know that my brother and the entire Mu clan have the same thoughts. Furthermore, if Ming Zhu truly follows Gao Chong, not only will she not become his dual cultivation companion, her fate will be incomparably miserable. Mu Xianyan's expression also became solemn. That's why the Mu clan chose me to be the sucker. The opponent is a disciple with an earth spiritual pulse. Does Senior think that I can provoke him? Lu Ming was not the slightest bit moved by the other party's words and spoke with a gloomy expression. Speaking of this matter, it is indeed a bit difficult for Junior Bai. However, this marriage was agreed to by your father and they have already exchanged betrothal gifts. Even if you regret it now, it is already too late. Junior, you don't need to worry too much about Gao Chong. That person is under the strict control of the sect leader. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of him personally coming to find you is not high. However, there are a few older disciples by his side. I'm afraid that once these people find out about this matter, they will find trouble with you. Therefore, if possible, Junior should try not to leave the sect. As long as you endure the life and death trials, everything will be fine. Mu Xianyan said apologetically. As long as I endure the life and death trials, nothing will happen. What do you mean? When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. Because according to what I know, Gao Chong has just successfully become a late spirit apostle. With the strength of his earth spiritual pulse, it should not be a problem for him to enter the top 10 core disciples. If he participates in the life and death trials and doesn't die, the benefits and resources he will receive when he returns will be enough for him to directly enter the late spirit apostle realm. At that time, he will definitely start preparing to break through to the spirit master realm. Even if he wants to, the sect leader Martial Uncle will definitely not agree. Moreover, breaking through to the spirit master realm is an extremely difficult matter. There may not even be a result within a few years. At that time, you and Ming Zhu will have already become husband and wife. What can you do to Junior? Mu Xianyan said with a smile. What if he really becomes a spirit master in the future? Lu Ming stared at the young woman and asked. Junior doesn't know, but the sect leader Martial Uncle's cultivation method is very special. Once he becomes a spirit master, he will not easily fall in love. At that time, the sect leader Martial Uncle will not stop him anymore. Who knows how many female cultivators will throw themselves into his arms? Why would he still think of Ming Zhu? If you are really worried, after you marry Ming Zhu, you can apply to be transferred to another place to be a deacon. This way, after a long period of time, everything will naturally not be a problem. Mu Xianyan seemed to have already thought about it and explained everything in detail. When Lu Ming heard this, he was momentarily speechless. After a while, he suddenly said something that caused Mu Xianyan to be dumbfounded. Senior Mu, regarding the matter between me and Lady Ming Zhu, I don't want to talk anymore. Right now, I want to ask about the large competition and the life and death trials. Senior has been in the sect for such a long time, it is impossible that you don't know about these matters. After the time it took to eat a meal, the young woman left with a smile on her face. Only Lu Ming was left in the room, sitting on a chair in deep thought. He was not really worried about the matter between Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu. Instead, he was thinking about the large competition and the life and death trials. With Lu Ming's current late spirit apostle level, totem, and the bone scorpion, as long as a spirit master did not personally come looking for trouble, he naturally did not have much to fear. As for his engagement with Mu Mingzhu, he naturally planned to take it one step at a time. As for whether or not he would actually marry this girl, he had an attitude of letting nature take its course. Moreover, 3 years of time may be extremely short to others, but to him it could change many things. As for him, after listening to Mu Mingzhu talk about the resources that the core disciples received in the previous large competitions, as well as the great benefits of participating in the life and death trials, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Not to mention, just the fact that 10% of the top 10 core disciples would receive a reward of at least 1 to 2,000 spirit stones, and at most 4 to 5,000 spirit stones, was enough to make him extremely excited. Not to mention, if one was able to return alive from the life and death trials, the barbarian ghost sect would provide each disciple with a portion of pure aura chi that was necessary to advance to spirit master. At the same time, they would also open the forbidden grounds of the sect according to their contributions in the trials, allowing them to cultivate in a spirit pool that was many times denser than the outside world for a certain number of days. Moreover, these were only the rewards from the barbarian ghost sect. If one was able to obtain a place in the life and death trials, the value of the rewards from the various sects would naturally be many times greater. With such a shocking reward, to Lu Ming, who urgently needed a large amount of resources, it was naturally impossible for him to let it go. Calculating the time, there was only half a year left until the large competition, and the life and death trials would begin a year after the large competition. Although he was confident that his strength was not weak, he did not have full confidence that he would be able to enter the top 10 core disciples. After all, the large competition of the sect was a competition that all spirit apostles under the age of 30 could participate in. Among the participants, there were those who were extremely talented and had astonishing strength at a young age, but there were also those who had been stuck in the spirit apostle realm for many years and had cultivated their FA to an incomparably deep level. With his current situation, it was unlikely that his FA would increase significantly in a short period of time. Instead, he was somewhat lacking in actual combat experience. Although he had fought countless times on Savage Island, those were battles between mortals. There was not much that he could learn from, and he had not fought many spirit apostles. Although the sect also had battlegrounds for disciples to spar with one another, normal disciples would not reveal their true abilities in such a place. Furthermore, if they were to seriously injure a fellow disciple in the battlegrounds, they would be severely punished by the sect. Thus, the battlegrounds were not very useful against the truly strong spirit apostles. As a result, Lu Ming only thought about it for a moment before giving up on the idea of practicing in the battle arena. After thinking quickly in his mind for a few more times, he suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself with a smile on his face, sect, and Ming sect as, he is sect, as sect, clan Ming, sect, I have as I sect, trouble as I Ming you as a sect, as techniques, I, Lu Ming. And sect, I as, techniques, Lu, I. Although the Nine Infants Mountain Secret Spell Pavilion had a few defensive spells that were open to all disciples, these spells either had certain requirements to practice or were not very effective, so he didn't really care about them. As for Lu Ming's contribution points, he had used up most of them after exchanging them for some FA increasing pills. However, the remaining few hundred contribution points should be enough to exchange for a defensive technique. However, when he thought about meeting the martial Uncle Ruan who had forcefully given him the dark bone method, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. The reason why he did not go to the scripture pavilion a second time was because he wanted to avoid martial Uncle Ruan. However, since it involved the large competition and the life and death trials, Lu Ming could only brace himself and go again. Furthermore, if he could take the opportunity to ask about some of the things he did not understand about the dark bone method, that would be even better. Lu Ming carefully thought it over again. After he felt that there was nothing wrong, he immediately left his residence. He soared into the sky and left Nine Infants Mountain, heading straight for the main peak. However, not long after he flew away from Nine Infant Mountain, 2 gray clouds shot out from the foot of the mountain. They increased their speed and caught up to Lu Ming in an instant. Is that junior brother by in front? Can you slow down and have a chat with us, husband and wife? Lu Ming had already noticed that there were people chasing behind him. Originally, he did not want to bother with them. However, when he heard the two of them speak, he hesitated for a moment before stopping the gray cloud and turning around to look. He saw a man and a woman in their 30s standing on the same two gray clouds that were rushing over from behind. The man's face was dark and his arms were thick. He wore tight clothes and carried a purple spear on his back. The woman's cheekbones were slightly high and her facial features were normal. However, a white whip was wrapped around her waist. You two are. Lu Ming immediately recognized that these two were not 9 infant mountain disciples and asked with narrowed eyes. It really is Junior Bai. That's great, I am sure Jian and this is my partner Lu Yun. We are both disciples of the blood control faction. The dark-faced man looked at Lu Ming up and down before revealing a smile on his face. So it is Senior Shi and Senior Lu. What business do you two have with me? When Lu Ming heard that the other party was from the blood control faction, he immediately understood what was going on. However, his face did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise as he asked. Junior, this is not a good place to talk. Can we go down and talk in detail? The dark-faced man and the woman looked at each other and said. No problem. Lu Ming agreed without even blinking and immediately descended. This caused the two people in front of him to be slightly startled before hurriedly following. A moment later, the three of them landed in a small forest below. What business do you two have with me? You can say it now. Lu Ming said blandly. Junior Bai, your famous mission maniac name is something that the two of us have heard of. If there is no need, we do not wish to make this trip. The dark-faced man said slowly, the smile on his face had already disappeared. Oh, from Senior's tone, you seem to have come with ill intentions. Were you sent by Gao Chong or were you instigated by that girl Mu Mingzhu? Lu Ming's eyebrows moved slightly as he asked without any change in expression. Junior is really a smart person. It seems that we do not need to say much. This small matter naturally would not disturb Junior Gao. We only want to ask if you are willing to cancel your engagement with Mu Mingzhu. If you agree, the two of us will turn around and leave. The woman said expressionlessly with a slightly hoarse voice. If I don't agree, could it be that the two of you plan on fighting me here? As long as the slightest ripple of FA appears, the discipline hall deacon will come in a moment. Lu Ming laughed lightly. The sect strictly forbids fighting between disciples. How could the two of us do such a stupid thing? However, if younger brother Lu goes on missions in the sect in the future or leaves the sect, I'm afraid that there will be some trouble. Shi Jian grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth as he spoke, but the threat in his words was faintly discernible. Trouble? I don't plan on leaving the sect for a while. Senior Shi, if you really have the patience, you can stand guard near the sect. Lu Ming said with a yawn. These words caused the faces of the man and woman to change slightly. Junior Bai, even if that Mu Mingzhu is as beautiful as a flower, are you really willing to offend Junior Gao for an outer sect girl who is not even a spirit apostle? Don't forget, with Junior Gao's talent, becoming a spirit master is almost guaranteed. The woman's face darkened as she spoke. Then when Gao Chong becomes a spirit master, the two of you can come and find me. Right now, since we can't see eye to eye and I'm very busy, I won't chat with the two of you. Lu Ming laughed as he replied. Afterwards, he no longer paid attention to the two. He formed a hand sign with one hand and soared into the sky, flying towards the barbarian ghost sect's main peak. What do we do? I didn't think that this brat would be so difficult to deal with despite his young age. Seeing this, the woman turned her head and asked the black-faced man. However, her eyebrows were raised as if she was extremely angry. This Junior Bai isn't old, but to be able to make a name for himself in such a short amount of time, he naturally has some outstanding points. Scaring him off with just a few threatening words is not something that can be done. However, it doesn't matter. According to my investigation, he hasn't accepted any contribution point missions in a long time. I don't believe that he can really stay in the sect and not go out. Later, I will discuss with Brother Wu and the others and split the people into several groups to guard outside the sect. I don't believe that we can't find a chance to teach him a lesson. Although this kind of young disciple's words are pretty, once he truly suffers, he will naturally understand what is the law of the jungle and what people cannot be offended. The black-faced man replied with a cold smile. Okay, then let's do this. That's right, I heard that moo. Xianxia also interfered a lot in this matter. Should we also teach her a lesson? Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction before suddenly remembering something. Mu Xianxia is still Mu Mingzhu's aunt. Right now, it's not good to touch her. Didn't you see that Xianxia and the others, who were originally against this girl, haven't caused any trouble for her in the past year? It's probably because of Junior Gao that they are afraid of hurting her. Shi Jian shook his head as he spoke. That's true. However, this girl Mu Mingzhu is also a pitiful person. Even I can see the sect leader's intention of letting her come into contact with Junior Gao. Only she is still in the dark and thinks that in the future, she will be able to fly together with Junior Gao. I'm afraid that when Junior Gao becomes a spirit master, he will use her as a cauldron. Lu Yun sighed as she spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of matter can be discussed between you and me. If the sect leader hears about it, do you still want to live? Hearing this, the black-faced man's expression immediately changed as he reprimanded Lu Yun. At the same time, he hurriedly looked around. Don't worry, how could there be anyone here? I was just speaking without thinking. The girl called Lu Yun seemed to know that she had misspoken and her expression changed as she hurriedly replied. Yun, you need to understand that the reason we took the initiative to help Junior Gao was so that he could help us after he becomes a spirit master. Other matters are not something we can care about. Furthermore, I don't believe that Mu Xianyun did not mention the human cauldron to her own niece. However, Mu Mingzhu herself did not believe it, so she cannot blame anyone else. This is her fate. Okay, let's not bring up this matter anymore. Let's go back and discuss with Senior Wu about what we just talked about. The black-faced man's tone relaxed as he spoke. Lu Yun naturally nodded. Thus, the two of them rose into the air and flew towards the mountain peak of the blood control faction. At the same time, Lu Ming had already arrived at the entrance of the secret technique pavilion. He stood outside for a while with a complicated expression before walking in with large strides. As soon as he entered the door, he was surprised to see that it was still that small room, but there was an old man in a red robe sitting on a chair inside. He was looking down at a thick book in his hands. When he saw someone enter, he raised his head and asked, exchange for cultivation methods or secret techniques. This red-robed elder astonishingly had angry eyes and a long beard. He gave off an abnormally dignified feeling. Why isn't Martial Uncle Juan guarding the scripture pavilion anymore? Senior is. Seeing this, Lu Ming was startled and hurriedly bowed. I am Liao Feng from the Poison Spirit faction. You can call me Martial Uncle Liao. Fatty Ruan has already left his duty as the guardian of the scripture pavilion a year ago and has already returned to seclusion. Okay, now you can tell me your purpose for coming here. The red-robed elder appeared to be extremely friendly. So it is Martial Uncle Liao. Junior wants to choose a defensive technique from the scripture pavilion. Bai Tsong Tian bowed as he spoke. When he heard that Martial Uncle Ruan wasn't here, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a trace of disappointment. 9 Infant Mountain. So it is under Senior Gui's faction. Seeing that you are young, don't be too ambitious. Defensive techniques can only be used after one's cultivation reaches a certain level. Let me see what realm you've cultivated to. As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, one of his arms blurred and actually patted Lu Ming's shoulder like a ghost. In an instant, a wave of heat surged into his body. Lu Ming was shocked. Under the stimulation of this hot flow, the F-alien in his body instantly surged to his shoulder with all his strength. Late spirit apostle? Liao Feng slowly withdrew his palm as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Martial Uncle Liao, what are you? Lu Ming's expression changed. Don't worry, I'm just testing your cultivation. Late spirit apostles naturally had the right to learn defensive spells. You are called Bai Tsong Tian, right? Looks like Senior Gui has a pretty good disciple. Come with me. Liao Feng smiled as he praised Bai Tsong Tian. Immediately, he shook his sleeve and a white cloud rolled out. In an instant, the two figures disappeared in a flash of white light. In the next moment, the red-robed old man and Lu Ming appeared in a large hall that was covered with a wall of light. Go, over there is the area that records the cultivation methods. As long as you place your hand on the stone platform below, you will naturally know the contents of the spell and the amount of contribution points needed to exchange for it. Then, use your nameplate to touch the restriction and you will be able to take out the item. Liao Feng pointed in a certain direction a few times and the wall of light turned into spots of light before disappearing. Lu Ming agreed and walked over. He then placed his hand on the nearest stone platform. On top of the platform, there was a golden light barrier and a set of green bamboo slips. Hong! A wave of energy rushed out of the stone platform and circled around in Lu Ming's mind. In an instant, it transformed into rows of white words. Metal Sharpening Technique, a metal-type support spell. It can increase the strength of metal-type attacks and the body, causing the body to become incomparably sharp. It is enough to cut through gold and jade. 400 contribution points. Lu Ming shook his head and left the stone platform. He went straight to the next one. Water Mist Technique, a water-type concealment spell. It can release a large area of mist to hide one's body. Contribution points. 300 contribution points. Fire Snake Technique, a fire-type controllable attack spell. It has a medium area of attack and high destructive power. Contribution points. Thunder Net Technique, a lightning-type attack spell. It has a large area of attack and high destructive power. Can only be practiced by those with a lightning spiritual pulse. Contribution points. 1,400 contribution points. Lu Ming looked at the stone platforms one by one. His face looked calm, but he was sighing endlessly in his heart. The amount of contribution points that the spells could be exchanged for was far more than he had expected. With the remaining 300 contribution points in his hands, he was afraid that he could only exchange for one of the lowest level spells. Not long after, he had looked at a small half of the stone platforms. However, his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. It was obvious that he hadn't found a spell to his liking. Suddenly, he placed his palm on a dark green stone platform. His expression changed slightly and he stopped in his tracks. Blood Vine Technique, a wood-type defensive spell. It can nurture a vine-type seed within the body. Normally, it can be nurtured with blood essence. When faced with an enemy, it can be instantly activated. It will transform into vines and cover the entire body. The strength of the defensive effect depends on the type of seed and how long it has been nurtured. Bear in mind that this technique consumes a large amount of blood essence. Casting this technique is extremely painful. If the seed is nurtured in the body for too long, there may be signs of the body turning into lignification. It is extremely dangerous. 300 contribution points. Lu Ming looked at the new white words that appeared in his mind a few times. Without hesitation, he took out his nameplate and slammed it against the light barrier on the stone platform. Although this technique seemed to have a lot of flaws, if he wanted to exchange it for a defensive spell with such low contribution points, this was probably the only one. He naturally didn't have much of a choice. With a PU sound, the nameplate flashed. The accumulated 300 contribution points immediately disappeared. At the same time, the light barrier also shattered. A thin, green book appeared in his hand with a flash. Once Lu Ming took the book, he turned around and left without hesitation. Blood Vine Technique? Do you really want to practice it? This technique wasn't created by our founder. Instead, it was found on the body of an evil cultivator that an elder of the sect killed. There were many people who practiced this technique. However, because it was too painful to use, there was the risk of the body turning into lignification, and it was easily countered by fire-type spells. They all gave up on practicing it. If it wasn't for the fact that this technique was special and that the sect didn't have many wood-type spells, it might have already been moved out of the scripture pavilion. That's why it can be exchanged for with only these contribution points. You are so young, yet you are able to practice to your current level. It can be seen that your aptitude isn't bad. There is no need for you to choose this technique. Liao Feng's gaze swept over the green book in Lu Ming's hand before speaking with a serious expression. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. However, I don't have many contribution points, so I can only choose this technique. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Since you have already decided, then I won't stop you. Swear in the name of the heavens. Liao Feng sighed and said. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming and the vermilion-robed elder's figures flashed in a white light and appeared in the small room. Lu Ming bowed to the elder before turning around and leaving the scripture pavilion. Liao Feng waited for Lu Ming to disappear from the door before muttering to himself with a serious expression, "This person is so young. He should be a disciple that was accepted in the most recent opening spirit ceremony." However, if I remember correctly, the 9 spiritual pulse disciple that Jiaowing accepted wasn't called by Song Tian. Could it be that he is only a 6 spiritual pulse disciple? This is a little strange. To be able to reach the late stage of territory stage so quickly, I'm afraid that even a 9 spiritual pulse disciple wouldn't be able to do so. The vermilion-robed elder's eyes were filled with doubt, but after shaking his head, he sat back down on the chair and continued to read the book in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming looked at the few contribution points remaining in his nameplate and sighed as he put it away. Then, he went straight to the duty hall. After a while, Lu Ming stood in front of the crystal monument that issued missions. He raised his head and stared at the top of the crystal monument that had a mission written with light gold characters. His face showed that he was deep in thought. After a while, he turned around and walked towards the stone platform that accepted missions and handed over his nameplate. I want to participate in the 10,000 Bone Cave suppression mission that occurs every 3 months. 10,000 Bone Cave is extremely dangerous. Going there means that you are responsible for your own life and death. Junior Bai, do you really want to participate in this mission? The middle-aged deacon on the stone platform clearly recognized the mission maniac, Lu Ming. After hearing his words, the smile that he originally revealed immediately froze. It's fine, I have indeed decided to accept this mission. Lu Ming said without thinking. Since it's like this, I will add Junior's name. In 3 days, there will be a martial uncle leading the team. Junior must join on time, or else a large amount of contribution points will be deducted. The middle-aged deacon nodded his head as he spoke. After receiving the nameplate, he used the short golden rod to poke it a few times before returning it to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming thanked the middle-aged deacon, he did not stay in the hall on the 2nd floor and left. Senior Huang, what mission did Junior Bai just accept? Why do I see that you seem to be a bit hesitant? A seemingly normal-looking man around 30 years old suddenly walked to the stone platform and asked in a seemingly casual manner. It's nothing, Junior Bai is only participating in the 10,000 Bone Cave suppression mission that will depart in 3 days. The middle-aged deacon clearly recognized the person who asked and replied indifferently. What, 10,000 Bone Cave? Hearing this, the man who asked the question sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, that's why I tried to persuade him. It's a pity that Junior Bai insisted on going, so I could only handle it for him. TSK, if I remember correctly, the number of inner sect disciples that have died in 10,000 Bone Cave in the past year or so should already number 10. As for those that returned with heavy injuries, I don't know how many. This Junior Bai is young, but his courage is truly extraordinary. The middle-aged deacon clicked his tongue as he spoke. As for the man who asked the question just now, he was still in a daze. What, he accepted the 10,000 Bone Cave suppression mission? This brat really dares to do it. In a pavilion at the foot of the Blood Control faction's mountain peak, a few senior disciples of the Blood Control faction were gathered together. Among them, a black-faced man had just cried out involuntarily. He was Shi Jian, who had previously sought out Lu Ming. His dual cultivation partner, Lu Yun, was also here. The other 2 people were a muscular man and a young man with 7 or 8 blood-colored bracelets on his arms. If we go to 10,000 Bone Cave, there will definitely be a martial uncle leading the team. Even if we know that the brat is in there, there is nothing we can do. This brat is really something. In order to avoid us, he actually dares to go to a place like 10,000 Bone Cave. Is he not afraid of not coming back? Senior Wu, you are very knowledgeable, do you have any good ideas? The youth with the bracelets raised his eyebrows and turned his head to ask the muscular man. Since he has gone to the 10,000 Bone Cave, he won't be returning to the sect for at least 3 or 4 months. Therefore, if we still want to cause trouble for him, we can only send people to participate in the 10,000 Bone Cave suppression mission. Only then will we have a chance. The large man slowly said. Senior Wu, don't joke around. Although there are contribution points for every bone ghost killed in 10,000 Bone Cave, it is still a bit too dangerous. Other than those madmen in the sect who pursue the Tao of slaughter and indulge in it, which one of the others isn't named by the martial uncles and is forced to accept this mission? Hearing this, the young man's expression changed as he spoke. If that is the case, then we can only forget about this matter. I am also not willing to go to 10,000 Bone Cave. It is a good thing that Junior Gao is still in seclusion and does not know about the matter of this brat and Mu Mingzhu's engagement. When this brat returns, it will not be too late for us to help him solve this problem. The muscular man with the surname Wu spread his hands and said. When the youth with the bracelets heard this, he could only furrow his eyebrows and remain silent. Asking us to take the initiative to go to 10,000 Bone Cave just to teach this brat a lesson is indeed a bit difficult. However, if we ask the people who are already participating in the suppression mission to do it, it will not be too difficult. Shi Jian said. Senior sure means. Hearing this, the youth's expression changed. I know Junior Sima of the Fiending sect. It seems that he has also drawn the suppression mission for 10,000 Bone Cave. If he is willing to help, dealing with a mere new disciple will naturally be a simple matter. However, Junior Brother Sima is a core disciple ranked in the top 20 on the Lunar Monument. It will be a heavy price to ask him to act. Shi Jian said slowly. It doesn't matter. We don't really have to kill that brat. We just have to teach him a lesson and make him agree to break off the engagement. As for how many spirit stones he needs, I'll pay for it. So, Senior Wu doesn't have any objections, right? The young man with braces chuckled when he heard this. Since Junior Xian has said so, then there is naturally no problem. The large man's eyes flashed a few times before he nodded. All right, Brother Sure. You should find some time to contact Brother Sima in the next 2 days, the youth said without any hesitation. Shi Jian agreed without hesitation. Thus, the few of them discussed the details and left the attic. 3 days later, a few barbarian ghost sect disciples began to appear near a huge decorated archway outside the barbarian ghost sect. Most of them were in their 30s or 40s, and there were only a few disciples in their 20s. These people all had gloomy expressions, and all of them seemed to have a lot on their minds. However, there were a few people who were still talking and laughing, and their expressions were very different from the others. After a while, there were already 30 or so male and female disciples gathered under the archway. Only then did a graceful figure walk over from the distance. It was a beautiful woman with a face like a peach blossom. She looked to be in her late 20s and wore a purple robe. Her expression was cold. Ah, it's the Dancing Ghost Mountain's Martial Aunt Lin. Greetings, Martial Aunt Lin. Greetings, Martial Aunt Lin. After these barbarian ghost sect disciples saw the appearance of the purple-robed woman, most of them sucked in a breath of cold air and fearfully went up to greet her. This woman was the current mountain master of the ghost faction. It was said that she was one of the few middle spirit masters in the barbarian ghost sect. Okay, stand up. It's about time. Is everyone here? The woman with the surname Lin waved her hand and asked the disciples to stand up. She looked around and asked with a frown. Martial Aunt Lin, it seems that we are still missing 2 people. A 30 or so year old disciple who seemed to be very steady hurried forward and replied. Then let's wait a bit more. If they are not here in 15 minutes, we will take away these 2 spots. The woman with the surname Lin said without hesitation. This male disciple naturally gave a respectful reply. Thus, everyone continued to wait here. However, because of the woman with the surname Lin, no one dared to say anything. They didn't even dare to casually walk around. They all obediently stood where they were. After a while, 2 gray clouds appeared from the side of the sect and flew towards the archway from different directions. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but look over. The 2 gray clouds landed under the archway at almost the same time. After dispersing, a figure appeared in each cloud. One of them was a 26 or 27-year-old man with a gloomy expression. He wore a black robe and his sleeves each had a red skull imprinted on them. The other person was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. He wore a green inner sect disciple uniform and was quite tall. "Greetings, Marshal Aunt Lin." After the gloomy man saw the woman with the surname Lin's face, he seemed to be surprised and quickly went up to greet her. The 17 or 18-year-old youth also silently followed and greeted her. "Marshal Nephew Sima, why is it you? The large competition is about to begin. Why aren't you cultivating in the sect? Why are you going to the 10,000 bone cave?" The woman with the surname Lin seemed to recognize the gloomy man and her eyes flashed as she asked a question. "Marshal Aunt Lin, you also understand. Although I don't cultivate the pure slaughter Dao, if I want to increase my strength, I can only increase it the fastest through fighting." The gloomy man calmly replied. "I heard that last time, you entered the 4th level of the 10,000 bone cave by yourself. This time, you can't be thinking of going to this level, right? If that's the case, you might not be as lucky as last time and be able to escape unscathed. Could it be that Senior Chu didn't say anything similar to this to you?" The woman with the surname Lin indifferently asked. "This time, Marshal Nephew is determined to enter the top 10 core disciples. I hope that Marshal Aunt will not obstruct me." The gloomy man raised his head and replied without hesitation. "Forget it. Since you aren't even willing to listen to Senior Chu's words, an outsider like me shouldn't meddle in other people's business. If you want to go, then go. As for you, you seem a bit familiar. Which faction are you from and what's your name?" The woman with the surname Lin slightly creased her eyebrows and looked at the youth on the other side. A trace of doubt flashed across her face. "Junior Baitsong Tian of the 9 Infants faction pays his respects to Marshal Aunt Lin." The youth bowed and said. It was Lu Ming. "Baitsong Tian, 9 Infants? So it's you, little guy." When the woman with the surname Lin heard this, she came to a sudden realization. She remembered the last opening spirit ceremony where she almost took in a 3 spiritual pulse youth as a disciple. "Marshal Aunt Lin, you actually recognize me?" Lu Ming was slightly startled. "Of course I recognize you. However, you are merely a new disciple and you dare to go to the 10,000 bone cave. You are quite courageous. However, this is your own choice and I will not obstruct you. Alright, everyone is here. Let's go." The woman with the surname Lin faintly smiled as she spoke. With a flip of her palm, a small bottle gourd that was as white as jade suddenly appeared. Subsequently, she threw the bottle gourd into the air and formed a hand sign with one hand while muttering an incantation. In an instant, the bottle gourd swayed in the wind and rose up. Subsequently, it turned upside down and spat out a thick white mist from the mouth of the bottle gourd. In an instant, it had transformed into a 300 to 400 foot long white mist python. This python only moved its body as if it was alive. Immediately, an astonishing aura swept out. The barbarian ghost sect disciples that were standing nearby only felt a white gale appear in front of their eyes. They could not help but take a few steps back. Most of them could not help but reveal an expression of shock. The woman with the surname Lin's figure flashed and appeared at the head of the mist python. She then indifferently ordered, "What are you all waiting for? Why haven't you all come up yet?" The barbarian ghost sect disciples finally came to a realization. One by one, they soared into the air and climbed onto the body of the mist python. In the next moment, a gale appeared under the body of the mist python. It carried the 30 or so people into the air and directly flew in a certain direction. "You are Baitsong Tian?" Lu Ming randomly found a place to sit cross-legged on the mist python. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. The gloomy man that had rushed over with him had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. "That's right, it is me. Do you have business with me?" Lu Ming raised his head and glanced at the other person. He could faintly feel a trace of indescribable hostility from the other person's body and immediately spoke impolitely. "My name is Sima Tian. Remember it well." The gloomy man also looked up and down at Lu Ming a few times before speaking expressionlessly. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he countered with a question. "Because after the 10,000 bone cave, we may often meet," Sima Tian coldly said. He then left, minding his own business. He found another place to sit cross-legged. When Lu Ming heard these mindless words, he only slightly furrowed his eyebrows. His expression was normal as he closed his eyes and rested. It was as if he had not heard the gloomy man's words at all. Half a month later, in the air above a small basin that was surrounded by dozens of hills of different sizes, a white mist python whizzed over from afar. In an instant, it arrived at the center of the basin above a stone stronghold that was about a kilometer in size. It then slowly descended onto the empty ground below. Under the lead of the Lin girl, Lu Ming and a group of barbarian ghost sect disciples all got off the mist python and curiously looked all around. They saw that the stone stronghold was abnormally simple. Aside from a long limestone wall that was several feet tall, there were not many structures inside. Moreover, most of them were abnormally simple small stone houses. Moreover, with a glance, there were not many people in the stronghold. There were only a few tall buildings in the distance that vaguely seemed like there were people standing outside talking. Listen well. Although this 10,000 bone cave is dominated by our barbarian ghost sect disciples, there are also disciples from other sects that occasionally come here to train. Therefore, don't feel strange if you meet disciples from other sections. In addition, for disciples that are coming to the 10,000 bone cave for the first time, go and clearly read the various rules written over there. Don't violate them. Now, you guys can move freely. The Lin girl pointed at a stone tablet that was filled with silver words erected in the center of the stronghold. After saying a few words, she walked towards a tall building in the distance. Hearing the girl's words, most of the disciples immediately dispersed. Some followed the girl surnamed Lin to the tall buildings, while others directly flew into the air and left the stone stronghold. No one knew where they flew to. Only Lu Ming and 7 or 8 other people, who were obviously here for the first time, looked at each other and walked towards the stone tablet in the middle of the stronghold. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming finished reading the words on the stone tablet and walked around the stone stronghold. He discovered that other than a small-scale transportation formation that could only be used under special circumstances, there was also a general goods store and a weapon forging shop. The former specialized in providing fasting pills, spirit liquids, and other simple supplies. The other could repair some damaged practitioner weapons and also sold some simple practitioner weapons. As for the other small stone houses, they were free for the disciples participating in the suppression mission to rest and use. Before coming here, Lu Ming had already prepared all of his supplies. He only spent a few dozen spirit stones to buy a map of the 10,000 bone cave from the general goods store and flew out of the stone stronghold with the others. In the air, he spread out the map and carefully looked at it. His eyes squinted as he looked around the basin from afar. He only saw that at the top of the hill at the edge of the basin, there were a few black stone pillars of different heights. In the basin, after a certain distance, there would be one or several green stone platforms. On top of these platforms, there were a few simple and unadorned spirit inscriptions. Lu Ming looked at these stone pillars and stone platforms, then looked at the map in his hand. Suddenly, his expression changed. He formed a hand sign with one hand and the gray cloud carried him up into the sky. 300 feet, 400 feet, 600 feet, 10,000 feet. After flying for a full 10,000 feet, Lu Ming focused his attention and carefully looked down. What he saw caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire basin was a super formation that was tens of thousands of acres wide. The seemingly ordinary stone stronghold was the center of the formation. It seemed that the 10,000 bone cave was as frightening as the rumors said. Otherwise, the sects wouldn't have joined hands to set up such a frightening ceiling formation. According to the information he had gathered, it was said that the 10,000 bone cave had only appeared 5 or 6,000 years ago after an explosion of earth lung qi. It was said that there were countless skeletons of humans and beasts buried deep underground tens of thousands of years ago. As a result, after being polluted by the earth's lung qi for a long time, they all came to life and transformed into ghosts that were similar to bone corpses. However, because these skeletons had existed for too long, there weren't many among them that had acquired intelligence. Therefore, they were collectively called bone ghosts. As for the strength of these bone ghosts, due to the length of time they had spent corroding the earth lung qi, their strength naturally varied greatly. From soldier-level bone ghosts that were equivalent to practitioners to general-level ghosts that could fight spirit masters. There were also people who said that there was a real bone ghost king at the bottom of the 10,000 bone cave. It had the strength of a real ghost king and could even rival a crystal-level senior. Of course, not many people believed the last one. After all, if there really was such a bone ghost king, the crystal-level seniors of the various sects would have already taken action. How could they allow such a fierce ghost to remain at the bottom of the 10,000 bone cave? Moreover, these bone ghosts, for some unknown reason, were unable to be intimidated or subdued by the spirit communication technique. After being killed, only the spirit bones and miasma crystal beads that were occasionally produced in their bodies had some value. However, even so, in order to prevent too many ghosts from breaking through the seal laid by the various sects, the sects could only send disciples in again and again to kill large amounts of bone ghosts. Unfortunately, the earth-lung qi in this place seemed to be endless. No one knew how many skeletons were buried underneath. Even though many ghosts were killed every year, many new bone ghosts would be born at the same time. As a result, the various sects had to send a certain number of disciples to guard this place all year round. Moreover, they did not hesitate to give out large amounts of rewards to attract other disciples to take the initiative to train here. However, a few hundred years ago, the barbarian ghost sect and the other sects came to some kind of agreement. They unexpectedly took on the task of sending disciples to guard this place all year round. Of course, if the other sects sent scattered disciples here, they would naturally be unobstructed as well. Although the 10,000 bone cave had existed for such a long time, there had never been any major disturbances. However, the dangers inside were definitely real. It was said that the entire 10,000 bone cave had as many as 9 levels. However, people had only truly entered the first 5 levels. As for the first, third, and fourth levels of the 10,000 bone cave, most of the bone ghosts that appeared were soldier-level bone ghosts. The fourth and fifth levels were mainly warrior-level bone ghosts. Occasionally, general-level bone ghosts would appear. It was said that the world below the 5th level was the world of general-level bone ghosts. Even spirit masters did not dare to enter. As a result, the spirit apostle disciples that came here usually only swept through the first 3 levels. Those that dared to enter the 4th and 5th levels were either truly skilled and daring, or had a spirit master leading the group. Lu Ming watched from high up in the sky for a while. After quickly going through the relevant information in his mind, he urged the gray cloud to descend. After a while, he arrived at a hill at the edge of the basin. On the stone wall 100 or so feet away from him, there was impressively a cave that was several feet tall. The entrance was covered by a layer of white light. This was one of the entrances to the 10,000 bone cave. Similar entrances were scattered throughout the entire basin. It was said that there were close to 100 of them. As for the white light at the entrance, it was a powerful restriction that specialized in restraining ghosts. However, the disciples of the various sects could enter and exit without any obstructions. Without saying anything, Lu Ming walked towards the entrance of the cave. After a while, the white light flashed and his figure disappeared without a trace. Once he entered the light, he was astonishingly met with a tunnel that was over 100 feet long. Although the stone walls on both sides could be considered smooth, it was not very flat. It was obvious that it was not created by humans. However, the stone walls faintly emitted a faint white light, unexpectedly illuminating the tunnel abnormally bright. This caused Lu Ming to be curious. He immediately walked to one side of the stone wall and carefully examined it. Raising his arm, he casually broke off a crystal that was faintly glowing. These stones looked like spirit stones, but in reality, they were abnormally turbid. Furthermore, he could not feel the slightest bit of yuan qi. Lu Ming shook his head and casually threw away the crystal in his hand. He patted the leather pouch on his waist and a black light appeared. The white bone scorpion appeared on the ground nearby, wrapped in a ball of green gas. Go! Lu Ming pointed forward and gave a low shout. In an instant, the white bone scorpion leapt up and disappeared into the dark shadows in front of him. Only then did Lu Ming touch the copper bracelet on his wrist and slowly walk forward. After walking for a short while, a cave that was over 100 feet wide and long appeared in front of him. Impressively, there were 3 different tunnels that faintly seemed to lead deeper underground. Without hesitation, Lu Ming chose a tunnel and entered it in a flash. 2 hours later, Lu Ming did not know how many caves he had passed through and how many tunnels he had passed through. However, he faintly felt that he should be extremely deep underground. Even the glowing crystals on the two sides of the tunnel began to become sparse, causing the surrounding environment to appear somewhat hazy. It gave people a strange feeling of their heartbeats unconsciously speeding up. Just as Lu Ming turned a corner and arrived at an intersection, something suddenly jumped up from the nearby mud and directly pounced at his face. There was a muffled bang. With a sway of his body, Lu Ming dodged the opponent. After moving his arm again, he suddenly used a fist that was wrapped in a yellow light to fiercely smash into the black shadow. The black shadow immediately flew backwards and fiercely smashed into the side of the tunnel, causing it to shatter. Only then did Lu Ming take a closer look. Astonishingly, it was a beast-type bone ghost that was less than half a foot long. Half of its body had already been smashed into pieces by his previous punch. However, the remaining part of its body, under the effect of the incessantly flashing black bead that was embedded in its skull, was actually able to forcefully stand up. So, a black line flashed and instantly pierced through the small bone ghost's skull. With a blur and a pull, the rest of the bone ghost's body also scattered. Only then did Lu Ming grab at the empty air with one hand. The bone ghost's small head immediately flew over and was grabbed by Lu Ming. With just a little bit of strength in his 5 fingers, a huge force surged out and crushed the bone ghost's skull. The black bead embedded in it immediately rolled out and landed in the palm of his hand. Lu Ming sized up the bead in his hand that was only the size of a bean. When he estimated that it could be exchanged for 1 or 2 contribution points, the white-boned scorpion suddenly drilled out from the ground nearby. It raised its head and stared at the miasma bead in Lu Ming's hand, unexpectedly letting out a low woo-woo sound. "You want this thing?" Seeing this, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. However, after thinking for a bit, he casually threw the bead in his hand to the ghost. The white-boned scorpion jumped up and swallowed the black bead in midair. Afterwards, it lay on the ground and didn't move. Lu Ming sized up the ghost for a while, but didn't find anything strange. Shaking his head, he continued forward. 3 days later. Hong! A huge sound rang out and the head of a humanoid bone ghost exploded into pieces from a fireball. At the same time, a black bead the size of a broad bean rolled out. The ghastly white headless body swayed a few times before falling to the ground and transforming into a pile of scattered bones. With a so sound, a green shadow flashed by, and the black bead on the ground disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming saw the white-boned scorpion raise its head and let out a ji-bing sound from its mouth. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was the miasma bead of a genuine soldier-level bone ghost. If it was taken outside, it could be exchanged for at least 3 or 4 contribution points. Letting the white-boned scorpion eat it like this naturally made his heart ache. This was also the first soldier-level humanoid bone ghost that he had met in the past few days. It wasn't the bone rabbits, bone rats, or other small bone ghosts that he had met before. However, ever since he discovered that the white-boned scorpion had swallowed 7 or 8 miasma beads, the green gas on its body seemed to be a bit denser than before. In his heart, he actually no longer opposed the white-boned scorpion's action of stealing the miasma beads. After the white-boned scorpion finished eating the black bead, it turned around and suddenly used its huge claws to dig out a small, abnormally sparkling and translucent bone that was a few inches long from the pile of bones. Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately went forward to snatch the small bone. After carefully inspecting it, he smiled and said to himself, "It really is a spirit bone. It's a pity that it's only 10 years old. However, it can still be exchanged for 100 spirit stones." Lu Ming put away the spirit bone with a smile and continued to walk along the tunnel. 7 days later, in an abnormally wide underground cave in the 10,000 bone cave. Lu Ming turned into a blur and flashed everywhere, avoiding the pursuit of the bone ghosts formed by the python skeletons. At the same time, he muttered an incantation and raised his hands. 7 or 8 green wind blades shot out in succession, instantly chopping the python bone ghosts into several pieces. At the places where the bone ghosts' bodies were chopped off, a grayish-white gas surged out and pulled the parts back together. After rolling on the ground, they returned to their original state. However, in this moment of delay, several black lines flashed by and pierced through the skulls of 2 python bone ghosts. With a slight shake, the bone ghost skulls were shattered into pieces. At the same time, Lu Ming's body became a blur and he approached the last python bone ghost at an unimaginable angle. With a move of his hand, he grabbed it by 7 inches and a yellow tiger head appeared on his wrist. The sound wave rolled out and similarly shattered the skulls. 3 black beads immediately rolled out of it. Half a month later, in one of the tunnels on the 2nd floor of the 10,000 bone cave, Lu Ming had a serious expression as he looked at a tall bone ghost that looked like a gorilla. This ghost was different from the other bone ghosts from before. Not only did its body have a few thick, ring-shaped joints, its eyes also had green flames jumping around, as if it had a trace of intelligence. Not far away, green gas rolled out of the white bone scorpion's body. Its black hooked tail stood up straight, as if it was facing a great enemy. This bone ghost was impressively a warrior-level ghost. Because of this, Lu Ming had no choice but to treat it seriously. The gorilla-like bone ghost let out a low roar and its 2 long arms fiercely pounded the ground. A misty yellow ring of gas immediately rippled out from under its feet. In that instant, the ground shook endlessly, catching Lu Ming off guard and causing his footsteps to become disorderly. The gorilla bone ghost took advantage of this opportunity and abruptly stamped its feet on the ground. Its body was like a huge rock as it shot straight at Lu Ming. Before it actually smashed down, a gust of strong wind had already swept over. The momentum was astonishing. However, in the face of this situation, Lu Ming did not dodge. He only shook his sleeve, and a green light flashed. With a pu sound, the gorilla bone ghost's huge body split into 2. It flashed past Lu Ming's side and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. The white bone scorpion let out a woo-woo sound and immediately brandished its huge claws as it charged forward. It madly snipped at the 2 pieces of the gorilla bone ghost's body, instantly turning them into a pile of bones. Whoosh! A thumb-sized black bead wrapped in black chi rushed out of the pile of bones, but a black line flashed, and a shiny black scorpion hook struck the black chi like lightning. The bead immediately flew out of the black chi with a tremor. The white bone scorpion jumped up and clamped onto the bead with its pincers. It then suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in all of the black gas that had dispersed into its stomach as it let out a strange cry of joy. It seemed that the black chi was of great benefit to it. Since I've already gotten the benefits, leave this warrior-level miasma bead behind. After all, when I go back, I can't just leave without any contribution points. At this time, Lu Ming put away the cyan short sword that he had just pulled out from his sleeve and said with a smile. At this moment, his face was a bit pale. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of FA in that slash, but his expression was very satisfied. Just now, he had used the totem short sword. Although he had only activated the first layer of restriction, its power was still far beyond his imagination. Even the warrior-level ghost was unable to block the power of one slash. The white bone scorpion tilted its head and looked at the huge pincer bead, as if it was unwilling to part with it. However, after a while, it still moved its body and slithered over, placing the black bead at Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming nodded his head and bent down to touch the white bone scorpion's back. He then scooped up the black bead with one hand and carefully examined it. This miasma bead was not only much larger than the ones he had seen before, but its color was also darker and shinier. It gave off a strange feeling that it could suck in one's mind. Lu Ming's heart slightly moved, but he still put the bead away and continued to move forward with the white bone scorpion. A month later, at the entrance to the ground that Lu Ming had originally entered, 2 gray clouds suddenly descended at the same time and 2 figures flashed out. One of them had sharp ears and monkey cheeks. His eyes flickered uncertainly. The other person wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression. It was the baleful insect Sima Tian. That kid entered from here. Are you sure? Sima Tian looked at the entrance and said indifferently. Senior Sima, don't worry. How could I be careless with what you've warned me about? Although I followed him from afar and didn't get close, this area doesn't have only one entrance. However, I've checked all of them and only this entrance has traces of someone just entering. There's no way I'm wrong. The man with sharp ears and monkey cheeks said with a laugh. Alright, this is the reward we agreed on. If I don't find the person I'm looking for, I'll have to pay you back double. Sima Tian raised his hand and threw out a middle-tier spirit stone as he coldly said. Senior Sima, don't joke around. If you can't find him, it might not necessarily be. Wait. The man with sharp ears and monkey cheeks caught the spirit stone. However, after hearing Sima Tian's words, he immediately became somewhat unwilling. However, at this time, Sima Tian had already entered the cave with a flash. This guy is still as self-righteous as before. Whatever. In any case, with his tracking abilities, he should be able to find the person he's looking for very easily. This 100 spirit stones can be considered free. After the man with sharp ears and monkey cheeks shook his head, he once again beamed with happiness. He turned around and soared into the sky and left. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that someone had found him from behind. At this moment, he was standing in front of a tunnel with rolling gray gas. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he sized something up. On a flat wall near the entrance of the tunnel, there were a few large, bright red words, "Entrance to the 3rd floor." If I continue forward, I'll reach the 3rd floor of the 10,000 bone cave. I've heard that there are a lot of warrior-level bone ghosts in there, far more than the previous 2 floors. However, this also means that the rewards of entering this floor are also incomparable to the previous floors. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He then brought the white bone scorpion beside him and walked into the tunnel in front of him. 2 months later, in a huge stone cave that was filled with all kinds of sharp stalagmites, Lu Ming and the white bone scorpion were currently in an abnormally intense battle with a huge humanoid skeleton that was several feet tall. This skeleton was very different from the humanoid bone ghost that Lu Ming had seen before. Its body was actually covered in a rusty iron armor and it held a nearly broken axe in its hand. At the same time, gray gas was rolling from its body. When it moved forward and forward, it was as fast as lightning. However, when the axe in its hand chopped out, it was abnormally slow. However, what was strange was that no matter if it was Lu Ming or the white bone scorpion, when they saw the axe chopping towards them, they all retreated far away as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't dare to let the attack come near them. This time, the white bone scorpion dodged slightly slower. The axe was clearly still several feet away, but with a hung sound, it flew back several feet as if it had received a heavy blow. At the same time, a thin crack appeared on its back. However, at this moment, Lu Ming let out a low roar. He brought his hands together and then separated them. Suddenly, an enormous wind blade that was half a foot long appeared. With a shake of his arm, it transformed into a ray of azure light and shot out. Pooh! This time, it was the armored skeleton that flew back and collided with a thick stalagmite behind it. The iron armor on its body, along with a large half of its body, was astonishingly cut open. The enormous wind blade was like half a door plank that was directly embedded in it. The skeleton let out a low roar and waved the axe in its hand, immediately smashing the enormous wind blade into pieces. Gray gas surged from the wound and it actually healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. However, at this moment, a chee-chee sound suddenly rang out nearby. A dozen or so black lines flashed by and instantly pierced through various parts of the skeleton's body. Following this, the air above fluctuated and a jet-black hooked tail descended from the sky. After a blur, it firmly pierced into the skull of the skeleton. A black liquid immediately spread out like water. Green gas rolled out from the top of the cave and half of the white bone scorpion's body appeared from the rock. The enormous skeleton's eyes flashed with green flames. With a movement of one of its arms, it grabbed the scorpion's tail on its head. Although it seemed to be an ordinary movement, it pulled the blood-spitting scorpion off the top of the cave like pulling a carrot. With a casual shake, it was about to throw the scorpion to the ground until it became dizzy. However, at this moment, a thick black rope shot over from afar. With a flash, it firmly bound the skeleton. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was far away, started chanting. His 2 hands came together in front of his chest and a scarlet-red fireball appeared out of thin air. As he chanted, it grew to a size of a few feet in the blink of an eye. Waves of hot air rolled out from within. Seeing this situation, the human-shaped skeleton in the distance seemed to know that the situation was not good. After letting out a shrill cry, it suddenly struggled with its 2 arms. With a chi-la sound, the black rope on its body began to break apart inch by inch. It was about to struggle out from within. At this moment, Lu Ming's chanting suddenly stopped and the enormous fireball shot out with a rumbling sound. With a blur, it transformed into a red light that completely submerged the human-shaped skeleton within. A loud, earth-shattering sound rang out, a mushroom-shaped, black-red, fiery cloud soared into the sky, the entire cave trembled a few times and a scalding wave of air rolled out, breaking all of the nearby stalagmites of all sizes. Countless pieces of rock fiercely smashed into the surrounding stone walls. The white-boned scorpion, under the command of Lu Ming's spirit, had long since disappeared into the ground in a flash. Facing this scene, Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, he stared unblinkingly at the black fiery cloud. After the fiery cloud rolled a few times, it finally gradually dissipated. The human-shaped skeleton that should have been in its original position had astonishingly disappeared. Only a small piece of armor and half of the axe remained in its original position. Lu Ming let out a long breath and did not immediately walk over. Instead, he turned around and indifferently said to the cave entrance behind him, "Brother Sima has been watching for so long. Shouldn't you come out and meet me? When did you discover me?" At the entrance of the cave, a shadow flashed and a black shadow appeared. It was the gloomy man wearing a black robe. However, at this moment, he looked at the place where the giant fireball had exploded and then looked at Lu Ming. His face was full of fear. "Although Brother Sima hid it very well, it's a pity that you didn't control your aura well for a period of time and it was slightly chaotic. Otherwise, how would I have discovered you?" Lu Ming turned around and looked at the black-robed man. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion once again drilled out of the ground. Its green eyes flickered as it stared at the newly appeared uninvited guest. So it was like that. However, anyone who saw Junior Bai's strength would be shocked. Not to mention this warrior-level ghost, you yourself already have the strength of a late spirit apostle. In addition, you have probably condensed a technique seal for the Windblade and Fireball techniques. Sima Tian slowly said. Technique seal? This was the second time Lu Ming had heard of this term. Back then, when he heard of this term from the wasp burglar, he had looked up a few ancient records, but he didn't find any related records. That's right. When various spells are cultivated to the perfection stage, they can condense a technique seal in their consciousness and transform it into a magical power. Once they are used with all their strength, the power is completely different from before. The person who gave me the information said that you are a 3 spiritual pulse disciple and only a middle spirit apostle with average strength. They must have been blind. According to what I know, for the Windblade and Fireball techniques, if one wants to condense a technique seal, even if they give up on other cultivation methods and specialize in them, a normal disciple would have to spend 3 to 4 years before it is possible. However, Junior Bai is able to grasp both of them at the same time. It seems that Junior's talent in the cultivation of spells is very high, far beyond what normal people can imagine. Sima Tian coldly said. What, someone told you to come find trouble with me? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, but his face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. That's right. Originally, I thought it was just something I did in passing. However, now that I know Junior Bai's true strength, if I were to fight against such a strong enemy, then the spirit stones would naturally be a joke. Besides, I don't have the ability to defeat you right now, so I won't do such a thing that will only bring shame to myself. However, if we meet again in the grand competition, I will definitely give it my all and show no mercy. After Sima Tian finished speaking, his figure flashed towards the entrance of the cave behind him, retreating just like that. When Lu Ming saw this, he stroked his chin with one hand and did not chase after them. Although his opponent was the same as the wasp bandit that he had killed before and was also a late spirit apostle, there was an extremely dangerous aura on his body that made him quite concerned. Forget it. Since the other party was willing to retreat in the face of difficulties, he could be considered a smart person, even though he wanted to test the true strength of a core disciple. If he were to be injured here, he would not be able to carry on with his actual combat training. It would be really troublesome if he were to encounter other people with ulterior motives. After Lu Ming thought about this for a while, he also gave up on the idea of fighting with his opponent here. At this time, the white-boned scorpion crawled around nearby and used its huge claws to pick up the miasma bead from the human-shaped skeleton and a half-foot-long bone that was covered in a faint gray gas. It excitedly brought them to Lu Ming's side. This spirit bone is... Lu Ming's gaze swept over the spirit bone that the white-boned scorpion was holding and his expression immediately changed. He beckoned with one hand and grabbed the spirit bone, placing it in front of his eyes and carefully examining it. It really is a 100-year spirit bone and it seems to be of an extremely high quality. Very good, this miasma bead is for you. After examining it, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He then found a wooden box and placed the spirit bone inside, carefully putting it away. The white bone scorpion that had been waiting impatiently to the side heard Lu Ming's words and impolitely swallowed the newly obtained miasma bead into its stomach. Afterwards, it let out a few proud whimpers. The strength of the human-shaped bone ghost was the strongest out of all the warrior-level bone ghosts that Lu Ming had encountered before. The miasma bead would definitely be quite nourishing to the white bone scorpion. However, if this bead was taken outside to be exchanged for contribution points, it would not be impossible to exchange it for over 100 contribution points. Lu Ming shook his head and picked up the remaining piece of metal and half of the axe. After examining them, he threw them into a bag made of animal skin. These two items were able to withstand the enormous fireball without melting, so they were obviously not ordinary items. They should be able to sell for some spirit stones. Just as Lu Ming picked up the bag and was about to continue forward, he suddenly thought of something. He first turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave that Sima Tian had come out from. Pooh! A light yellow glyph was pasted on the nearby stone wall and disappeared into the stone in a flash. Seeing this, Lu Ming finally felt relieved and left. Although this detection glyph was not cheap, as long as someone came in from this entrance, the other glyph in Lu Ming's hand that matched the detection glyph would spontaneously combust as a warning. In this way, he would not have to worry about Sima Tian returning or that there would be other people following behind him. Just like this, time slowly passed. Lu Ming stayed in the 10,000 bone cave for 3 months. His knowledge of the combination of various spells and his combat experience increased at an astonishing rate. Moreover, his control over the short sword totem also became more proficient. During this period of time, the number of warrior-level bone ghosts that he killed numbered in the hundreds. As for soldier-level and other bone ghosts, there were even more that he could not count. Later on, he met a few extremely strong ghosts whose strength was even above that of the human-shaped skeleton from before. Among them, there was even a 2-headed human-shaped bone ghost that was only 1 step away from becoming a ghost general. At one point, it forced Lu Ming and the white bone scorpion to escape through a small portion of the 3rd floor of the 10,000 bone cave. Only then did he have to use several attack glyphs and forcefully activate the 3rd restriction of the short sword totem before finally killing the bone ghost. However, after this battle, Lu Ming's vitality was not small. After resting for 5 or 6 days, he began to train again. However, after this battle, he felt that he seemed to have recovered some of the feeling he had when he killed strong enemies on Savage Island. Later on, when he faced other bone ghosts, he unexpectedly began to slowly integrate the battle experience he had on Savage Island into his combat training. Not long after, his entire body's strength began to change. On a certain day 3 months later, Lu Ming, wearing tattered clothes, slowly walked out of the entrance of the cave while carrying a large beast skin bag. The aura on his body was astonishing and his eyes were filled with traces of coldness. The white bone scorpion that followed behind him also had green gas rolling around its body. Its body was actually 2 times larger than before. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the blazing sun in the sky that he had not seen for many days. He closed his eyes and felt the traces of warmth on his body before opening them again. At this time, the coldness in his eyes had completely disappeared and the aura on his body had completely disappeared. Following this, the gray cloud under his body rose and he directly flew towards the stone stronghold in the center of the basin. A few days later, a gray, dragon-headed wooden boat rose into the sky. Under the control of a gray-haired elder at the front, it brought a group of barbarian ghost sect disciples towards the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. Behind the wooden boat, Lu Ming stood perfectly straight at the end of the boat. He looked at the white clouds that quickly flew by outside the light screen with an abnormally calm expression. In another place on the wooden boat, Sima Tian looked at Lu Ming's back from afar with a face full of contemplation. At the same time, in front of the door of a secret room in the barbarian ghost sect's blood control faction, the barbarian ghost sect leader stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were bright as he stared at the blood-red door. His expression was a bit anxious but also a bit expectant. Behind him, there were 2 20-year-old youths with similar appearances. They stood with their hands behind their backs and looked at the door of the secret room with an extremely complicated gaze. Half of it was hatred and half of it was envy. With a hong sound, the door suddenly shattered from the inside out. Following this, a bloody mist rolled out from within. After condensing, it suddenly transformed into a youth with a face full of red light. From his somewhat familiar appearance, it was impressively the loose practitioner Gao Chong that had entered the barbarian ghost sect with Lu Ming and Mu Mingzhu. However, the current him, the simple and honest appearance between his eyebrows had long disappeared. What replaced it was a face full of pride and vigor. "I pay my respects to Master." Once Gao Chong saw the barbarian ghost sect leader, he immediately went forward to pay his respects. "Chong Er, have you successfully cultivated it?" The barbarian ghost sect leader hurriedly asked somewhat nervously. "Reporting to Master, according to the method you taught me, disciple has already successfully transformed a strand of blood aura into blood cultivation chi." Gao Chong said respectfully and pointed a finger at the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a strand of blood chi condensed at the tip of his finger. Like a red rope, it instantly wrapped around his finger a few times, appearing incomparably nimble. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader was overjoyed. However, he cautiously said, "Whether or not you have successfully condensed the aura into cultivation chi, I still need to test it out." Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian ghost sect leader raised his palm and lightly slapped it at Gao Chong. Before his palm had even landed, a crimson mist rolled out from his 5 fingers, faintly emitting the scent of blood. Gao Chong's pupils shrank. However, with that strand of blood chi, his finger abruptly slashed at the empty space in front of him, drawing a circular arc with a diameter of a foot. Pooh! That strand of blood chi shot out and instantly filled the air in the circular arc, transforming into a faint blood shield. In the next moment, the barbarian ghost sect leader's palm slapped the blood-colored chi shield. Hong! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The blood-colored chi shield shattered under the tumbling of the blood chi. Gao Chong staggered back a few steps. At the same time, a bloody light flashed wildly on his face before he barely managed to stabilize his body. "Good, it is indeed blood cultivation chi. Chong Er, you have done well. You have grasped this kind of cultivation chi that only spirit masters can possess. Even if it is just a strand, you are already in an invincible position. Within our sect, other than baleful factions Yong'an, the others are no longer a concern." The barbarian ghost sect leader clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Yong'an. Hearing this name, Gao Chong's expression changed slightly. "However, Chong Er, although you have the strength now, you are still lacking in battle experience. Therefore, from tomorrow onwards, I will have my 2 seniors accompany you to train day and night. This way, when the day of the large competition comes, you should be able to gain a lot of battle experience." The barbarian ghost sect leader used his finger to point at the 2 youths behind him who looked exactly like him and spoke with a smile. "Then in the future, I, Gao Chong, will have to rely on my 2 seniors." Gao Chong cupped his hands towards the 2 youths with a rather courteous demeanor. "We don't dare. To be able to help Junior Gao is also our honor." Seeing this, the 2 youths did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the courtesy. "All right, Chong Er, you have been in seclusion for such a long time, you must be tired. Go back and have a good rest today." The barbarian ghost sect leader said a few words of concern before leaving with the 2 youths. After Gao Chong respectfully sent off the barbarian ghost sect leader, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes again, and a young man with several rings on his arms suddenly appeared next to him. "So it is Senior Xian. To have come in such a hurry, has something important happened outside recently?" After Gao Chong saw the youth's face clearly, his eyes flashed as he asked. "Junior Gao, something has indeed happened recently. I don't know if I should say it or not." The youth with the rings on his arms hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Is it related to Mingzhu?" Gao Chong's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently. "How does Junior know?" The youth with the rings on his arms could not help but be stunned. "Hee, I am a loose cultivator and do not have any clan to hold me back in the outside world. If there is something related to me that would make you guys hesitate and not know how to deal with it, it would naturally be the matter of Mingzhu." Tell me, what is it? Gao laughed as he spoke. A few months ago, news came from outside that the Mu clan has betrothed Junior Mingzhu to someone else and has already set up a marriage contract. The youth with the rings on his arms hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. The Mu clan did not even tell me before marrying Mingzhu to someone else. They really are quite daring. They really think that just because they have a few spirit apostles, they don't have to worry about me. Who is the person that Mingzhu is betrothed to? I also want to see who dares to touch the woman that I fancy. Hearing these words, Gao Cheng's face instantly became somewhat sinister as he spoke eerily. It's a disciple from the Bai clan called Bai Tsong Tian. I heard that he was also a new disciple who entered the sect at the same time as Junior Gao. He is now a disciple of the Nine Infant faction. The youth with the rings on his arms hastily replied. Bai Tsong Tian, new disciple. I thought about it. It's really a coincidence. There was such a person, and he was brought into the sect by the envoy at the same place as me and Mingzhu. But if I remember correctly, he's just a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. This has already happened for half a year. Don't tell me that you and Senior Wu, with so many people, couldn't even deal with a 3 spiritual pulse disciple and make him obediently break off the engagement. After Gao Cheng heard the name, he thought for a while and said with some understanding. Junior doesn't know, but this Bai Tsong Tian isn't a normal disciple. He seems to have already become a middle spirit apostle a year ago. Moreover, he once defeated a rather famous genius disciple from the 9 Enlightenment Mountain. At the same time, within a few months, he completed over 10 missions in the sect without failing a single one. Since we are afraid of harming him, we can't really use any forceful methods against him in the sect. Therefore, not long ago, we found Sima Tian from the Balefulin faction and asked him to deal with him. The youth with the rings on his arms explained. Sima Tian, I've heard of this person before. He seems to be one of the top 20 core disciples on the lunar monument. Dealing with a mere middle spirit apostle disciple is indeed an easy task. How is it, he has already succeeded? Hearing these words, Gao Cheng's expression slightly relaxed. No, I just received news a few days ago. Sima Tian actually asked someone to return the spirit stones he paid in advance. He also said that if he really wanted to make a move, the reward must be increased by 10 times. Moreover, he can't guarantee that he will succeed. The youth with the rings on his arms bitterly laughed and said with an unimaginable expression. Sima Tian really said that? Hearing this, Gao Cheng's expression also changed. The person who brought the message is my good friend. Naturally, there won't be any falsehoods. The youth with the rings on his arms said with absolute certainty. That's a bit interesting. It seems that this junior Bai of mine is really not a small matter. He actually caused a core disciple like Sima Tian to be extremely fearful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Alright, you guys don't need to ask about Bai Tsong Tian's matters for now. Once the large competition arrives, it will naturally be clear with a glance whether he is a cat or a tiger. At that time, I will make him personally cancel Mingzhu's engagement in front of everyone. Gao Cheng suddenly laughed coldly as he spoke. Since this person's strength isn't weak, even if he can't beat Junior, I'm afraid that he won't easily let go. The youth with the rings on his arms was a bit hesitant. If he really plans on doing this, then he doesn't need to stay in this world anymore. If I remember correctly, the large competition requires the signing of a life or death contract. During the large competition, the matter of accidentally killing an opponent is not unheard of. Although there will be some punishment on the surface, with my status as the disciple of the sect leader of the Earth Spiritual Pulse, I won't really be severely punished. When Gao Cheng heard this, he replied expressionlessly. Hearing this, the youth with the rings on his arms sucked in a breath of spiritual energy and could only repeatedly agree. However, when he looked at Gao Cheng, there was a trace of a strange expression. When Gao Cheng had just entered the sect, no matter if it was his personality or behavior, it was a world of difference from the current Gao Cheng. However, ever since he was brought by the sect leader to cultivate bitterly in isolation for more than a year, although his cultivation had suddenly shot up to a late spirit apostle, his personality had become like a second person. It was only when he was with Mu Mingzhu that he was able to maintain the same words and actions as before. Although the youth with the rings on his arms knew that this was most likely related to the cultivation method that the sect leader had passed on to Gao Chong, under the huge difference in personality, he still occasionally felt a sense of fear. In the remaining time, the two of them talked a bit more before the youth with the rings on his arms took Gao Chong and left after giving some instructions. Gao Chong walked to a nearby small tree and silently pondered. He did not immediately leave. After an unknown amount of time, a graceful figure suddenly appeared on a small path nearby and waved at Gao Chong from afar. "That's great, Senior Gao, you really came out of isolation." Following that, the owner of the graceful figure quickly ran over and arrived in front of Gao Chong in an instant. She raised her head and revealed a delicate and beautiful face that was as beautiful as a flower with a face full of surprise. "Mingzhu, why have you come? Didn't I say that after I came out of isolation, I would naturally go find you?" Seeing the young girl in front of him, Gao Chong did not know why his chest felt hot and he blurted out. "Hee, I also heard from Senior Wu that you came out of isolation today. However, I did not dare to come too early, otherwise, if the sect leader saw me, I would be scolded again. Let's go, we haven't seen each other for such a long time, you have to properly accompany me." Mu Mingzhu stuck out her pink tongue as she spoke. Following that, she grabbed Gao Chong's arm and dragged him away without a care for the consequences. Gao Chong let out a bitter laugh and actually did not dare to struggle as he allowed the young girl to do as she pleased. The two of them gradually went far away amidst the chatter of the young girl. In a valley of the Balefulline mountain that was filled with black gas all year round, a dragon-like roar sounded out. Following that, the black gas rolled and separated. From within, a huge skeleton over 100 feet tall walked out. It had the head of a bull and the body of a human, 4 arms and 3 legs. It looked extremely ferocious. On top of the ghastly white bull's head, a gray-robed man with fluttering clothes stood there. In his hand, he played with a bone ball the size of a fist. On his face was a silver ghost mask, and both of his eyes faintly flashed with a green light. "Greetings to Senior Yang. Congratulations to Senior Yang for achieving great success." At the entrance of the valley, there were already over 100 male and female disciples of the Balefulline faction gathered. Seeing the appearance of the gray-robed man, they all happily bowed to pay their respects. "Junior brothers and sisters, please rise. The first place in this large competition will definitely belong to us, the Balefulline faction." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge skeleton under him suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out and the entire valley shook. The nearby ground also made a cautious sound and a thin crack appeared in the middle of the valley. The surrounding black gas made a hoochie sound and a black hurricane immediately rushed into the sky, causing the entire world to change color. Seeing this, the other disciples of the Balefulline faction were shocked and naturally became wild with joy. One by one, they all bowed to pay their respects and continuously praised. 9 Spiritual Lightning Pulse, Earth Spiritual Pulse. This time, I really want to properly experience it. The gray-robed man raised his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself. Outside the barbarian ghost sect's mountain gate, there was a hidden waterfall that fell from the sky. A half-naked, bronze-colored, bald man sat within. No matter how the torrent of water rushed against him, he didn't move an inch. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly let out a loud roar. After the black gas protecting his body rolled and condensed, he suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. Hong! A streak of black gas left his hand and instantly transformed into a black waterfall that soared into the sky. It abruptly coiled around the waterfall a few times and tightened. The waterfall was actually broken into several pieces. Following this, the black waterfall rolled back and wrapped around the bald man's body. From afar, it looked like a black robe. Haha, the secret of the dark bone method has finally been discovered by me. In addition to this soul-shackling chain formed by the Ghost King, I, Gu Ju, may not necessarily be unable to fight for the first place in the core disciple competition. The bald man raised his hands and looked at them before suddenly letting out a wild laugh. His laughter was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the entire waterfall to shake slightly. 10 days later, a dragon-headed wooden boat flew over from the distant horizon. In an instant, it arrived in front of the barbarian ghost sect's mountain gate and slowly descended. One by one, the figures of people flew down and headed towards the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming was impressively among them. Are you Bai Tsong Tian, fellow Bai? Near the mountain gate, a streak of white gas suddenly rolled up. A person blocked Lu Ming and spoke with a face full of smiles. You are. Lu Ming glanced at the youth in front of him. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a tall and sturdy figure. He looked somewhat familiar. I am Jin Huan. I met fellow Daoist Bai at the Wei Prefecture's marketplace with my master. Now, I have come to deliver fellow Daoist's custom-made item on my master's order. As Jin Huan spoke, he took out a small jade box from his sleeve and handed it over with a serious expression. I remember now. Fellow Jin is indeed the person that follows Senior Feng. Lu Ming suddenly realized and his expression relaxed as he accepted the jade box. He opened it on the spot and took a look inside. His face immediately lit up. Not bad, Senior Feng is worthy of being the #1 blacksmith in Weizhou Market. He actually managed to refine this item in such a short amount of time. Lu Ming put away the jade box and said with satisfaction. Back then, although Lu left behind a lot of main materials, this item is too small. My master failed 7 or 8 times in a row before finally refining one. According to the agreement, the remaining materials will be used by my master. The heavenly contract that was originally set has been completed. The youth said with a serious expression. Of course, this kind of item is not easy to refine. To be able to refine it so quickly, I have to thank Master Feng. Lu Ming cupped his hands and replied with a smile. That's good, I have finished my business and will not stay here any longer. Jin Huan nodded his head and immediately urged the white gas under him to shoot off into the distance. Lu Ming suppressed the trace of excitement in his heart and shot off in the direction of Nine Infants Mountain. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he sat down cross-legged in the cultivation room, he took out the jade box from before and opened the lid once again. Inside the jade box was a thin green needle that emitted a cold light. It was abnormally thin and was like a cow's hair. With so many rat bristles, I was only able to forge such a needle-shaped totem. Although I don't know how many materials became the reward for forging, the price I paid this time was not small. Lu Ming muttered a few words, then he took out the green needle and placed it in front of him. It turned out that when he first entered the largest weapon forging shop in Weizhou's marketplace, he immediately found the best weapon forging master and gave the 20 or so strands of green fur of the giant rat to him. He asked him to use the fur as the main material to forge a needle-shaped totem. As long as he could refine a spirit tool, the rest of the materials would be used as compensation for the refiner and other auxiliary materials. As soon as the forger saw so many mouse hairs of the condensation period later stage beastkin, he immediately agreed to this matter and made a heavenly oath. With this oath and his identity as a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, Lu Ming was not afraid of the other party breaking the promise. Now, after such a long period of time, the other party had indeed forged the spiritual weapon and sent a disciple to deliver it directly to him. Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand and opened his mouth to spit out a ball of essence qi at the green needle. The needle instantly absorbed all of the essence qi and began to flicker slightly without stopping. Lu Ming's 10 fingers moved incessantly and a series of hand signs shot out. Pooh! Countless green inscriptions appeared on the needle. After spinning and condensing, they turned into 3 layers of thin inscriptions that buzzed incessantly. As expected, it is only a low-grade totem with 3 layers of restrictions. However, for the current me, it is enough. I will call you the Jade Shadow Needle. I hope you can really come and go without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Ming was not surprised. Instead, he immediately made a hand sign and began to refine the item. After a few days, Lu Ming finally finished refining the first layer of restrictions on the Jade Shadow Needle. He held it between his fingers and waved it slightly. Immediately, an almost invisible breeze flashed by. A faint light flashed on the opposite wall and a small black dot appeared. It quickly melted and became bigger. In an instant, it became a black hole the size of a fist. At the same time, a faint fishy smell came out of the hole. Not only did this Jade Shadow Needle come and go without a trace, it was also extremely poisonous. In a huge hall in the belly of the Nine Infants Mountain, Gui Ruquan, Zhu Qi, and Marshal and Zhong were standing in front of a huge cauldron that was several feet tall. They were all making hand signs with one hand and had serious expressions on their faces as they continuously muttered. On the ground below the huge cauldron, there was a silver inscription formation that was more than 100 feet in diameter. It buzzed endlessly and strands of 5-colored light continuously appeared and entered the cauldron. This cauldron was bronze in color and had 3 legs and 2 ears. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with densely packed cloud-shaped inscriptions. The rumbling sound from inside the cauldron was unceasing and the cauldron was slightly trembling, as if there was something rampaging inside. After an unknown amount of time, the light from the silver inscription formation became more and more intense. It seemed as if the entire cauldron was completely submerged. However, the rumbling sound from inside the cauldron gradually became quieter and quieter. "It's about time. Sherchuan, be careful." At this time, Gui Ru Quan suddenly shouted. "Reporting to master, this disciple is ready." A youth who had been waiting in the hall for a long time immediately stepped forward and said. His body was wrapped with a light silver chain that seemed to wrap around his entire body more than 10 times. His expression was extremely solemn. "Good, Junior Zhu, Junior Zhong, open the cauldron together." Seeing this, Gui Ru Quan shouted at the host and Marshal Aunt Zhong. Following this, the chanting stopped and at the same time, he raised his finger and pointed at the air above the huge cauldron. With a ping sound, the cauldron's lid trembled and flew into the air. In the next moment, with a so sound, a black shadow shot out from the middle of the cauldron. However, after Gui Ru Quan and the other 2 pointed again, the black shadow immediately froze in mid-air. It was the head of a man with disheveled hair, black lips, and red eyes. Below his neck, there was nothing. In his mouth were 2 fangs. On the top of his head, there was a short green horn that was a few inches long. On both sides of his cheeks, there was a crimson seal character that was the size of a thumb. After being locked in midair by the 3 spirit masters, he immediately let out a strange woo-woo sound. The top of his head suddenly shook and all of his black hair actually stood up straight, making him look extremely ferocious. At this time, Sherchuan let out a low roar and the chain on his body swung out with a quangdang sound. One end of the chain immediately transformed into a shackle and flew towards the head. Pooh! A shocking scene appeared. With a flash of silver light, the shackle, as if it was an invisible body, entered the head and disappeared without a trace. However, the ferocious head immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Black gas rolled from his body as if he was suffering from great pain. Seeing this, Gui Ru Quan and the other 2 were overjoyed and withdrew their fa at the same time. The man's head that was originally locked in mid-air felt the space around him loosen and he immediately regained his freedom. After letting out a strange cry, the long hair on his head suddenly trembled and instantly turned into countless black threads that flew towards the youth in the distance. Seeing this, Sherchuan pulled on the chain on his body. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood essence. The silver chain suddenly tightened with a blur. The head immediately let out another mournful scream. Countless black veins appeared on his face and his long hair weakly retracted. At this time, the ball of blood essence flashed a few times and arrived in front of the head. With a pu sound, it turned into a blood-colored glyph that stuck to the head's forehead. It was as if it was engraved onto the head. The ferocious expression on the head immediately disappeared the moment the blood-colored glyph appeared. It quietly floated in midair without moving. Sherchuan muttered something and once again pulled on the chain on his body. After a quangdang sound, the chain tightened and the man's head slowly flew forward. Then, it stopped 100 or so feet away from the youth. Seeing this, Sherchuan made a hand sign with one hand and the chain on his body turned into a dozen or so pythons that shot out. They all disappeared into the head with a flash. At this time, the youth let out a long breath and continuously spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood essence. His fingers made various hand signs as he continuously pointed at the head. The man's wooden eyes slowly closed and his face also became calm. Sherchuan let out a low shout and raised his hand to make a hand sign. The head and the chain on his body immediately started to shrink. Finally, it turned into a ball of black gas and entered a leather pouch that was full of red and green glyphs on his waist. Haha, good. Sherchuan, you have finally subdued this flying head. It is a true demon that our faction has kept for many years. Although we mostly relied on this demon-subduing chain made from deep-sea cold-light iron to be able to do this, it is more than enough to deal with the large competition of the sect. The heavy responsibility of whether or not our faction will be able to rise again is all on your shoulders. Gui Ruquan walked over and said with a smile on his face. Many thanks to Master and the two martial uncles for bestowing the totem. This disciple will definitely not let the sect lose face in this large competition. I will definitely enter the top 5 of the Lunar Monument. Chuan was also extremely excited. He immediately knelt on the ground and almost swore. Since the 3 of us have bestowed this demon-subduing chain to you, we naturally feel that you are the most suitable person. Originally, Xiaofeng was also a good candidate. However, it is a pity that he has just advanced to a late spirit apostle and has too little experience in fighting with others. Even if he can subdue the flying head, he will not be able to obtain a high ranking in the large competition. Zhu Qi also walked over and slowly said. This disciple will definitely not disappoint the 3 teachers' expectations. Chuan once again said sincerely. Alright, you can stand up. You have only just obtained the demon-subduing chain and the flying head. You still need a lot of time to practice and familiarize yourself with them. From now until the large competition begins, you will remain here. The 2 martial uncles will personally give you pointers. Gui Ruquan revealed a satisfied expression as he said. Chuan naturally nodded his head in agreement. In a hidden small room in the barbarian ghost sect, Du Hai's arms were wrapped around Mu Yunxian. The 2 of them had an abnormally intimate expression. Are you really going to fight for the position of a core disciple this time? After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yunxian finally raised her head and asked with a face full of worry. Yes, the last time we entered the Ghost Hell region, we risked our lives to collect that item. Moreover, we paid a huge price to refine that spirit pill. Wasn't it for today? Don't worry, our sect originally did not have many late spirit apostles under the age of 30, less than 100 people. With the help of this spirit pill, I believe that I will definitely be able to obtain a good ranking among the core disciples. This way, your master will have no reason to oppose the 2 of us being together. Du Hai replied with a face full of determination. Although those medicinal pills have a significant effect on increasing one's magic power, the side effects are not light either. With your strength, if you want to fight for a high ranking in the core disciples, you can't just take 1 or 2 pills. I'm really worried if you... Hearing this, Mu Yunxian became even more worried. Don't worry, if I really can't do it, I won't force myself. Moreover, this time if we don't fight for it, when that thief Ouyang Xian also becomes a late spirit apostle, our troubles will only be greater. It's better to fight for it now and officially establish our relationship. This way, we won't have to worry about anything in the future. Du Hai shook his head as he spoke. Hearing her lover say this, Mu Yunxian could only shut her mouth and the 2 continued to silently snuggle together. What, Master, you gave this enchanting bell to your disciple? The young girl looked at the white-haired woman with some surprise. That's right. The large competition is about to begin. A while ago, I brought you along to solve the mystery of the barbarian ghost king and almost delayed your cultivation. This totem was the totem that made me famous in the past. With it on you, I believe that you won't ruin my reputation. Let others know that in our Balefulin faction, other than Yonggan, there are other disciples that are not weaker than him. The white-haired woman smiled slightly and took out a small black bell and stuffed it into the young girl's hand. Many thanks for Master's reward. This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master's love. Callan half knelt on the ground and respectfully received the small black bell. In the large hall at the peak of the Dancing Ghost Faction's mountain, Senior Qian and Zhang Chuier sat facing each other. Their 4 hands were pressed together and wisps of grey gas continuously circled around the 2. Beside them, a purple-clothed girl with a cold expression was attentively watching. It was the martial Aunt Lin. 100 or so miles away from the barbarian ghost sect, in a valley filled with poisonous snakes, a figure covered in a green gas was slowly walking towards the entrance of the valley. Wherever he passed, all the poisonous snakes retreated to avoid him. There were a few snakes that retreated a bit too slowly, and the moment they came into contact with the green gas, their bodies stiffened and they fell to the ground dead. This green gas was impressively more poisonous than the poisonous snakes. In the Ghost Hell region, in a dense black forest filled with Xianxia, there was a man whose entire body, from his neck down, was buried deep in the soil, leaving only his withered head exposed. The head's face was covered in mud, and it was impossible to see its original appearance. It was unknown how long it had been here. After a short while, the head opened its eyes to reveal a pair of demonic eyes that were flashing with silver light. What a pity. My iron corpse body is still some time away from complete mastery. But that was enough. Yangon, just you wait. Let's see how I'll pull you down from the first place on the lunar monument. The head muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground nearby burst open and a black silhouette shot out from within. It took large strides and rumbled towards the barbarian ghost sect's stronghold. Every step caused the ground nearby to slightly tremble, as if his body was incomparably heavy. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Lu Ming was silently cultivating in his room, the bell on the main peak of the barbarian ghost sect suddenly rang loudly. The sound was distant and clear, but when it entered Lu Ming's ears, it caused his blood to boil uncontrollably and his fighting spirit to rise. Lu Ming opened his eyes and silently counted the sound of the bell. When he counted to 36, he stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. At the same time, the sound of the bell suddenly stopped. At this time, the entire barbarian ghost sect's sky was filled with grey clouds, all of them descending towards the foot of the main peak. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people had gathered. Among them, there were disciples under the age of 30 who were preparing to participate in the large competition, but there were even more senior disciples over the age of 30 who had come to spectate. Although these senior disciples were unable to participate in the large competition and did not have the qualifications to leave their names on the lunar monument, this was a grand event that only happened once every few years. Naturally, they would not want to miss it. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader, Gui Ru Quan and the 20 or so spirit masters, they had long since stood at the very front of the crowd, quietly waiting for something. After an unknown amount of time, in the seemingly empty space in front of the barbarian ghost sect's main peak, a formless ripple suddenly spread out. Subsequently, with the sound of celestial music, the scenery in front of them was like a painting being torn apart, revealing a completely different world of fog. Senior Ingio, please come. Seeing this situation, the barbarian ghost sect leader immediately bowed respectfully towards the rolling fog not far away. The other faction spirit masters followed behind him and did the same. What, the 4-year large competition is here again? But why do I feel that I have only slept for a short while? Could it be that you fellows are purposefully deceiving me? A rumbling voice, like thunder, came from the fog. Senior Ingio, please calm your anger. If it wasn't for the large competition, how would I dare to do such a thing? Senior, please use your great Fali and once again open the lunar illusion. The barbarian ghost sect leader hastily replied with an extremely respectful attitude. So troublesome. I don't think you dare to deceive me. Wait a moment. The rumbling voice said somewhat impatiently. Following this, the entire ground suddenly shook and all the fog spread out in all directions. An earthen Yellowstone mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall and 1,000 acres in size immediately appeared in front of him. This mountain was a bit strange. Not only was there not a single blade of grass growing on the mountain, the peak of the mountain was abnormally flat and wide. Moreover, there were dozens of natural stone platforms that were several tens of feet tall scattered everywhere. In the center of these stone platforms, there was a black and white stone tablet that was over 100 feet tall. It stood tall. Lu Ming looked at it from afar with rapt attention. He saw that the tablet was covered with densely packed silver words, as if there were countless names written on it. The lunar illusion has been opened. All disciples can enter. Seeing this situation, the barbarian ghost sect leader immediately sent a loud message. He then led a group of faction spirit masters and took the lead to fly towards the Yellowstone Mountain. Seeing this, the thousands of disciples behind him naturally followed and rushed in. Once all the disciples had entered the mountain, the white fog once again appeared and surrounded the entire stone mountain. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader was already standing on one of the stone platforms. After sweeping his gaze around, he shook his sleeve and a flat jade brick that was a few inches long flew out. Following this, he muttered an incantation and the jade brick immediately rushed into the sky. It quickly grew with the wind and in the blink of an eye, it became a floating jade platform that was 100 feet long. Only then did the group of spirit masters fly onto the jade platform and look down at the thousands of disciples below. All disciples, listen up. The large competition that occurs once every 4 years is about to begin. The rules for this competition are the same as before. First, the normal disciples will challenge the core disciples on the lunar monument. After the top 100 have been decided, the core disciples will take turns challenging the core disciples according to their rankings. Finally, the top 10, top 3, and the first core disciple will be decided. As for the specific challenge rules, all disciples can go to the bottom of the lunar monument to carefully read them. In the large competition, one is responsible for one's own life and death. All disciples that go up on stage must first sign the life and death writ. However, if one intentionally injures a disciple or wantonly kills a fellow disciple, they will also be heavily punished. A light punishment will be 100 lashes. A heavy punishment will be the crippling of one's family and the disciple will be expelled from the sect. Right now, all disciples should first clearly read the specific challenge rules. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the large competition will officially begin. The barbarian ghost sect leader said from the stone platform. Although his voice was not loud, it was abnormally clear to everyone's ears. Following this, he raised one hand and a candle that was as thick as a thumb flew out. After a tremble, it quietly floated in front of him without moving. He pointed a finger at the candle in the air. Immediately, a flame appeared at the top of the candle and a sandalwood scent spread out. At this time, a spirit master that was already standing under the lunar monument lightly patted a certain spot on the monument. After a buzzing sound, a layer of black light flowed on the monument. All of the words on the surface of the monument transformed into enormous light characters that appeared. Even the disciples standing at the very edge of the stone mountain could instantly see the words on the monument clearly. The new disciples that were participating in the large competition for the first time all stood on their tiptoes and raised their heads to look fiercely at the enormous light characters. Lu Ming stood in an inconspicuous corner and similarly stared at the words written on the monument. At the very top of all of the silver light characters, there were 2 large characters, Yanggan. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly narrowed. He had naturally heard the name Yanggan, the eldest disciple of all the inner sect disciples in the large competition, many times. It was said that this person had a 9 spiritual pulse and a visible Yin spirit body. At the same time, he was proficient in the baleful Yin and refined corpse faction's secret techniques. Not only had he participated in the life and death trials and returned safely, but he had also returned with outstanding results. Many people in the sect believed that becoming a spirit master was something in the bag. However, after Yanggan obtained enough resources, he did not choose to break through to spirit master in the past few years. Instead, he had been in seclusion for the past few years. It was unknown if he was cultivating some kind of secret technique or if he wanted to build a more solid foundation before choosing to break through to the spirit master realm. Because of this, Yanggan naturally became more and more mysterious among the new disciples. Even the disciples of the other factions, other than the baleful Yin faction, had many people who respected him. After Lu Ming quickly looked through Yanggan's information, his gaze shifted downwards. Feng Chan, Min Shou, Qian Huinyang and other names appeared one by one. The first 4 names on the lunar monument belonged to the top 10 disciples who had participated in the life and death trial and returned alive from the upper realm's great competition. Of the remaining 6 people, 2 of them had their names automatically removed from the lunar monument because they were already over 30 years old. One of them had broken through the spirit apostle realm and became a spirit master, while the other 3 had forever fallen in the life and death trials. The other top 10 disciples that were added were naturally replaced according to the lunar monument's ranking. Lu Ming only had a slight understanding of the top 10 disciples. Therefore, after looking through these people, his gaze swept over the rules of the competition below. After a while, he saw everything clearly and memorized it in his heart. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked at the other disciples that were gathered on the stone mountain. It was clear that the older disciples that were over 30 years old were standing far away from the lunar monument. They were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and were pointing at the crowd with their hands while discussing in low voices. The disciples that were going to participate in the large competition all had serious expressions. Occasionally, some of the younger disciples had excited expressions and were filled with eagerness. After a quick glance, Lu Ming found a few familiar faces. For example, Du Hai, Mu Yunxian, Callan, Lei Zhen, and Shi Chuan, who were standing shoulder to shoulder. His expression suddenly changed as he felt that someone was looking at him nearby. He immediately turned his head to look. He saw that Sima Tian, who was surrounded by a group of disciples, was coldly looking at him. Only when Sima Tian saw Lu Ming's gaze did Sima Tian look away without changing his expression. Seeing this, Lu Ming's thoughts turned. Senior Bai, so you're here. Do you plan on going up to try this time? The sound of footsteps came from behind him and a girl's excited voice greeted him. Lu Ming turned his head in surprise and saw a man and a woman walking over shoulder to shoulder. It was Xueshan and Wan Xiaoqian. The current Xueshan was a bit more muscular than before. Wan Xiaoqian also had a bit of shyness on her face. Seeing how close the two were, it was clear that their relationship was completely different from when they first entered the sect. So it's Junior Xue and Junior Wan. If there's a chance, I do plan on going up to try. Lu Ming smiled as he replied. Senior Bai has already become a middle spirit apostle over a year ago. Now that your Fa Li is probably even stronger, it's not impossible for you to leave your name on the monument if you participate in the large competition. After all, there are probably less than 100 late spirit apostles in the sect. Wan Xiaoqian also smiled as she spoke. This girl had also become a middle spirit apostle in the last small competition, but the time was too short. It was obvious that she couldn't participate in the competition to become a core disciple. A mere new disciple dares to fight for the position of a core disciple? You all should train in the sect for another 3 to 4 years. A young man with a pale golden ruler on his waist walked over and coldly spoke to the three of them. So it's senior brother Shi. Last time, senior apprentice brother had already obtained the position of core disciple. I think this time, you will definitely continue to leave your name on the lunar monument. Xueshan was initially enraged when he heard this, but when he saw the young man's upside-down eyebrows, he could not help but force a smile. This senior Shi was one of the older disciples of the 9 Infants Mountain who had appeared in the previous 2 minor competitions. The strength he displayed was extremely strong. Among the older disciples, he was only ranked below Shi Chuan, the eldest disciple of the 9 Infants Mountain. Towards Xueshan and the other new disciples, he was always looking down on them. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to say something, another cold voice came from another direction. Who said that us new disciples would definitely be unable to obtain a position on the lunar monument? Xueshan and Wan Xiaoqian looked over in shock. Xiaofeng had unknowingly arrived nearby and was looking coldly at senior brother Shi. Xiaofeng, if it wasn't for the fact that Master Gui thought highly of you and gave you his cultivation area and personally gave you pointers, would you have been able to become a late spirit apostle so quickly? Once senior brother Shi saw Xiaofeng, he did not hide the jealousy and hatred in his heart as he spoke fiercely. To him, Xiaofeng, who was a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, had immediately occupied a large amount of the mountain's resources after entering the sect. Naturally, he was much more despicable than Lu Ming, Xueshan, and the others. No matter what method you use, do you think that anyone can become a late spirit apostle within 3 to 4 years of entering the sect? I wonder how long senior Shi used to cultivate to this level. Xiaofeng said with a cold smile, as if he did not give the other party any face. Senior brother Shi was furious when he heard this, but he did not know how to reply to the other party's question. Juniors, there is no need to argue over a moment of anger. After a light sigh, another person walked out from the nearby crowd. Lu Ming looked carefully and was slightly surprised. The other party was actually Shi Chuan, the eldest senior of the 9 Infants Mountain. The reason why he was surprised was naturally not because Shi Chuan was here. Instead, under the detection of his strong mental strength, he could faintly feel that the other party's aura was completely different from before. It was as if there was an additional trace of indescribable coldness on the other party's body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and landed on the other party's waist. There, surprisingly, was a red and green glyph bag, as if it was the source of the coldness. Senior Shi Chuan. No matter if it was Xue Shan, Wan Xiaoqian, senior brother Shi, or Xiao Feng, when they saw Sichuan appear, they immediately called out, not daring to be negligent. Lu Ming naturally also slightly bowed. Juniors, this year's large competition is extremely important to our 9 infants faction. Anyone who can leave their name on the lunar monument, no matter if they are new or old disciples, will be heavily rewarded by Master Gue and the others. If we can allow the 9 infants faction to escape from the last position, the resources that our faction will obtain for the next 3 years will greatly increase. This will also be of great benefit to the juniors. Therefore, Master Gue has already passed down the order that our faction's disciples cannot challenge the core disciple position on the lunar monument, in order to ensure a higher ranking. Sichuan slowly said. Since Master Gue has given the order, this disciple will naturally comply. Xiaofeng's expression turned cold as he replied. The others could only repeatedly nod their heads in agreement. At the same time, on a stone platform far away from Lu Ming and the others, a person was watching the situation from afar and indifferently said to the person beside him, "The current Baizong Tian is indeed different from what I remember." No wonder he was able to make a bit of a name for himself, causing Sima Tian to be a bit hesitant to act. The person who spoke wore a white robe and a jade belt. On his back was a light golden longsword. It was Gao Chong, the earth spiritual pulse genius of the blood control faction. Beside him was a beautiful young lady. It was Mu Mingzhu. Logically speaking, the barbarian ghost sect's large competition was a grand event that outer sect disciples did not have the opportunity to participate in. However, Gao Chong had used some unknown method to safely bring her in. Behind the two of them, the youth with arm rings, Senior Wu, Shi Jian and his wife also stood there. What do you plan to do? If he doesn't participate in this large competition, we won't be able to meet him. Mu Mingzhu hatefully glared at the distant Lu Ming and asked with some worry. Not participate in the large competition? That is impossible. If he really had the strength to make Sima Tian, a top 20 core disciple, cower, how could he not fight for the resources and position he should have in the sect? As long as he makes a move and leaves a ranking on the lunar monument, I will naturally challenge him. Gao Chong seemed to have already thought about this and spoke without hesitation. When Mu Mingzhu heard this, she felt relieved and a smile appeared on her face. However, my true enemy this time isn't Baizong Tian, but that person. Gao Chong's gaze turned and looked at a silver-masked, grey-robed male on another stone platform surrounded by many baleful Yin disciples. His expression immediately became incomparably serious. This girl actually treated my words as wind passing by. In this kind of place, she is still mingling with Gao Chong without the slightest bit of apprehension. Mu Xianyun and Du Hai stood together. When they saw Mu Mingzhu and Gao Chong standing shoulder to shoulder on the stone platform, their expressions became extremely ugly. You clearly told us that you would be treated as a cultivation cauldron, but Mingzhu didn't believe you at all. It even had the opposite effect. This is indeed an exceptionally troublesome matter. Du Hai's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke. This girl isn't stupid, but how could she be tricked to this extent by that brat? Elder brother has always doted on Mingzhu the most, and after entering the sect, he clearly asked me to take care of her. If something unexpected really happens, I really don't know how to explain it when I return. Mu Yunxian had a somewhat resentful look on her face. But looking at the current situation, it seems that Junior Bai's situation is even worse. You can't possibly think that Gao Chong bringing Mingzhu here would turn a blind eye to Junior Bai's betrothal partner. Du Hai sighed and smiled bitterly. You're saying that Gao Chong will personally deal with Junior Bai in the large competition? Mu Yunxian was shocked. There's no need for him to personally deal with him. I'm afraid that the other people who are attached to him will be enough. Du Hai looked deeply at the youth with bracelets behind Gao Chong and spoke with some fear. Then it seems that only by having Junior Bai withdraw from this large competition will he be able to protect himself. Mu Yunxian replied after some consideration. The large competition is only held once every 3 years. Does Yunxian think that this is possible? Right now, we can only hope that Junior Bai is unable to leave his name on the lunar monument. That way, Gao Chong and his group won't have the chance to act. Du Hai shook his head and replied. We can only hope that it is so. Speaking of which, bringing Junior Bai to this realm, I have to bear a large part of the responsibility. Mu Yunxian revealed a faint expression. You can't be blamed for this. You only want to save Mingzhu from the sea of fire. Du Hai naturally comforted her with warm words. At this time, the incense on the jade platform in the air finally burned out. The barbarian ghost sect leader immediately took a step forward and loudly announced. The time is up, the large competition has begun. At the same time, another spirit master immediately followed and loudly instructed, the disciples who left their names on the lunar monument will be arranged according to their ranking. They will be split into 10 steps and stay on the 10 stages. Normal disciples will challenge these core disciples. The winner will stay and a loser will leave the stage. Normal disciples will only have 3 chances to challenge. Once they exceed the 3 chances, they will lose the right to challenge. Furthermore, the same core disciple can only challenge once and cannot be challenged consecutively. Every stage will have a spirit master to preside over the challenges. Any disciple will not be allowed to go against their judgment. Hearing these words, the disciples on the stone mountain naturally became restless. 10 spirit masters directly flew down from the sky and landed steadily in the center of the 10 largest stone stages. Following this, small flags flew out from their bodies and transformed into banners that were inserted into the stone stages, forming a neat row. These banners were black and red in color. On the surface of the banners were engraved a dazzling silver symbol, representing the different ranks from 100 to 1. As for the other barbarian ghost sect disciples, with a hong sound, they immediately split into 10 groups and surrounded the stone platforms so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Of course, the stone platforms that were ranked towards the back had more people crowding around them. This was because, according to the previous large competitions, once the challenges began, the core disciples that were ranked towards the back would naturally be challenged the most. So. Loud so. From below the stone platforms, great clouds rose into the air. One by one, the core disciples of the barbarian ghost sect stood under their banners. Each of their expressions were different, but most of their auras were out of the ordinary, causing people to not dare to look down on them. Almost immediately, people jumped out from below the platforms and directly pointed out who they wanted to challenge. There were even some platforms where 4 or 5 people jumped onto the platform at the same time. The spirit master in charge of the platforms had these people sign the life and death writ with their opponents and activated the protective formation that had long been set up on the stone platforms. Layer after layer of white light screens appeared and enveloped all of the platforms. Pairs of opponents either cast spells or summoned ghosts on these platforms and immediately began to fight. After a while, it caused the people outside of the light screens to cry out in alarm. Lu Ming did not linger near these arenas. Instead, he walked directly to the first core disciple arena, which was for the 10th to 1st place core disciples. This platform was quiet, but there were also quite a few people nearby. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were looking at the top 10 core disciples on the platforms while discussing something in low voices below the platform. For Lu Ming, in this large competition, he naturally wanted to at least obtain a position in the top 10. Only then would he be able to participate in the life and death trials later in order to conspire for more resources and benefits so that he could cultivate to the late perfection stage even faster. Thus, in his mind, his true opponents were naturally the top 10 core disciples and the other challengers who also wanted to enter the top 10. Lu Ming's gaze swept around the platform and immediately discovered a few familiar faces like Gao Cheng, Lei Zhen, and Callan. There were also a few other disciples who seemed to be out of the ordinary. When these people saw Lu Ming appear, some of them were expressionless while others were slightly surprised. As for the top 10 disciples in the arena, Lu Ming immediately looked at the silver-masked Yonggan. The rumored barbarian ghost sect's eldest senior sat cross-legged under the banner with his eyes closed. It was as if he was indifferent to everything happening in the outside world. Under the second flag was an emaciated man with a head full of long hair that was messy like grass, and his eyes flickered with silver light. As for the person standing right next to him, it was a young man in a green robe. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were narrow and long, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Under the fourth banner was a pretty yellow-robed woman. She was Senior Qian, the one Lu Ming had met earlier, Qian Huingyang. The fifth person was, Lu Ming sized up these disciples one by one, his mind spinning rapidly. Unlike the previous arenas where people had already started to fight, the first arena had been quiet, and no one had come up to challenge them. However, the spirit master in charge of this arena, a large man in an embroidered robe with a full beard, did not find this strange at all. After waiting for a while, he suddenly shook his sleeve, and a small hourglass silently slid down from it. Then, he said indifferently, within 15 minutes, if no one comes up to challenge, it means that all the disciples have given up the right to challenge the core disciples on the arena. The time starts now. Within the hourglass, a strand of fine sand immediately fell from the top to the bottom. This scene caused quite a few people below the arena to go into an uproar. In the end, after a while, someone flew up from below the arena. Disciple, do you want to challenge the 10th ranked senior Yi? The person who jumped onto the arena was a handsome youth. In his hand was a pink peach blossom fan, and with a calm expression, he spoke to the large man in the embroidered robe. Hee, you want to challenge me? That's good. I'm also so bored that my bones are itching. Under the tent banner stood a sturdy youth with a golden ring on his head. Hearing this, he coldly laughed. Okay, you guys first sign the life and death writ. The large man in the embroidered robe raised his hand and grabbed, sucking the hourglass away. In his other hand, a multicolored light curled up, and a blood-red writ flew out, floating steadily in midair. Seeing this, the youth holding the fan and the man in the embroidered robe immediately walked over, and each squeezed out a drop of blood essence on the writ. Then, they retreated a few steps and looked at each other from afar. A clear sound came from the writ, and a blood-red glyph surged out before quickly being withdrawn. Seeing this, the spirit master in the embroidered robe raised his hand, and called back the writ. His mouth said indifferently, the match will now begin. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly stomped his foot, and a white inscription formation flashed across the entire stone platform. A white light screen emerged, covering the stone platform. At the same time, his figure retreated, and he also rushed out of the light screen. Then, he slowly rose into the air, and stopped above the light screen. Pooh! The youth holding the fan moved his wrist, and the peach blossom fan in his hand immediately transformed into a pink gale. At the same time, his other sleeve shook, and a sweet scent instantly filled the entire light screen. Bewitching scent. It seems that you are a disciple of the poisonous spirit faction. Hee, it's your bad luck to meet me. Seeing this, the youth with the golden rings laughed wildly. After muttering an incantation, a black inscription flashed on the surface of his body, and his body suddenly became enormous, turning into a giant man that was 20 feet tall. Who? He threw out 3 punches in succession, and an enormous invisible force surged out. The pink gale, under the pressure of the enormous force, immediately froze, and with a muffled sound, rolled back. The youth holding the fan was caught off guard, and only felt his breathing suddenly tighten. His entire body was sent flying by the enormous force, and fiercely smashed into the wall behind him. His expression became dispirited, and he opened his mouth to spit out several mouthfuls of blood essence. The giant man that the youth with the golden rings had transformed into immediately walked over with large, overbearing steps. Impossible, how are you not the slightest bit affected by the bewitching scent? You are a body cultivator. I admit defeat. Seeing this situation, the youth holding the fan was immediately scared out of his wits, and immediately opened his mouth to admit defeat. Humph, truly trash. With this little bit of strength, you actually dare to challenge me. The giant man's footsteps stopped, and after coldly snorting, he withdrew his secret technique. His body returned to normal, and he turned around and walked back under the banner. The inscription on the stone platform flashed again, and the light screen disappeared. The youth holding the fan hastily jumped off the platform with a face full of shame, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the vicinity. The embroidered-robed spirit master descended from the sky, and unhurriedly announced the victory of the youth with the golden rings. Then, he once again released the hourglass and quietly waited. It was unknown if it was because the youth with the golden rings had won too easily, but this time, after the sand in the hourglass had almost flowed by half, a person lightly coughed and climbed onto the stone platform. Impressively, it was a youth with a sallow face that was about 27 or 28 years old. He wore a light green robe, and when he appeared, he immediately bowed to the embroidered-robed spirit master and said, "Martial uncle, this junior, Duan Kenzu, wishes to challenge the 6th-ranked senior Fei. When he opened his mouth, it caused everyone's heart to jump. Many people looked at this person with abnormal shock. The difference in strength between the 6th and 10th ranked on the lunar monument was extremely shocking. Duan Kenzu, has anyone heard of him? No, this is the first time I've heard of this name. I think he's a disciple from the Refining Corpse faction, but he wasn't famous before. The crowd below began to discuss spiritedly. Sitting upright under the 6th banner was a girl wearing a fiery red robe. When she heard this, her eyebrows jumped, and she immediately stood up with a pair of scarlet short pitchforks on her back. A moment later, the two people signed the life and death writ, and the light screen on the stage flashed again. You actually dared to challenge me, your guts are truly not small. This pair of fiery coral flying pitchforks of mine is a pair. Although they aren't totems, they are still top-quality practitioner weapons. If you aren't careful, you might lose your life to them. The red-robed girl coldly said. Just as she finished speaking, her shoulder suddenly trembled and the scarlet pitchfork on her back immediately transformed into a red light that fiercely shot towards her opponent. It was as fast as lightning. Duan Kenzu's eyes flashed and he unexpectedly raised his hand to meet the red light. With a ping sound, the red light once again transformed into a flying pitchfork and flew backwards. The white cloth wrapped around the fist suddenly tore apart inch by inch, revealing even more dark yellow bandages wrapped around it. The bandages extended from the palm, arm, and elbow, as if extending all the way to the end of the arm. Under the second banner, when the skinny male with a head full of long hair saw the appearance of the bandages on Duan Kenzu's hand, a look of astonishment flashed across his face and he muttered to himself in an inaudible voice, "Heavenly Imperial Corpse clothing." This junior Duan actually went to cultivate this tyrannical secret technique. It seems that he has already mastered it to a very high level. When the opposing red-robed girl saw that her flying pitchfork had actually been sent flying by her opponent's fist, her face was also shocked. However, in the next moment, she pointed with her finger and muttered an incantation. The scarlet pitchfork immediately spun in the air and at the same time, a red light flashed on its surface. With a pu sound, it transformed into a scarlet ball of raging flames that shot towards Duan Kenzu. When Duan Kenzu saw this, his wrist slightly shook and 7 or 8 long yellow ribbons shot out. At the same time, they wildly danced and transformed into a yellow ribbon shadow that protected him within. When the scarlet-red flame struck the surface, a loud rumbling sound rang out and countless raging flames shot out in all directions. The flying pitchfork, on the other hand, was once again repelled by a huge wave of force. However, the yellow ribbon shadows were completely unharmed and didn't seem to be the slightest bit afraid of the raging flames. When the red-robed woman saw this, her expression became a bit unsightly. She let out a low roar and shook her shoulder again. Another flying trident flew out and also turned into a ball of raging flames as it rumbled through the air. In an instant, the two scarlet flames circled around Duan Kenzu and continuously moved up and down. The scarlet light flickered between bright and dark and a scorching hot aura violently surged out. However, the long yellow ribbons were impervious to water and fire. As they danced more and more frantically, they actually firmly blocked the two raging flames on the outside and were simply unable to approach in the slightest. When the red-robed girl saw this, her expression became somewhat ashen. Suddenly, she formed a one-handed technique and muttered an incantation. She slowly raised a finger towards her opponent and the tip of her finger immediately became scarlet red like blood. A pu sound rang out. The tip of the red-robed woman's finger turned slightly cold, and a thread of blood shot out from it. After a blur, it turned into a scarlet python that was 40 to 50 feet long. It opened its mouth wide and fiercely bit down on the yellow ribbon. In an instant, a dazzling red light appeared in front of Duan Kenzu's body. The fire python forcibly broke through the yellow ribbon's defense and headbutted into his chest. A loud sound rang out, the fire python exploded and transformed into a pillar of fire that swept Duan Kenzu into the sky. At the same time, the two flying pitchforks that were circling nearby also arrived in a flash and fiercely struck Duan Kenzu in the air, causing him to be completely enveloped by the scarlet flame. At this moment, the high temperature that was emitted from the light screen was so high that even the spectating disciples outside the light screen could feel it. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide and didn't even blink. After the pillar of fire disappeared in a flash, Duan Kanzu heavily fell onto the stone platform with a muffled sound. Everyone looked over with rapt attention and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Duan Kanzu was astonishingly scorched black from head to toe. It was as if his large body had already turned into charcoal. Humph, it's not bad that you've forced me to use the fire python secret technique. However, it's still wishful thinking if you want to replace my position. Only then did the red-robed woman put down her arm and slowly said. At this moment, there was an abnormal scarlet on both sides of her cheeks, which made her look even more beautiful out of nowhere. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed a lot of her energy. Is that so? But after witnessing Senior's attack, I have a bit more confidence in replacing Senior. Just as the red-robed female was a bit flabbergasted as to why the embroidered-robed spirit master outside the light screen hadn't announced the result of the battle, a low voice came from the distant scorched black body. Following this, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the scorched black figure that should have fainted from his heavy injuries actually slowly stood up. After moving his hands and feet, the layer of black dead skin on his body began to fall off, revealing a new layer of light yellow bandages. They were densely packed and completely covered Duan Kanzu's entire body, leaving only the area above his neck exposed. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. It really is the heavenly imperial corpse clothing, which is known as the most difficult secret technique to cultivate. Moreover, it should have been cultivated to the minor mastery level. Haha, looks like junior sister Fei is really going to lose this time. The green-robed man, Feng Chan, who was sitting under the second banner, immediately clapped his hands and smiled when he saw this. As for the junior martial sister Fei that he was referring to, she couldn't help but feel a little astonished. However, she gritted her teeth and coldly said, I don't believe that you'll be able to remain unscathed next time. Then, she raised her arm again and was about to tap her red fingertip again. However, at this moment, Duan Kanzu, who originally seemed to be moving slowly, suddenly raised both of his arms. His 5 fingers spread apart as he lightly pushed out. The sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, hundreds of bandages densely shot out from his hand. With a slight blur and a wild dance, they transformed into layers of a huge yellow net that rushed towards the red-robed female and enveloped her. It was as if there was no end to it. When the female saw this, her face paled. Without saying anything further, her fingertips slightly trembled and a trace of blood flashed. Another fire python roared and pounced out. However, after piercing through several layers of the huge net, it let out a mournful wail and was extinguished. As for the 2 flying tridents that had transformed into raging flames, once they were engulfed by the huge net, the flames instantly disappeared. It was as if they were fishes that were unable to move at all within the net. In the following period of time, even though the red-robed female was unwilling to give up, she quickly ran around the stone platform and continuously shot fireballs at the bandages. However, it was to no avail. After a short while, the female was surrounded by the yellow bandages that seemed to cover the entire stone platform. Finally, she was unable to avoid them and was tightly bound on the spot. She fell to the ground, unable to move an inch. I admit defeat. Quickly release me. The red-robed female laid on the ground with a flushed face. She could only helplessly admit defeat. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed spirit master naturally flew down and dispersed the light barrier. At the same time, he announced Duan Kanzu's victory. Duan Kanzu faintly smiled and retracted all of the bandages. After bowing to the embroidered-robed spirit master, he arrogantly walked to the 6th banner. After the red-robed female stood up, she fiercely glared at Duan Kanzu before jumping off the stone platform. Although she had lost her 6th place position, she had also obtained the right to challenge others. However, with her current agitated state of mind and the large amount of FA she had consumed, as long as her brain wasn't damaged, she naturally wouldn't immediately challenge others. At this moment, the disciples near the first arena that had just witnessed the previous battle were in an uproar. On one hand, many people were shocked by Duan Kanzu's strength. On the other hand, it gave the other disciples with the intention of challenging him some courage. Without waiting for the embroidered-robed spirit master to release the hourglass again, a disciple immediately jumped onto the stone platform and challenged the 9th-ranked core disciple. After a short moment, another battle began. At the same time, on a jade platform not far away, the barbarian ghost sect leader, Gue Ruquan, and the remaining spirit masters also witnessed the previous battle. Senior Huang, your refining corpse faction actually has someone who successfully cultivated the Heavenly Imperial Corpse Clothing secret technique. It can't be that you personally taught him, right? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked a tall and skinny elder behind him. If that was the case, then I wouldn't be as shocked. This Duan Kenzu's performance in the past few years has always been mediocre. I also didn't know that he had secretly cultivated this secret technique. TSK, it seems that I misjudged him back then. Senior Huang was wearing a black robe. His face had many wrinkles and he seemed to be extremely old. At this moment, his face was also filled with astonishment as he replied. So it was like that. This child has always concealed his cultivation of this technique. Now that he has suddenly made a move, he probably has the intention to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. Congratulations, Senior. Aside from Feng Chan, it seems that your faction can add another person to the top 10 disciples. Another tall and sturdy middle-aged man also smiled as he spoke. It was the Heaven's Secret faction's martial uncle Lei, who was also Lei Zhen's uncle. Yes, Kenzu, this child, daring to cultivate the Heavenly Imperial Corpse Clothing secret technique has indeed given me a pleasant surprise. However, whether or not he can truly remain in the top 10 is still hard to say. At the very least, he is no match for Lei Zhen and Callan. Senior Huang faintly smiled as he spoke modestly. Senior Huang must be joking. Although Callan and Lei Zhen's aptitudes aren't bad, they have only just entered the sect. Whether or not they can enter the top 10 is another matter. How could they possibly be Duan Kenzu's match? However, I heard that Senior Gui's faction Shichuan has been in seclusion for the past year. Furthermore, Junior Zhu Qi and the others obtained a new piece of deep-sea chilling light iron 2 years ago. I wonder if there is any relationship between the two. A scholarly man in his 30s also laughed and followed up. After changing the topic, he suddenly brought up Gue Ruquan, who was not far away. He was the Balefulin faction's mountain lord, Chu Qi. He was also the spirit master who had the biggest conflict with Gue Ruchuan. Regarding the matter of the deep-sea chilling light iron, I have also heard others talk about it. However, I haven't had the chance to congratulate Junior Gue. I heard that the Heavenly Moon sect sent people to find Junior to purchase this material but was rejected. Could it be that Junior really has other plans? When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, he seemed to be interested and asked with a smile on his face. After Gue Ruchuan finished listening, he furrowed his eyebrows before replying with a calm expression, "What plans could I have? I only want to forge this material into a totem that fits my hands. The reason why Shichuan has been in seclusion with us for the past year is to familiarize himself with this totem." Gue Ruchuan's words were half true and half false. When Chu Qi heard this, he was naturally skeptical. However, after the barbarian ghost sect leader congratulated him, he changed the topic and started discussing the two disciples currently fighting on the first arena with the others. At this moment, although the disciple who was challenging had continuously used a number of uncommon high-level techniques, every time he was about to complete a technique, his opponent would use a wind blade to easily interrupt his subsequent casting. After a few times, without the opponent needing to attack, the FA in his body would rebound and he would fall to the ground, unable to get up. Truly an idiot. Don't you know that using high-level techniques depends on timing? Wanting to use a high-level technique in front of me with this little bit of proficiency, you really don't know the difference between life and death. The 9th core disciple was a sharp-looking youth in a blue robe. Seeing this situation, he immediately let out a wild laugh as he spoke. When the other people below the arena saw this situation, many of them also laughed out loud. Although this challenger's cultivation wasn't ordinary, he didn't even know this type of thing. It was obvious that he thought too highly of himself and had too little battle experience. After the embroidered-robed spirit master flew down and announced the victor, the challenger on the arena immediately jumped off the stone arena with a red face and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Actually, for him to be able to simultaneously cultivate so many high-level techniques is already not easy. If he didn't come to the first arena, he might have had the opportunity to become a core disciple. He just picked the wrong opponent. I don't think Junior Bai will make the same mistake. As Lu Ming watched another disciple jump onto the arena to challenge the 10th-ranked youth with golden rings, a cold voice came from behind him. What, is Junior Gao talking about me? Lu Ming wasn't the least bit surprised and replied indifferently without turning his head. Oh, younger brother Lu is indeed a smart person. However, to actually address me like this is a violation of the sect's rules. Could it be that Junior doesn't know that even if you enter the sect at the same time, a disciple with a lower position must still call a disciple with a higher position senior? The person who spoke behind him was Gao Chong. Next to him stood Mu Mingzhu, the youth with golden rings, Xianxia and his wife. Among them, Mu Mingzhu looked at Lu Ming with a somewhat complicated expression. The youth with golden rings had a cold smile on his face while Xianxia and his wife were expressionless. Does Junior Gao think that his position is higher than mine? Lu Ming finally turned around and said with a smile that was not a smile. Could it be that I said something wrong? I am the direct disciple of the sect leader and you are only a normal disciple from a side branch. No matter how you look at it, my position in the sect should be far above Junior Bai's, right? Gao Chong asked without batting an eyelid. Is that so? I am not too sure about this. I have heard that during the large competition of the sect, all the participating disciples are on the same level and there is no need to differentiate between them. It can't be that Junior Gao doesn't know about this. Lu Ming sighed as if he was disappointed that Gao Chong did not live up to his expectations. I didn't think that Junior Bai would have such a sharp tongue. Alright, I am too lazy to argue with you about such a small matter. I personally came to find you because I want to give you one last chance. If you write a letter of annulment now, I can treat everything that happened before as if it never happened. You can still be free and unfettered in the sect. Otherwise, once you go on stage in this large competition, don't think that you can walk on your own. Gao Chong's face darkened. Of course I can write a letter of annulment. As long as Junior Mingzhu gets the Mu family head to bring it up, I have no objections. Lu Ming laughed as he replied. Getting my father to annul the marriage on his own is impossible. Mu Mingzhu's face changed as she said through gritted teeth. Then I have no other choice. Even though I am not that interested in marrying you, as a disciple of the Bai family, it is not good for me to go against the family head's orders. Lu Ming spread out his hands and shook his head. You. Mu Mingzhu was enraged and wanted to say something else. However, Gao Chong waved his hand and interrupted her. He only stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, looks like you are more stupid than I thought. Since you have already made your decision, there is no need for me to say anything else. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think that just because you can scare Sima Tian away, you can compete with me. Mingzhu, let's go. When I get back, I will go through a bit of trouble and naturally make him say the words annulment. After saying this, Gao Chong immediately pulled Mu Mingzhu and led the others away. Lu Ming just stood there silently and looked at their backs. He didn't say anything, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. To him, who had experienced countless life and death battles, although Gao Chong's performance was completely different from a few years ago, as long as he was not a true spirit master, why would he be afraid of him? Thinking back to when he was on Savage Island, he had killed countless villains that the outside world thought were incomparably ferocious. He had also miraculously survived numerous life and death battles that seemed impossible to win. He had long since developed a strong self-confidence that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If Gao Chong really fought him in the tournament, he would naturally give him a huge surprise. Moreover, since the other party's words revealed a trace of killing intent, he would not hold back. If the duel was abnormally intense, it wouldn't be unforgivable for him to accidentally kill or heavily injure his opponent. Lu Ming thought about it calmly and turned to watch the intense battle in the arena again. Sect leader, Gao Chong seems to have some conflict with my faction. Do you need us, the elders, to resolve it? On the jade platform in the air, Gue Ru Quan saw the scene of Gao Chong and Lu Ming coming into contact. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke to the barbarian ghost sect leader. Oh, that disciple doesn't seem to be Xiaofeng. Since it's like this, these disciples are still young and full of vigor. It is normal for them to have some conflict. Let them handle it themselves. As the elders, we shouldn't interfere. The barbarian ghost sect leader looked at Lu Ming from afar and spoke indifferently. It was obvious that he had seen the scene of Gao Chong and Lu Ming coming into contact earlier. Since sect leader senior has said so, then so be it. However, Song Tian still has some potential. Zhu Qi was able to enter the sea races market and obtain the deep-sea cold iron because of him. Gui Ru Quan furrowed his eyebrows and still replied like this. This caused the barbarian ghost sect leader to be somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, he replied with some understanding, Song Tian? Oh, so it's this disciple. I was wondering why Chong Er had a conflict with him. I remember that although this disciple only has a 3 spiritual pulse, his mental strength is naturally strong and he can be considered a talent. How about this? In a while I will tell Junior 1 that if they really meet in the large competition, he should be more careful and try his best not to injure anyone. Many thanks sect leader senior, this is enough. Gui Ru Quan's heart slightly relaxed and he gave his thanks. In regards to Lu Ming, this mountain master of the 9 infants faction actually had some regrets. After all, with Lu Ming's previous performances, it was more than enough to take him in as a personal disciple. If it was any other faction, it was likely that he would have already been taken in by a spirit master. However, it was a pity that 9 infants mountain was lacking in resources. Towards a 3 spiritual pulse disciple who had almost no hope of becoming a spirit master, they really did not have any extra resources to spend on him. Naturally, they were unable to take him in as a personal disciple. Those words just now have finally given this disciple an explanation. Gui Ru Quan secretly sighed as he thought to himself. Regarding the news of the marriage between the Bai and Mu clan, since it involved Gao Chong, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple, Gui Ru Quan naturally heard some rumors. The position of Gao Chong and Lu Ming in the barbarian ghost sect leader's heart and the reputation of the sect naturally could not be compared. Moreover, this also involved the matter of Gao Chong needing a cauldron to become a spirit master in the future. Naturally, he could not say anything more. Just like this, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the day had passed. The matches on the other arenas were still extremely intense. The disciples on the arenas seemed to come one after another without any signs of stopping. The 10 people being challenged on the arenas also changed frequently. After such a long period of time, almost half of the core disciples' rankings had been changed. Of course, this was because everyone had the right to challenge 3 times. Even if a core disciple was defeated, they could still challenge again. On the first arena, after another 8 or 9 challengers were defeated, there was suddenly the sound of thunder. A silver-white arc of lightning flashed and a handsome youth wearing a blue robe appeared on the stone arena. It was Lei Zhen. Seeing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and almost unconsciously swept his gaze towards the spot where Lei Zhen had just jumped out from. There, the delicate girl called Ouyang Fei was indeed standing there. Her expression was a bit nervous as she looked at Lei Zhen on the arena. At this moment, the blue-robed youth's body was covered in arcs of lightning that were as thick as a thumb. His entire body crackled and flashed with an extremely dazzling electric light. This was the famous lightning cloak technique. Although this technique was famous, it was a pity that only spirit apostles with a lightning spiritual pulse could practice it. Its power was also extremely shocking. I want to challenge Senior Yi, who is ranked 10th. Lei Zhen looked at the youth with golden hoops under the 10th banner and slowly said. When the youth with golden hoops heard this, his face immediately became extremely ugly. Although he was one of the few body cultivators in the sect, he was always the most afraid of lightning-type attack techniques that had the strongest destructive properties. Moreover, the other party had a 9 spiritual lightning pulse. This was an aptitude that was second only to an earth spiritual pulse in the sect. However, when faced with a challenge from a new disciple like Lei Zhen, he could not decline in the slightest. After all, other than the top 5 disciples, the other 5 core disciples on the arena had all been challenged at least once. Okay, then let me test out the rumored 9 spiritual lightning pulse and see how powerful it is. The youth with golden hoops let out a low shout and walked out from under the banner. Following this, the 2 of them signed the writ of life and death under the witness of the embroidered robed spirit master. The protective light screen once again appeared with a flash. Listen well, I only need 3 moves to defeat you. The arcs of lightning on Lei Zhen's body became increasingly dazzling as he looked at the youth with golden hoops and arrogantly said. 3 moves? Good, very good. I don't know how many years it's been since I've seen someone boast like this. I want to see how you'll defeat me in 3 moves. Although the young man with golden hoops was extremely fearful of Lei Zhen, when he heard these words, he immediately became furious. Senior Lei, this nephew of yours truly has a big mouth. Defeating a strong spirit apostle body cultivator in 3 moves. Out of all the disciples, I'm afraid only Yang Gan can do this. On the Jade platform, the Ghost Faction Spirit Master Lin saw this and couldn't help but snort. If it was any other opponent, Zhen Er's words might be a bit exaggerated. However, if it is a body cultivator, then it is indeed somewhat possible. Martial Uncle Lei rubbed his chin and a strange expression appeared on his face as he replied. Senior Lei actually has this much confidence. Then this little sister will have to carefully watch. The Spirit Master surnamed Lin was somewhat embarrassed. When the other Spirit Masters, including the barbarian ghost sect leader, heard this conversation, they naturally became very interested. One by one, they focused their attention and looked down. At this time, on the first arena, the youth with golden hoops let out an angry roar. His body expanded greatly and once again became a 20-foot-tall giant. With a stomp of his feet, he transformed into a gust of wind and charged straight at Lei Zhen. However, Lei Zhen stood in his original position without moving. He only continuously muttered an incantation. At the same time, his 2 hands continuously formed hand seals like wheels. The arcs of lightning on his body began to distort and flourish with a burst of thunder. At this time, the gust of wind was already not far away. Seeing this, Lei Zhen immediately stopped his hand seals and pointed at the huge figure in the gust of wind. Hong! A thunderclap rang out in the clear sky, a thick arc of lightning appeared high in the sky. With a flash, it accurately struck the giant's huge body below. Then, it transformed into countless thin arcs of lightning that ricocheted everywhere. A muffled sound rang out, a layer of green spirit inscriptions appeared on the giant's body. Unexpectedly, it forcefully endured the paralyzing power of the lightning strike and rushed out of the envelopment of the arcs of lightning. However, its speed had dropped by more than half. Second attack. Seeing this, Lei Zhen didn't hesitate to let out a loud shout. His other hand also pointed out. In the sky, the second arc of lightning instantly struck down. The giant immediately let out a muffled groan and the layer of green inscriptions on his body was forcefully extinguished by the lightning. At the same time, he leapt forward and his upper body immediately turned into a burnt black color. There was a faint smell of meat coming from his body. A loud yell, the giant's hair stood up one by one. At the same time, his body once again grew a few feet tall. He actually broke through the lightning barrier and leapt forward. However, at this time, although his aura was astonishing, his movements were slower than before. After leaping forward, he was only a few feet away from Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen could even clearly see the bulging veins on the giant's forehead due to his rage. A trace of surprise flashed across Lei Zhen's face. However, in the next moment, he spat out the 3 words, the third attack. Hong! The arcs of lightning around his body converged, and a thick arc of lightning shot forth, striking the face of the burly man in the blink of an eye. The giant man only felt a sudden heat in front of his eyes, and in an indescribable pain, he fell hard onto the stage, unable to stand up again. Lei Zhen had actually managed to forcefully defeat the huge man within 3 moves. 3 rolling thunder strikes. This child has actually comprehended the power of thunder to such a level. If it was another lightning affinity user, they definitely wouldn't be able to use 3 lightning strikes in such a short amount of time. On the Jade platform, someone cried out in surprise. Hee, it's nothing. It's just that this child has some talent in the way of thunder, which is why he can do this. Although Lei Zhen from the Heaven's Secret faction spoke modestly, everyone could naturally hear the trace of pride in his words. Although the barbarian ghost sect leader didn't say anything, he also had an expression of surprise on his face. Gui Ruquan, the Lin girl, and the others were also somewhat moved. At this time, on the stone platform below, after the Spirit Master announced the victor, Lei Zhen swaggered to the 10th banner and sat down cross-legged. The area below the stone platform was unexpectedly completely silent. There was actually someone who defeated a core disciple ranked in the top 10 within 3 moves. No matter how one thought about it, this matter was too shocking. Some of the disciples looked at Lei Zhen with fear in their eyes. Some of the older disciples were even tempted to submit to this nine lightning spiritual pulse disciple. Ouyang Fei was naturally even more excited. She didn't hide the adoration and tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Lei Zhen. The power of thunder and lightning is so terrifying. The youth with rings on his arm gasped and murmured. Don't worry, senior brother Xian. Although the power of lightning lives up to its name, it is impossible for it to win against me. I naturally have a way to deal with it. Gao Chong seemed to have heard the worry in the young man's words and replied indifferently. Junior brother Gao, you're overthinking it. I'm just saying. The young man with braces heard this and his expression relaxed slightly. Yang Gan also glanced at Lei Zhen, but he didn't have any expression on his face. In a few other places nearby, there were also people evaluating Lei Zhen's strength. Their expressions were calm and composed. Among them, Lu Ming looked at Lei Zhen from afar under the banner. His eyes flickered and it was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Following Lei Ming's victory, a few of the truly strong disciples also made their moves. Aside from Lei Zhen who had just obtained a ranking, the 9th, 8th and 7th core disciple positions were quickly replaced by new challengers. But not long after, some of these new core disciples were defeated by other challengers, and then directly replaced. As for the 10th and 6th positions that had been obtained by Duan Kanzu and Lei Zhen, no one rashly challenged them for a while. As for the top 5 disciples, no one dared to provoke them. During this time, Lu Ming took the time to look at a few other stone platforms. He discovered that the 89th core disciple position had already been occupied by a familiar face, Du Hai. As for Zhang Chui'er, the genius disciple from the ghost faction who had left a deep impression on Lu Ming, she had also appeared on the 22nd core disciple ranking. Sima Tian, the baleful Yin disciple who wanted to cause trouble for him, stood under the 13th banner. His body was filled with dense Yin energy and no one dared to challenge him. Senior Shi, Zhu Lianxing and a few other 9 Infant Mountain's strongest late spirit apostle disciples all made their moves and also stood near the back of the stone platforms. As for Xiao Feng, although he had just become a spirit apostle not long ago, he also occupied the 93rd core disciple position. This caused Xue Shan and Wan Xiaoqian, who had been watching from below, to be extremely envious. Of the two, one was a middle spirit apostle while the other was a beginning spirit apostle. Naturally, they would not have any thoughts of going up on stage to compete. Instead, they wholeheartedly cheered for Xiao Feng below the stage. On the other hand, Shi Chuan, the eldest senior of 9 Infant Mountain, only walked back and forth a few times on the 1st and 2nd stone platforms. Apart from watching the challenges, he did not make a move. After Lu Ming walked around the other disciples a few times, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to see Jiao Lan. However, for this kind of large competition, how could this girl not participate? Not believing this, Lu Ming looked around once again and astonishingly, the result was the same. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming recalled the 2 different appearances of this girl during the opening spirit ceremony. He suddenly understood and gave up on the idea of looking for her. Just like this, as time passed, the first day finally passed. The barbarian ghost sect leader raised his head to look at the color of the sky. When he felt that it was about time, he finally loudly announced the end of the first day's competition. Thus, all of the competitions on the stone platform stopped and would continue on the second day. Following this, the fog surrounding the stone mountain dissipated and once again revealed the exit. All of the disciples immediately dispersed and left one after another, returning to their residences to properly recuperate and build up their strength. On the morning of the second day, when all of the disciples appeared on the stone mountain under the leadership of the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters, there was no need to say anything else. The large competition immediately began. Perhaps it was because a majority of the disciples had already made their moves yesterday. Many of the people who originally wanted to preserve their strength finally went onto the stage and made their moves. As for the core disciples who had lost their rankings yesterday, they similarly began to go onto the stage to participate in the challenges. As a result, the atmosphere of the entire large competition became abnormally explosive from the very beginning. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was standing below the first arena. He was somewhat surprised to see a fairy-like beauty standing on the stone platform. From the start of the competition, this girl had silently stood in her original spot without moving. Only a faint purple light continuously circulated in her eyes as she looked at her opponent not far away. It was the youth who had just become the 7th-ranked core disciple yesterday. This youth had displayed an astonishing strength yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the original core disciples. However, at this moment, he was holding a long sword that flashed with a cold light. His 2 eyes stared directly at the absolute beauty's face, but his eyes were completely vacant. Only his body slightly trembled without end. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the youth suddenly made a gudong sound and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Callan wins. After the light barrier disappeared, the embroidered-robed spirit master announced without hesitation. This absolute beauty was the Callan that Lu Ming hadn't been able to find yesterday. However, at the start of the large competition today, this girl appeared on the first ring without any warning. Moreover, she used an extremely strange method to seize the 7th-ranked core disciple position. Not only did Lu Ming inwardly suck in a breath of cold air after watching this competition, everyone else was even more dumbstruck. Even the first-ranked Yanggan, who had always been expressionless, couldn't help but have a trace of emotion when he looked at the absolute beauty. Junior Chu, this child Callan's Aphrodite body has finally begun to show its power. With her current cultivation level, I'm afraid that apart from the few people at the top of the rankings who can resist the power of her enticement, everyone else will be more or less affected. What she is currently using is the legendary Aphrodite eye technique. Junior Bing has raised her quite well. It seems that giving this child to the Balefulline faction was the right decision. On the Jade platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader saw the result of this battle and couldn't help but praise. Haha, this child Callan is currently our faction's direct disciple, second only to Yanggan. Junior Bing is also extremely fond of her and will naturally do her best to teach her. Hearing this, Chu Chi replied with a smile. If this girl was given to our dancing ghost faction, maybe I would have long ago taught her to an even more outstanding level. The girl surnamed Lin said with a bit of unwillingness. Haha, this matter has already passed for so long. Junior Lin, don't say such angry words. Your disciple Chan girl is also an extremely talented person. It seems that her aura is also very different from before. It can't be that for this large competition, she has also cultivated some shocking secret technique. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader hurriedly changed the topic. Senior sect leader's eyes are like a torch. It has already been so many years since the last large competition. Naturally, it is enough time for Huin Yang to cultivate a new secret technique to the small success realm. The girl surnamed Lin giggled, but didn't reveal what kind of secret technique her disciple had cultivated. The barbarian ghost sect leader shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, the refining corpse sect's old man Huang suddenly cried out in surprise, "Look at the soul-shackling chain that disciple used. Even if it was refined with a high-grade ghost soul, it definitely wouldn't be this thick. Could it be that it was refined with a peak-level ghost king?" Peak-level ghost king. Hearing these words, most of the spirit masters were shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the old man Huang's gaze. On the second arena, a tall, bronze-skinned, bald, large man raised his hand and released a thick, black ribbon that tightly wrapped around his opponent. Then, with a cold smile on his face, the ribbon slowly shrank. After a moment, his opponent's face turned red and he could only hurriedly admit defeat. Thus, after the spirit master in charge announced his victory, the bald man put away the black ribbon and walked to the 19th banner. He arrogantly sat down cross-legged. Looking at the power of this soul-shackling chain, it really was refined with a peak-level ghost soul. What a pity. That was a peak-level ghost king and it was actually used to cultivate such a low-level secret technique. On the Jade platform, Spirit Master Lei muttered to himself. His face was full of regret. The barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters also withdrew their gazes. After looking at each other, most of them had the same expression of pity. Even to spirit masters like them, a top-quality ghost king was a rare item that could only be found by luck. If they used it well, they might even have a totem or be able to refine a few extremely useful attributed pills. However, it was too late to say anything now, since the ghost king had already become a soul-shackling chain, they would not be able to restore it to its original state no matter how great their abilities were. Whatever, with this soul-shackling chain refined from a perfect rank ghost king, this person might have a chance of entering the top 10. Senior Huang sighed with some helplessness. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Speaking of the need for a perfect rank ghost, Senior Huang, as the leader of the corpse refinement faction, was naturally the one with the greatest need. Other people could only use a perfect rank ghost to refine totem or pills, but if he obtained it, he could use it to cultivate many secret techniques that he was unable to cultivate before, greatly increasing his own strength. However, it was too late to say anything now. As time went by, the morning gradually passed. The number of challengers at the first arena gradually began to decrease. There were even a few times when the hourglass was over half-time before someone jumped onto the arena. It was clear that at this time, after so many intense battles, there were not many people who still had the courage to challenge the top 10 of the Lunar Monument. Even Chuan, the big senior of the Nine-Infant Mountain, ultimately did not choose to challenge the first arena. Instead, in the morning, he successfully challenged a core disciple on the second arena and occupied the 15th position. However, even at this time, Gao Chong still did not go onto the arena. Instead, he occasionally looked coldly in Lu Ming's direction. His intentions were naturally self-evident. Seeing this, Lu Ming faintly smiled, as if he did not care at all. Finally, when another disciple failed on the arena, the embroidered-robed spirit master once again put down the hourglass. The fine sand inside slowly flowed past. When it exceeded 2/3 of the scale, there was still no one who went up to challenge. At this time, the nearby disciples could not help but become somewhat nervous. The barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters on the jade platform could not help but focus their gazes over. The fine sand flowed down bit by bit. The upper half of the hourglass was only left with a quarter, a fifth, an eighth. The expression of Gao Chong, who was originally staring coldly at Lu Ming, finally changed slightly. After a while, he looked at the hourglass and then at Lu Ming, who was standing in place without moving. For the first time, hesitation flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother Gao, we can't waste any more time. This kid obviously knows what you're planning. Once junior brother exceeds the time limit, he will not be allowed to challenge again. That kid might be deliberately trying to pull you into giving up the right to challenge for the top 10. The young man with arm rings next to him was the first to speak up impatiently. "I don't believe that he would really do that. If worst comes to worst, I won't participate in the challenge for the top 10 and just keep wasting time with him." Gao Chong's face was as dark as water as he said. "But junior brother Gao, not only can he miss the top 10 arenas, he can even wait until the last arena challenge is about to end before he goes on stage." However, junior brother Gao couldn't drag this on any longer. "If you don't participate in the challenge for the top 10, not only will your reputation drop, it will also cause martial uncle sect leader to lose face." The young man with arm rings said anxiously when he saw that there was only a tenth of the sand left in the hourglass. When Gao Chong heard this, he also stopped hesitating. "Senior brother Gao, it's not worth doing this for a little thief. If worst comes to worst, we can just let the other seniors deal with him. I don't believe that he really has the strength to rank in the top 10. When Mu Mingzhu heard this, she couldn't help but speak up. "That's right, if it really doesn't work, I will personally challenge him. Even if my strength can't rank in the top 10, I can still barely make it into the top 20. The young man with arm rings said while nodding his head. "That's fine, we can only do this for now. I really can't disappoint master. If this kid's strength isn't good enough, Senior Xian is enough to deal with him. If he really can enter the top 10, I won't have to worry about not having the chance to fight him." Gao Chong looked at the top half of the hourglass on the stone platform. When there was only a thin layer of sand left, he finally clenched his teeth and said this. Subsequently, with a slight shake of his legs, he transformed into a shadow and appeared on the stone platform. On the jade platform high in the sky, when the barbarian ghost sect leader saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming also faintly smiled. "I want to challenge the 5th-ranked senior Tai." Gao Chong's gaze swept over the banners at the very front and coldly said. "You want to challenge me? Very good, I also want to see just how terrifying the legendary Earth Spiritual Pulse is." The core disciple standing under the 5th banner was a young man with a wooden crown on his head. When he heard this, he immediately stood up without batting an eyelid. As one of the top 5 disciples on the lunar monument, he was the same as Yang Gan and the other 3 who were in the top 4. From beginning to end, no one dared to challenge him. Junior Zhang, if I remember correctly, this child Tai Jian seems to be the most outstanding disciple of your mysterious talisman faction. However, he isn't too interested in your talisman drawing skills. He has always been cultivating a secret technique that combines talismans and sword techniques. The barbarian ghost sect leader suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Reporting to the sect leader, this child Tai Jian indeed mainly cultivates the talisman sword technique that an elder of our faction left behind. You also know that in the last large competition, because he had just started learning the talisman sword technique, he was only 1 place away from entering the top 10. Now that such a long time has passed, the sword technique that he cultivates should be even more extraordinary. The mysterious talisman faction master Zhang, who had previously come into contact with Lu Ming, replied with a bitter smile. Yes, this child can actually comprehend the talisman sword technique. It can be seen that his talent is truly outstanding. Unfortunately, our sect is not like the Heavenly Moon sect, which focuses on sword cultivation, so we are unable to give him too many pointers. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with some regret. This can only depend on his luck in the future. Master Zhang also had a somewhat helpless expression. At this time, the 2 people on the stage signed the life and death writ. After the protective light screen was activated, the battle immediately erupted. The youth with the wooden crown touched his sleeve with one hand and immediately took out a light yellow wooden sword that was a few inches long. He tossed it into the air and with another wave of his hand, a light silver glyph flew out and disappeared into the wooden sword in a flash. Immediately, the sword let out a long hum and silver glyphs appeared on its surface. The youth once again formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at Gao Chong. The wooden sword suddenly blurred and disappeared without a trace. Gao Chong only felt the air in front of him fluctuate and the wooden sword appeared like a ghost. He was stunned for a moment and almost without thinking, he shook his sleeve and a bloody light rolled out. However, at this time, the youth with the wooden crown had already started chanting in the distance. With a chi-la sound, where the bloody light rolled out, the wooden sword once again strangely disappeared with a blur. Following this, a dozen or so identical wooden swords appeared all around Gao Chong. With a flash of silver light, they created a chi-chi sound as they pierced through the air, sweeping up a large area of cold sword light, and directly swept towards the center. It was as if in the next moment, Gao Chong would be chopped into minced meat. The momentum was extremely shocking. When the barbarian ghost sect disciples below the stage saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim simultaneously. With a schwa sound, Mu Mingzhu's face became incomparably pale. Break for me! A cold voice came from within the dazzling sword light. After a muffled sound, a blood-red ring of qi unexpectedly grew from small to large and violently expanded. As soon as the extremely sharp sword qi struck the crimson qi rings, they were repelled as if they had encountered steel essence, and they were then abruptly swept back by the crimson qi before being crushed into nothingness. Pung! Gao Chong took a large step forward within the blood qi. With a blur of one of his arms, he grabbed a light silver sword that was a few inches long from the shattered sword lights. When the youth with the wooden crown saw this scene from afar, his wooden expression completely disappeared. Instead, he continuously formed hand signs with both hands in great alarm. The small silver sword immediately twisted and struggled with all its might in his hand like a small snake, as if it was going to fly out of his hand in the next moment. When Gao Chong saw this, he revealed a disdainful expression and suddenly rubbed his 2 hands together. Under the vibrations of the blood qi, the light of the small silver sword immediately disappeared and it once again became the light yellow wooden sword. At the same time, the youth with the wooden crown's face paled and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person became dispirited and listless. Gao Chong coldly laughed and threw the wooden sword in his hand away. He then directly walked towards the opposite side. I admit defeat. This time, the youth with the wooden crown did not wait for Gao Chong to actually walk over. He hastily gave a bitter laugh and admitted defeat. The entire process of the 2 people exchanging blows seemed to have only happened in an instant. Everyone near the stage was naturally once again at a loss for words. When Lu Ming saw this, his pupils couldn't help but slightly shrink. Senior sect leader. Although it is very faint, it is indeed the protective chi that only spirit masters can control. How did Gaocheng do this? When Master Zhang saw that his own faction disciple was so easily defeated, the expression on his face had long since frozen. After a while, he suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly asked. That's right, the thing within the blood chi is indeed the blood protective chi that sect leader is most proficient in. Gaocheng has yet to become a spirit master and the true yuan in his body is still in a gaseous state. How did he condense the evil chi into protective chi? Senior Huang of the Corpse Refiner faction took a deep breath and also asked. Gui Ruquan and the other spirit masters naturally had the same expression of shock on their faces. Juniors, don't be too shocked. The reason why Gaocheng was able to do this is because last time Martial Uncle Yen personally saw this child and bestowed him a drop of spirit blood of the demonic dragon. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied unhurriedly. Spirit blood of the demonic dragon. When Spirit Master Lei heard this, he couldn't help but jump in fright. That's right. Although Martial Uncle Yen wasn't able to kill the Scarlet Dragon, he didn't return empty-handed. Instead, he obtained a few drops of demonic dragon blood. The barbarian ghost sect leader said unhurriedly. Hearing this, everyone including Gui Ruquan could not help but look at each other in dismay. If that's the case, then Martial Nephew Gao's strand of blood cultivation force was refined from this drop of spirit blood. A crystal-level demonic beast's spirit blood is extremely precious even to us. For a spirit apostle, it has an inconceivable effect. If that's the case, then this is not too strange. It seems that Martial Uncle Yen thinks very highly of Martial Nephew Gao. Otherwise, he would not have given him such a treasure. Elder Huang muttered. His words could not help but contain a trace of envy. Since Martial Nephew Gao has refined a strand of blood cultivation force, even if he is not as strong as Yonggan, he is not too far off. His strength is enough to place him in the top 3 of the large competition. Chu Chi's eyes flashed as he spoke. Although Chong Er has cultivation chi in advance, he is still a beginner. How can he compare to Martial Nephew Yang and the others? As long as he can maintain his current ranking, I will be satisfied. The barbarian ghost sect leader twirled his beard and said with a slight smile. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Naturally, they did not take his words seriously. At this moment, on the first ring, before the embroidered-robed spirit master put down the hourglass, another person slowly walked onto the stone stage and calmly said, 9 infant factions by Tsung Tian challenges the 9th-ranked senior Sunday. It was Lu Ming who walked onto the first ring. Gao Cheng, who was standing under the 5th banner, saw this and his face immediately darkened. Lei Zhen and Callan saw this and their expressions changed. Qian Huinyang looked at the face on the stage that she had some impression of and was shocked. What, it's this person. Junior Gue, if I remember correctly, although this Martial Nephew by defeated a genius disciple of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain, he should only have a 3 spiritual pulse. What is his current cultivation level? The barbarian ghost sect leader saw this and was slightly startled. He turned his head and asked the scholar. I am not too sure either. Junior Zhu and I have been busy with the deep-sea cold light iron and did not pay attention to the cultivation of the other disciples. However, during the last small competition, he was still a middle spirit apostle. Gui Ruchuan was naturally even more shocked and spoke with a trace of hesitation. Although he felt that Lu Ming would participate in the competition, he never thought that he would directly challenge the top 10 core disciples. Yes, this kid still dares to go up after watching so many people compete. He's either too arrogant, or he has something to rely on. For the time being, let's take a look. The woman surnamed Lin looked at Lu Ming on the stone platform and smiled. Mysterious Talisman Faction's Uncle Master Zhang looked at Lu Ming on the stone platform with a thoughtful expression. The others didn't care about Lu Ming at first, but after hearing what they said, they became interested. At this time, the 9th core disciple was no longer the original disciple on the lunar monument. Instead, it was a youth surnamed Sun who had a red and blue banner on his back. This person's stature was short, and his appearance was unremarkable. However, in the previous few battles, he had only used the red flag on his back that could emit raging flames. In addition, he had practiced the fireball technique that was close to the great mastery realm. Thus, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. At this moment, after hearing Lu Ming's challenge, the youth's surnamed son had already stood up with a sneer and walked to the center of the stone platform. The embroidered-robed spirit master took out his token without hesitation and let the two of them drip a drop of blood. Then, he activated the inscription on the ground and released a protective light screen. Challenge, begin. The embroidered-robed spirit master flew out of the light screen and said lazily. It was obvious that he did not have high hopes for this match. After all, Lu Ming was really too young. With one look, one could tell that he was a new disciple. However, he didn't have any fame, so naturally, he wasn't worth looking forward to. The youth's surnamed son, who was standing on the stone platform, clearly had the same thoughts. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth and he didn't even take out the banner on his back. He only muttered an incantation and raised his two hands. Immediately, the sound of air braking rang out and 4 scarlet-red fireballs shot out one after the other. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot. With a hong sound, a red light shot out from under his foot and transformed into a wall of fire that rolled toward his opponent. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He only shook his sleeve and a black rope wildly danced out. After a few paw sounds, the 4 fireballs dispersed like lightning. When the 10-foot-tall wall of fire rolled toward him, his other arm shook and the copper bracelet on his wrist flashed. A blurry tiger head appeared and opened its mouth to spit out a white sound wave. With Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the power of this practitioner weapon was naturally different from when he first obtained it. Once the sound wave appeared, it violently surged forward like a huge white wave. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. When the wall of fire and the sound wave came into contact, it was forcibly torn apart. It passed by both sides of Lu Ming and finally struck the light curtain behind him before disappearing with a flash. No wonder you dared to challenge me. You really do have some skill. Then, as your senior, I should be serious. The youth's surnamed son, who was originally somewhat indifferent, finally changed his expression when he saw his opponent break his attack so cleanly. His expression became serious as he slowly pulled out the red banner on his back. Senior, you should also use the other practitioner weapon. Otherwise, you may not have the opportunity to use it. Lu Ming looked at the scarlet-red banner in his opponent's hand and said indifferently. Your tone isn't small. Let's first test the true strength of this fierce flame banner before saying such big words. When the youth's surnamed son heard this, he coldly laughed. Then, he grabbed the banner with both hands and quickly shook it while chanting. In an instant, wisps of flames appeared on the scarlet-red banner. Moreover, there were more and more of them. In a short moment, these flames interweaved and faintly formed a scarlet-red cloud of fire that was a few feet in diameter. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his two hands formed a sign and he also began to chant a sign. Immediately, dots of green light appeared in front of him. Go. When the youth's surnamed son saw this, he was slightly startled. However, he immediately let out a loud roar and fiercely waved his arms. The scarlet-red cloud of fire on the banner immediately flew out with a whistling sound and directly rolled toward the opposite side. At the same time, Lu Ming brought his two hands together and then suddenly separated them. Immediately, an enormous wind blade that was 10 feet long appeared out of thin air. With a flick of his wrist, the enormous wind blade immediately transformed into a green line and shot forward. The seemingly astonishing cloud of fire, after the green line flashed by, was forcibly split apart from the middle. The youth's surnamed son heard an explosion in his ears as the giant wind blade appeared in front of him in a blur. Its speed was so fast that it was simply unimaginable. It was as if it would cut him in half in the next moment. No. The youth was scared out of his wits as he let out a cry of alarm. He only had enough time to suddenly raise the banner in front of him with all his might. A crisp sound rang out. The scarlet-red banner was like withered grass that was cut into two by the enormous wind blade. With another flash, it was going to cut the youth in half. However, at this moment, the embroidered-robed spirit master who was in charge of the large competition had already taken out a blue glyph that he had prepared beforehand from his sleeve and crushed it. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. A light blue shield of light appeared in front of the youth's vitals. After fiercely colliding with the enormous wind blade, it immediately shattered into pieces in all directions. A small portion of the wind blade's fragments shot down, and like a torrential rain, it pierced into half of the youth's chest. The youth let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately covered half of his body with one hand as he fell to the ground. Fresh blood instantly gushed out from between his fingers. At this time, Lu Ming expressionlessly formed a hand sign with both of his hands. Wind blade after wind blade instantly condensed and was about to be released at his opponent. "Stop, you've already won. There's no need to make another move." A low shout came from the air and Lu Ming only heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The wind blade that he had originally condensed actually collapsed and was extinguished in an instant. In his shock, he naturally stopped his technique. At the same time, a ripple appeared within the light screen and the embroidered-robed spirit master appeared on the arena. He turned his head to size up Lu Ming and unexpectedly clicked his tongue as he spoke. "You're so young, yet you've actually condensed the wind blade technique seal. Truly not bad. However, your attack was a bit too vicious. If I hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid that this kid would have really been cut in half by you. There's no other way. Once this technique is used, this disciple has no way of controlling it." Lu Ming slightly bowed to the embroidered-robed man and calmly spoke. "Hee, don't be afraid. I didn't say that what you did was wrong. When it comes to the life and death trials, this method is the most correct choice. In a life and death battle, it is originally a matter of life and death. How could you have the heart to hold back?" The embroidered-robed man laughed as he spoke. He actually looked at Lu Ming in a new light. When Lu Ming heard this, he was startled. However, he smiled and didn't say anything. The embroidered-robed man appeared next to the youth's surnamed son with a sway. After sizing up the youth's body that was violently flowing with blood, his eyebrows slightly creased. With a shake of his sleeve, an azure glyph flew out and transformed into specks of azure light that entered the youth's body. The youth's surnamed son's body twitched a few times and the sieve-like hole in his chest quickly closed up under the faint azure light. In an instant, the bleeding stopped. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle for saving me." The youth's surnamed son finally caught his breath and stood up. However, because he had lost too much blood, his face was naturally incomparably pale. "Go down. You have lost too much blood. For the next few days, you won't be able to fight with anyone." The embroidered-robed man said expressionlessly. "Yes." The youth's surnamed son's face was abnormally ugly as he replied. After looking at Lu Ming with some resentment, he could only dejectedly walk down from the stone platform. Lu Ming walked to the ninth banner and calmly sat down. On the jade platform high up in the sky, the spirit masters that had just seen the scene became restless. Perfection of the wind blade technique. He condensed a technique seal. This is truly an inconceivable thing. Among the spirit apostles under the age of 30, only Yang Gan and Qian Huinyang are able to do this. I didn't think that there would be a third disciple that could also do this. This martial nephew by really has a 3 spiritual pulse body. That's impossible. From the aura that he gave off just now, he is clearly a late spirit apostle. Junior Gue really didn't leak anything. He actually hid the fact that the 9 infant faction had such a genius disciple. Many of the faction spirit masters that didn't know about Lu Ming all began to discuss in astonishment. Martial Uncle Zhang, the Lin girl, the barbarian ghost sect leader, and the others that knew about Lu Ming were also greatly surprised. They couldn't help but have different expressions. As for Gue Ruquan himself, he stood to the side and was completely dumbfounded. Junior Gue, Yang Gan was able to condense the fireball technique seal because he spent 2 years training it. As for the Qian girl's water arrow technique seal, she had accidentally absorbed it after killing a water race strange beast during the life and death trials. But even so, it had almost caused the girl to go crazy and die. Later on, if Martial Uncle Yen had not personally helped her suppress and refine this technique seal, it was likely that the girl would not have been able to live until today. Martial Nephew Bai is only a 3 spiritual pulse disciple. How could he have done this? If it was obtained through bitter training, it would be too unbelievable. Senior Huang finally opened his mouth and asked with some doubt. I'm not too sure about this. You guys know that Junior Zhu, Junior Zhong, and I didn't take him in as a direct disciple because of his talent. I think he probably had some other opportunity. Gue Ruchuan hesitated for a while before replying with a bitter smile. If you want to know the reason, it's easy. Why don't we call Marshal Nephew Bai up and ask him a few questions? Then everything will be clear. Chuchi from the Balefulin faction pondered for a while before suddenly laughing. That's not too good. According to the rules left behind by the ancestor, no matter what opportunity a disciple of the sect obtains, it's their own business. As a senior, we can't get to the bottom of it. Gue Ruchuan's expression changed as he spoke. Senior Gue is thinking too much. This isn't about getting to the bottom of it. If Marshal Nephew Bai only had a large increase in cultivation or obtained some totem or practitioner weapon, we naturally wouldn't ask. However, the method of condensing the technique seal is a bit too strange. If we don't get to the bottom of it, if there's something strange going on, I'm afraid it won't be good for the entire sect. Furthermore, didn't sect leader Xianxia clearly explain the matter of Gaochong condensing his stellar energy? Chu Qi said calmly. Gue Ruchuan's expression immediately became a bit ugly. When the other spirit masters heard this, they softly whispered to each other. Of course, there were people who agreed, but there were also people who didn't agree. Seeing this situation, the barbarian ghost sect leader frowned. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. Marshal Nephew Bai's cultivation has already reached the late spirit apostle level. Naturally, it is impossible for him to spend all of his time in the past few years practicing spells. Since this is the case, a few simple inquiries are still necessary. Of course, junior brother Gue doesn't need to be nervous. This isn't an interrogation, it's just a simple question from us elders. Even if Marshal Nephew Bai is unwilling to answer, he will not receive any punishment. Hearing the barbarian ghost sect leader say this, the other spirit masters looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing this situation, Gue Ruquan could only pinch his nose and agree. Of course, in his heart, he was also curious about how Lu Ming was able to form a technique seal. Thus, when the next challenger appeared in the first arena, Gue Ruchuan's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. After a few quick thoughts, he stood up from the stone platform without batting an eyelid. He formed a hand seal and rose into the air, flying straight to the jade platform. When the other disciples saw this situation, they were naturally shocked. However, the embroidered-robed spirit master seemed to have already received other instructions and turned a blind eye to this. Disciple Bai Tsong Tian pays his respects to Master Gue, sect leader, and the various martial uncles. Once Lu Ming landed on the jade platform, he immediately bowed respectfully. Tsong Tian, you can stand up. You did well this time to actually be able to enter the top 10 of the large competition. If you can continue to maintain this, your martial uncle Zhu and I will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Right now, it is the sect leader and the other martial uncles who have some questions. Try your best to answer them. If it is really inconvenient to answer, there is no need to force yourself. Gue Ruchuan smiled as he allowed Lu Ming to stand up. Yes, I will definitely tell you everything I know. After Lu Ming stood up, his expression was calm as he spoke. Marshal Nephew Bai is indeed a man of striking appearance. There is no need to be nervous. The reason we called you here is because we have two things we want to ask you. The barbarian ghost sect leader looked up and down at Lu Ming before revealing a smile as he spoke. May I know what the sect leader and the various martial uncles want to ask? Lu Ming respectfully replied. Marshal Nephew Bai, it is true that you are currently a late spirit apostle. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head before opening his mouth to ask. Yes, I have indeed just advanced to the late spirit apostle realm not long ago. Lu Ming calmly replied. With your 3 spiritual pulse body, it is indeed not easy for you to cultivate to this realm in such a short amount of time. If that is the case, you must normally be very diligent in cultivating Fali and have spent a lot of time, right? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked again. Yes, I have spent most of my time these past few years cultivating my main cultivation method. Lu Ming admitted without hesitation. How much time do you normally spend cultivating the wind blade technique? I don't spend too much time. I only spend 4 hours a day cultivating the technique. From Marshal Nephew's previous match, you should have cultivated the wind blade technique to large success and condensed a technique seal. I have indeed condensed a technique seal for the wind blade technique. Since you didn't spend much time cultivating the technique, how did you accomplish this? The barbarian ghost sect leader's eyes finally narrowed. The other spirit masters couldn't help but listen attentively. I don't really understand martial uncle sect leader's meaning. Could you please explain? Lu Ming seemed to have a trace of confusion. Martial nephew Bai, don't tell me that you only spent 4 hours a day practicing the windblade technique and that you were able to naturally condense a technique seal. When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, his eyebrows creased. I have indeed condensed a technique seal this way. Lu Ming blinked his eyes with an innocent expression on his face. Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters couldn't help but be stunned. If you only spend 4 hours a day, you will be able to cultivate a technique seal in a few years. If this is really the case, there seems to be a possibility. Spirit Master Lei rubbed his chin and a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. What possibility? The barbarian ghost sect leader was shocked and suddenly turned his head to ask. The others also looked over in surprise. Could it be that everyone has forgotten about the few types of spirit bodies that cannot be verified in the legends? It seems that there is one that just happens to be able to do this. The burly man surnamed Lei laughed. Are you talking about the extremely mysterious heavenly intelligent spirit body? Spirit Master Huang cried out in surprise. That's right. It is said that this heavenly intelligent spirit body has an unimaginable intelligence. No matter if the owner of this spirit body comprehends cultivation methods or cultivates techniques, they will be many times faster than normal people. However, it is a pity that this spirit body only amplifies the power of intelligence. Therefore, there is no way to find out. However, this spirit body was a genuine existence. In the past, both the Heavenly Moon sect and the Firestorm Way had produced freaks with similar spirit bodies. Although their FALI was ordinary, they were far from being comparable to ordinary people in terms of the path of magic cultivation. Furthermore, according to the speed of cultivation, it can be divided into 10 intelligence, 100 intelligence, and even 1000 intelligence. Spirit Master Lei recalled as he spoke seriously. Now that Senior Lei has mentioned it, I also remember that there is such a rare spirit body. TSK, could it be that martial nephew Bai has this kind of mysterious spirit body? No wonder it couldn't be found at the opening spirit ceremony. Immediately, some spirit masters clicked their tongues in surprise. But other than having some achievements in cultivating spells, I don't see much progress in comprehending cultivation methods. Hearing this, Lu Ming seemed to have some hesitation as he spoke. The body of heavenly intelligence has always been an extremely mysterious spirit body. It's normal for it to be slightly different from the rumors. Perhaps you don't have the body of heavenly intelligence, but an unknown spirit body similar to it. This is not impossible. After all, although there are many known spirit bodies in the cultivation world, we don't know how many are unknown. If we were to really stick to this matter, then we would be too muddle-headed. Spirit Master Huang thought for a while and laughed, as if he had really thought it through. Senior Huang's words are extremely correct. It seems that this child really does have the heavenly intelligent spirit body or some kind of similar spirit body. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Very good, Martial Nephew Bai, you can go down and continue to participate in the large competition. After hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader revealed a thoughtful expression and finally spoke to Lu Ming with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at Gui Ru Quan and saw that Gui Ru Quan also had a smile on his face, indicating that he could leave. Only then did he bow to the people on the jade platform and fly down again. After a while, he once again returned to the stone platform and sat cross-legged under his banner. Although Lu Ming's face looked normal, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Regarding the mysterious bubble in his body and the fact that he could enter the mysterious space, he naturally wouldn't let a second person know about it. However, in order to conceal the fact that his technique mastery speed was extremely fast, he had long since racked his brains to come up with a way to explain it to the outside world. Saying that he had an unknown spirit body was an excuse that he had found a long time ago. For this reason, he did not hesitate to flip through many books related to spirit bodies. He knew that there were some spirit bodies that could not be detected, which was why he was so calm before. Looking at it now, even though the barbarian ghost sect leader and the others couldn't completely believe him, they had smoothly dealt with the questioning this time. They wouldn't easily make wild guesses about him because of this matter. In this way, he could display his skills in the large competition and wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Just as Lu Ming was slowly thinking about this, the competition on the stone platform had already ended. When the next challenger jumped onto the platform, he was astonishingly challenged by his own name. Lu Ming faintly smiled and immediately stood up. He walked toward the center of the arena. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, green light flashed endlessly in Lu Ming's two hands. Wind blades, as if they didn't require any effort, shot toward the densely packed opponent. On the other side, a youth wearing a yellow robe held a black iron shield with both hands. He waved it up and down as if he was doing his utmost to block the attack of the wind blades. Not only were the speed of Lu Ming's wind blades much faster than normal wind blades, their power was also far above that of normal wind blades. Every wind blade that hit the iron shield caused the yellow-robed youth's body to shake violently. Even though his other hand was holding a yellow copper whip-shaped practitioner weapon, he was unable to swing it at all. Finally, after the iron shield was hit by another green wind blade, it shattered with a dang sound. The yellow-robed youth turned pale with fright and almost without thinking, he immediately shouted, "I admit defeat." "Pu, pu." After a few pu sounds, several wind blades brushed past his body, causing the youth's body to stiffen. His face was so pale that he didn't dare to move at all. It seemed that if the youth hadn't yelled fast enough, he would have lost an arm or a leg. After admitting defeat, the youth didn't wait for the embroidered-robed man to announce the victor and immediately jumped off the stage. This caused the spectators below the stage to be in an uproar and they couldn't help but start discussing. "This junior Bai is so strong. He actually used a single wind blade technique to easily defeat two opponents. I wonder if he still has other tricks up his sleeve. How can his wind blade technique be released so quickly? It gives me the feeling that he doesn't even need to chant an incantation. Its power doesn't seem to be comparable to a normal wind blade." "Idiot, you still can't tell. Junior Bai's wind blade technique has already been trained to the legendary perfection realm. He might even have condensed a technique seal in his consciousness." "Technique seal? What is that?" "This. He doesn't even know a technique seal. What's there to talk about? Go ask your elders and you'll know." The uproar at the first stage naturally attracted the attention of the disciples near the other stages. Some of the barbarian ghost sect disciples who didn't pay attention to this side walked over curiously and asked a few questions. Isn't this Senior Bai?" I'm not seeing things right? Senior Bai is actually standing on the first stage. Doesn't the banner behind him represent the 9th core disciple rank?" Shueshan, who had curiously walked over with a few other disciples to watch the commotion, casually swept his gaze over the stone stage and immediately became speechless from shock. Beside him, Wan Xiaoqian and a few other 9 infant faction inner disciples were also dumbstruck when they clearly saw Lu Ming's appearance on the stage. Similarly shocked were a few other barbarian ghost sect disciples who knew Lu Ming. Among them, the most shocked was Mu Yunxian, the beautiful young woman who had some understanding of Lu Ming. After this woman defeated a challenger at Du Hai's side, she let out a sigh of relief and went to the other stages to take a look. In the end, she saw Lu Ming on the first stage. As a result, Mu Yunxian's face instantly became extremely brilliant and the ecstasy that followed was obvious. If Lu Ming really had the strength to enter the top ranks of the Lunar Monument, even the barbarian ghost sect leader would have to consider whether or not Gao Cheng's furnace should be changed. If Lu Ming could enter the top 3 ranks of the core disciples and return alive from the life and death smelting trial, then his niece would absolutely be safe and sound. The upper echelons of the sect would absolutely not allow another disciple who had made a great contribution to the sect to have a close relationship with them to be harmed by a member of the sect. Just as Mu Yunxian was rejoicing, no one else went up to challenge the first stage. The embroidered-robed spirit master placed the sand in the upper half of the hourglass. After the last grain of sand fell, he announced the end of the first arena challenge. The 10 banner disciples on the arena had temporarily obtained a temporary ranking. Before the second round of challenges began, no one had the right to challenge them. Hearing the embroidered-robed spirit master's announcement, many of the disciples below the stage looked at Lu Ming and the other 9 people with admiration. If it was according to past practice, the 10 disciples on the stone stage would probably be able to maintain their top 10 rankings after the large competition ended. Even if the other core disciples fell out of the top 10 in the second round of the ranking competition, they would still have a very high ranking on the lunar monument. After the embroidered-robed spirit master's announcement, Lu Ming and the others all left the stage. Junior Bai, you have greatly increased the face of our 9-infant mountain. Congratulations, Senior Brother Bai. You are the first disciple from our faction to enter the top 10 rankings in the last few large competitions. Haha, with this, let's see if the other faction still dare to look down on the 9-infant faction. As soon as Lu Ming walked off the stage, Xue Shan, Wan Xiaoqian and a few other 9-infant mountain inner sect disciples immediately surrounded him and spoke with extreme excitement. Lu Ming naturally responded with a few words, but at this time a cold voice came over. Junior Bai, you really have hidden your strength. However, don't think that condensing the wind blade technique seal will allow you to remain in the top 10 disciples. According to what I know, among the disciples ranked at the bottom, there are many who are holding back and preparing to use their true abilities in the second round of challenges. If you want to celebrate, wait until the large competition is over. Gao Chong, accompanied by Shi Jian and his wife, walked over and spoke coldly to Lu Ming from afar. Mu Mingzhu, who was standing to the side, looked at Han Li with a trace of shock. It was clear that the matter of Lu Ming entering the top 10 had greatly shocked her. Junior Gao, whether or not I can remain in the top 10 will be known after the second round of challenges ends tomorrow. Lu Ming turned his head to look at Gao Chong and said indifferently. Okay, I will wait and see. Gao Chong's expression was incomparably gloomy. After fiercely staring at Lu Ming, he turned around and left with the others. To the side, Xue Shan and the other 9-infant mountain disciples naturally heard the conflicting words between Lu Ming and Gao Chong and could not help but look at each other in dismay. Following the end of the first arena, the other arenas also gradually came to an end. One by one, the challenges ended. When the sky was about to turn dark, the last arena was also empty. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader flew out from the jade platform and announced that the first round of the large competition had truly ended. Tomorrow, the ladder ranking challenges would begin. All the disciples dispersed in an uproar. This so-called ladder ranking challenge was where the 100 disciples were divided into 10 ranks. Each disciple could challenge any one of the 10 disciples in front of them. If they succeeded, they would be able to enter the next rank and challenge a higher rank. If they failed, they would remain at their original rank. In this way, the last 10 and the top 10 only needed to challenge or accept the challenge. Of course, just like Gao Chong said, many disciples did not use their true abilities in the previous challenges. Only after this round would the approximate ranking of the disciples be determined. Lu Ming naturally did not dare to be negligent and left the stone mountain. After returning to his residence, he planned to properly rest and build up his strength. However, not long after, an outer sect disciple came to the courtyard to pass on a message, saying that Gue Ru Quan wanted him to go over. Lu Ming was not too surprised by this. After muttering to himself for a bit, he agreed and walked out of the house. He soared into the sky and flew straight to the mountain top. After a short while, he appeared in the discussion hall at the mountain top. In there, other than Gue Ru Quan, Zhu Qi, and Marshal An Zhong, Shi Chuan was also standing to the side. Lu Ming hurriedly went forward to greet them. Song Tian, no need to be so courteous. Stand up. You did very well this time to actually be able to enter the top 10 core disciple rankings. This is really an unexpected surprise for the three of us. Seeing Lu Ming enter, Gue Ru Quan immediately smiled and said. Zhu Qi and Marshal An Zhong also wore smiles on their faces as they looked at Lu Ming. I don't dare, this disciple was only able to do this because of luck. Lu Ming respectfully replied. Haha, you can be lucky with other things, but can you be lucky with your late spirit apostle cultivation and perfect wind blade technique? It is also because you're two martial uncles and I didn't know that you had this kind of talent in spell cultivation. Otherwise, we would have already given you a lot of resources and a few more pointers. I believe that your strength should have increased by another level. Gue Ru Quan said with some pity. This disciple also only found out not long ago that condensing a technique seal is an extremely difficult matter. Otherwise, I would have definitely reported it to Master Gue. Lu Ming naturally appeared to be extremely honest. You don't have to worry about anything. The three of us don't care if you really have the rumored heavenly intelligent spirit body or if you have your current cultivation and condensed a technique seal because of some other reason. We only want to ask you one thing. How confident are you in remaining in the top 10 in tomorrow's competition? Gue Ruquan waved his hand and asked with a serious expression. This is hard to say. However, if there are no two monstrous existences that appear to challenge this disciple, I should have a 70 to 80% chance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied. 70 to 80%. Hee, it seems that other than the Windblade technique seal, you still have other tricks up your sleeves. When Zhu Qi heard this, he laughed and said. Gue Ruquan also revealed an extremely satisfied expression. Very good. I will now ask you, are you willing to become my disciple? I plan on accepting you as my personal disciple. Spirit Master Zhong, who had not spoken until now, opened her mouth and said something that shocked Lu Ming. Although he had faintly expected that this time, there would most likely be benefits for him, he was still very surprised that Spirit Master Zhong would directly accept him as a personal disciple. However, being able to become the personal disciple of a spirit master was naturally something that he could not wish for. Of course I am willing. Song Tian pays his respects to Master. Lu Ming only thought for a moment before bowing to the spirit master and respectfully saying this. Very good, stand up. Although you only have a 3 spiritual pulse, since you were able to cultivate to the late spirit apostle level and condense a technique seal, you might have a sliver of a chance to become a spirit master. You should once again greet your martial uncle Gue and martial uncle Zhu. Seeing this situation, Spirit Master Zhong revealed a trace of a smile as she spoke. I pay my respects to martial uncle Gue and martial uncle Zhu. Lu Ming immediately respectfully bowed to Gue Ruquan and Zhu Qi martial nephew Bai. From now on, you are a personal disciple of our 9-infant faction. Quickly stand up. Gue Ruquan slightly bowed. Zhu Qi also waved his hand to allow him to stand up. Since Song Tian has once again paid his respects to the two of you and changed the way he addressed you, it shouldn't be for nothing, right? Spirit Master Zhong suddenly laughed lightly as she spoke to the other two. Junior, don't worry. Since Song Tian has already been accepted as your disciple, a greeting gift will naturally not be lacking. I have 3 scarlet flame beads here, I will give them to martial nephew Bai. When you meet a strong enemy, activate them and throw them out. Maybe they will save your little life. Zhu Qi laughed as he took out a small and exquisite metal box from his sleeve and threw it to Lu Ming. I am not as generous as Junior. I only have a bottle of blood marrow pills that can refine blood essence. Gue Ruquan smiled as he also took out a small bottle that was as white as jade and also gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed as he repeatedly thanked Gue Ruquan. He carefully put away the 2 items and did not rush to open them. Since the 2 seniors have given you rewards, as your master, I will definitely not disappoint you. I have a practitioner weapon that I used in the past, I will give it to you to protect your life. Seeing this, Martial Aunt Zhong revealed a satisfied expression. After thinking for a while, she also took out a light yellow item from her sleeve and handed it over to Lu Ming with a smile. Thank you, Master. This is... Lu Ming received the item and after carefully examining it, he couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. This so-called practitioner weapon was actually a simple inner armor made from yellow bamboo slips. The entire body was made from some unknown silver thread. On the surface of each bamboo slip, there were densely packed 5-colored spirit inscriptions. However, the colors were extremely dim and blurry. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to be discovered. Junior, why did you take out this practitioner armor? This item has saved your life many times in the past. When Zhu Qi saw the inner armor clearly, his expression couldn't help but slightly change. Gue Ruquan was also slightly stunned. This item can only defend against the attacks of a spirit apostle and was only useful in the past. To the current me, it is of little value. Furthermore, this item has been heavily damaged before. Even though it has been repaired, it can only defend against 2 or 3 attacks before being completely destroyed. Furthermore, I don't normally wear it. Why not give it to Song Tian to protect himself? Martial Aunt Zhong said without much concern. When Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong heard this, they felt that it was somewhat reasonable and didn't say anything more. Only now did Lu Ming understand the use of the armor. Naturally, he was overjoyed and once again thanked her before putting it away. Martial nephew Bai, the 3 scarlet flame beads that I gave you, each of them is equivalent to the full power attack of a low-tier totem. Thus, you are not allowed to use them during the sect's large competition. However, if you are able to participate in the life and death trials, then there naturally won't be such a restriction. Gui Ruquan thought of something and warned. Naturally, Lu Ming understood and nodded his head in agreement. In the remaining time, Martial Aunt Zhong and the other 2 encouraged Lu Ming a few more times before letting him go back and have a good rest in order to prepare for the competition the next day. Thus, after Lu Ming bowed to the 3 of them, he exited the hall and flew down the mountain on a cloud. I really didn't expect Song Tian to be able to enter the top 10. Looks like this time, our faction has a great chance of turning things around. Gui Ruquan waited for Lu Ming to walk out of the large hall before letting out a light sigh. That's right, Martial nephew Bai's performance was indeed beyond my expectations. Previously, we had neglected him too much, but now that junior martial sister Zhong has accepted him as a direct disciple and we have heavily rewarded him, even if there was some resentment in his heart, it should have dissipated now. If that's the case, as long as we can challenge him tomorrow and maintain our position in the top 10, and if Martial nephew sure succeeds in his challenge, our branch will definitely be able to achieve a good result. We won't need to be at the bottom of the competition anymore, Zhu Qi said with a smile. When Martial Aunt Zhong heard this, she gently smiled and did not reply. Chuan Er, how are your preparations? Have you thought about who you want to challenge? Do you have the confidence to enter the top 10 tomorrow? Gui Ruquan turned his head towards Shi Chuan, who was respectfully standing to the side, and asked. Master, don't worry. Tomorrow, I plan to challenge the 8th place. I have the demon subduing chain and the flying head, so there won't be any problems. Shi Chuan replied without hesitation. Very good, you have this much confidence. The 3 of us can be at ease. However, we don't know what hidden strength or disciples will appear tomorrow, so you can't be careless. Gui Ruquan nodded his head and cautiously warned. Shi Chuan naturally nodded his head in agreement. Senior is too careful. Martial nephew Shi's strength was originally not weak. Yesterday, he didn't even use his totem or the flying head and was able to easily enter the top 20. Tomorrow, entering the top 10 will naturally not be a problem. Zhu Qi lightly laughed as he spoke. I naturally understand this logic, but I am just being cautious. Chuan Er, you should also go and have a good rest. Gui Ruquan bitterly laughed before instructing Shi Chuan. After Shi Chuan responded, he also left the large hall. Now it's us. What do you 3 think about tomorrow's competition? Don't just talk about superficial things, talk about the real thing. In the competition 2 days ago, although you did not show yourselves, with the help of the formation, you should have gotten a general idea. Gui Ruquan waited for Shi Chuan to leave before his expression slightly darkened. If it's the truth, then it's hard to say. According to the strength of the disciples in the previous large competitions, Martial nephew Bai and Martial nephew Shi Chuan should have a high chance of entering the top 10. However, this year's large competition is a bit different from the previous years. Not only did there appear Earth Spiritual Pulse, Aphrodite Body, and Spiritual Lightning Spiritual Pulse, these rarely seen genius disciples, Yonggan, Feng Chan, and Min Shou's strength should have also increased by a shocking amount. Hearing this, Zhu Qi's expression also became serious. Not only that, according to my observations, among the disciples that did not enter the top 10, there are also many who are not weak. I'm afraid that they have been hiding their strength and are waiting to amaze the world tomorrow. Martial nephew Shi Chuan is still alright. He has the totem and the flying head to protect him, so entering the top 10 should not be too much of a problem. However, as for Song Tian, if he really only has the wind blade technique at perfection, I'm afraid he will not be able to maintain his current ranking tomorrow. Martial Aunt Zhong shook her head as she spoke. Yes, your thoughts are similar to mine. However, among the current disciples, other than the 2 of them, there is no one else who has the ability to enter the top 10 disciples. Although Xiao Feng has entered the lunar monument, I'm afraid that he will need to go through a few more years of training before he has this possibility. Gui Ruquan lightly sighed. Senior, your state of mind is a bit messed up. We have already done all that we can. As for the result, we can only let nature take its course. As for the rest, it is not something that we can change just because we are anxious. Zhu Qi lightly coughed as he spoke. Hearing this, Marshal Aunt Zhong revealed an expression of agreement. Junior Marshal Brother Zhu is right. We'll know the results tomorrow. However, for Tsong Tian to be able to cultivate to the late spirit apostle level with a 3 spiritual pulse is a very rare thing. It is a pity that advancing to the late spirit apostle level with a 3 spiritual pulse is still possible. However, the last time someone with a 3 spiritual pulse advanced to a spirit master was around 500 or 600 years ago. Gui Ruquan was slightly startled before he laughed. Following this, he changed the topic and brought up Lu Ming. Advancing to a spirit master with a 3 spiritual pulse is indeed close to impossible. It is a pity for Marshal Nephew Bai's talent in cultivating spells. Zhu Qi also felt that it was a pity. That may not necessarily be the case. Since there are precedents, no one can say that this disciple of mine will definitely not be able to become a spirit master. At most, it will be a bit more difficult than others. If he is able to participate in the life and death trials and return alive, even with the shocking amount of resources that the sect has rewarded him with, he will not have a chance at all. Marshal Aunt Zhong had a different opinion. If he uses a large amount of resources to forcefully break through to the spirit master level, Marshal Nephew Bai does indeed have a sliver of a chance. However, he must first be able to maintain his ranking tomorrow. Gui Ruquan's eyes slightly flashed as he spoke. In the end, everything still depends on the result of tomorrow's competition. Zhu Qi also muttered. After saying these words, the 3 of them all had different expressions as they muttered to themselves. The entire hall was silent for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming, who had returned to the cultivation room, was admiring the newly obtained yellow inner armor in his hands. When he touched it with his hand, although the bamboo skewers that formed the seal armor were slightly cold, the surface was not extremely hard. Instead, it gave off an abnormally flexible feeling. After he infused some Li into it, the spirit inscriptions on the surface of the bamboo skewers immediately emitted a faint spiritual light, giving off a dreamy and beautiful feeling. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but become increasingly happy. Although practitioner weapons were not rare in the sect and markets, special practitioner weapons like seal armor were extremely rare. At the very least, he had only seen a few in the Weizhou market. Moreover, all of them were sold at sky-high prices that were close to that of a totem. Although the seal armor was damaged and could only withstand 2 or 3 more spirit apostle level attacks before it was completely destroyed, to Lu Ming, it was still a treasure that could save his life at a crucial moment. Although the seal armor was damaged and could only withstand 2 or 3 more spirit apostle level attacks, to Lu Ming, it was still a treasure that could save his life at a crucial moment. Lu Ming slightly inspected the entire armor. After confirming that there were no other problems, he immediately put it on close to his undergarments and covered it with a green robe. In this way, no abnormalities could be seen from the outside. Subsequently, he took out the iron box and porcelain bottle that contained the scarlet flame beads and blood marrow pills. He opened their lids and looked at them. The scarlet flame beads were impressively 3 black round beads the size of broad beans. They looked unremarkable. On the other hand, the blood marrow pills were 10 or so bean-sized blood-colored pills. When he placed them under his nose, he could faintly smell a sweet fragrance. Although these blood marrow pills were not enough to refine the blood essence in his body, they could still remove some of the impurities in his blood essence. This would allow his blood essence to become more vigorous in the future. Since he still had to continue participating in the competition tomorrow, now was naturally not the time to take these blood marrow pills and directly refine his blood essence. Thus, after Lu Ming put away the scarlet flame beads and blood marrow pills, he calmly breathed in and out. To him, tomorrow was a day that he could not afford to fail. As Lu Ming indifferently pondered, his mind gradually entered a meditative state. He was completely unaware of the outside world. On the morning of the 3rd day, thousands of barbarian ghost sect disciples once again rushed to the top of the stone mountain. This time, all of the disciples clustered around the largest stone platform at the top of the mountain. Moreover, the jade platform that the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters were on was directly suspended over 100 feet above the stone platform. You should already know the specific rules of the second round, so I won't say anything more. Now, I announce that the second round of the large competition has officially begun. After the barbarian ghost sect leader flew out from the jade platform, he indifferently announced before flying back. At this time, a chubby old man flew down from the jade platform and steadily landed on the stone platform. After sweeping his gaze around, he smiled and said, "Who am I? I believe that there are very few martial nephews that don't know me. The second round of the competition will be hosted by me." This chubby old man was impressively the martial uncle Ruan, who was originally in charge of the scripture pavilion. He was actually the spirit master in charge of Zhu Qi's second round of the large competition. When Lu Ming clearly saw the fat old man's face, he was naturally shocked. However, after thinking quickly, his expression returned to normal. The fat old man shook his sleeve and immediately, small flags shot out. With a shake of the wind, they transformed into banners that were inserted into the two sides of the arena. There were more than 20 banners that were arranged neatly in half. Looking at the symbols on the banners, the 10 banners on one side were the symbols of the rankings from 100 to 91, while the other side was the symbols of the rankings from 91 to 81. At this moment, the fat old man indifferently said, "All the core disciples that match the rankings on the banners can now come onto the stage." Just as he finished speaking, a so-so sound came from below the stone platform. The 20 barbarian ghost sect disciples that were already prepared immediately flew onto the banners that represented them. Not a single person was missing. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he saw two familiar faces, Xiaofeng and Du Hai. One of the two was ranked 93, while the other was ranked 89. Very good. According to the order of the rankings, the last 10 disciples can challenge the first 10 disciples once. The winner will go to the higher level ranking and a loser will stay in the lower level ranking. If no one challenges after I ask 3 times, the challenge between the two groups of disciples will end. In each group, each person only has the right to challenge once. The challenge begins now. The fat old man nodded and spoke without thinking. The core disciples under the two banners looked at each other. Immediately, a seemingly strong male walked out from under the banners and challenged a disciple on the opposite side. The fat old man formed a hand sign with one hand and a formation immediately appeared on the stone platform. A layer of light covered the entire stone platform. Because the two disciples in the center of the arena had already signed the writ of life and death yesterday, they didn't need to repeat this. One of them took out a long blade while the other put on a black gauntlet and immediately formed hand signs to cast spells from a distance. The battle between the two couldn't be said to be very exciting. They seemed to be constantly using the practitioner weapons in their hands to attack each other while quickly releasing all kinds of simple support attacks. These two seemed to be abnormally cautious and conservative people and didn't have any intention of getting close to each other. But in this way, it became a battle of mana consumption. For them, even though it was easy to release a practitioner weapon attack, it was obviously not powerful enough to break through the opponent's defense. The power of a spell attack was enough, but its casting speed was obviously not fast enough. Most of the spells would be easily interrupted or dodged by the opponent. As a result, the battle between the two of them was just a process of continuously waving their practitioner weapons, casting simple spells, and constantly running and dodging. It made the audience feel a little drowsy. However, after the time it took to finish a meal, the challenger finally caught his opponent off guard and knocked him out with a fireball. Then, after the fat old man announced his victory, he rushed to his opponent's banner in ecstasy. After the fat old man descended from the sky, he examined the injured person and gave him some treatment. Then, he ordered people to carry the loser away and announced that the next challenge would continue. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation from the first person, 2 people immediately rushed out at the same time. One of them was Xiaofeng. After the two of them exchanged glances, Xiaofeng, who was slightly slower, reluctantly retreated. Thus, after the new challenger chose his opponent, another duel began. However, Lu Ming only watched a few times before sighing to himself. The battle between the two people on the stage was almost the same as the previous battle. It was also a simple exchange of practitioner weapons and simple spells. There wasn't much to see. Lu Ming didn't waste any more time watching and walked out of the crowd. He found a corner at the edge of the stone mountain and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and started to meditate. Even though he couldn't see the situation on the stone platform, he could still hear the cheers coming from there. However, his face didn't show any expression. On the other side of the stone platform, as time passed, the challenges ended one after another. Xiao Feng finally made his move and luckily defeated an opponent, occupying the 85th place. On the other hand, Du Hai successfully defeated a challenger and maintained his ranking. Thus, after 2 more matches, when there were no more challengers, the 100 to 91st disciples left the stage and were replaced by the 10 core disciples ranked 80 to 71st. Thus, a new round of challenges began. However, this time, Du Hai and the other 10 became the challengers. Just like this, the entire competition maintained the pattern of the 10 lower-level disciples challenging the 10 higher-level disciples. However, after 2 days of intense battles, most of the disciples knew their limits and didn't use their right to challenge. They only showed their faces on the stage for a while before leaving the stage in satisfaction. Thus, other than a few rounds of battles between disciples that were slightly more frequent and intense, the entire competition passed very quickly. After half a day, it was time for the top 20 disciples, Shi Chuan, Sima Tian and the others, to step onto the stone platform. At this time, Lu Ming, who was originally resting, opened his eyes and once again stood up and walked toward the stone platform. Indeed, it was as he had expected. The battles between the top 30 and top 20 disciples became abnormally intense. Almost every disciple ranked in the top 30 issued a challenge. Including Shi Chuan, the top 20 disciples all displayed astonishing strength that the disciples in front of them could not hope to match up to. When these disciples fought, there were some who displayed the falling rock technique that was close to completion, causing rocks the size of a human head to fall like rain. There were also some who simultaneously summoned 2 soldier-level ghosts. Under their coordination, they continuously pushed their opponents back. There were even some who displayed extremely powerful body refinement techniques. With a single punch, they were able to collapse the opponent's practitioner weapon defense. Among them, when Shi Chuan was challenged by a strong opponent, he had no choice but to reveal a silver chain for the first time. He transformed it into countless locks and firmly bound his opponent. Only then was he able to finally defeat his opponent. Sima Tian also revealed a strange cold short ruler that was as black as ink for the first time. With a wave of it, balls of strange cold black air violently rolled out and actually turned the challenger into a black ice sculpture in an instant, causing quite a few people to cry out in surprise. However, other than these 2 people, the bald large man, Gu Ju, who was ranked 19th, caused Lu Ming to pay some attention to him. Other than the abnormally thick soul-shackling chain, the aura on this person's body gave off an indescribable feeling of familiarity. As for the bald large man, he only relied on the black chain in his hand to easily defeat his opponent. His strength was also clearly unfathomable. However, what caused him to pay attention to even more was that when Martial Uncle Ruan saw the bald large man enter the stage, his expression seemed to inadvertently change. Moreover, when the large man was fighting, his gaze did not leave the large man from start to finish, as if he was extremely focused on the large man's every move. Under a sliver of doubt, Lu Ming also had some doubts in his heart. However, no matter how intense these battles were and how a portion of people were defeated and replaced, Shi Chuan, the bald large man, and the others were able to maintain their rankings. When the last battle between the 2 batches of disciples ended, the fat old man did not call for Lu Ming and the others to come onto the stage. Instead, he announced that they would first rest for 2 hours before starting the competition for the top 10 disciples. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Chuan, Sima Tian, and the others all swallowed pills on the spot and seized the time to meditate. As for the other barbarian ghost sect disciples, they began to excitedly discuss the competition that was about to begin. They also discussed who would not be challenged and who would lose their rankings. Lu Ming faintly heard that there were not many words that mentioned him, but most of them did not look favorably upon him. He could not help but coldly laugh in his heart. When the 2 hours time limit was up, Shi Chuan and the others had more or less recovered the fa li that they had previously used. After the fat old man placed the banners of the top 10 disciples on the side of the stage, he announced that Lei Zhen and the others, the 10 people, would come onto the stage. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they naturally did not hesitate to go onto the stage. The fat old man's originally smiling gaze, upon seeing Lu Ming walk to the ninth banner, immediately became slightly dazed. However, after his gaze slightly flashed, it immediately returned to normal. Gao Chong flew onto the stone stage from another direction and just happened to come face to face with Lu Ming. After coldly looking at Lu Ming, he wordlessly walked to his own banner and stood properly. Lei Zhen, who flew over from the side, laughed when he saw Lu Ming, his face filled with eagerness. The competition for the top 10 disciples will now begin. The 10 people who win will become the true top 10 disciples and will be able to enter the ranking battles of the top 10 disciples later on. I now announce that the free challenges will begin. After the fat old man quickly said these two sentences, his figure slowly flew backwards towards the side of the stone stage. Although the people on the stage continuously looked at each other with sparkling gazes, none of the 10 people who stood in front of Lu Ming, including Shi Chuan, immediately stood out. However, among them, there were at least 5 or 6 people whose gazes continuously swept over Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression did not change, but he let out a sigh in his heart. It was clear that close to half of the people on the other side had locked onto him as a challenge target. This was also a very normal thing. On the surface, compared to the others, he seemed to be the weakest. The reason why they did not immediately issue a challenge was mostly because they were worried that he might have other hidden methods. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about this, the person next to Shi Chuan finally hesitated for a moment before abruptly walking forward and loudly saying, "Disciple Hu Fei wishes to challenge the current 9th-ranked junior Bai. I hope that Marshal Uncle Ruan will allow it." This person was as tall and skinny as a bamboo pole. The embroidered robe he wore flickered with a faint green light. At the same time, on his back was a narrow and slender crescent-shaped strange blade. As soon as he stood out, he gave off a gloomy feeling as if he was facing a poisonous snake. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately squinted his eyes and sized up the other person a few times. Hearing this, the fat old man indifferently looked at Lu Ming before nodding his head in approval. Seeing this, Lu Ming expressionlessly walked out from under the banner. At this time, the fat old man formed a hand sign with one hand, causing the light barrier on the stage to once again appear. It covered the two fighters and loudly announced the start of the challenge. Lu Ming did not move from his original spot, but the image of his opponent approaching his opponent with ghostly movements in the previous round flashed through his mind. His opponent had then placed his strange blade on his opponent's neck. Without a doubt, his opponent seemed to know some kind of extremely powerful support spell. When a normal disciple faced such an opponent, they would definitely not let him get close to them easily. Lu Ming did not seem to move, but his mouth had already begun to silently chant an incantation, and he casually cast the light body technique on himself. After the tall and skinny youth, Hu Fei, heard the fat old man announce the start of the challenge, he smiled darkly at Lu Ming. Following that, he made a hand sign with one hand, and the green light on his embroidered robe suddenly flourished. It gradually covered his entire body, and from afar, he looked like a person of green light. Seeing this strange situation, Lu Ming's heart trembled, and without thinking, he suddenly raised both of his hands. Suddenly, there was a loud sound as 6 or 7 wind blades transformed into green light and shot out. With a few flashes, they arrived in front of the person of light. However, after Hu Fei let out a strange laugh, the person of light that had transformed into a blur, and the wind blades actually directly pierced through his body, as if he was invisible. This scene caused the spectators below to involuntarily jump in fright, and some people even cried out in surprise. However, Lu Ming only furrowed his eyebrows, and did not reveal too much of an expression of shock. The opponent's seemingly inconceivable scene may have been able to deceive the eyes of most people, but how could it escape Lu Ming's eyes? The wind blades seemed to have pierced through his body, but in reality, he had only dodged them very quickly. It was only because his movements were too fast that this illusion was created. However, the opponent's movements were fast enough to easily dodge the wind blade technique, and this gave Lu Ming quite a headache. At this moment, there was a schwa sound. The person of light in front of him pulled out the strange blade on his back, and with a sway of his body, it transformed into a series of green shadows that pounced forward. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not even think as he rubbed his hands together and raised them again. Immediately, 10 wind blades shot out. In the next moment, his 10 fingers moved slightly, and astonishingly, another wind blade appeared out of thin air. With a flick, they once again transformed into green light and shot out. Lu Ming had actually released more than 20 wind blades in such a short period of time. In the distance, the figure of light transformed into a shadow. With a strange sway, it evaded all of the wind blades. With another blur, it was only a few dozen feet away from Lu Ming. Its movements were as fast as a ghost's. Lu Ming was secretly shocked, but he did not even think about it. He suddenly shook his sleeve, and a black rope shot out like a venomous snake, going straight for the green light figure in front of him. However, the figure of light sneered, and the strange blade in its hand trembled. Immediately, it transformed into a dozen or so cold lights that swept over and shattered the black rope. Then, it raised its other hand, and a green light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming snorted and suddenly raised his arm. The copper bracelet on his wrist shook and a yellow light shield appeared in front of him. When the green light hit the shield, it immediately gave off a pitter-patter like the sound of rain hitting a fence. At the same time, it shattered and disappeared. At this time, the figure of light twisted its body, and its whole body appeared in front of Lu Ming. Even the ferocious expression on its face could be seen clearly. Lu Ming's face darkened, and his legs moved slightly. Immediately, the lower half of his body slid backwards like flowing water, and his other hand suddenly slapped his chest. Pooh! 3 specks of black light appeared in front of him, following which another black light shield appeared. However, the light figure that Goofy had transformed into did not seem to have any poison. Its body continued to rush forward, and it did not let Lu Ming go. At the same time, it quickly chanted a few incantations, and the surface of the strange blade in its hand was suddenly wrapped in a green light. With a slight wave, it blurred and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, there was a sudden woo-woo sound in front of Lu Ming. A large number of green sword shadows appeared, and they all slashed at the black light shield. After a short while, there was a crisp sound, and the light shield that the 3-star shield had transformed into shattered inch by inch. There was no longer any obstruction, and the sword shadows immediately swept over. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and with a movement of his arm, the copper bracelet on his wrist shook slightly. A yellow tiger head immediately appeared, and at the same time, a white sound wave shot out. After the sword shadows were hit, they couldn't help but freeze slightly. In this moment of delay, Lu Ming, who was still sliding backwards, put his hands together, and suddenly separated them. A giant wind blade that was a few feet long appeared with a wild flash. With a shake of his arm, it flashed and disappeared with an explosive sound. When the opposing Goofy saw the giant wind blade appear, his heart trembled. Without thinking, the light figure that he had transformed into suddenly shot backwards. At the same time, the strange blade in his hand waved in front of him, and another green sword shadow appeared. At this moment, with a pu sound, the giant wind blade appeared with a flash, and destroyed the large number of sword shadows. After another flash, it slashed at the light figure. Goofy never thought that the giant wind blade would be so powerful, and that it would come so quickly. In his great shock, it was already too late to dodge. He could only suddenly hold the strange blade horizontally in front of him, and at the same time, use his other hand to crush a yellow glyph in his sleeve. Hong! Goofy only felt a sharp gust of wind flash past him. His hand felt hot, and the strange blade flew out of his hand. Following that, the giant wind blade fiercely chopped at an earthy yellow stone shield that suddenly appeared in front of him. After a series of cracking sounds, the two simultaneously collapsed. Seeing this, Goofy couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He only felt a chill run down his back. If he had activated the life-saving glyph that he had spent a large amount of money to buy just a moment too late, wouldn't he have been cut in half? The power of the giant wind blade was far above the rumors. At this time, not far away, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and with a sway, he appeared near the strange blade that flew out. He raised his foot and firmly stepped on the practitioner weapon. Seeing this, Goofy's face darkened. Just as he was about to do something, the green light that flashed on his body suddenly disappeared, and all of it turned into specks of spirit light that disappeared. The tall and skinny youth's true body reappeared, and the embroidered robe on his body immediately became dull. His face couldn't help but become dumbfounded. However, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation because of this. Without saying anything, he once again formed a sign with his two hands, and green wind blades once again condensed in front of him. There was a terrifying amount of 12 wind blades. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to shoot them at his opponent. "There's no need to fight, I admit defeat." Seeing this, the tall and skinny youth finally reacted with a quiver. He actually immediately yelled out and took the initiative to admit defeat. This caused Lu Ming, as well as the other people who were watching in shock, to be startled. However, after thinking about it again, this seemed to be a very normal thing to do. The reason why Goofy was able to perform like a ghost before was mostly because of the embroidered robe on his body and the strange blade in his hand. Now, one of the two had used up all of its power, and the other had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. If he continued to fight, he naturally wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. This round, Bai Tsong Tian wins. In addition, in the next round, he can't be challenged consecutively. The fat old man descended from the sky and gave an indifferent order. However, when his gaze swept over Lu Ming, there was no doubt that there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and said, "Thank you for letting me win." With a shake of his sleeve, the green wind blades in front of him instantly dispersed and disappeared. At the same time, he lifted his foot from the strange blade and returned to his own banner. However, Dao Zhan and the other disciples nearby couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a slightly fearful expression. Although they knew that the wind blade technique at perfection was no small matter, to be able to use it so perfectly like Lu Ming, to the point where he could release it with a flick of his finger, was still far beyond their imagination. Of course, they also didn't know that when Lu Ming was in the mysterious space, other than painstakingly training his techniques, he would take out a bit of time every day to practice the practical use of these techniques. He would also imagine the various situations when he met an enemy, which was why he was able to reach such a state. Many of the disciples below the stage were abnormally excited as they discussed Lu Ming's perfection wind blade technique. This even led to the topic of how powerful the other techniques would be once they were condensed into a technique seal. "Yang Gan, during the last large competition, you trained the fireball technique to perfection and also condensed a technique seal. However, the speed at which you released the fireball technique seems to be far inferior to this kid's." Yang Gan was originally sitting cross-legged under the banner when he suddenly heard a person's voice. His masked face moved slightly, and he turned his head slightly. He immediately saw a skinny and shriveled young man sitting under the second banner, and he replied indifferently, "That's right." He indifferently replied, "The fireball technique and the wind blade technique are originally different techniques. After condensing a technique seal, the direction of amplification is naturally very different. There is nothing strange about the casting speed of the fireball technique being inferior to the perfection wind blade technique. On the other hand, although the secret technique that you train in is known for its defense, whether or not it can withstand the enormous wind blades that Junior Bai releases is another matter entirely. You don't have to worry. Even if the power of this Junior Bai's wind blade is several times stronger, it will still not be able to break through my defense." Feng Chan coldly laughed as he spoke. Then, he used an awe-inspiring gaze to look at Lu Ming on the other side. Lu Ming naturally did not know about this conversation. He only closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. On the stone platform, Goofy had already picked up the strange blade and expressionlessly walked back to his position. Almost at the same time, Sima Tian's expression changed a few times. He suddenly stood up from under the banner and walked onto the stage. Then, he swept his gaze around and said, "If Junior Lei doesn't mind, could you come down and exchange a few pointers?" Sima Tian actually placed his challenge target on the 9 lightning spirit pulse disciple, Lei Zhen. When Lei Zhen heard this, he laughed and walked out from under the banner without saying anything else. When the fat old man saw this, he nodded his head and immediately announced, "The challenge begins." Then, with a flash, he returned outside of the light barrier. At the same time, Lei Zhen had already formed a hand sign with both of his hands. After a rumbling sound came from his body, silver arcs of lightning curled around him. They were like silver snakes that wildly flashed around his body. When Sima Tian saw this, his expression became serious. After shaking his sleeve, a sparkling and translucent black ruler immediately appeared in his hand. He walked step by step toward Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen muttered an incantation, raised his hand, and pointed forward with a finger. Hong. A thick arc of lightning immediately descended from the sky, heading straight for the top of Sima Tian's head. Without saying anything further, Sima Tian waved the short ruler in his hand into the air. With a pu sound, a black cloud flew up into the sky. After the arc of lightning struck the cloud, it disappeared without a trace with a muffled sound. Totem. Although Lei Zhen had already somewhat expected this, seeing this situation, his pupils couldn't help but shrink as he cried out. Not bad. I spent all of my savings to buy this mysterious ice cloud ruler from the market. It just so happens to be able to counter your lightning techniques. Sima Tian said gloomily. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized yellow leather bag suddenly appeared. After throwing it into the air, a ray of light rolled out and a tall human-shaped ghost surrounded by black gas appeared in front of him. It had a green face and sharp fangs. Its upper body was covered in thick iron armor, and its 10 fingernails were incomparably black and abnormally sharp. Its entire body was covered in thick, hard black hairs. It was actually an armored zombie. Looking at the green light flickering in its eyes, the aura on its body was astonishing. Impressively, it was a warrior-level ghost that had a trace of intelligence. Seeing this scene, Lei Zhen's expression changed. Without thinking, he patted the black leather bag on his waist. After a ray of black light rolled out, a monkey-like ghost with wings on its back also appeared from within the light. It was the most commonly seen soldier-level ghost, the night crawler. However, this ghost's tail was a fiery red color. Furthermore, when it saw the armored zombie, it didn't reveal any fear. Instead, it bowed its body and continuously bared its teeth at the armored zombie. Lei Zhen made a hand sign with one hand and opened his mouth to spit out a ball of blood essence at the night crawler. Pooh! The blood essence exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the wind, turning into strands of blood threads that quickly burrowed into the body of the night crawler. In the next moment, the ghost raised its head and let out a mournful cry. Its scarlet tail suddenly hit the stone platform behind it, and its body suddenly swelled up to 10 feet tall. At the same time, the tip of its tail swayed in the wind, and with a pu sound, its entire body flashed with scarlet flames. Mutated Nightcrawler. When Sima Tian saw this, an expression of surprise flashed across his face. However, after letting out a cold snort, the short ruler in his hand chopped at the empty space in front of him. At the same time, his other hand formed a hand sign to control the armored zombie. The densely packed spirit inscriptions on the short ruler lit up and a large amount of black gas rolled out. It went straight for Lei Zhen, who had an overbearing aura. Before the black gas even reached Lei Zhen, a bone-piercing cold had already swept over him. The armored zombie let out a low roar and charged toward the other side. Lei Zhen ignored the armored zombie, but when facing the rolling black cloud, he revealed a serious expression. His two hands quickly formed a hand sign and raised them at the same time. The sound of thunder rang out, arcs of lightning intertwined and shot out from his hands, turning into a huge lightning net that went straight toward the black cloud. When the two came into contact, a loud hong sound rang out. The arcs of lightning and the black gas froze at the same time, then let out a continuous roar as they intertwined and flashed wildly in the empty space. Sima Tian's face darkened and he once again controlled the short ruler in his hand. Another wave of black cloud rolled out. After letting out a cold snort, the opposing Lei Zhen also chanted without showing any weakness. His 10 fingers flicked continuously, and every time he did so, there would be an arc of lightning that shot out with a roar. In that instant, one side of the arena was filled with rolling black clouds, as if it was the netherworld. The other side was filled with intertwining silver arcs that flashed wildly, as if it was a sea of lightning. The momentum of the two sides was shocking, and for a moment, they were in a deadlock. As for the iron zombie, when it charged over 100 feet away, it was pounced on by the mutated night crawler ghost at an astonishing speed. Following that, the two of them fought against each other in close proximity. The black miasma chi and the scarlet red flames rolled and mixed together, occasionally letting out hissing and low roars. When Sima Tian saw that his attacks did not have much effect and that the Fali in his body was being consumed at an astonishing speed, he became very anxious. It must be known that although the totem's power was extremely great, for a spirit apostle like him, the burden on his Fali was too great. If this continued, the one who would exhaust his Fali first would definitely be him. It seemed that if he did not cut off all means of retreat and use that move, he would have no choice. Sima Tian's thoughts quickly turned a few times before he gritted his teeth and started chanting an incantation. With a flick of his wrist, the short ruler in his hand actually flew into the sky. It suddenly lit up high in the sky, and 3 layers of black inscriptions could be faintly seen flashing on the ruler. He had actually activated the 3 layers of restrictions on this low-tier totem, and displayed the greatest power that he could use. Sima Tian's mind was connected to the totem, and he only felt the spiritual power in his body suddenly surge out like a flood. As for the short black ruler, it spun in the air and slowly chopped towards Lei Zhen from afar. A muffled hong sound rang out, the air above Lei Zhen fluctuated, and a huge, black, misty shadow of a huge ruler about 10 feet long appeared, pressing downwards. Lei Zhen only felt the air around him tighten, and a suffocating, terrifying aura locked onto him. His face could not help but darken. Okay, I want to see just how powerful this Xian cloud ruler is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zhen's sleeve shook, and a small, shiny, silver hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. It was half a foot long, and the head of the hammer was covered with all kinds of strange, lightning-shaped inscriptions. With just a slight wave, there were traces of electricity appearing. Impressively, it was also a totem, and from the looks of it, its quality seemed to be above the low-tier totem, the black cloud wings. An ominous glint flashed in Lei Zhen's eyes, and suddenly, all the electricity on his body surged into the small hammer in his hand. Then, he suddenly fiercely threw it high into the air. A loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, a blurry, silver, lightning dragon appeared, and pounced high into the air, tearing the huge, black ruler into pieces. After letting out a hum, the light on the black ruler dimmed, and it fell from the sky. Sima Tian's mind connected, and his face immediately paled as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, there was only a little bit of Fa Li left in his body, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Lei Zhen, who had just made an attack, obviously still had more than enough Fa Li in his body. Activating the totem in the air again, the lightning dragon instantly let out a roar, and was about to charge at Sima Tian. Sima Tian's expression changed several times, and he immediately let out a long sigh. He cupped his hands at Lei Zhen and said, "Junior Lei, there's no need to attack. I admit defeat in this match." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a whistle and called back the armored zombie that was riddled with scars. Then, he grabbed at the air and picked up the short ruler from the ground. He then turned around and left with a somewhat dejected expression. This time, he wasn't able to enter the top 10 core disciples, and in the next large competition, he would exceed the age limit. Naturally, he wouldn't have any more chances. Seeing this, Lei Zhen's heart relaxed greatly. Similarly, with a thought, he called back the mutated sky-roaming ghost, whose body was riddled with countless claw marks. Then, he waved one hand at the sky. The silver lightning dragon disappeared with a flash, and once again turned into a small hammer that fell down. Thunder Hammer. Junior Lei actually gave this middle-tier totem to your nephew. This is really unexpected. However, this is a middle-tier totem, and I'm afraid he can only use 10 to 20% of its power. On the Jade platform, after the barbarian ghost sect leader saw Lei Zhen put away the small silver hammer, he asked Spirit Master Lei with some surprise. I recently obtained another handy totem, and its power is even above this thunder hammer. Naturally, I gave it to Zhenair. As for its power, being able to use 10 to 20% of its power in a fight between spirit apostles is enough. Spirit Master Lei replied with a slight smile. However, it's a bit of a pity for Sima Tian. With the warrior-level ghost and the low-grade totem, the Black Cloud ruler, if he hadn't staked it all on one throw, he might have had a sliver of a chance to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, with his strength, it is actually enough to enter the top 10 core disciples. Chu Chi's eyes flashed slightly, but he spoke with some pity. Junior Chu, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you think that my nephew should have lost to your faction? When Spirit Master Lei heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Haha, Senior Lei has misunderstood. Why would I have such a thought? I just feel that if we were to judge according to the strength of the top 10 core disciples, this child would have the ability to enter the top 10. Chu Chi wasn't the slightest bit angry, but rather laughed as he spoke. Spirit Master Lei snorted a few times, but didn't continue to question him. The other people looked at each other and smiled. They knew that there was some conflict between the two, so they naturally didn't say anything. Gui Ruquan also didn't have the mind to interfere. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the arena below. Although Lu Ming's previous victory made him excited, what he was most concerned about was the challenge of Shi Chuan, the disciple that he had put in so much effort into. At this time, the fat old man on the stone platform had already announced the outcome. The surrounding disciples who were watching the fight had broadened their horizons when they saw how powerful the battle between the totem and the warrior-level ghost was. They were still discussing excitedly. When Lu Ming saw Sima Tian and Lei Jin use their totem and the two warrior-level ghosts, he was also quite moved. However, when he thought about his two totem and the white-boned scorpion, he naturally regained his calm. Although he didn't fight with the two of them, the power of his totem short sword shouldn't be below that of the small silver hammer. The white-boned scorpion had been raised in the mysterious space and wasn't something that two warrior-level ghosts could compare to. At this time, a handsome young man challenged Jiao Lan, who was ranked 7th, with a hint of fervor in his eyes. When the beautiful girl heard this, her face didn't have the slightest expression. After the embroidered-robed elder announced the start of the challenge, she only slowly walked to the center of the arena. However, a faint purple light had already begun to circulate in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, the handsome youth quivered. Without saying anything else, he took out a golden glyph that he had prepared beforehand and quickly slapped it onto his body. In an instant, a layer of golden light appeared on his body. Haha, Junior Callan, I know that your innate eye technique is extremely powerful. However, this thought-dispelling glyph of mine is specialized in defending against mental strength attacks. Your current Aphrodite body doesn't have much of an effect on me. The handsome youth laughed wildly as he spoke. He then took out a green blade from his body and walked towards the girl. Is that so? I want to see if this thought-dispelling glyph is really that effective. The beautiful girl didn't move from her original spot. However, the purple light in her beautiful eyes suddenly flourished. After the time it takes to eat a meal, the absolute beauty was still standing in her original position without moving. The handsome youth had already fallen to the flower-scattering girl on the stone platform 7 or 8 feet away from her. Although the golden light barrier on his body still existed, he was already foaming at the mouth and had fallen into a deep coma. After the fat old man flew down and announced the winner, the absolute beauty immediately turned around and walked away, returning to her original banner. Regardless of whether it was on the stage or below, there was absolute silence. This challenger seemed to be full of confidence at the beginning, but after walking a few steps, he was affected by Callan's eye technique and his movements became sluggish. Although he forcefully continued to advance with the help of the thought-dispelling light barrier, each step was more strenuous than the one before. In the end, the veins on his forehead bulged and his face became as red as blood. Moreover, when he reached his current position, he suddenly began to wildly wave his two hands while mumbling nonsense. Finally, he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. This strange situation caused many barbarian ghost sect disciples to suck in a breath of cold air, causing Callan to appear even more profound and unfathomable. The fat old man slightly treated the youth's condition and ordered people to carry him down. Then, he announced that the challenges would continue. In the end, one person directly chose to challenge Duan Kenzu. However, he was no match for the illusionary yellow ribbons that filled the sky. In the end, he was firmly bound and could only helplessly admit defeat. At this time, Shi Chuan finally walked out and challenged the 8th-ranked, ugly, gray-robed youth. In the previous matches, this youth had summoned a white bone demon that had already been tempered to the 100 bones level. In addition, he was proficient in a bone explosion secret technique that could transform a ghost bone that had been tempered in advance into lightning to attack his opponent. His strength was truly not weak. Otherwise, the previous challengers would have immediately challenged this person and directly challenged Lu Ming and the other new disciples. As a result, aside from a few people, the majority of the people didn't look favorably upon Shi Chuan's challenge. However, when the two truly fought, it caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Other than releasing the silver chain-shaped totem to protect his entire body, Shi Chuan also immediately summoned a rumored demon, Flying Head. The devilish general resembled a man's head, and as soon as it appeared, it released a monstrous devilish might. Its long hair fluttered in the wind, and it tore apart the skeletal devilish man. Its body continued to fly through the air, devouring all of the skeletal devilish man's lightning flames. Immediately thereafter, the devilish general appeared above the grey-robed young man in a flash, then opened its cavernous mouth that was shrouded in black flames, forcing the grey-robed young man to concede. The entire process of their battle was extremely simple, and it ended in just a few breaths of time. Such a quick battle, coupled with the unexpected outcome, naturally caused the spectators to be tongue-tied once again. When the spirit masters on the jade platform saw the appearance of the demon, the flying head, there was a commotion. TSK, Senior Goe, you sure have guts. You actually dared to give your faction's sealed flying head to our faction to use. However, this demon is so overbearing. Aside from a few people in our faction who have the strength to fight it, I'm afraid that no one else will be able to resist it. The spirit masters of each faction all had different expressions as they discussed. Junior Goe, you actually gave this demon to Xianxia. Isn't this a bit too rash? This is a demon that is second only to the 9 infants. Even if you were to use it, you would have to be careful of its backlash, let alone a mere spirit apostle disciple. The barbarian ghost sect leader let out a long breath before asking Goe Ruquan seriously. Sect leader, don't worry. This demon's soul has already been locked by the demon subduing chain. Unless it is able to break free of this totem, it can only be controlled by Chuan Air. Otherwise, how would the 3 of us dare to give this demon to him so easily? Goe Ruquan replied with a smile. Xianxia's easy victory allowed him to finally relax his worried heart. Although the demon subduing chain is powerful, your disciple's Fa cultivation is still a bit shallow. Using this demon is still risky. When you return, warn him not to easily use this flying head against an enemy unless it is absolutely necessary. The barbarian ghost sect leader still shook his head. Senior, don't worry. When we return, I will naturally warn him. Hearing this, Goe Ruquan felt slightly unhappy, but his face still carried a smile as he replied. At this time, Chuchi furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Sect leader, don't worry too much. Although this flying head is extremely powerful, every time it is used, it requires a large amount of blood to control. With all the blood a spirit apostle has, it can only be used once or twice at most. Humph, I didn't think that Junior Chu would be so familiar with our faction's demon subduing technique. Goe Ruquan's expression slightly changed. Hehe, Senior Goe is flattering me. I only read a few books related to it. Chuchi replied with a smile. Goe Ruquan snorted and didn't say anything else. When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, the expression on his face relaxed. When the other people heard this, their hearts naturally relaxed slightly. In this way, in tomorrow's top 10 core disciple ranking competition, Xianxia would at most be able to use the flying head once again. Naturally, there was no need to worry too much about this demon. The challenge below was still ongoing. However, the few challengers that had yet to make a move were mostly people that lacked confidence in themselves. Although a few of them braced themselves and went up, they naturally all returned in defeat. One of them even challenged Lu Ming once. In the end, after a series of continuous and violent attacks from tens of wind blades, it was easily defeated. In the blink of an eye, among the remaining challengers, there was only the bald large man called Guju left. As long as he also completed his challenge, the entire second round of the large competition would be considered over. Immediately, the gazes of everyone on and below the stage all fell onto Guju. The bald large man stood up and walked to the center of the stage. After sweeping his gaze across the other side, he used his hand to rub his shiny bald head and laughed. I am untalented and don't have much of a chance of winning against anyone else. Then, I asked Junior Bai to come down and give me a few pointers. The person he challenged was astonishingly Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had already been challenged twice, he had already rested for 2 matches since the last challenge. Furthermore, his Fa hadn't been used up too much during the competition, so naturally, he couldn't refuse. At first, Lu Ming was startled. However, when the opponent's unbridled gaze looked over, he faintly smiled and stood up. Since Senior Gu has said so, then I can only accept the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the center of the stage. High up in the sky, when the fat old man saw the distant situation between Guju and Lu Ming, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. A strange expression flashed through his eyes, but his mouth didn't hesitate to announce the start of the match between the two. On the jade platform, when Gue Ruchuan saw this situation, his expression couldn't help but become somewhat unsightly. Although Guju hadn't made many moves in the previous few days, he had easily won every time. It was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength. How could Gue Ruchuan not be greatly worried for Lu Ming? If Lu Ming were to be kicked out of the top 10 disciples at this time, the entire Nine Infants faction would probably be incomparably sullen. As for Chu Qi, who was at odds with Gue Ruchuan, when he saw this situation, he revealed a smiling expression. On the stage below, Guju abruptly shook his sleeve and a thick soul-shackling chain immediately appeared. After circling around, it transformed into a black robe that tightly wrapped around his body. Then, with a slight shake of his neck, his two hands abruptly clenched into fists. In an instant, a series of gabing explosive sounds came from within his body and his body suddenly grew by more than half a head. Following this, the large man let out a sinister smile and formed a one-handed sign. Black gas emitted from within his body and with a curl, it transformed into black spirit inscriptions that tightly covered his robe. In the next moment, a black light flowed on the surface of the black robe and it unexpectedly transformed into a black bone armor with long barbs. It seemed to tightly cover every inch of his body. Following this, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of bloody light. With one hand, he grabbed it and directly wiped it on his face. A shocking scene appeared. After the large bald man's face shone with a bloody light, there was actually an additional ghost mask that was as red as blood. The eyes that were revealed on the mask made a ting sound and two balls of dark green ghost flames appeared. The originally normal-looking large man suddenly became filled with an oppressive qi, as if he was a real ghost. Ghost subduing technique. Some of the experienced and knowledgeable disciples below the stage cried out involuntarily when they saw what was happening behind the scenes. After hearing these words, Lu Ming's expression changed. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have heard of this name somewhere before. It seemed to be a high-level secret technique that could temporarily combine the power of a ghost soul with one's own. Not only was it incomparably complicated to cultivate, but the number of people who were able to successfully cultivate it was also incomparably rare. After his thoughts turned slightly, the expression on his face immediately became abnormally serious. He began to view his opponent as a true enemy. He suddenly patted the leather pouch on his waist and a black gas immediately rolled out. A huge bone scorpion that was several feet long suddenly appeared on the ground nearby. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he madly poured the Fa in his body into the copper bracelet. After a wing sound, a yellow light shield that was close to a substance appeared on his arm with a flash. When he finished all of this, Guju had already raised his head and let out a fierce roar that didn't seem to belong to a living person. Then, he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground and his body shot towards Lu Ming like a stone bullet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. With a thought, the bone scorpion at his side blurred and blocked in front of him. His two hands formed an incantation sign and wind blades instantly appeared. After a slight tremble, they transformed into streaks of azure light that continuously shot out. Pung pung loud sounds rang out. The large, bald man that was flying over unexpectedly didn't dodge the wind blades and allowed them to slash at various parts of his body. However, the bone armor on his body seemed to be incomparably hard. All of the wind blades were bounced off one after another and only left small white marks on the bone armor. The large, bald man's body only slightly paused before he continued to fly over with an evil gust of wind. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face sank. He didn't pay any attention to his opponent that was about to close in on him. Instead, he brought his two hands together and then separated them. A huge wind blade that was several feet long began to condense. At the same time, the bone scorpion that was blocking in front of him made a sound and transformed into a green shadow to meet the blade. With a loud shout, the bald man raised his fist and punched in the air. A thick black gas immediately rolled out from his fist with a menacing aura. The bone scorpion let out a strange cry and used its two giant pincers to block. After the black gas hit the giant pincers, there was a hong sound and the ghost flew out like a cloth bag. The black gas contained a great amount of power, easily sending the bone scorpion flying. The bone scorpion rolled a few times in the distance and suddenly disappeared with a roll of green gas. With this delay, Lu Ming had already finished casting. With a shake of his hands, the giant wind blade in the middle shot out with an explosive sound. Pung! After the giant wind blade flashed, it instantly cut open the black gas. However, the resistance it contained also slowed down its speed. At this moment, the big man's body stopped in place and he fiercely punched the opposite side. With a pu sound, a black light flashed on his fist and it was suddenly covered with a layer of black bone armor. At the same time, black gas appeared on his arm and surged onto the bone fist. After layers of crazy wrapping, it actually turned into a giant black fist that was a foot long. With a flash, it hit the giant wind blade opposite him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. After the giant fist and the wind blade condensed, a wave of air rolled out in all directions. At the same time, it slightly retreated. After the giant wind blade flashed wildly a few times, it shattered inch by inch. After the surface of the giant black fist trembled for a while, it also collapsed and scattered, revealing the black bone fist that was hidden inside. A faint blade mark suddenly appeared on the surface of the bone fist. After the surrounding black gas surged in, it quickly healed to its original state. Then, the big man let out an evil laugh and his other hand suddenly grabbed at the empty space where Lu Ming was. With a pu sound, the black gas in front of him condensed and transformed into a blurry giant black claw. It was at least 5 feet long. After a shake, it made an air-piercing sound and grabbed at the opposite side. Lu Ming's face changed and his hand sign suddenly changed. Immediately, 5 or 6 scarlet-red fireballs shot out. After a flash, they all turned into rolling flames and hit the giant claw. An earth-shattering sound rang out, the giant black claw melted like snow in the scorching heat, and finally exploded into specks of black gas. This scene made the originally confident bald man slightly startled. However, he suddenly let out a low roar, raised his foot, and fiercely stomped on the ground below him. Boom! An invisible shockwave rippled out from the soles of his feet, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the nearby stone platform. But almost at the same time, 2 so-so sounds were heard, and 2 giant pincers flew out amidst the splashing gravel, scissoring toward the 2 calves of the large man. It was unknown when the white-bone scorpion had used the earth concealment technique to hide under the large man's body and launched a sudden attack. Judging from its lightning-fast movements, the invisible shockwave released by the burly man's single foot did not have much of an effect on it, or it could be said that it did not have any effect at all. Although the burly man had discovered the existence of the bone scorpion in advance, he had obviously underestimated its power. But because of this, the bald man was forced into a passive position. It was already too late for him to dodge, and he could only let out a strange cry. Immediately, the nearby black gas rolled and condensed around his calves, and the black bone armor that was originally covering him became even thicker. Pung pung! The 2 giant pincers fiercely clamped onto the 2 calves of the large man, causing a few deep cracks to appear on the surface of the bone armor. It was as if the bone armor would completely shatter in the next moment. But immediately, the large man let out a cold snort, and with a shake of his arm, a black streak shot out. With a single sweep, it firmly wrapped around the 2 giant pincers. Then, with a backhand grab, the black streak fiercely pulled back, and immediately, an unimaginably strong force surged out. Although the white-bone scorpion was strong, its strength was not its forte. Almost in the instant that the strong force reached its body trembled as it was pulled out from under the stone platform, and directly flew toward the large man. On the other hand, the bald man, who was already prepared, moved his arm, and a fist that was covered in black gas directly punched toward the white-bone scorpion. Before the fist actually hit the white-bone scorpion, the black gas on its surface suddenly condensed, and out of thin air, a sharp bone spur that was half a foot long appeared. He actually planned on piercing through the white-bone scorpion's head in one strike. But at this moment, the white-bone scorpion let out a squeal, and the tail of its body that was being pulled over moved. With a chee-chee sound, a dozen or so black lines flashed and disappeared. The large man only felt his arm go cold, and a dozen or so black bloody holes appeared on the surface of his arm. Inside the holes, poisonous blood flowed unceasingly. Under the numbness of the white-bone scorpion's fist and bone, it powerlessly brushed past the white-bone scorpion's side. After a moment, it stiffened, and no longer felt anything. The white-bone scorpion's tail once again became a blur, and another dozen or so black lines shot out. Under the shock and anger of the large man, he let out a low roar. His other arm suddenly became a blur, and his 5 fingers actually grabbed the black streak and threw it to the ground with lightning speed. Pung! An earth-shaking and mountain-shaking sound rang out, and the entire stone platform slightly trembled. Half of the white-bone scorpion's body was now deeply embedded in a gravel pit on the platform. Although it seemed to be in one piece, its entire body was so weak that it could not immediately get up. With such a good opportunity, the large bald man naturally would not let the white-bone scorpion go so easily. His arm once again pulled the black streak, and he was about to throw the other end of the white-bone scorpion, which was tightly bound to it, down. But at this moment, pew-pew sounds rang out, and a few green lights flashed by, cutting the black streak in half. The small portion of the black streak that was still tightly bound to the white-bone scorpion's pincers immediately turned into black gas and loosened. The white-bone scorpion seemed to have instantly recovered its ability to move. Without saying anything, it rolled in the gravel pit, turning into green gas, and entered the stone platform. The large bald man did not have any intentions of chasing after the ghost. Instead, he gloomily raised his head and looked at the opposite side. He saw that on the other side, Lu Ming had formed a hand sign with both hands, and in front of him, there were 7 or 8 green wind blades floating in the air, trembling slightly. It was obvious that the black streak from before had been cut in half by Lu Ming using the wind blade technique, thus freeing the white-bone scorpion from its encirclement. As for the large bald man, it looked like he was wiping away his sweat while tangling with the white-bone scorpion, but in reality, it had only been the time of a few breaths. The green flame on Guju's mask slightly jumped. He withdrew his gaze and looked at his injured arm, and his heart slightly sank. He saw that the dozen or so bloody holes had stopped bleeding, but his entire arm was thicker than before. In addition, a numb force had already spread throughout his entire arm, and he could not even move his fingers. Although he had used his Fali to prevent the poison from spreading to other parts of his body, his arm had already been crippled. The white-bone scorpion's stinger was not only able to pierce through the bone armor on his arm, but it also had such a powerful poison. It was not something that a normal warrior-level ghost could compare to. After a thought flashed through the large bald man's mind, he could not help but become even more serious. The spectators below the stage were also completely attracted by the lightning-fast and intense fight between the large bald man and Lu Ming. They all watched with their eyes wide open and their tongues tied, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. The group of spirit masters on the jade stage were also greatly astonished by the strangeness of Guju's secret technique and the power of the white-bone scorpion that Lu Ming had summoned. Among them, the most astonished was naturally Gue Ruchuan himself. He never would have thought that, aside from his perfection techniques, Lu Ming would actually have such a powerful warrior-level ghost. On the stone stage below, Lu Ming suddenly laughed and said, "Senior Gu, the poison of my white-bone scorpion is very strong. Even if I use my Fali to temporarily seal it, it will not last for too long. Furthermore, with the poison in your body, how can you continue to fight with me? It would be better for you to admit defeat and properly detoxify the poison. Otherwise, if you are too late and something unexpected happens, it would not be good." Admit defeat. You think I'm too simple? What does this bit of poison count for? From now on, the competition between us has just officially begun. Hearing this, the large bald man let out a wild laugh. Suddenly, his hand moved and he actually grabbed the shoulder of the poisoned arm. His 5 fingers exerted force and with a selah sound, the entire arm was forcibly torn off. Black poisonous blood immediately gushed out from the wound on the shoulder. The large man immediately muttered an incantation and countless black inscriptions appeared on the surface of the arm that was torn off. With a shake of the wind, the arm actually transformed into a cloud of black smoke and melted back into his body. In the next moment, another cloud of black gas gushed out from the wound on the large man's shoulder. After rolling and condensing, it first transformed into sparkling black bones. Following this, densely packed black and red blood vessels appeared on the surface of the bones and transformed into layers of flesh and blood that quickly covered the bones. In the time of a few breaths, a completely undamaged arm reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene not only caused the normal disciples below the stage to be dumbstruck, but the spirit masters on the jade platform were also shocked. Yang Gan, who was originally sitting under the banner with his eyes half closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the large bald man on the platform. His pupils actually faintly flashed with a deathly silver light. As for Feng Chan, Qian Huingyang, and the other disciples, when they saw this inconceivable scene, their expressions all changed. What an amazing ability to regrow a broken limb. It seems that the ghost soul that merged with the subduing ghost technique is a ghost that possesses this kind of ability. This kind of ghost is really very rare. It is fortunate that he was able to find it and successfully refine it. The barbarian ghost sect leader clapped his hands and laughed. Indeed, that's the only way it makes sense. However, although the subduing ghost technique can preserve the ghost's ability, the chances are not too high. Guju's luck is not small. However, this way, Senior Gui's sect will be in big trouble. Even with the help of the bone scorpion, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for them to win. Chu Chi blinked his eyes and said with a low laugh. Until the end, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose. Gui Ru Quan also recovered from his shock. When he heard this, his heart sank, but his face remained expressionless as he replied. At the same time, on the stage below, after Lu Ming saw the scene of the large bald man's broken limb regrowing, his face also turned slightly green. However, after taking a deep breath, he suddenly shook his sleeve and an azure short sword immediately appeared. Totem. The large, bald man, who was originally about to let out a loud laugh and charge over with an earth-shattering momentum, immediately lowered his voice and was filled with astonishment. At this moment, a green shadow flashed on the ground near Lu Ming. The white bone scorpion jumped out without a sound and blocked in front of him. The spectating disciples were once again in an uproar. When Gao Chong saw Lu Ming release the white bone scorpion, his eyebrows were already slightly furrowed. When he saw the short cyan sword totem in Lu Ming's hand, his face couldn't help but become gloomy. Humph, you think you can block me with a totem? Fine, I'll let you see the power of my true trump card. The large, bald man coldly snorted and suddenly grabbed the leather bags at his waist with one hand. He threw them high into the air and threw a few punches at them with a hoo-hoo sound. After a few explosions, the leather bags were immediately smashed by the punches. Countless thumb-sized white things spilled out of the bags. Subsequently, the large man's two hands formed a sign and he started chanting. The black gas on his body suddenly rolled into the sky and wrapped around the scattered things. At the same time, the bone armor on the large man's body suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It turned into rolling black gas that crazily revolved around him. In an instant, it completely submerged his body. Waves of ghost cries came from the black gas. At first, it was only one or two, but it immediately became a dozen, and even 100. It was as if there were countless ghosts hidden inside. As the black gas revolved, the area it covered became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it occupied a huge area of over 100 feet. Seeing this, Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. He immediately shook his sleeve at the opposite side and the dozen or so wind blades floating in front of him immediately shot out with a piercing sound. After a muffled sound, the wind blades all disappeared into the black gas. Like a clay ox entering the sea, there was no longer any sound emitted. Instead, the ghost cries in the black gas seemed to have been stimulated by something and became even louder. Lu Ming's face darkened. The short cyan sword in his hand hummed and a layer of light cyan inscriptions flashed. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed at the opposite side. With a clear ring, a cyan sword chi, which was several feet long, rolled out from the dagger. Pooh! As soon as the cyan sword light hit the black gas, it exploded with a sharp cold light. It cut through the black gas like it was tofu and went straight to the center of the black gas. Right at this moment, several sharp ghostly howls rang out, and 3 fist-sized white skulls rushed out of the black chi, simultaneously colliding with the azure sword chi. Boom! 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 The 3 skulls exploded into 3 balls of black light. The cyan sword chi flashed a few times before dispersing together with the black light. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to do something, the black gas in front of him suddenly rolled and turned into a huge black wall that rolled towards him. Within the rolling black gas, skulls were faintly discernible as they let out strange cries. There seemed to be more than 100 of them. Lu Ming had already seen the power of the 3 self-destructing skulls. Seeing this scene again, he naturally felt a chill in his heart. Without thinking, he made a hand sign with one hand and a fireball appeared in front of him. With a point of his finger, the fireball expanded crazily. In an instant, it became a huge fireball with a diameter of 5 feet. At the same time, its color became incomparably deep red. Fireball technique, perfection. Within the black gas, the bald man's frightened voice came out. The huge black wall that was pushed to only 7 or 8 feet away from Lu Ming suddenly froze and was about to roll back. However, at such a close distance, Lu Ming wouldn't give him a chance. He suddenly pushed with one hand and the huge fireball hit the black wall with a whistling sound. After a flash of red light, it instantly exploded. An earth-shattering sound rang out, scarlet red flames rolled and rushed up, turning into a black-red fire cloud that engulfed everything nearby. Those white skulls were swept away by a scorching wave of air and exploded in a wild flash. More than half of the black wall collapsed and was destroyed. At this time, a figure flew backwards from the edge of the black wall in a flash. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and the short sword in his hand suddenly flashed with 2 layers of green inscriptions. Another green sword light slashed out. This time, the green sword light was incomparably fast. After a blur, it swept past the waist of the figure and instantly cut it in half. This caused the disciples below the stage to cry out in surprise. However, after Lu Ming's gaze focused, his face was still incomparably gloomy. The figure that was cut in half was astonishingly only a human skeleton. At this time, the black fire cloud had already been extinguished. The remaining black gas rolled to one place and condensed, once again revealing the figure of the large bald man. However, at this time, the black robe on his body was already in tatters. Even a small part of the blood-colored mask on his face had disappeared, revealing a small part of his dark green, shriveled, and terrifying face. When people saw this, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. It was obvious that the huge fireball from before had caused serious damage to him. You actually practiced the fireball technique to the perfection realm. How is this possible? The large bald man stared at Lu Ming's face and muttered. I'm afraid that there are still many things that Brother Gu didn't expect. Lu Ming said lightly. At the same time, he secretly estimated the fa li left in his body. He threw the short sword in his hand into the air and made a hand sign with one hand. The 3 layers of inscriptions on the surface of the green short sword flashed and disappeared. Then, it spun and turned into a green full moon. Moreover, it grew larger and larger and emitted a cold light. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion also turned into a green shadow with a sound and pounced at the large bald man. Before it actually pounced, the scorpion hook on its back turned into a blur and turned into a dozen or so black lines that attacked. The large bald man didn't dodge. Instead, he gave a cold snort and quickly stepped on the ground with one foot. Hundreds of broken bones in front of him shot into the sky and suddenly gathered together to form a thick bone shield in front of him. After a burst of pu-pu sounds, a dozen or so small black holes appeared on the bone shield. It also forcibly blocked the lightning-fast attack of the scorpion hook. The white bone let out a strange goo-goo sound and twisted its body. It was about to pass over the bone shield and attack the large man again. However, at this time, a strange expression appeared on the large man's face. He only raised his hand and pointed at the bone shield in the air. The bone shield suddenly shattered without any warning. Countless broken bones once again gathered with the bone scorpion at the center. In an instant, it turned into a huge bone cage that was a few feet long and wide. It firmly trapped the ghost within it and heavily fell onto the ground. The bone scorpion was shocked and desperately struggled in the bone cage. It used its huge claws to madly smash the cage, but it was unable to escape for a while. Lu Ming was activating the short sword totem in the air and was startled when he saw this situation. At this moment, the bald man coldly said to him, "Don't worry about it. Junior Bai has continuously used powerful techniques and activating the totem. I'm afraid that you only have the strength for one attack left. There is no need for you to trick me. I indeed don't have much fa li left, but which of the secret techniques that Brother Gu used earlier didn't consume a lot of Fa Li? Lu Ming replied without batting an eyelid. Since it's like this, why don't you and I decide the winner with one attack? The large bald man took a deep breath and slowly said. Very good, I have the same intention. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he agreed. The bald man let out a wild laugh when he heard this. He shook his sleeve on the ground, and threads of black qi surged into his robe, making it look as good as new. At the same time, the blood-red mask on his face was quickly repaired, and a small part of his hideous face was once again covered. The eyes on the recovered mask flourished with green flames and burned fiercely. Subsequently, the large man raised his arm and waved at the empty space on the ground. The broken bones that were scattered on the stone platform trembled and rose into the air, gathering in the empty space in front of him. After a series of cracking noises, a sinister bone sword that was 10 feet long and had black gas wrapped around it appeared in the empty space. The large bald man opened his mouth again and spat out a ball of blood essence. It turned into a bloody mist and entered the bone sword. In the next moment, the originally white giant bone sword immediately shone with a bloody light. Blood-colored inscriptions appeared out of nowhere on the sword's body. The inscriptions twisted and swayed as if they were alive, emitting a threatening cold air. Baleful blood ghost bone sword. This child has actually cultivated the rumored great bone controlling technique. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to create this sword. On the jade platform, a spirit master who saw this couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. As for the other spirit masters, including the barbarian ghost sect leader, when they saw Lu Ming release the giant fireball, they looked at each other in dismay. Now that they saw the giant bone sword appear, their expressions became even more unsettled. Gue Ruquan was completely stunned. After Lu Ming saw the strange shape of the giant bone sword, he was also greatly shocked. However, at this moment, he naturally couldn't have any intention of retreating. He could only madly circulate the Fa Li in his body and pour it into the short sword in the air. The full moon formed by the totem in the air was already the size of a wheel. Moreover, because of the high speed of rotation, it began to emit a strange woo-woo sound. Moreover, as Fa Li continued to be poured into it, it continued to grow. The large bald man, who was originally confident, immediately felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. Without any hesitation, he extended both of his hands and grabbed the bone sword in front of him. He held it horizontally in front of him. With a pu sound, the black robe on his body transformed into a black gas that pounced forward. After wrapping around the bone sword a few times, it turned into a black flame. The aura of the giant malevolent sword increased once again. The large bald man gave a loud roar. Using strength in both of his arms, he suddenly waved the giant bone sword and fiercely chopped at the opposite side. Hong! A blood-colored dragon that was over 100 feet long coiled out from the bone sword. Under the brandishing of its claws, it let out a strange howl as it pounced at Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the nearby space became blurry and distorted. At the same time that the sword chopped out, the malevolent bone sword and the mask on the large man's face all shattered with a crisp sound. Chop! With a low roar from Lu Ming, the cyan full moon in the air trembled before also shooting down with an ear-piercing screech. An earth-shaking and mountain-shaking sound rang out as the full moon and the blood-flood dragon collided. After a flash of azure light, the full moon split the blood-flood dragon from its head to the middle of its body. It seemed as if it was simply unable to block the attack. However, in the next moment, the entire blood-flood dragon exploded and transformed into a surging sea of blood that enveloped the azure moon. Even though the full moon quickly spun and emitted a cold azure light that dispersed all of the nearby blood mist, even more blood qi emitted a fishy smell and surged upwards. Under the intense friction between the blood mist and azure light, the full moon's size quickly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a wash basin. When the large bald man saw this, he immediately felt joy in his heart. However, at this moment, on the other side, Lu Ming snorted. He suddenly formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the azure full moon in the air. After a hong sound, the full moon suddenly shattered like a mirror and released nearly 100 slender sword qis. Under the crazily interweaving and slashing of the densely packed sword qis, the entire sea of blood was pierced into thousands of holes. Several of the sword qis flashed past and headed straight for Guju. Before the sword cheese had truly arrived, a strangely sharp cold chi enveloped the large man and caused his hair to tremble. Guju was greatly alarmed and wanted to cast a technique to block it. However, his vision darkened and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. There was not an ounce of Fa Li left in his body and his face couldn't help but lose all color with a schwa sound. Pung, pung sounds rang out. A gust of black wind swept down and forcibly dispersed the sword cheese in an instant. Subsequently, there was a fluctuation in the air above Guju and the fat old man's figure flashed and appeared. He announced indifferently, "This match is by Xongtian's victory." After saying this, his figure flashed and appeared behind Guju. Pa-pa sounds rang out as he quickly slapped Guju's body a few times. The large man's originally abnormally pale complexion immediately became much more rosy. At this moment, the blood mist on the stone platform was finally completely destroyed by the azure sword light. There were only a dozen or so azure sword lights left, and they also collapsed with a clear ring, leaving only a short sword that fell from the sky. Lu Ming beckoned with one hand expressionlessly, and the spirit weapon turned into a green light that flew back into his sleeve in a flash. "How did you do it?" "I personally tested it before. The full power slash of this baleful blood ghost bone sword is definitely not something an ordinary spirit artifact can withstand after activating 2 or 3 layers of restrictions." Even though the bald man was barely able to stand firm on the stage, he still looked at Lu Ming with a strange gaze as he asked. "I'm not too sure about that. Perhaps senior martial brother didn't have enough Fa Li and wasn't able to unleash the full power of the final attack," Lu Ming replied noncommittally. However, he was very clear in his heart that if they were to truly compare the amount of Fa Li in his body, he was far inferior to his opponent. If it weren't for the fact that he had intentionally reduced the output of his Fa Li in all of his previous attacks, the one who would have used up all of the Fa Li in his body first would have definitely been him. However, his Fa Li was far purer than a normal disciple's. Therefore, even if he didn't have enough Fa Li, the power of his technique still didn't seem to decrease, causing others to be unable to see through his tricks. When he used the totem to transform into the azure moon for the final attack, he truly used all of his Fa Li without holding anything back. Just like what Guju had said, if it was someone else who made the final attack, the person who would lose definitely wouldn't be the bald man. After all, a normal late spirit apostle who activated the 3 layers of restrictions on the short sword would only be able to release 60 to 70 sword chi. It was impossible for someone like Lu Ming to be able to release over 100 sword chi at once. This meant that the purity of the Fa Li in his body was already enough to increase the might of the totem by nearly half. "Humph, do you think I don't know how much power I can display in the final attack?" Guju snorted and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to continue asking. At this moment, the fat old man's face sank as he spoke. "Alright, since the competition is over, you can all leave. Could it be that you want me to personally send you off?" Guju and Lu Ming shivered when they heard this. They hastily bowed and said, "We don't dare." Then, they left the center of the arena and walked towards their respective banners. But as soon as Lu Ming walked halfway, a faint voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "What's going on?" "Tonight at midnight, wait for me in the forest 3 miles from here." This voice was shockingly the fat old man, Martial Uncle Juan. This caused Lu Ming's heart to shiver, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of surprise. He still walked to the side of the arena and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, on the jade platform high up in the sky, everyone was absolutely silent. "What do you juniors think about the result of the previous battle?" After a while, the barbarian ghost sect leader slowly opened his mouth and asked the other spirit masters. "It's really a pity. Regardless of whether it is Martial Nephew Bai or Martial Nephew Gu, it can be said that their strengths far exceeded our expectations. I'm afraid that the 2 of them have the strength to fight for the top 5, no, the top 3. Spirit Master Lin said with a sigh. At this moment, her heart was especially depressed. If she had known that Lu Ming had the heavenly intelligent spirit body, she would have risked defending Gue Ruchuan to directly ask him to join her faction. If that was the case, then wouldn't his faction be able to occupy 2 of the top 10 disciples? Of course, it was naturally too late now. Gue Ruchuan definitely wouldn't give Lu Ming to their dancing ghost faction. That is indeed the case, especially Martial Nephew Gu. TSK, he can actually cultivate a secret technique like the Great Bone Controlling Technique. Junior Zhang, he seems to be a disciple of your mysterious talisman faction. Could it be that you have never discovered this disciple's talent before? Chuchi also had a strange expression on his face as he asked the middle-aged spirit master Zhang. Previously, Guju only had a 3 spiritual pulse body and wasn't listed as a direct disciple in our faction. I really didn't know that he had secretly cultivated the Great Bone Controlling Technique. If I had known earlier, how could I not focus on nurturing him? Even if he can't become a spirit master, just based on his talent in cultivating this technique, it is definitely worth it for our faction to not hesitate to invest resources in him. However, it's not too late now. As long as this child can cultivate this great technique to a certain level, then the items that our sect has been sealing will finally be able to find someone to use. Martial Uncle Zhang bitterly laughed before replying with some excitement. That's right. Ever since our sect was founded by the 16th ancestor, only 3 or 4 people have been able to successfully cultivate the Great Bone Controlling Technique. As for those things, only those who have cultivated this technique can use them without hindrance. Junior Zhang, even if Guju doesn't have the fate of becoming one of the top 10 disciples, when we return, we must properly nurture him. Who knows, he might become one of our sect's important battle strength in the future. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with some seriousness. Sect leader, don't worry. Once this large competition ends, I will personally take him in as a disciple. I will definitely let him successfully cultivate the Great Bone Controlling Technique. Martial Uncle Zhang said without hesitation. Very good. Junior Gue, Martial Nephew Bai's performance in this battle was also extremely shocking. Not only did he condense a wind blade technique seal, he even cultivated the fireball technique to the perfection realm. It seems that he really is the rumored heavenly intelligence spirit body. Moreover, it should be a spirit body that is at least 100 intelligence. However, why do I feel that the full moon attack formed by the short sword in his hand is somewhat familiar? Was it a totem that you bestowed upon him? The barbarian ghost sect leader turned his head towards Gue Ruchuan and asked with a trace of doubt. I also don't know that Song Tian also condensed a fireball technique seal. As for this totem, it wasn't bestowed upon him by me. If I didn't guess incorrectly, it should be the Cyan Moon Sword totem that belonged to Fellow Yu from the Heavenly Moon sect. When Fellow Yu died in the mouth of the Scarlet Dragon, this disciple just happened to be nearby. Gue Ruchuan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart from Lu Ming's victory and hastily replied. At the same time, he silently cursed Lu Ming for actually hiding so many things from him. I understand. Looks like his luck isn't small. I also know a bit of the history of this Cyan Moon Sword. Originally, it wasn't something that belonged to the Heavenly Moon sect. Now that it has been picked up by a disciple of our sect, it naturally belongs to our sect. If the Heavenly Moon sect sends people to inquire about this matter, you can just reply to them like this. The barbarian ghost sect leader seemed to have come to a sudden realization and immediately replied with a laugh. Then I will thank sect leader on behalf of this disciple. Hearing this, Gue Ruchuan immediately became happy. Logically speaking, this kind of totem that was picked up belonged to an ownerless item. Whoever picked it up would not hand it over to someone else. However, if the Heavenly Moon sect really wanted to investigate Lu Ming, naturally, there would be a lot of entangling matters. After all, this was a rather famous middle-tier totem. As a powerful sect in a country, the Heavenly Moon sect naturally wouldn't easily give it up. However, the barbarian ghost sect leader had said these words. Naturally, he was using the identity of the sect to take on all the troubles related to the Cyan Moon Sword. In the future, Lu Ming would no longer have any worries. It was obvious that Lu Ming's performance had caused the sect leader to attach great importance to him. In this large competition, I also didn't think that there would be so many hidden disciples. Originally, I was a little worried that our sect's next generation wouldn't be as good as the other sections. Now, I can relax quite a bit. The barbarian ghost sect leader said to the others with a smile. This is the blessing of the ancestors, which allowed our sect to have so many outstanding disciples. Who knows, not long after, our sect will once again prosper. The other spirit masters were also somewhat excited as they discussed. In this large competition, the disciples' performance was outstanding and indeed exceeded their expectations. It was far from what the previous large competitions could compare to. However, we can't be too happy too early. I heard that the Heavenly Moon sect and the other sects also seem to have a few talented disciples. In particular, the Heavenly Moon sect recently discovered a new disciple with a sword communication spirit body. Sword cultivators were originally in existence that was extremely difficult to deal with. If they also had a sword communication spirit body, their strength could be imagined. I'm afraid that the future achievements of this Heavenly Moon sect disciple will not be inferior to the rumored Heaven Spiritual Pulse disciples. Among the new disciples of the Firestorm Way, I heard that there is also a 9 Spiritual Pulse monstrous genius who possesses both water and fire spiritual pulses. As for the Hall of Blood and the 9 Enlightenment Mountain, although there hasn't been any news about them, I believe that they will also not lack genius disciples. Therefore, for the sake of this life and death trials, the top 10 disciples of this large competition will still need to be supervised for the next year. We cannot let our sect continue to be at the bottom of the life and death trials. The smile on the barbarian ghost sect leader's face disappeared. When the other spirit masters heard this, they all replied yes with serious expressions. Okay, it's getting late. I should also announce tomorrow's top 10 disciple ranking battles. Seeing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and was about to fly off the Jade platform to officially announce the names of the top 10 disciple ranking battles as well as some matters regarding tomorrow's ranking battles. However, at this moment, suddenly, in a certain direction in the sky outside the stone mountain, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Following this, the thick fog parted and a 5-colored strange bird that was several feet long flew out. Its head was like a vulture's, but its tail feathers were incomparably long. It also had a pair of large, blood-red claws. Once the strange bird appeared, it flew directly toward the stone mountain. This naturally caused quite a few disciples who discovered it to immediately be in an uproar. Don't panic, this is your martial ancestor Yan's spirit bird. Seeing this strange bird, the barbarian ghost sect leader was also greatly shocked, but he immediately yelled loudly. His voice rumbled and reverberated in the air above the stone mountain. Only then did the disciples below come to a sudden realization, and they all looked at the approaching strange bird with reverent gazes. The matter of the sect having an extremely powerful martial ancestor was naturally known by everyone. However, this martial ancestor had never shown his face in front of others. It was said that even the spirit masters in the sect rarely saw him in person. As a result, this made the most respected elder in the sect even more mysterious. In a short while, the strange bird flew above the Jade platform. After circling in the air, one of its originally tightly clenched blood-red claws suddenly loosened, and a green jade slips fell out. Afterwards, it didn't stop and turned around, flying in the direction it came from. A trace of surprise appeared on the barbarian ghost sect leader's face, but with a wave of his hand, the jade slips shot into his hand with a so sound, and he quickly placed them on his forehead. After a short while, the green jade slips began to flicker with a faint spiritual light. The surprise on the barbarian ghost sect leader's face quickly disappeared, and was replaced with an extremely shocked expression. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Senior sect leader, what exactly happened? Chuchi waited for the barbarian ghost sect leader to remove the jade slips from his forehead before he couldn't help but ask. Martial Uncle Yen has sent an order. There is no need for tomorrow's ranking battle. The 10 chosen disciples will immediately set off for suppressing Dragon Island tomorrow. The barbarian ghost sect leader's face was cloudy and uncertain for a while before he said something that shocked everyone. What? Why would Martial Uncle Yen give such an order? Moreover, why did you send Xianxia and the others to suppressing Dragon Island? Chuchi asked in shock. Martial Uncle just received a flying letter from Master Mingyu of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain. He said that when the crystal-level elders of the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood were chasing after the demonic dragon, they discovered the entrance to an unknown secret realm at the place where the earth fire erupted on suppressing Dragon Island. However, because of the disturbance caused by the demonic dragon, more than half of the entrance has already collapsed. Now, only Spirit Apostle disciples can enter. In order to maintain the entrance from collapsing, we need the crystal-level elders of our sects to act at the same time. Therefore, after Martial Uncle Yen discussed with them, we decided to bring forward the life and death trials and let the 10 disciples of each sect enter. The ranking of the trials will be determined by the number of treasures obtained from the secret realm. Therefore, we don't have any time to waste. We must bring the 10 disciples to suppressing Dragon Island as soon as possible. As the barbarian ghost sect leader spoke, his eyes revealed a trace of passion. What, they discovered the entrance to an unknown secret realm. How large is it? Has anyone entered it before? Are there any restrictions? Chu Chi. Hearing this, Gui Ru Quan and Lei Ling cried out in surprise at the same time. While they were pleasantly surprised, their words also contained a trace of fear. No wonder they were like this so-called secret realm was actually a hidden space that had never been discovered by anyone. A portion of it was naturally formed, while the other portion was artificially created by some powerful existences. Among them, the former mostly contained spirit medicines, spirit stones, and other heavenly treasures, which were relatively less dangerous. The latter mostly contained treasures left behind by powerful existences, but at the same time, it was extremely dangerous. No one knew how many terrifying restrictions that could annihilate a person were set up. No matter what kind of secret realm it was, if someone was able to return with a great harvest, it would naturally be enough to benefit an entire sect, or even a few sects. There was even a small sect that was lucky enough to obtain an extremely powerful nameless cultivation method from a certain secret realm. From there, their strength increased greatly in a few hundred years, allowing them to dominate the surrounding countries. Of course, opportunities and risks coexisted. There was also a case where a large sect, in order to monopolize a secret realm, used the entire sect's power to enter the secret realm. In the end, they were completely annihilated, and from then on, they were removed from the cultivation world. Currently, the number of secret realms that had been discovered were extremely few. Moreover, some secret realm entrances only appeared for a short while before disappearing without a trace. Some secret realm entrances had strict restrictions on how and when they could be opened. Furthermore, some secret realms' restrictions were extremely profound and could not be broken by a normal sect. Even if they were placed there, they could only look at them and sigh. Even so, every time a new secret realm was discovered, it would always bring about a bloody storm. Many sects would make a big move for a new secret realm entrance. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the newly discovered secret realm entrance was already in a state of collapse and could not be monopolized, the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood would not have informed the Barbarian Ghost sect and the other sects. Instead, they would have quietly concealed this information and explored it by themselves. Fellow juniors, I am not too clear on what you are asking. Martial Uncle Yen only briefly mentioned this matter. Right now, just in case, he has already gone to suppressing Dragon Island first. Therefore, tomorrow morning, I will personally bring the top 10 disciples of this large competition and rush over. Senior Huang, Junior Zhang, the two of you are quite knowledgeable about formations and restrictions. Tomorrow, you will also accompany me. The other juniors will stay behind in the sect and quietly wait for news. I am acting according to Martial Uncle Yan's instructions. Fellow juniors, you must do your part and not leak this matter in a short period of time. The Barbarian Ghost sect leader bitterly laughed as he replied before quickly giving out instructions. Yes, sect leader senior. The two of us will immediately go back and properly prepare. We will definitely not miss this important matter. When Spirit Master Huang and the middle-aged Spirit Master Zhang heard this, they were naturally overjoyed and immediately agreed. Although Chu Chi, Spirit Master Lin, and the others were somewhat unwilling, under the pressure of the Barbarian Ghost sect leader using Martial Uncle Yan's name, they could only helplessly obey. At this time, the Barbarian Ghost sect leader flew down from the Jade platform and announced to the disciples below, the top 10 disciples of this large competition have been decided. They are Yang, Feng Chan, Baitsong Tian, Lei Zhen, and a few others. However, because of some special reasons, tomorrow's ranking competition of the top 10 disciples will be temporarily cancelled. Furthermore, from today onwards, the sect will temporarily seal off the mountain for a month. During this period of time, no one is allowed to leave the sect without the sect's orders. Those who disobey will be immediately expelled from the sect. Alright, aside from Yang Gan and the other top 10 disciples, everyone else can return to their residences. Hearing this announcement, the thousands of Barbarian Ghost sect disciples below were all greatly shocked and confused. However, under the barbarian ghost sect leader's stern gaze, they naturally did not dare to have the slightest bit of objection. Following this, everyone left the mountain one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and the other 10 new disciples were left on the mountain peak. Most of them looked at each other with faces full of doubt. You don't need to be shocked. The reason why I asked you to stay is naturally because I will explain everything clearly. The matter is like this, your martial uncle Yin. The barbarian ghost sect leader slowly gave a rough account of the secret realm and the life and death trials being brought forward. Lu Ming and the others were naturally dumbstruck when they heard this. Because everything happened so suddenly, there is simply no time for you to hold any ranking challenges. You must hurry to the entrance of the secret realm as fast as possible and begin the life and death trials that should be held a year later with the disciples of the other sections. The individual results of this time's trials will also determine your rankings on the lunar monument. As for the specific rules, when the time comes, Martial Uncle Yen will naturally explain them to you in detail. What you need to do now is to properly recuperate and build up your energy. Tomorrow morning, you will depart with me. As long as the secret realm's life and death trials are able to reap great benefits, you will definitely be heavily rewarded. In addition, this information is currently kept confidential and cannot be casually leaked to other sect members. The barbarian ghost sect leader said extremely seriously. After Lu Ming and the other 10 people finished listening, they came to a sudden realization. Although they all had different thoughts, they naturally bowed and agreed. After the barbarian ghost sect leader nodded, he immediately turned around and flew back to the jade platform, continuing to discuss the matters of the secret realm with the other spirit masters. The top 10 disciples also left the mountain one by one. Half a quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming returned to his residence and began to think about matters related to the secret realm. The appearance of this matter was truly unexpected. He originally thought that he could slowly cultivate for a year or so before participating in the extremely dangerous life and death trials. However, he never would have thought that the trials would actually be brought forward. Moreover, it would be carried out in the unknown secret realm. In this unknown secret realm, cultivation methods were probably secondary. What was more important was a person's ability to predict and judge danger. If this was the case, with his many years of life and death experience on Savage Island, he should be a bit stronger than the other disciples. As for Lu Ming, he once again thought back to the records of cultivators obtaining all kinds of heavenly treasures in the secret realm. As a result, once they came out, their cultivation greatly increased. His heart couldn't help but palpitate with eagerness. The various heavenly treasures obtained in the secret realm. Although according to past practice, he would definitely have to hand over most of them to the sect, as long as he could keep a small portion, it would probably be enough to exchange for the resources he needed to advance to Spirit Master in the future. As for the danger of dying in the secret realm, he didn't care too much about it since he had experienced countless life and death situations on Savage Island. The more one was afraid of death, the faster one would die. When he was still a child, he understood this better than anyone else. No matter how great the risk was, it didn't matter. As long as he could obtain benefits from it, it would be worth risking his life. Lu Ming silently thought about it. After not finding any reason to avoid this life and death trials, he calmly closed his eyes and began to recover the faili he had used in the large competition. When it was close to midnight, Lu Ming opened his eyes and silently left the room. He directly soared into the sky and flew away from Nine Infant Mountain. After a short while, he landed in a forest 3 miles away from the main peak of the barbarian ghost sect. In an open field not far from him, the fat old man, Martial Uncle Ruan, impressively stood there with his hands behind his back. Disciple pays his respects to Martial Uncle. Lu Ming bowed with an extremely respectful expression. You came quite fast, but you still have to wait a bit longer. Martial Uncle Ruan said indifferently. What, Martial Uncle has an appointment with someone else? Lu Ming was slightly startled. That is indeed the case. He is a person who also cultivates the dark bone method like you. Of course, he cultivated it a few years earlier than you, so his attainments in the dark bone method are not something you can compare to. The fat old man suddenly laughed as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Ming was startled in his heart, but his expression did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise as he nodded his head. After waiting for a while, the sound of air braking rang out from the nearby sky. Another gray cloud descended and a person jumped down from it with a flash. "It's you." When this person clearly saw Lu Ming, his expression immediately changed. It was actually the bald, large man who had almost fought to the death with Lu Ming during the day. "So it is Senior Gu, what a coincidence." Lu Ming was also greatly surprised, but at the same time, a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. It was no wonder that during the day, he vaguely felt that the other person's aura was indescribably familiar. It turned out that the other person cultivated the same cultivation method as him. "The other person who cultivated the dark bone method that you said you wanted me to see was Junior Bai." Guju's expression was not very good as he turned his head and asked Martial Uncle Ruan. "Although you cultivated the dark bone method a few years earlier than him, after the match during the day, you should know that your strength is not as good as your Junior Bai's." The fat old man laughed as he spoke. "Humph, that is because I do not have a totem in my hands. If I had a suitable totem, why would I use the baleful blood ghost bone sword that expends a large amount of Fa? Moreover, I would not have been defeated so easily." Guju rubbed his bald head as he spoke with some dissatisfaction. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to have much respect for the fat old man. Seeing this, Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face, but there was a hint of surprise in his heart. "Your Junior Bai spirit tool wasn't bestowed by the sect. If you have the ability, you can naturally go and pick one up. Alright, let's cut the crap. You should know why I called you over this time, right?" The fat old man's face suddenly sank as he spoke. "You want to ask me about the great bone controlling technique, right? The dark bone method actually has the effect of controlling ghost bones. This is something I discovered by accident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to become one of the top 10 disciples in this competition." However, he did not expect to be stopped by Junior Bai, who also cultivated the dark bone method. "However, this is also not bad. I was misunderstood by others to have cultivated the so-called great bone controlling technique. In the future, I can also enjoy the feeling of being valued by others," Guju said without a care in the world. "Humph, did you think that you were the first to discover that the dark bone method can control ghost bones? As long as one cultivates the fourth layer of the dark bone method to a certain level, anyone who cultivates this method will discover this effect." Martial Uncle Ruan snorted as he replied. "What, I'm not the first to discover this? Why have I never seen anyone reveal this ability before?" Hearing this, Guju was greatly surprised. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was somewhat dumbstruck when he heard this. The divine ability of controlling ghost bones was actually an ability that came with the fourth layer of the dark bone method. This meant that after he started cultivating this layer of the cultivation method, he might also possess this divine ability. "After you returned, did you feel that your entire body's bones were incomparably sore and have not returned to normal even now?" Martial Uncle Ruan didn't directly reply and instead asked with a gloomy expression. "That's the case, so what? I only need to rest for a few more days and I should be fine." Guju faintly felt that something was wrong, but he still braced himself and replied. "If it was really like that, then I wouldn't need to be so worried. This is also because I was in a rush to go into seclusion a few days ago and forgot to tell you about this matter. The reason why the disciples who previously cultivated the dark bone method didn't reveal this ability in front of others was because using this divine ability before completely cultivating the fourth layer would greatly reduce the lifespan of one's fleshly body. After all, this ability can only be displayed after one's fleshly body has been perfected to a certain degree. Today, you used this ability so intensely that you even condensed the baleful blood-eating bone sword. I'm afraid that you will lose at least 10 years of your lifespan. If something big really happens to you, how will I explain it to your mother in the future?" The fat old man's expression changed as he suddenly berated in a low voice. "It's only 10 years of lifespan, that's all. As for mother, she simply wouldn't know of this matter. Besides, if I hadn't cultivated the dark bone method that uncle passed on to me, I wouldn't have been able to live until today." The bald, large man was silent for a moment before glancing at Lu Ming and replying with a forced smile. "It's good that you know. That day, I was forced to pass on the dark bone method to you. It was only to save your life, not for you to use it to fight against others. Also, I'll say it again. this dark bone method has quite a few flaws. Before you solve the problem, you definitely can't attempt to break through to the Spirit Master realm. You can go back first. I still have some matters that I need to discuss with Marshal Nephew by alone. The fat old man's expression finally relaxed as he instructed. This time, when the bald, large man heard what was said, he was a lot more obedient. After nodding his head, he formed a hand sign and flew away. Lu Ming, on the other hand, remained where he was in a daze. You should already understand the relationship between me and Guju. There's no need to explain anymore. The fat old man's gaze finally landed on Lu Ming as he calmly asked. This disciple naturally understands the relationship between Senior Gu and Martial Uncle. However, what about the problem of the dark bone method's flaws? Martial Uncle wouldn't have purposely said it in front of me, right? Lu Ming bitterly laughed as he asked. Hee, I just knew that Martial Nephew was a smart person. Indeed, I purposely called the two of you together tonight to get to know each other. After all, in the entire sect, there are only the two of you who cultivate the dark bone method. Since you have also cultivated to the 4th level of the dark bone method, I should naturally explain a few things related to this chi method to you. Otherwise, the moment you attempt to break through to the Spirit Master realm might be the day you lose your life. The fat old man laughed as he spoke. Please give me some pointers, Martial Uncle. Lu Ming's heart suddenly jumped. Ever since he found out that there were no bottlenecks when cultivating the first few levels of the dark bone method, he faintly felt that something was wrong. If this method was really that outstanding, the sect would have already promoted it. Why would there be a need for the old man to secretly pass it on to him? Let me first tell you about the origin of the dark bone method. This method was left behind by the founder of the sect, the 16 Master, by chance. In addition, he spent a lot of effort and only managed to translate the first 3 levels of the method. The 4th level was translated by a few elders of the sect who were interested in it. The other half was slowly translated by me, who spent dozens of years of effort. Back then, in order to test this method, I began to secretly teach it to a few 3 spiritual pulse disciples 20 years ago. These disciples were all like you. Most of them reached the peak late spirit apostle before the age of 30. However, when they tried to break through to the Spirit Master realm, their bodies all exploded without exception. When the fat old man said this, he paused for a bit. Exploded and died. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed greatly. You don't have to worry. With these examples of failure, I naturally focused on researching the reason for their failure. It wasn't until a few years ago that I discovered that a strong mental strength was one of the prerequisites for cultivating this method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have passed the method on to you. The fat old man said lightly. If that's the case, then no one has ever successfully cultivated the dark bone method to become a spirit master. Even if my mental strength was a bit stronger, Martial Uncle Ruan would not be able to guarantee that nothing would happen to me when I advance. Lu Ming felt a bit bitter in his mouth. Don't worry. The 4th layer of the dark bone method that I passed on to you has already been perfected several times. Although I can't guarantee that there won't be any problems, with the assistance of your powerful mental strength, even if you fail to advance to Spirit Master, you should at most suffer some damage to your Fa Li and Yuan Qi. After all, the reason why the disciples in the past had their bodies explode was because they were unable to control the increase in Fa Li during the critical moment of advancing. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the purity of the Fa Li in your body is far from what a normal disciple can compare to. If that's the case, it will be much easier for you to control the Fa Li in your body. There won't be any big problems then. The fat old man smiled slightly. How does Martial Uncle know that disciples' Fa Li is pure? A trace of astonishment flashed across Lu Ming's face. The Cyan Moon Sword totem in your hand, I personally came into contact with it during a treasure appraisal conference. I am very clear on how much power it can display when the 3 restrictions are activated. Other than the fact that the Fa Li in your body is purer than a normal disciple's, I can't find any other explanation for the attack that you used to defeat Ju. The fat old man said unconcernedly. So that's how it is. Then disciple only has one question. Why did Martial Uncle tell me everything tonight? Wouldn't it be easier to let Martial Nephew continue to cultivate in a muddle-headed manner? Martial Uncle, please don't say that it's because your conscience is uneasy. Lu Ming nodded his head and asked with a flash in his eyes. Found my conscience? How could it be such a senseless reason? Martial nephew Bai, do you think that if I didn't teach you the dark bone method, you would have been able to cultivate to the late spirit apostle level without any bottlenecks with your 3 spiritual pulse? You have to know that most 3 spiritual pulse spirit apostles are stuck at the middle spirit apostle level or even the beginning spirit apostle level. There aren't many who can truly cultivate to the late spirit apostle level. Also, according to the original text of the dark bone method, as long as the cultivation method is appropriate and the preparation is sufficient, the chances of breaking through to the spirit master level are far greater than other cultivation methods. The reason why I told you everything tonight is because I plan to pass you the subsequent cultivation methods of the dark bone method as well as my many years of studying the ancient green death language to you. Afterwards, I will go into true life and death seclusion to prepare to break through to the middle spirit master level. The fat old man sighed as he spoke. End of chapter 107. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.